Under the azure sky, the once bustling Jiang city was now a shadow of its former self. Towering skyscrapers that had once reached for the heavens were severed cleanly in half, their smooth, precise cuts deeply unsettling. Humanity, once the rulers of this planet, had been reduced to mere ants struggling to survive amidst the ruins. Chen Yi curled up among the wreckage of a building, consuming the last piece of bread he had. A deafening roar shattered the silence as an invisible slash cleaved through the entire building. A white-haired man, holding a long blade, approached him leisurely. The blade stopped at Chen Yi's neck, radiating a chilling cold. He had no idea who this being, capable of effortlessly slicing through skyscrapers, was, nor did he understand why humans were being hunted. Seems like you don't have a beacon on you. Oh well, they'll just consider you an appetizer before the main course, the white-haired man said with a smirk, his words barely finished before the blade came swinging down. At that critical moment, time suddenly froze. Do you want to live? A mysterious voice echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Faced with a life-or-death choice, he didn't hesitate to answer. Yes. In the next instant, his body flickered like an old television screen and vanished from this time and space. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another desolate ruin. A translucent interface appeared before him, welcoming him as a ruins explorer, tasked with uncovering the truth behind the destruction of infinite worlds. His personal panel displayed 0 points, no abilities, no items. The main mission was to uncover the reason for this world's downfall within 5 years, with a reward of 1,000 points. While he was studying the mission, a stream of data flashed across the interface. The system randomly assigned him the ability of telekinesis, along with a 10-tier upgrade mission ranging from killing 10 zombies to a staggering 100 billion. This exceeded all his expectations. Starting with such a powerful ability felt like a stroke of luck. From a distant street corner came the shuffling sound of footsteps. A decayed corpse staggered into view, its presence accompanied by the nauseating stench of rot. Cautiously, Chen Yi used his telekinetic ability to manipulate a steel pipe, smashing it precisely into the zombie's head. As the kill count on his interface changed from 0 to 1, he also began to grasp the range of his ability, could manipulate objects freely within a 10-meter radius, sufficient to handle the threat of a single zombie. Looks like zombies in this world are still vulnerable to head trauma, but I can't confirm the infection mechanics yet. For now, I'd better keep my distance, Chen Yi thought to himself, gripping the steel pipe tightly. Thus began his journey across the infinite ruins, an adventure that would span countless worlds. The ability of telekinesis truly proved to be incredibly useful. Standing outside the office building, Chen Yi glanced at the corpse of a zombie whose skull he had crushed using a steel pipe controlled by his telekinesis. He felt a sense of relief that he didn't have to engage in close combat. The sound of the zombie's skull shattering had been quite loud, so he cautiously scanned his surroundings before quickly slipping into the building. At the end of the second-floor hallway, there was a blind spot. Chen Yi hid there and used his telekinesis to tap the steel pipe lightly on the floor. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and 3 zombies staggered into view. It seems they really are sensitive to sound, he thought as he silently observed, then precisely controlled the steel pipe to strike each zombie's head. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the 3 bodies collapsed to the ground, bringing his kill count to 4. Leaning against the wall, Chen Yi panted heavily, as if he had physically swung the steel pipe himself. He rubbed his temples, inwardly hoping that an upgrade to his telekinesis would help alleviate the energy drain. A knife would really come in handy, he muttered to himself. This habit, formed back on Blue Star, not only helped him maintain his language skills, but also dispelled some of the loneliness. After confirming the second floor was secure, Chen Yi began to search. The break room yielded a satisfying haul: several bottles of mineral water, a few chocolate bars, and most importantly, a fruit knife. He quickly sharpened its blade and eagerly took a bite of chocolate. The long-forgotten sweetness brought the brightest smile he had shown in years. After resting for an hour, Chen Yi gazed at the setting sun through a broken window pane. I need to complete the upgrade task before nightfall, he thought, gripping the fruit knife tightly. For now, he put the main mission aside. The 5-year limit felt far away. Survival was the priority. On the 3rd floor, a lone zombie wandered aimlessly. A sharp whooshing sound sliced through the air as the fruit knife flashed, embedding itself precisely into the zombie's skull. With a forceful twist, the blade did its work and then flew back into Chen Yi's hand. This was his 10th kill of the day. A system notification immediately appeared. Upgrade task 1 complete. Telekinesis LV2. Despite his exhaustion, a faint smile of satisfaction lingered on Chen Yi's face. In an instant, Chen Yi's exhaustion vanished, and a torrent of psychic energy surged within him, rapidly growing stronger. As his psychic energy intensified, his previously thin frame began to recover, becoming robust and muscular. He could clearly feel that the strength of his psychic energy had increased significantly. If his previous level of psychic energy was comparable to his physical strength, the difference now was beyond comparison. Chen Yi turned to look at the steel pipe at his waist. With a single thought, The pipe flew off his waist and hovered in midair. He reached out and grabbed it, and the steel pipe, like soft clay, deformed in his grip, crumpling into a ball. The sheer strength of his psychic energy left Chen Yi astonished. He estimated that his effective control range had now expanded to 30 meters, a considerable improvement. Moreover, as his psychic energy grew, his physical strength also noticeably increased. Just as he had predicted, the durability and intensity of psychic energy directly influenced his physical power. When one improved, the other followed. At this point, he no longer needed weapons to fight. He could easily crush a zombie's head from a distance using only his psychic energy. Still, Chen Yi found using weapons to be more efficient. Besides, he suddenly jumped a few times on the ground, then leaped upward and landed upside down on the ceiling. Invisible psychic energy anchored him to the ceiling like nails, keeping his body firmly in place. He felt as if his strength had reached a new level, capable of swinging between buildings with ease. As night passed and dawn broke, Chen Yi, feeling well-rested, ate 2 pieces of chocolate and picked up his knife to head to the higher floors. The fruit knife he had enhanced no longer had a handle. It had been transformed into a razor-sharp psychic flying knife. A low growl echoed, and several zombies emerged from the stairwell. Before they could even open their mouths to roar, the flying knife had already pierced the mouth of one zombie, instantly shredding its brain. More zombies were drawn to the noise, but Chen Yi's flying knife moved like lightning, slicing through them in an instant and killing every zombie nearby. Zombie kills, 21. Thud, thud, thud. Several zombies collapsed to the ground as Chen Yi stood calmly in an office, drawing a pair of scissors from a desk. He wanted to test his ability to control both the flying knife and the scissors simultaneously, but quickly realized it was impossible. As expected, controlling psychic energy required focus, and multitasking was beyond his current abilities. It was a skill he would need to train further. Chen Yi continued clearing the building floor by floor until every zombie inside had been eliminated. Only then did he feel a noticeable fatigue. Zombie kills, 96. However, the number of zombies in the building was far lower than he had anticipated. Even after clearing the top floor, Chen Yi had not yet completed his second upgrade task. It seemed he would need to explore other locations. He searched nearly every pantry in the building, collecting a decent amount of chocolate. With his supplies replenished, Chen Yi decided it was time to leave the building. Standing on the rooftop, with the wind howling around him, he glanced down before leaping without hesitation. His psychic energy instantly formed hooks and ropes, gripping the building's exterior walls securely. Using the force, Chen Yi swung through the air, effortlessly crossing to another building. On the 23rd floor of a nearby skyscraper, the glass windows were already shattered. Through the broken windows, Chen Yi spotted several zombies wandering the floor. As one approached the window, his flying knife struck it squarely, piercing its skull. Chen Yi immediately propelled himself forward, using his momentum to land precisely inside the building. The other zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to stir. Their roars filled the air, but Chen Yi's flying knife glinted coldly as it sliced through them with ease, cutting them down like grass. Black blood splattered across the walls and floors as the zombies fell one after another, lifeless. Zombie kills, 105. With the completion of his second upgrade task, Chen Yi's psychic energy broke through once again, advancing to level 3. Chen Yi could clearly feel the immense surge in the intensity of his psychic power within. Closing his eyes, he sensed this unprecedented force coursing through his body, as if every cell was trembling in resonance. The overwhelming sensation left him in disbelief. Each level up brought such astonishing improvements that he even suspected he could now easily hurl a tank into the sky. What surprised him even more was the emergence of a brand new ability from this upgrade. His psychic power had transformed into a second sense. Every area touched by his psychic energy, whether it was a blind spot or a hidden corner, was vividly mapped out in his perception, as if a three-dimensional, real-time map had been constructed in his mind. A sensory extension? Quite a convenient ability. Before the words had fully left his lips, Chen Yi released a surge of psychic energy, shattering the floor beneath him with a thunderous crash. Instead of wasting time taking the stairs, he opted for a quicker route. The deafening noise startled the zombies on the entire floor, and they came rushing toward him with guttural roars. Chen Yi scanned the area, his psychic energy erupting like a tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosive bursts, the incoming zombies were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. The system displayed, zombies killed, 112. As his psychic power grew, his proficiency in wielding it had also significantly improved. By enveloping his body with psychic energy, it was as though he had donned an invisible suit of armor. While he wasn't yet certain if it could stop bullets, it was clear that ordinary blades and axes could no longer harm him. This layer of protection was crucial after all. Aside from his psychic power, his physical strength still remained at an ordinary human level. To be this powerful at just LV3, Chen Yi couldn't help but look forward to what lay ahead. Glancing at the interface, he noted that upgrade quest 3 required him to kill 1,000 zombies. At this rate, he could likely complete it by the end of the day. Immersed in the exhilaration of his newfound power, Chen Yi began his efficient hunt. Hours later, the ground floor of a certain skyscraper was piled high with zombie corpses, their black blood staining the floor into a lifeless swamp. Yet Chen Yi stood amidst the carnage, unscathed. The system notification chimed. Zombies killed, 1008. Upgrade quest 3 completed. In an instant, his psychic power surged to LV4, and the energy within him skyrocketed once more. The magnitude of this increase was so extraordinary that Chen Yi involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Clenching his fist lightly, his psychic energy erupted like a raging tide, instantly reducing the 100-turtle building to fragments. The steel and concrete framework collapsed in the blink of an eye, disintegrating into a storm of debris. With a deafening rumble, the ground trembled, and dust engulfed the area. The massive commotion attracted even more zombies, a dark mass surging toward him. Yet Chen Yi remained calm. His psychic energy lifted his body gently into the air, effortlessly freeing him from the ruins. By now, he had fully mastered the ability to fly. Without absolute strength, he wouldn't have deliberately caused such a commotion in the first place. Watching the wave of zombies surging toward him like a tidal wave, Chen Yi clenched his fist, and a thought crossed his mind: if he could clear out all the zombies in this city, how much could he level up? As soon as the thought formed, an invisible wave of psychic energy radiated outward. With a deafening explosion, an overwhelming force instantly crushed the horde of zombies into fragments. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Cracks spread across the concrete surface, and debris scattered like dust in a storm. Zombies eliminated. 3,849. In a single strike, nearly 3,000 zombies were obliterated into nothingness. Chen Yi calculated that at this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to complete his 4th upgrade mission and further enhance his psychic power. The thought filled him with excitement. The strength he gained from upgrading made him feel as if he was nearing the realm of a god among mortals. At this point, his attack range had already surpassed 150 meters. Just then, a streak of light shot out from the remains of the zombies and flew straight into Chen Yi's palm. As the light dispersed, he found a vial of red liquid resting in his hand. Item acquired, G4 virus. Item description: a virus capable of granting humans the potential for evolution. A virus? Chen Yi's mind raced, speculating that this might be the source of the zombie outbreak or a product of some mutation. However, he resisted the impulse to take a sip. He examined the item in his hand with slight dissatisfaction. Thousands of zombies, and only one item drops? That's such a low drop rate. And on top of that, there's no spatial inventory to store it directly. He carefully placed the vial into a thermos, patting the bottom with some sponge to prevent it from breaking. Walking through the apocalyptic ruins, Chen Yi realized he hadn't encountered a single void wanderer, so far not even a lone survivor. Was this some kind of beginner mission perk? Or was the void space always this desolate? Just then, he sensed a zombie entering his psychic range. Turning his gaze, he spotted a massive zombie beast standing atop a building 100 meters away. Its body was covered in hardened bone armor, and its bulging muscles exuded an intimidating aura of raw power. Its sharp claws and fangs gleamed menacingly, as if ready to pounce on Chen Yi at any moment. The zombie beast stared at Chen Yi with a hint of caution in its eyes, seemingly aware of the danger. It hesitated, not daring to move closer. But Chen Yi remained unfazed, his psychic energy stirring. Bang! A surge of psychic power swept down, instantly obliterating the zombie beast into unrecognizable pieces. At the same time, a streak of light emerged from its remains and landed accurately in Chen Yi's hand. Item acquired, sharp fangs. Item description: 2 exceptionally sharp fangs. Chen Yi examined the fangs in his hand, puzzled. What can these be used for? But he quickly realized that they might be useful for crafting equipment once he returned to the void space. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Could it be that elite monsters had a 100 drop rate? If so, he was determined to hunt down more of them. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, and the ground trembled incessantly. Chen Yi looked up to see a distant skyscraper collapse in an instant, sending a massive plume of dust and debris into the sky. A young man wearing windproof goggles stood in stunned silence, muttering in disbelief. What the heck? What kind of demolition crew is this dedicated, still working in the apocalypse? No way this was caused by zombies, right? He quickly gathered his belongings, preparing to flee. The collapsed building wasn't far from the rooftop where he stood, and he didn't dare to let his guard down. Creak! The sound of a metal door opening interrupted him. A middle-aged man rushed onto the rooftop, urgency written all over his face. Zhou Tong, something's happened. We need to head back to the base immediately. Got it, I'll go with you. Zhou Tong nodded, swiftly packing up his things and preparing to descend the building. Before leaving, he glanced one last time at the rising dust cloud in the distance and silently prayed, Zombies are bad enough, but please, don't let any superpowered individuals show up. That would be a real disaster. In this decaying city, it wasn't entirely devoid of human life. Despite the overwhelming presence of zombies, there were still people struggling to survive in this hostile environment. In the city center, reeking of decay, a horde of zombies wandered aimlessly. This was the most densely infested area, a place no survivor dared to venture into lightly. Yet, it was in this very zone of death that Chen Yi made his arrival. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, a novice scavenger named Zhou Tong was cautiously trailing a small group of survivors. Like Chen Yi, he was new to this world, but luck seemed to favor him. Murray had not only avoided the deadly city center, but also encountered survivors searching for supplies. Uncle Lin, Zhou Tong whispered to the middle-aged man beside him. Is anyone at the base researching the zombie virus? His question stemmed from observing the team collecting samples from zombie tissue earlier. Uncle Lin nodded. Our base is built in an old biological research institute. Since we have the resources, of course, we're studying it. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a cure. Do you know how the virus outbreak started? Zhou Tong pressed further. There's got to be a reason, right? How would I know? Uncle Lin rolled his eyes. That day, I slept through my overtime shift, and when I woke up, the streets were already crawling with zombies. 3 hours later, they reached a base surrounded by sheets of metal and barbed wire. A man-made moat separated the base from the outside world, and only by lowering a wooden bridge could anyone enter. Though Zhou Tong had followed the group here, he remained on edge. Unfortunately, as an ordinary person, he had no other choice but to rely on the safety of numbers to survive. However, the moment he stepped through the base's gate, a tranquilizer dart struck him without warning. As Zhou Tong collapsed to the ground, his last thought flashed through his mind. Damn, that was fast. At the same time, chaos erupted in the city center. With a deafening crash, Chen Yi uprooted an entire skyscraper and hurled it like a massive spear into the advancing horde of zombies. He had transformed into a walking catastrophe, leaving nothing but destruction and ruins in his wake. The commotion only grew louder as more zombies were drawn to the area. But this was exactly what Chen Yi wanted. Finally, he could unleash his full strength without restraint, wreaking havoc across this desolate city. Zombie kill count, 9,580. Many zombies roamed aimlessly inside the building, devoid of intelligence and incapable of descending stairs. They would recklessly charge toward any sound, even if it meant slamming into solid walls. Chen Yi had no time to clear each floor systematically, so he simply demolished the entire building in one go, appearing like a destructive maniac. Moments later, as another building was crushed under the surge of his telekinetic power, all the zombies inside were annihilated. Chen Yi's zombie kill count finally broke the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,007. Upgrade task 4 complete telekinesis option upgrade. Telekinesis LV5. Boom. An uncontrollable surge of immense telekinetic power burst forth, radiating rapidly from Chen Yi at the center. Buildings along its path were instantly obliterated, and within the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was flattened. Dust filled the air, and Chen Yi's figure flickered faintly in midair. The overwhelming telekinetic energy distorted the air and vision around him, making him appear ethereal and otherworldly. This was the power of LV5 telekinesis, effortlessly demolishing every structure within 100 meters. Its terrifying intensity and destructive force were self-evident, bringing Chen Yi one step closer to becoming a god among men. More importantly, this upgrade significantly enhanced Chen Yi's precision in controlling his telekinetic power. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now accurately hit any target a kilometer away with a single telekinetic bullet. And this wasn't even his limit thanks to the sensory extension capabilities of telekinesis. Chen Yi's precision had reached a cellular level. This meant he could infuse telekinetic energy into his cells, providing comprehensive protection and enhancing his physical strength. As powerful telekinetic energy coursed through every cell in his body, Chen Yi's eyes glowed with a striking blue light. He suddenly punched the ground with immense force. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and a dense web of cracks erupted across the ground, spreading outward at an alarming rate. The ground beneath his feet sank abruptly, with the area within 100 meters dropping several meters in height. With that, the issue of his physical durability was resolved. Of course, the increased control also opened up countless possibilities for developing new techniques, limited only by one's imagination and knowledge. In one hand, Chen Yi conjured a telekinetic vortex. As the vortex spun, it generated heat through friction with the air, igniting into flames. In the other hand, he created another vortex, which rapidly absorbed moisture from the air, condensing it into flowing water. Like a scene from a fantasy novel, Chen Yi immersed himself in exploring the extensions of his telekinetic power, thoroughly enjoying the process. After all, the zombies weren't going anywhere, and developing new techniques was always advantageous. At the very least, he wouldn't need to carry a lighter anymore. Half a day passed quickly. In high spirits, Chen Yi had developed several new techniques, especially making a breakthrough in sensory range. Previously, he had spread his telekinetic power in all directions to monitor his surroundings. While effective, this limited its range. Now, he had refined this technique by focusing his telekinetic energy in a single direction, extending it as far as possible, and then sweeping it around himself like a radar. This method was highly efficient, allowing Chen Yi to effortlessly sense everything within a 5-kilometer radius. The dynamics of the entire city were now under his control. Thanks to this improvement in his sensory technique, Chen Yi immediately discovered the city's only survivor base. A hint of surprise flickered across his facade, seemed there was something interesting to investigate. When Zhou Tong woke up, he found himself trapped inside a transparent laboratory. Surrounding him was a cold, sterile white light. He instinctively patted himself down, checking to make sure he was all in one piece. Relieved to find no missing limbs, he let out a small sigh. Then, he looked up and noticed a middle-aged man in a lab coat standing outside the laboratory. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Zhou Tong asked calmly. What is this? Am I some kind of lab rat? The man nodded slightly. What the hell? Zhou Tong's calm demeanor shattered as fury erupted from him. I knew it. This was all a setup. The zombies outside, did you create them too? The middle-aged man didn't seem surprised by the outburst. In fact, he looked oddly relaxed. Shaking his head, he replied flatly. You're overthinking it. The zombies outside have nothing to do with my research. I only started studying them after the outbreak began. Zhou Tong's anger subsided just a little, replaced by curiosity. He decided to probe further, hoping to extract some useful information. Then what exactly are you researching? The man's expression turned slightly bored, but to Zhou Tong's surprise, he actually answered. I'm researching how to use the zombie virus to enhance the human body. Enhance? Zhou Tong was stunned. You're telling me the zombie virus can do that? The man nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. The zombie virus isn't just a simple virus. It's a substance capable of enhancing the human body. The problem is the failure rate. When the enhancement fails, the person turns into a zombie. Just then, the man glanced down at his watch, and his eyes lit up with excitement. A sudden realization struck Zhou Tong. His eyes widened in horror. Did you inject me with the zombie virus? The man didn't seem the least bit fazed. He even nodded in confirmation. That's right. I've made some modifications to the virus. The success rate for enhancement is now 1%. And the strength it grants far surpasses the effects of the unaltered virus. 1%, Zhou Tong's anger gave way to despair. Yet, he knew there was no way to undo what had already been done. Resigned to his fate, he lay back and waited, bracing himself for the worst. But as time went on, he realized his body felt completely normal, no discomfort, no signs of turning. Turning his head, he saw the man practically bursting with excitement, unable to contain his anticipation for the experiment's outcome. Zhou Tong couldn't believe it. Did it work? It worked. You succeeded. The man was so ecstatic he nearly jumped for joy. I finally did it. Young man, you're incredibly lucky. But Zhou Tong still didn't feel any different. He looked at the man skeptically. Are you sure? The man, beaming with excitement, nodded emphatically. I'm sure. I specifically enhanced your regenerative abilities. From now on, as long as your brain isn't fatally damaged and you have enough energy, your injuries will heal at an extraordinary speed. Even severed limbs will regenerate quickly. Zhou Tong was incredulous. He bit his finger out of sheer disbelief, and when he saw the wound heal rapidly before his eyes, he finally accepted the man's words. So, this is how I got my first ability, Zhou Tong thought to himself, feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never imagined that becoming a lab rat would be how he gained such a power. The man, still riding the high of his breakthrough, extended an invitation. What do you say? From this moment on, you're a new breed of human. If you're willing to help me, we can lead humanity into a new era of evolution. Zhou Tong was at a loss for words. The man's dramatic speech was so over the top that he didn't even know how to respond. But deep down, Zhou Tong knew he didn't have many options. Just as he was about to reluctantly agree, the ground beneath them shook violently. The entire laboratory trembled. Thinking it was an earthquake, Zhou Tong instinctively grabbed onto the nearest piece of equipment to steady himself. Then, with a deafening crash, the ceiling was torn open by an overwhelming force. Sunlight poured through the gaping hole, flooding the lab with blinding light. For the first time, they could see what was happening outside. The entire research building, like a massive tree trunk severed by a great force, floated in midair, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Chen Yi stood beneath the sunlight like a deity descended to the mortal world, his figure distorted by the air around him, making it impossible to see him clearly. Zhou Tong and the middle-aged man stood frozen in place, their faces pale, utterly speechless. They were so overwhelmed that their minds struggled to process the reality before them. New humans. This was what a new human truly looked like. In that moment, their entire worldview shattered. Inside the base, the survivors looked up at the research building suspended in the air. The torn structure swayed ominously, radiating an invisible pressure. Though the figure standing in the air appeared small, it carried an overwhelming presence that made it hard to breathe. What was happening? Who was this person? Am I dreaming? One survivor couldn't help but pinch himself, and the sharp pain reminded him this was no dream. Someone was truly flying in the air and had even destroyed the research building. Buzz. As Chen Yi landed, the air seemed to ripple and distort, spreading outward in waves. Zhou Tong's laboratory collapsed instantly under the immense psychic force, sending fragments flying in all directions. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. Though he couldn't see the power itself, the distorted air and warped vision constantly reminded him of the invisible force pressing down on him. The worst possible scenario had come true. There really existed a superhuman like this in the world, and their power was terrifying beyond imagination. Chen Yi's gaze locked onto the middle-aged man. Instantly, the man felt an unbearable pressure bearing down on him. His body stiffened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He quickly spoke up, his voice trembling with deference. "You can ask anything you want." Chen Yi didn't spare him another glance and spoke coldly. "What caused the zombie virus outbreak? Was it intentional or accidental? If intentional, who is responsible? Where did the outbreak first occur?" The middle-aged man's face turned ashen as his body trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth but couldn't form a single word. Yet he knew he couldn't remain silent. After swallowing hard, he finally said, "Two don't know. But I can provide you with some clues. At least it's not a total dead end." Chen Yi nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The middle-aged man hurriedly flipped through a travel guide and pointed at a map. "Our base has been picking up broadcasts. Dongzhou Island is calling for survivors, and many people might have already made it there. Perhaps you can find the answers you're looking for." "Do you have a map?" Chen Yi asked in a detached tone. "Yes." The middle-aged man quickly flipped to another page and pointed it out to him. "This is where we are now, and this is Dongzhou Island. Just head east, and you'll get there." The travel guide floated into Chen Yi's hand on its own. He glanced at it briefly, his mind already formulating a plan. The journey would take him through several cities. Clearing out zombies along the way could help him complete both side missions and the main quest simultaneously. "Thank you," he said in a low voice. As Chen Yi expressed his thanks, the research building suspended in the air slowly began to descend. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Tong suddenly called out, "Boss, need a follower? We're both new humans, after all." Chen Yi's steps paused for a brief moment. But without turning back, he continued to fly forward, rejecting him without hesitation. "Not interested." Zhou Tong let out a sigh. Though he had failed to latch onto a powerful ally, the destruction of his laboratory provided him with the perfect excuse to escape. The base was in complete chaos, and now was the ideal time to make his getaway. The main mission now had a lead. Although it was uncertain whether the truth behind the apocalypse could be uncovered on Dongzhou Island, at least there was a clear objective. Before leaving, Chen Yi decided to carry out one final zombie clearing operation. He aimed to complete one or two more upgrade tasks while also testing his newly developed techniques. Suspended high in the air, Chen Yi concentrated a dazzling vortex of psychic energy in his palm. With a gentle push, the energy plummeted into the ruins of the shattered city below. In an instant, violent currents roared outward, rapidly expanding under his psychic control into a colossal tornado that pierced the heavens and earth. System notifications refreshed rapidly. Zombies killed, 12,876. Zombies killed, 13,051. Zombies killed, 14,924. Countless zombies were swept into the eye of the storm, instantly pulverized by the immense psychic force. Blackened blood and flesh rained down, staining the entire ruins in a grotesque mix of black and red. Chen Yi ascended higher, until the entire abandoned city lay visible beneath him. He unleashed psychic tornadoes in multiple areas, efficiently wiping out the zombies with astonishing speed. In mere minutes, the kill count surpassed 100,000, and the system promptly displayed a notification. Zombies killed, 104,632. Upgrade Task 5 completed. Psychic Ability Upgrade. Psychic Power, LV6. As the notification sounded, an unprecedented surge of psychic energy erupted from Chen Yi's body. The entire atmosphere above the city trembled violently, and the distorted air made the view unsettling. In the survivors' base, the terrified crowd watched the massive black tornadoes spiraling across the city and the warped sky above, rendered speechless by their fear. Amid the chaos, Zhou Tong seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the distraction, he subdued the guard at the wooden bridge, stole the guard's crossbow and dagger, and fled in haste. While LV6 psychic power introduced no new abilities, its strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Chen Yi could now sense everything within tens of kilometers, possessing the power to lift the entire city if necessary. Temporarily altering local weather patterns was also within his grasp. Any attack entering his range of perception would be detected instantly, making it nearly impossible to strike him. Finally, Chen Yi unleashed an overwhelming wave of psychic energy, engulfing the entire abandoned city. With a single thought, Every remaining zombie exploded into a mist of blood. Boom. The entire abandoned city suddenly trembled, followed by an eerie silence as the zombies vanished without a trace. At the same time, Chen Yi's zombie kill count skyrocketed. Radiant orbs of light began flying toward him from every corner of the desolate city. Zombie kill count, 560,794. Acquired equipment, exquisite antique knife. Acquired item, worn-out backpack. Acquired ability, primal virus, danger sense. In just a short amount of time, Chen Yi had eliminated hundreds of thousands of zombies. Even with a low drop rate, the sheer volume of rewards he obtained was enough to make him rich overnight. He carefully examined the equipment and items that had dropped, coming to a realization. Monsters only dropped items that fit the world's current setting and type. They even seemed to drop only what they themselves possessed, making the logic behind it surprisingly convincing. Although a number of viruses had dropped, there were, unfortunately, no spatial rings or dimensional backpacks. This world clearly lacked such technology. While most of the items seemed useless, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Chen Yi couldn't carry them all, so he had to select only the most practical ones to take with him. He thought to himself that once he returned to the spatial hub, he must invest in a storage item. After all, while this time's haul was mostly junk, if he missed out on valuable treasures next time, it would be heartbreaking. After some deliberation, Chen Yi selected an exquisite antique knife and secured it at his waist. On the other side, he strapped a sharp dagger. A brand new travel backpack, filled with high-energy food, was slung across his back. In front of him, 5 glowing orbs hovered in a line. Abilities dropped from zombies or zombie beasts. They were danger sense, menacing bone spikes, sharp fangs, regurgitating stomach, and extreme burst. The 3 abilities clearly unsuitable for humans were immediately discarded. Stretching out his hands, Chen Yi crushed the orbs containing danger sense and extreme burst. As the 2 orbs shattered, their light merged into his body. A refreshed interface displayed the new abilities he had gained. Acquired ability, Danger Sense LV1. You will sense impending danger in advance. Acquired ability, Extreme Burst LV1. Ignore pain and injuries to unleash your full potential for the next 10 seconds. The drawback, after 10 seconds, injuries will worsen, and you will fall into a state of weakness for 10 minutes. These abilities were decent choices, though with the enhancement of his psychic power, Chen Yi might not rely on them much. Still, having extra preparation never hurt. He made his choices carefully, weighing each option in his mind. Once his selection was complete, the discarded items, equipment, and abilities vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Without hesitation, Chen Yi launched himself into the clouds. Boom! A sonic boom echoed through the air as visible water vapor was compressed into a barrier around him. Chen Yi broke through, accelerating at supersonic speeds and disappearing into the clouds. Every cell in his body was brimming with immense psychic energy, allowing him to endure an extraordinary level of strain and overload. With his current strength and quality of psychic power, he could easily surpass 3 times the speed of sound, with his ultimate limit still unknown. Above the city, the warp phenomena gradually faded. The remaining survivors looked up, their eyes fixed on the sky, where a distinct trail pierced through the clouds, stretching far into the horizon. As Chen Yi's mental power grew stronger, he began to put some of his theoretical ideas into practice. His goal was to create plasma with his bare hands, a substance with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, capable of vaporizing any ordinary material in an instant, making it the ultimate offensive weapon. Amid the pitch-black thunderclouds, his figure darted swiftly. Lightning struck against the barrier of mental energy surrounding him, crackling and exploding upon impact. Chen Yi focused intently, manipulating his mental power to create a miniature vortex in his palm, compressing the surrounding air. Soon, the temperature and pressure of the air trapped within the vortex skyrocketed, and a dazzling blue plasma sphere began to take shape in his hand. Faster than I expected, Chen Yi murmured in mild surprise. His immense mental power formed a vacuum around the plasma, isolating its searing heat that could melt anything, while a distorted energy barrier dampened the blinding light. The energy contained in this small sphere was unimaginable. He could hardly wait to test its power in the ruins of the next desolate city. In this post-apocalyptic world, the rampant zombie virus had not only brought destruction but also presented an opportunity for human evolution. As one middle-aged man from the survivor base had said, the success rate of ordinary people gaining enhancements after infection was less than 1 in 10,000. However, if this probability could be raised to just 1%, it would signify a genius. Given the billions of infected individuals, it was no surprise that a batch of successfully enhanced humans had emerged. The virus reorganized human genes, granting some individuals permanent enhancements to certain abilities. However, mastering supernatural powers like controlling natural energy was deemed impossible. Human genes simply did not contain such potential. At most, one might gain abilities akin to certain animals, such as generating electricity. At that moment, Outside an abandoned city, a group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers was gathering. A burly man in a black combat suit grumbled in dissatisfaction. Electric discharge? What good is that? At best, it makes zombies twitch. In close combat, I might as well just use a knife. He envied those who had gained physical or endurance enhancements, feeling like he had drawn the short straw with his ability. Form up. Listen to the mission briefing. Got it, the burly man replied, slinging his automatic rifle onto his back as he joined the rest of the team. At the front of the formation stood their commander, a middle-aged man also dressed in a black combat suit. It was said that this enhanced human had once single-handedly killed over 200 zombies with nothing but a blade, a true powerhouse. Listen up, everyone, the commander began. The commander held up a photograph in his hand. In the picture was a girl with hair as white as snow, dressed in a black coat, exuding a cold and striking aura. This is our mission target, the commander said in a low, serious tone. She's somewhere in this city. Find her and get her out. Understood. Understood. The team members responded in unison, the atmosphere instantly growing heavier. Check your gear. Move out. Not long into the operation, the team walked through the ruins of the city streets. A burly man among them suddenly asked, Commander, this mission sounds a bit vague. Find her, what exactly does that mean? Where is she? The burly man seemed somewhat puzzled, but carried a greater sense of unease about the unknown. What are you afraid of? The commander remained unfazed, his gaze sharp. No matter what, if I run out of bullets, I'll clear the way with a knife. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. The remark brought a slight sense of relief to the team, though their laughter carried a hint of uneasiness. Before long, as they passed through a cluster of abandoned buildings, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the sky. A streak of black lightning tore through the heavens, plunging straight into the city's skyline. The burly man froze in his tracks, staring up in shock. What was that? Boom. Another thunderous explosion shook the ground. A visible shockwave rippled through the air, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. The Special Forces team was scattered, scrambling for cover to evade the onslaught. Take cover. The commander's voice rang out sharply. The team members, their faces filled with confusion, waited for the explosions to subside. As the shockwave dissipated slightly, they cautiously peeked out, still bewildered. What just happened? Was that a meteor? One of them asked. The commander furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath before speaking calmly. Stay on mission. With the zombies drawn away, it should be easier to proceed. They moved through the abandoned city, and from the ruins rose the figure of Chen Yi. Around him, the air shimmered faintly, distorted by the influence of his psychic energy. Like a surging tide, his psychic power swept through the city, allowing him to perceive its entirety in an instant. The number of zombies was staggering, but he had no intention of engaging them head-on. Let's test out a new technique, he murmured to himself. With a single thought, a powerful vortex of psychic energy formed in the air, pulling in the surrounding atmosphere with immense force. The compressed air generated extreme heat and pressure. In a flash, a dazzling blue light illuminated the sky. Within the vortex, searing plasma churned violently, as though ready to consume everything in its path. Roar! Countless zombies, drawn by the commotion, surged toward Chen Yi like a relentless tide. They advanced step by step, threatening to engulf everything. At that moment, Chen Yi's eyes lit up fiercely, and the blue beam erupted with a blinding intensity, sweeping across like a laser. The superheated plasma, propelled by the vortex's immense pressure, unleashed a destructive force that twisted the air with its scorching heat. Everything in its path disintegrated instantly, leaving not even a trace behind. The zombies, as fragile as paper, evaporated in an instant under the beam, vanishing without a trace. The blue light shot skyward, cutting through the cityscape and severing skyscrapers in half. The massive horde of zombies was obliterated in the blink of an eye. Zombie kill count, 564,736. The Special Forces team had barely taken another step when a beam of light streaked over their heads. Ahead, a towering building collapsed under the beam's impact, the scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Rubble scattered, and the ground trembled violently. Yet compared to the devastation around them, the team itself seemed almost insignificant. Fall back. The commander finally grasped the situation. It wasn't a meteor strike, but an attack from an immensely powerful force. The city, caught in this calamity, crumbled like a sandcastle, one building after another collapsing in succession. Is this some alien invasion of our planet? The burly man shouted in terror, his voice trembling with fear. Amid the deafening explosions and the thunderous sounds of buildings crashing down, the Special Forces frantically retreated, their steps hurried and disordered. The sound of skyscrapers collapsing echoed through the city like a harbinger of doom. The entire metropolis seemed to be unraveling in chaos, sliding inexorably toward destruction. When the crumbling buildings of the abandoned city finally stopped falling apart and the plasma beams vanished, the members of the Special Operations Unit were still shaken. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their combat suits were soaked with sweat. "I've never seen anything this insane in my life," one of the team members muttered, staring at the devastated ruins before them. The image of plasma beams raging like a torrential storm and buildings collapsing one after another lingered vividly in their minds. An alien invasion? Someone speculated. New humans? Don't be ridiculous. Another immediately dismissed the idea. The commander furrowed his brows, temporarily setting aside the mission to locate the white-haired girl. The top priority now was to figure out what had happened in this abandoned city and the nature of the mysterious object that had descended from the sky. "Deploy the drones," the commander ordered sharply. The team members snapped out of their daze, scrambling to open the cases and launch the drones into the air. The silver machines dispersed across the sky above the ruins, delving into the depths of the city. High above, Chen Yi surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. While the plasma beams hadn't caused as much destruction as anticipated, their power far exceeded that of pure telekinetic force. This was only an appetizer, he mused. Slowly, Chen Yi ascended into the air, his terrifying psychic energy spreading like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the entire abandoned city. A low hum filled the air, and all the drones plummeted to the ground. In the next moment, the entire city trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands upon thousands of zombies and zombie beasts exploded simultaneously, transforming into a dense blackened red blood mist that blanketed the ruins. System notifications flashed one after another. Zombies killed. 847,924. Item acquired. Zombie virus serum. Equipment acquired. Durable hiking boots. Ability acquired. Night vision. Chen Yi chose only the night vision ability and casually pocketed the zombie virus serum for future use. The system immediately confirmed. Ability acquired. Night vision LV1. Darkness will no longer hinder your sight. The Special Operations Unit stood frozen in place, a deathly silence enveloping them. The commander raised his binoculars but could only make out a distorted humanoid figure high in the air, warped by psychic energy. "Is that an alien or a new human?" a burly soldier asked, swallowing hard, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Suddenly, the commander stiffened. "He's looking at us." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the entire Special Operations Unit was yanked into the air by an invisible force, suspended in front of Chen Yi. The wreckage of dozens of buildings was also drawn into the sky, orbiting them like satellites. Amid the howling winds, Chen Yi's voice, distorted by psychic energy, sounded eerily unnatural. "Who are you?" The commander didn't hesitate, speaking bluntly without any intention of concealing the truth. "We are the 2nd Special Operations Unit from Dongzhou Island, tasked with retrieving a young female survivor from this abandoned city." Dongzhou Island? To maintain such formidable military strength and traverse such a vast distance in the midst of an apocalypse clearly indicated that Dongzhou Island's military capabilities were not to be underestimated. It was even possible that they were the masterminds behind the apocalypse, though that was just speculation. Other survivor bases might also possess considerable military power, so Dongzhou Island wasn't necessarily the culprit. Chen Yi had originally planned to head to Dongzhou Island, but hadn't expected to encounter them on the way. Lucky for him, he didn't particularly care why Dongzhou Island wanted to take the girl and directly asked, "Tell me everything you know about the spread of the zombie virus and the cause of the apocalypse." The commander nervously swallowed before answering truthfully. "All I know is that Dongzhou Island had prepared extensively even before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Beyond that, I know nothing." That's enough, Chen Yi thought to himself. At the very least, it suggested that Dongzhou Island likely had foreknowledge of the zombie virus outbreak, which explained their preparations. Whatever the truth was, he would find out once he got there. He asked, "Which direction is Dongzhou Island?" The commander pulled out his tactical tablet and pointed eastward. "According to satellite navigation, Dongzhou Island is 500 kilometers away from here. With satellite navigation, that makes things easier. You're coming with me," Chen Yi said firmly. The commander looked bewildered, silently questioning whether his mission wasn't already complete. At that moment, debris from a floating building plummeted from the sky, crashing into the abandoned city and shattering into rubble. Among the ruins, a white-haired girl raised her gaze to Chen Yi's silhouette. Dongzhou Island was searching for her because she was the first human in the apocalypse to exhibit full physical enhancement and even telekinetic powers abilities that made her an invaluable subject for research. Even the struggling survivors in this desolate wasteland revered her as a deity. But at this moment, the girl felt as though she was witnessing a true god. Boom. The collapsing building shook the earth, and the white-haired girl's eyes burned with intensity. In this hopeless wasteland, she seemed to have found a reason to keep living. This is a true god," she murmured. With a deafening sonic boom, Chen Yi shot into the clouds with the commander in tow, vanishing from sight. The Special Operations team members who had safely landed were still in a daze, as if waking from a surreal dream. As they exchanged bewildered glances, they realized that something monumental was about to happen on Dongzhou Island. "Hurry, notify headquarters," one of them shouted. Yet whether they reported it or not hardly mattered. Chen Yi was already traveling toward Dongzhou Island at 5 times the speed of sound. The 500 kilometers that seemed so distant on the map would take him less than a minute to cross. What could Dongzhou Island do in a minute? They probably wouldn't even have time to react. Chen Yi had initially planned to clear out zombies in the cities along the way, but plans change. First, he had to deal with Dongzhou Island. As it turned out, even 1 minute wasn't enough time to fully report an emergency. The special operations team didn't even know how to describe what had happened. What could they say? That a suspected superhuman capable of destroying an entire city in an instant was on his way to attack Dongzhou Island? Would headquarters even believe such a report? Regardless of whether they would or not, the team faithfully reported the situation. Boom. The sea of clouds was split apart, leaving a clear trajectory as the parted clouds slowly drifted to the sides. The commander seated behind Chen Yi clung tightly to his clothes, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of supersonic flight. The positioning signal on the tactical tablet leaped to increasingly distant coordinates with each flash, while Chen Yi's speed continued to climb, surpassing Mach 5. Dongzhou Island stood tall above the ocean, presenting a stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic ruins scattered across other regions. This modern metropolis still retained its pre-apocalypse prosperity, with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Surrounding the island was a 5-meter-high steel wall defense system, robust enough to repel any wandering zombies from the sea. Surveillance cameras densely mounted on the walls monitored the surrounding area without any blind spots, backed by a wide buffer zone and a heavily armed defensive force. Home to over 10 million people, this massive community boasted a fully operational production system, encompassing everything from daily necessities to military equipment. Rather than a country, Dongzhou Island resembled a meticulously managed megacorporation. There were no dictators here. Instead, a board of directors comprising dozens of elite professionals from various fields oversaw the island's operations. During one of the board's routine meetings, a subordinate suddenly burst in, patching an urgent report from the Special Operations Unit into the conference system. The urgent voice of a burly man echoed through the room. Board members, this is an emergency. A potential new human target is approaching Dongzhou Island. Please prepare to respond immediately. The chairman frowned and asked, provide more details. It's just one new human. Does it warrant such an urgent report? Before the words fully left his mouth, a military officer shoved the conference room doors open with a loud bang as the door panels slammed against the walls. Chairman, radar has detected a supersonic target approaching rapidly. That's not a missile, the burly man shouted hoarsely. It's the new human, and the commander is with him. The Dongzhou Island Defense Headquarters sprang into action immediately. The minister made a swift decision, issuing orders. There's no time to wait for the board's response. The target is about to arrive. Shoot it down now. A volley of missiles roared into the sky, trailing fiery exhaust as they locked onto the target. However, before they could approach, every single missile was destroyed. The defense team watched helplessly as the target breached their defenses and entered Dongzhou Island's airspace. When the target finally landed within sight, everyone froze in shock. It wasn't a supersonic missile. It was two living, breathing humans. The minister stared at the footage captured by the camera, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just now, it was those two individuals who had broken through the sound barrier in midair. What kind of joke was this? He could hardly wrap his mind around it. Chen Yi descended slowly, coming to a halt just outside the headquarters building. The commander felt his vision blur, as though his soul had yet to catch up with his body. The scene before him was utterly overwhelming, like something out of a movie. Unbelievable. The welcome ceremony was nothing short of extraordinary. With a wave of Chen Yi's hand, the entire building, along with several dozen underground floors, was uprooted and suspended effortlessly in the air, as though he were plucking a blade of grass. The commander remained unfazed. After all, he had just witnessed something far more astonishing. At this point, such a display barely registered as shocking. The board members exchanged uneasy glances, still reeling from the Special Forces report of Chen Yi's one-man domination against an elite team. Now, he had literally turned their headquarters upside down. Below, the island's residents, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, erupted into chaos. With a mere thought, Chen Yi shattered every window of the building, dragging dozens of board members into the air. Their terrified screams filled the air as they flailed helplessly. Chen Yi, however, didn't rush to act further. He allowed them ample time to recover from their panic. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, his tone calm, yet commanding. Ladies and gentlemen, I had intended to meet with you in a more polite manner, but I figured that demonstrating my capabilities first might make the rest of this conversation much simpler. The chairman, a man seasoned by years of dealing with powerful figures, quickly regained his composure despite the unprecedented situation. He let out a faint sigh and asked, "What do you want?" "Simple," Chen Yi replied, getting straight to the point. "Tell me the truth about the apocalypse and the zombie virus." The chairman took a deep breath and nodded without hesitation. "All right." His tone was concise. Yet there was an undertone of unease, as though he was dredging up memories of a dark and regrettable past. The truth, as it turned out, was slightly different from what Chen Yi had suspected. While the upper echelons of the Eastern Isle were indeed aware of the truth behind the apocalypse, they were neither the masterminds nor the direct orchestrators of it. Though only a few days had passed since the main mission began, Chen Yi seemed to have accelerated the timeline significantly, dragging the hidden truths into the light. Under the board's reluctant revelations, the truth finally began to emerge. 20 years ago, a meteor from outer space crashed into Earth. Scientists discovered that the meteor carried a unique substance capable of greatly enhancing human abilities, even unlocking psychic powers. It was a groundbreaking discovery. To study and develop this substance, nations came together to form an international research organization, with certain members of the Eastern Isle's upper ranks participating in the project. However, this very substance turned out to be the source of all the calamities. While it could enhance human capabilities, it was highly unstable and prone to triggering mutations. As research progressed, the genetic structure of test subjects began to exhibit unpredictable changes, plunging the researchers into a crisis. Despite this, the experiments continued. Initial animal trials went smoothly, but when the focus shifted to human testing, the problems persisted. The uncontrollable genetic mutations left the scientists at an impasse. This is the origin, the chairman said gravely, projecting an image of a vial containing yellow liquid onto a screen. At the same time, he handed over a dossier to Chen Yi. Holding the sealed documents, the chairman recounted the events of those years, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. Despite the mounting challenges, the research never ceased. The sheer scale of financial investment placed immense pressure on the project's leadership. As progress stagnated, investors began pulling out, leaving the funding on the brink of collapse. Desperation drove the researchers to take even more aggressive measures. We need results fast. It's the only way to prove the value of this research. The animal testing phase remained stable throughout, with no uncontrollable incidents occurring until the human trials with volunteers began, and the apocalypse quietly descended. When that special substance entered the body of the test subject, it began reassembling their genes at an unimaginable speed. Within 10 seconds, the test subject was completely out of control. The sudden mutation caught everyone off guard. The subject turned into a mindless creature with extraordinary physical abilities, a monster, the first zombie. In less than an hour, the entire research facility fell into chaos. Hundreds of researchers were transformed into zombies, losing all rational thought, and driven only by a craving for flesh and an instinct to attack. A few survivors managed to escape by sheer luck. The chairman, maintaining his composure, said, "Fortunately, we were prepared and sealed all the entrances and exits, trapping the zombies inside the facility, along with the original mutated subject." He took a deep breath and continued. "Moreover, the zombie virus is not airborne. It can only spread through blood or open wounds, which is a small silver lining amidst the disaster." Subsequently, local military forces were swiftly deployed to the research facility for cleanup operations. Against modern firearms, the zombies stood no chance and were quickly eradicated. However, one issue remained. The original mutated subject, the first zombie, had vanished without a trace. Despite thorough searches, cross-checking every corpse, and inspecting every corner of the facility, they failed to locate the first mutant, and the special substance associated with it had also disappeared. Realizing the gravity of the situation, authorities worldwide not only launched efforts to track down the first mutant, but also began constructing doomsday shelters. During this time, the chairman spearheaded the effort to pool resources and began building the Dongzhou Island base. 10 years later, the first mutant remained missing, yet the zombie virus had quietly spread across the globe. As the virus outbreak caught humanity off guard, the world plunged into extreme crisis. Many doomsday bases were overrun by the virus before they could be completed, but Dongzhou Island narrowly escaped devastation. While firearms proved highly effective in direct combat against zombies, the virus's transmission was insidious, leaving the world unprepared during its initial spread. This was the masterpiece of the first mutant. The scene shifts to a young man with delicate features, pale skin, and striking white hair that gleamed under the light. His blood-red eyes glowed faintly. He suffered from albinism, which accounted for his unique appearance. Coincidentally, or perhaps by fate, the girl who had exhibited enhanced traits in the earlier experiments also had similar white hair and red eyes. All of this revealed the truth. The outbreak of the zombie virus was caused by the first mutant. In the frame, a board member spoke. "We have uncovered the full truth. It is now certain that the virus's spread is closely linked to the first mutant." He paused briefly before continuing. "If you need anything, please let us know. We will do our best to assist you." Chen Yi stood at the center of the conference room, silent for a moment. The board members watched him nervously, the atmosphere growing heavier. Now that the root cause of the apocalypse had been identified, the key lay in the first mutant. The secret of the special substance was also closely tied to it. Finding the first mutant was the next crucial step to resolving everything. Chen Yi finally spoke, his voice calm. Rest assured, I have no interest in your Dongzhou Island, nor am I some sort of destroyer. Provide me with a tactical tablet, and leave the rest to me. He'll travel the world and see if I can locate the first mutant. If you receive any news, contact me immediately. Chen Yi glanced at the satellite navigator in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Compared to those bulky travel guidebooks, this was far more convenient. His plan was simple: start with Dongzhou Island and methodically clear out each city, using the opportunity to enhance his own power. As for number one's fate, it all depended on when their paths would cross. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Chen Yi picked up the navigator and turned to leave, leaving the board members behind in an awkward silence. Guided by the satellite's pinpoint accuracy, he soon arrived in the skies above the first abandoned city. In an instant, his telekinetic power surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the entire city quaked violently. Tens of thousands of zombies were instantly reduced to blood mist under the invisible force, spreading through the crumbling ruins. A system notification promptly appeared. Zombies killed. 1,129,364. Surpassed the 1 million mark. Upgrade Mission 6 completed. Telekinesis upgraded to LV7. As the upgrade message flashed, an overwhelming wave of psychic energy erupted from within Chen Yi. The clouds scattered under the sheer force of his power, and the ground cracked open with jagged fissures, unable to withstand the pressure. Moments later, the energy receded back into his body, leaving only the surrounding devastation as evidence of the incredible scene. By now, Chen Yi's telekinetic range had expanded to a staggering 200 kilometers, powerful enough to lift entire layers of bedrock into space. This level of telekinesis was nearly impenetrable. As long as he maintained it, almost no attack could pose a threat to him. The rewards from the zombie kills quickly poured in. Acquired equipment, custom-made long blade. Acquired item, hourglass timer. Acquired ability, elastic tongue. Chen Yi removed the antique blade from his belt and replaced it with the custom-made long blade. The system indicated that it was a masterpiece of top-tier materials and craftsmanship, boasting world-class sharpness and durability. The other items were discarded without hesitation. And so, Chen Yi embarked on his cleansing journey. Upgrade Mission 7 required him to kill 10 million zombies. With an average of 200,000 zombies per abandoned city, he estimated he would need to clear around 50 cities. In his current state, he could accomplish this monumental task in a single day. The kill count climbed rapidly. 1.2 million, 1.38 million, 1.62 million, until it reached 3.74 million. Throughout this process, Chen Yi acquired countless pieces of equipment, items, and abilities. While most of the equipment and items proved to be of little use, among the abilities derived from the zombies' genetic mutations, he did discover one that was particularly valuable. The ability Survival of the Fittest LV1 awakened within Chen Yi. It was an extraordinarily unique evolutionary power that allowed him to quickly adapt to survive in any harsh environment. He experimented by diving into the ocean, where his skin swiftly evolved to develop respiratory functions. In the vacuum of space, his body adjusted rapidly to adapt to the environment. However, each adaptation process was accompanied by discomfort and took a considerable amount of time, far from being completed in mere minutes. This ability seemed to originate from a ferocious zombie beast he had previously slain. That creature was supposed to possess formidable adaptive capabilities, but it was crushed to death by Chen Yi's overwhelming power before it even had the chance to initiate its evolution. At this moment, Chen Yi was flying at high altitude, heading toward the next abandoned city. With his upgraded telekinetic ability, he effortlessly broke through 8 times the speed of sound, the sonic booms exploding behind him in rapid succession. Suddenly, a powerful telekinetic force intruded into his sensory range, striking his defensive barrier with precision. Boom! The collision of the two telekinetic forces erupted in a deafening roar. In an instant, a figure appeared before Chen Yi, a white-haired young man with a gentle demeanor and striking red eyes. Number 1. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. The number 1 before him was vastly different from the information provided by the board of directors. Not only had he retained his sanity, but he also wielded such immense telekinetic power. However, after a brief assessment, Chen Yi was confident that his own telekinetic strength still surpassed that of number 1. Apologies for the abrupt introduction, number 1 said with a smile. This place is too exposed. How about we go down to talk? Talk about what? About the truth of the apocalypse. This statement piqued Chen Yi's interest. He decided to temporarily suppress his urge to act, curious to hear if number 1's truth differed from the one presented by the Dongzhou Island Board of Directors. The two descended slowly to the ground. As if he could see through everything, number 1 got straight to the point. The Dongzhou Island Board didn't deceive you. That is indeed the truth from their perspective. Their perspective? Chen Yi caught onto the key phrase. Exactly. Number 1 gazed at the vast starry sky. Compared to the universe, humanity is incredibly insignificant. Before I explain my perspective, let me ask you this. Do you know what Gaia consciousness and Alea consciousness are? Chen Yi nodded and replied. Gaia consciousness refers to the holistic system formed by all living and non-living entities on a planet. It's an unverified scientific hypothesis. As for Alea consciousness, it's essentially the collective consciousness of all sentient beings, an abstract concept of humanity's shared awareness. Both are merely theoretical hypotheses and concepts, not some supreme existence. Number one patiently explained. If you extend the scope to the entire universe, Gaia consciousness is essentially the operational system of the cosmos, while Alea consciousness represents the collective consciousness of all self-aware beings. Alea is a part of Gaia, but their perspectives are not entirely aligned. Nature's law is balance. When hunters eradicate wolves, rabbits multiply uncontrollably. To counter this, hunters must introduce new predators. This apocalypse, in essence, is Gaia's method of species introduction for this planet. Humanity has disrupted Earth's balance, and Gaia must impose restrictions on them. You could see this as the planet's own choice or as the universe's adjustment to maintain overall equilibrium. Chen Yi listened intently and grasped the core of number one's explanation. Then what? In the moment his rationality returned, he realized his existence was a choice made by Gaia consciousness, and the presence of zombies on this planet served a necessary purpose. I hope you can show some restraint, he said in a low voice. A brief silence followed as Chen Yi fell into deep thought. After a moment, number one seemed to grow impatient and reminded him, standing against Gaia consciousness is not a wise choice. I hope you think this through carefully. Boom. Before number one could finish speaking, Chen Yi suddenly erupted. His violent psychic energy surged like a torrent, blasting number one tens of kilometers away in an instant. Chen Yi didn't stop there. His psychic energy condensed into a vortex, spinning rapidly and forming a dazzling plasma in the air. With a cold, piercing gaze, Chen Yi said, if you claim I'm Gaia's chosen one, then perhaps I'm the embodiment of Alea consciousness. You might have misunderstood something. I neither care about humanity's fate nor the survival of this planet or the universe. You coming to me directly has saved me quite a bit of trouble. He continued, according to your explanation, Gaia consciousness aims to suppress humanity's existence. Clearly, by providing power for humanity's survival, I embody Alea consciousness. In other words, when Gaia and Alea conflict, humanity should naturally side with Alea. If you fail to grasp this, it's easy to be misled by you. However, Chen Yi never cared about the conflict between Gaia and Alea. He was only concerned with what power he could gain from this world. His sole objective in coming here was to complete his mission and obtain strength. The future of this world was of little consequence to him. Before he finished speaking, a blue beam of light suddenly shot out, precisely striking number one tens of kilometers away. As soon as the beam made contact, an invisible psychic barrier instantly formed, blocking the plasma beam. Energy erupted, vaporizing everything around number one in an instant. At this moment, number one finally understood the true extent of Chen Yi's power. You really are that kind of person. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. Chen Yi, however, paid no attention to number one's remarks. The so-called probing attack was merely a demonstration of strength to make number one realize he couldn't be easily defeated, forcing him to change tactics and resort to words. If that strike had been effective, Chen Yi wouldn't have wasted time with unnecessary talk. With a slight raise of his hand, the ground began to quake violently, as if the earth itself was collapsing. The land beneath number one's feet abruptly rose, pulling him up and directly in front of Chen Yi. Number one, your strength exceeded my expectations, but it's still nothing remarkable, Chen Yi said, his tone calm, yet exuding an undeniable sense of dominance. Rumble. Under his control, the earth churned, lifting a massive area spanning over 10 kilometers, the sheer force causing the air to roar. Despite number one releasing intense psychic energy in an attempt to break free from Chen Yi's grip, he remained completely immobilized, his expression growing increasingly grim. This power was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Chen Yi's growth was astonishingly rapid, almost like a galloping horse covering thousands of miles in a day. At first, number one could barely suppress his anxiety, but as time went on, he could no longer avoid facing this looming threat. He had to eliminate this problem before Chen Yi grew even stronger. Otherwise, the fragile balance between zombies and humans would inevitably collapse once again. Clearly, number one had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Chen Yi's potential. It wasn't until their actual confrontation that number one realized Chen Yi's strength had far exceeded his expectations, reaching an almost unmanageable level. If the fight continued, he might not survive. In a fierce showdown filled with danger, Chen Yi closed the distance between them, pulling number one into close quarters. His overwhelming psychic force nearly broke through number one's protective barrier. At that moment, number one's eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light. Boom. His power surged dramatically, instantly matching Chen Yi's strength, and the overwhelming energy swept through the surroundings. Chen Yi immediately felt the pressure intensify. Number one's power momentarily made him hesitate. However, Chen Yi soon noticed that as number one's strength increased, the plants around them began to wither rapidly, as if their life force was being drained. The number one before him was no longer the calm and composed figure he once was, but a being consumed by fury. Breaking free from Chen Yi's psychic hold, number one immediately launched a counterattack, directing a torrent of psychic energy toward him. It's useless. I am the chosen one of Gaia's consciousness. The life force of this planet is feeding me power. You cannot fight against the strength of an entire planet. Number one said coldly, his voice brimming with confidence. Chen Yi smirked disdainfully. You sure talk a lot. Even though number one's power had been forcibly amplified by the planet's life force, barely putting him on par with Chen Yi, the latter was well aware that sheer psychic strength alone was not enough to overpower him. Gaia's consciousness was, in essence, merely a representation of the laws of Naturian impartial mechanism designed to maintain balance. It had no emotions or intellect, only the purpose of making adjustments wherever balance was disrupted. Chen Yi's strength had compelled it to channel the planet's life force into number one to restore equilibrium, but that was the extent of its influence. If number one believed that his enhanced psychic power could rival Chen Yi, he was gravely mistaken. Chen Yi's psychic abilities went far beyond raw strength. He possessed superior control and a deeper mastery of their potential. After exchanging blows for a short while, Chen Yi easily discerned the truth. Number one was like a child wielding a gun, completely clueless about how to wield his newfound power effectively. Boom. Chen Yi's psychic energy quickly coalesced into a spiral drill, piercing through the layers of number one's psychic barrier. In an instant, his offensive became unstoppable, driving straight toward number one. Number one's pupils contracted sharply, and an unprecedented expression of shock and fear appeared on his face. What? In a desperate attempt, number one reinforced his psychic defenses, thickening the barrier like tank armor to withstand Chen Yi's assault. The two immense forces collided, unleashing a deafening shockwave that tore the ground apart, creating a massive crater. Layer by layer, number one's psychic shield was breached. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he barely managed to fend off Chen Yi's attack. However, the residual force of the blow sent number one hurtling through the air, flying skyward at an astonishing speed. Chen Yi coldly lifted his gaze, his eyes following number one's trajectory. If the battle continued, Chen Yi had no doubt he could break through number one's psychic defenses. But he had no intention of dragging the fight out any further. His goal was never to completely destroy number 09, was to end this battle swiftly and walk away with his victory. Number one could grow stronger by harnessing the life force of the planet, and he could also upgrade his psychic power to become even more formidable. It all depended on whether Gaia's consciousness could react quickly enough. In the sky, two figures broke the sound barrier, clashing fiercely in midair. Chen Yi was constantly on the defensive, with a dense psychic barrier firmly protecting his entire body. He dared not divert more psychic energy for a counterattack, fearing it would weaken the barrier's defensive strength. All he could do was endure number one's relentless assault and frustration. Suddenly, their battle trajectory swept over an abandoned city. In an instant, over 300,000 zombies within the city exploded into a bloody mist under the influence of Chen Yi's psychic power. This horrifying scene repeated itself across a 200-kilometer radius, with every abandoned city within Chen Yi's perception range suffering the same fate for its undead inhabitants. On the system panel, the zombie kill count skyrocketed. 6.27 million, 7.84 million, 8.44 million, until it surpassed 10.05 million. By the time number one realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Even if he had been prepared, he was powerless to stop Chen Yi's actions. As the kill count surpassed 10 million, Upgrade Task 7 was instantly completed. A system notification echoed. Upgrade Task 7, completed. Psychic Power option, upgraded. Psychic Power, LV8. In that moment, Chen Yi's psychic power surged to a terrifying level, with his perception range expanding directly to 2,000 kilometers. The overwhelming psychic force shot skyward, distorting light and extending its reach into space. The edges of the continental plates were struck by colossal waves, and the earth quaked violently, creating an apocalyptic scene. Chen Yi was acutely aware that with his current power, he could easily sink an entire continental plate. The unleashed psychic power swept outward, instantly immobilizing number one in midair. He stared at Chen Yi in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent had grown so overwhelmingly powerful. His own strength came from Gaia's consciousness, derived from the planet's life force. But where did Chen Yi's power originate? Before number one could figure it out, Chen Yi willed his psychic energy to surge forward, crushing number one's head with precision and decisiveness, ending the battle in an instant. As the vessel of Gaia's consciousness, the final boss's demise yielded abundant rewards. Acquired equipment, Sky Splitter Blade. a weapon that compresses Gaia's psychic energy into a long blade, capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, even in the hands of an ordinary person. Acquired equipment, barrier coat, a coat that stores psychic energy and automatically deploys a protective shield when ambushed. At full charge, it can sustain 10 minutes of full-scale combat. Acquired item, Chapter of Gaia, a mysterious emblem that allows its user to directly confront Gaia's consciousness, seemingly enabling some form of exchange. Acquired ability, Voice of All Things, an ability that transcends language, species, and even the boundaries of life itself, allowing the user to hear the voices of all existence. Equipped with the Rift Slash and the Barrier Windbreaker, Chen Yi began focusing intently on channeling psychic energy into the Windbreaker. The process lasted a full 10 minutes, and the stored energy would serve as his final safeguard when his psychic power ran dry. Although the Rift Slash hung at his waist, it was merely an emergency option for someone like him, who wasn't skilled with blades. The moment the ability Voice of All Things LV1 burst into light and merged into his body, the entire world transformed in his perception. The howling wind was no longer just noise, but carried messages from nature itself. The chirping of birds in the forest, though still incomprehensible, conveyed the urgency of fledglings waiting to be fed. This pure listening ability filled Chen Yi with satisfaction. As a listener of nature, this would make intelligence gathering far more efficient. As for the Gaia seal, Chen Yi temporarily put it away. Although the item description indicated it could be used to trade with Gaia's consciousness, using it recklessly right after defeating number 1 didn't seem wise. While Gaia's consciousness was theoretically focused only on maintaining natural balance, who could guarantee his safety when standing before its conceptual manifestation? Weighing his options, he decided to save this trump card for use in another world. Having dealt with his equipment and abilities, Chen Yi felt the surging psychic energy within him and resolved to eradicate the global zombie threat in one decisive move. With a single thought, an invisible wave swept across the entire continent. In an instant, all zombies, whether entrenched in ruined cities or wandering the wilderness, vanished into clouds of blood mist. At that very moment, somewhere in the wild, Zhou Tong was racing against death. Behind him was a pack of zombie beasts, their skeletal frames exposed and internal organs spilling out. Just as he felt certain his fate was sealed, a muffled explosion sounded from behind. Turning around, he saw that the terrifying pursuers had dissolved into a black-red mist. Such miracles unfolded simultaneously across the world, as if a savior had descended. Every zombie was completely eradicated. However, in a deserted city, a group of survivors still believed they were facing their final moments. They stood back to back in the middle of a crossroads, their bodies stained with the dark red blood of zombies, confronting a 2-meter-tall giant zombie and a tidal wave of approaching undead. Brother Xing, looks like this is the end for us. What rotten luck, seriously, what are the odds? Let's not beat around the bush now that we're all on the brink of death. We're all the same kind of people, aren't we? You know what I mean, so don't play dumb. Xing's voice was cold, devoid of any hint of emotion. He gripped the knife in his hand tightly, his blue short hair standing out vividly under the dim light. Wiping the blood from the corner of his eye, his gaze was unervingly calm, betraying no emotions. The others nearby chuckled dryly at his words. There was an unspoken understanding among them this chaotic battle was something they all tacitly acknowledged. Should have stayed home playing games. This whole apocalypse thing is such a pain. One of them muttered, but before he could finish, the zombies around them lunged forward. Xing wasted no time. With a furious shout, he swung his blade, cutting down several zombies that charged at him. His strikes were swift and precise, the blade gleaming as it moved. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming swarm of zombies surged like a tide, engulfing him in a mass of flesh and decay. Crisis struck. Boom! A sudden, invisible shockwave swept through, obliterating the horde of zombies in an instant. The deafening sound of their exploding bodies left everyone dizzy and disoriented. Only Xing, in the final moments before losing consciousness, thought vaguely, what just happened? Zombie kill count, 20 million, 40 million, 90 million, 1.3 billion. The system's voice echoed in his ears, the numbers skyrocketing at an impossible pace, almost too fast to keep up. Chen Yi stood in midair, effortlessly gliding around the planet. His sensory reach was limitless, and any zombie or mutated creature that entered its range was instantly annihilated. The number of zombies on Earth was estimated to be around 2 billion, but when factoring in infected animals, the number of zombie beasts far exceeded expectations. Even marine life wasn't spared, with swarms of zombie beasts roaming the depths of the oceans. As the large-scale purge continued, Chen Yi's mission progress advanced rapidly, completing 2 upgrade tasks in succession. Upgrade Task 8, completed. Mind Power option, upgraded. Mind Power, LV9. Upgrade Task 9, completed. Mind Power option, upgraded. Mind Power, LV10. The consecutive upgrades caused Chen Yi's mind power to surge dramatically. His sensory range expanded to cover the entire surface of the planet. The sheer magnitude of his newfound strength even left him in awe. Comparing it against the planet's diameter, he roughly calculated. His sensory radius was approximately 300,000 kilometers, equivalent to the speed of light. 300,000 kilometers. What an astonishing distance, he murmured, taking a deep breath as he felt the immense power coursing through him. At this moment, Chen Yi realized he could obliterate the entire planet as easily as crushing a snowball. Recognizing this, he paused momentarily, focusing on mastering this overwhelming power to avoid accidentally plunging Earth into destruction. Over the next few minutes, the zombie kill count continued to climb relentlessly, finally stopping at 4.384 billion. This meant that all zombies and zombie beasts on Earth had been completely eradicated. Although the kill count hadn't reached the 100 billion mark to complete the final upgrade task, Chen Yi felt no particular regret. Contentment is bliss, a lesson he had learned in the post-apocalyptic world of Blue Star. With a single thought, Chen Yi summoned Number One's headless corpse, which appeared before him out of thin air. Opening the system interface, a long-standing prompt popped up on the screen. Main task, completed. Would you like to submit the task now? If left unselected, the task option would remain until the 5-year deadline for the main task elapsed, at which point it would automatically complete. At this point, the truth of the apocalypse had been uncovered, the zombies and zombie beasts had been exterminated, and Number One's body was in his possession. This signaled the nearing conclusion of his mission. However, Chen Yi knew there were still spoils of war he needed to deal with before returning to the void space. Countless streams of light swirled and danced around Chen Yi, resembling spiraling ribbons of illumination, showcasing various equipment, items, and abilities one by one. He glanced over them with an indifferent expression and discarded 90 of the items without hesitation. They were nothing more than a pile of worthless junk, not even worth keeping a single piece of equipment. Apart from an item labeled as Number One, which seemed slightly unique, this world offered nothing of real value, just mundane odds and ends. Patiently, he sifted through the options and selected a few abilities that seemed somewhat decent. Acquired ability, Speed Enhancement LV1. Enhances leg muscles, enabling cheetah-like speed while running and increasing jump height. Acquired ability, Arm Strength Enhancement LV1. Strengthens arm muscles, significantly boosting arm strength. Acquired ability, Vision Enhancement LV1. Optimizes the visual system, greatly improving eyesight for clearer and farther vision. These abilities provided basic enhancements to his physical functions and senses. However, the moment he absorbed and mastered all of them, a sensation like a sledgehammer striking his body surged through him. His bones, muscles, and nervous system were rapidly reshaped in a short span. It felt as though his overall physical capabilities had broken through to a higher level. Then, a system notification appeared. Detected potential for ability fusion. Fusing abilities. Moments later, the fusion was complete. Acquired ability, Neo-Human LV1. The original attributes like speed enhancement, arm strength enhancement, and vision enhancement disappeared from the panel, leaving only the singular ability, Neo-Human. Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly, a bit surprised. He hadn't anticipated that abilities could be fused. However, he quickly dismissed his surprise, realizing that this streamlined the interface significantly. He did, however, suspect that upgrading the Neo-Human ability would require an extraordinary number of points. Shortly after, a new system prompt appeared. Main quest, completed. Do you wish to submit the quest now? Chen Yi decisively selected yes. The moment he made his choice, his figure flickered, as if the signal on an old television screen had been disrupted. In the next instant, his entire body vanished, as though erased by an unseen force. Zzz. The next second, the sound of a successful quest submission rang out. Main quest successfully submitted. Upgrade quest 10. Failed, settlement complete. Points earned, 1,000. Points balance, 1,000. In his primary field of vision, the scene abruptly changed. Looking around, he found himself standing in the middle of a bustling, modern plaza filled with people. Non-toxic stamina recovery potions, just what you need. Hey, want to check out them all later? Damn, what the hell are they playing? I could do better than that. And they call this a grand army? What a waste of my time. Directly across the plaza, a massive electronic screen was broadcasting a live war simulation. The battle scenes were as intense and cinematic as a sci-fi blockbuster. A middle-aged man standing next to Chen Yi was watching with gritted teeth, muttering complaints under his breath. The interface reappeared, and a line of text floated in front of Chen Yi. Welcome to the Abyssal Void Space. Void Traveler, congratulations on successfully completing the Novice Mission World. Here, you will embark on an entirely new journey, traversing one world after another, seeking the truth, and pursuing limitless power. Wishing you a pleasant journey. At the same time, a book with an ancient design and a faintly glowing cover appeared in his hand. Acquired item, Abyssal Void Space Guidebook. Chen Yi casually flipped open to the first page, where the most critical points were highlighted in bold text. The information was straightforward and easy to understand, without any ambiguity. He quickly skimmed through it, his brows furrowing slightly. It turned out that the abyssal void space anchored countless worlds, and in each world, only one void traveler would be chosen to enter the space. In other words, in the world Chen Yi originated from, no other void traveler could possibly exist besides him. All worlds anchored by the Gui-Su space share a unified flow of time. This is an ironclad rule. There is no time difference between the native worlds of Gui-Su participants. Only the Gui-Su space itself exists independently. The time spent here passes in the blink of an eye for those in the original worlds. The rules of the space are straightforward. Every month, all Gui-Su participants must complete a mission and obligation that cannot be shirked. Failing a mission simply means no rewards, but anyone attempting to hide in the space to avoid tasks will eventually be forcibly transported to a mission world. At this moment, the square was bustling with noise and activity. Thousands of participants were returning from various mission worlds, including Zhou Tong and his group. Their mission had been abruptly interrupted due to Chen Yi submitting the main task, and although they failed the mission, they at least managed to keep their lives. Finally, real people, a particularly excited man shouted, attempting to hug someone, only to be kicked away. Such extreme reactions weren't uncommon after spending years, sometimes decades, in desolate, abandoned worlds devoid of human life. It wasn't surprising that some craved social interaction so desperately. As Zhou Tong passed by Chen Yi, he stopped. "Hey, buddy, didn't we meet in a mission world before?" "No," Chen Yi replied curtly. Scratching his head, Zhou Tong walked off, muttering about a sense of familiarity. Not far away, a group of young people surrounded a blue-haired man, chatting warmly as if they had bonded through life and death trials. Suddenly, a wave of energetic individuals surged into the square, reminiscent of scalpers at a train station. One gaunt man, all smiles, handed Chen Yi a flyer. "Hey, handsome, interested in joining our Diamond Legion? Even if not, you can check out our other services." Flipping through the guidebook, Chen Yi realized that the Gui-Su space was far more modernized than he had imagined. This sprawling metropolis-like space was divided into multiple functional zones, including residential and commercial areas. The commercial district was the most vibrant, bustling with shops and markets set up by participants. Most importantly, all enhancement facilities were centralized there. The 1,000 points Chen Yi earned from completing the main task were ready to be spent on upgrading equipment, items, and abilities, a top priority for every Gui-Su participant. Without hesitation, Chen Yi headed toward the commercial district's enhancement facilities. The exterior of the enhancement pod exuded a powerful sense of strength and mechanical beauty. Its structure was clearly visible, with internal mechanisms and components exposed, giving it a rugged and straightforward style. Chen Yi stepped inside, and the heavy door shut behind him with a loud boom, as if it could use some lubrication to ease its weighty impact. With a crisp click, a compartment inside the pod opened. Chen Yi quickly removed all his equipment and items, placing them inside one by one. The compartment slowly closed, and moments later, an interface appeared, initiating the identification process. Item: Rift Cutter. Type: Weapon. Tier: Tier 3. Description: a long blade forged by compressing Gaia's infused psionic energy to its ultimate form. Even an ordinary person wielding it could slice through the earth and rend the skies. Enhancement cost: 10,000 points per attempt. Item: Barrier Trench Coat. Type: Armor. Tier: Tier 3. Description: the trench coat itself offers no defensive properties but can store your psionic energy for emergencies. It automatically deploys a psionic barrier to block attacks during ambushes. Fully charged, it can sustain you in full combat for 10 minutes. Enhancement cost: 10,000 points per attempt. Item: Gaia Insignia. Type: Tool. Tier: None. Description: Gaia's consciousness is an abstract concept, lacking physical form or intelligence. By using this insignia, you will confront this concept directly. Would you like to initiate a transaction with it? Cannot be enhanced. It was no surprise that the Gaia insignia couldn't be enhanced. Chen Yi hadn't planned to enhance these items anyway, especially since he didn't have enough points. The appearance of Tier 3 equipment broke the norms of the novice mission world, where beginners typically only acquire Tier 1 gear. Yet, he had unexpectedly obtained Tier 3 items. In addition to these, Chen Yi had also brought back other items from the zombie world, such as the zombie virus and its serum. These were common commodities on the market, with little value. Moving on, Chen Yi checked his personal panel and abilities. Name: Chen Yi. Tier: Tier 1. Points: 1,000. Abilities: Psionics LV10, Danger Sense LV1, Overdrive LV1, Night Vision LV1, Survival Instinct LV1, Echoes of All Things LV1, New Human LV1. Ability: Psionics. Level: LV10. Description: extremely potent psionic energy, granting control over everything within a 300,000 kilometer radius. Even planets are mere playthings to you. Enhancement cost: 100,000 points per attempt. Ability: Danger Sense. Level: LV1. Description: alerts you to impending danger before it occurs. Enhancement cost, 100 points per attempt. The cost to enhance psionics was a staggering 100,000 points per attempt, whereas the enhancement costs for danger sense, overdrive, night vision, and survival instinct were relatively low at just 100 points each. Although abilities only had levels rather than tiers like equipment, Chen Yi noticed that the enhancement costs seemed to correspond to the tier of the equipment. The sound of all things erupted from number 1 together with the Void Slash and Barrier Cloak. With its formidable capabilities, it was undoubtedly classified as a Tier 3 ability. Consequently, the reinforcement cost for the sound of all things was set at 10,000 points per upgrade. In contrast, the enhancement cost for Neo-Human was only 1,000 points per upgrade, placing it in Tier 2. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yi ultimately decided to enhance survival of the fittest. With only 1,000 points at his disposal, upgrading Neo-Human wouldn't result in a significant power boost and seemed hardly worth it. On the other hand, survival of the fittest offered the best value for the cost. If the environment in the next mission world turned out to be extremely harsh, this ability would at least prove useful. Enhancing survival of the fittest consumed 100 points, leaving a balance of 900. The enhancement was successful, upgrading the ability to survival of the fittest LV 1.1. Chen Yi felt a brief tingling sensation across his body, which quickly dissipated. Upon seeing the enhancement result, he realized it would take 10 upgrades to gain 1 level. A level-up mission seemed far more cost-effective. Doing the math, he had completed 9 level-up missions in the zombie world, equivalent to reinforcing his psychic power 90 times. Converted into points, that was an astronomical amount. In short, he had made a huge profit. Feeling secretly pleased with himself, Chen Yi continued enhancing survival of the fittest, performing 10 consecutive upgrades in one go. His points were instantly depleted, raising the ability to LV2. Ability, survival of the fittest. Level, LV2. Description, the essence of life is continuous self-evolution. No matter how harsh the environment, you can adapt within an hour. Chen Yi recalled that it had taken him several hours to adapt to the space environment previously. After this upgrade, the adaptation process had clearly accelerated. Click. The storage compartment opened, and Chen Yi retrieved his equipment and items. After stepping out of the enhancement pod, he browsed the nearby shops, comparing prices before finally entering a store named Little Fruit Boutique at the street corner. "Do you accept equipment exchanges here?" he asked. "Welcome." The store was spacious, clean, and tastefully decorated. Various pieces of equipment hung on the walls, while rows of exquisite items were displayed in the glass cabinets. Behind the counter stood a petite girl with a ponytail and a beauty mark near her right eye. She greeted him with a warm smile. "Of course, handsome. What kind of equipment are you looking to exchange?" Chen Yi glanced at the counter and pointed to a crystal. "Does this item have 1,000 cubic meters of personal storage? A Tier 3 piece guaranteed." "That's right," the girl confirmed confidently. "All right." Chen Yi placed the Void Slash on the counter. "The price of this blade should be about the same as this ring. How does that sound?" In the trade system of the Void Realm, transactions were self-regulated, and the Void space did not interfere. Since points couldn't be exchanged, trades between Void Wanderers could only be settled with money. Chen Yi, however, was broke and had to resort to bartering. He had a bit of a hoarding tendency. Many pieces of equipment from the zombie world couldn't be brought back, and he still felt regretful about it. Even if they weren't useful, he could have sold them for scraps. It would have been a waste to throw them away. This time, he was determined to acquire a storage item so he could return as a wholesale dealer and make a fortune. "Oh," the girl's eyes lit up. She examined the Void Slash's stats carefully, then looked at Chen Yi with slight surprise before agreeing enthusiastically. "No problem, deal." She immediately recognized that Chen Yi was a newcomer to the Void space. For someone new to possess Tier 3 equipment, he clearly had some skills. The girl took the crystal from the counter and handed it to Chen Yi. After explaining how to use it, Chen Yi immediately activated the crystal on the spot. He obtained the item, personal storage 1,000 cubic meters, as the crystal dissolved into a stream of light and merged into his body. Instantly, he could sense the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space with just a thought. Now that he had personal storage, he would no longer have to worry about leaving behind loot after his missions. "Thank you for your patronage." Lin Xiao's face lit up with a sincere smile as she warmly bid farewell to Chen Yi. While flipping through the guide manual, Chen Yi discovered a convenient feature that allowed communication between the returners through their interfaces. Recognizing him as a potential major client, Lin Xiao proactively exchanged contact information with him. When Chen Yi opened the interface, her name was clearly displayed, while his own remained a string of random, meaningless characters. This wasn't a system malfunction. He simply hadn't decided on a code name yet. He casually closed the interface, thinking it didn't matter after all. He didn't plan on forming any connections with others. At that moment, Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. Having completed his preparations in the space, it was time to return to Blue Star. The white-haired man who had pressed a long blade to his neck, and the beacon he mentioned, filled Chen Yi with questions. This might be the key to unraveling the mystery of the apocalypse. Accompanied by a crackling electric sound, Chen Yi chose to leave the space, his figure gradually vanishing amidst the flickering light. The instant he returned to Blue Star, time, which had been frozen, resumed its flow. The white-haired man's long blade was whistling toward Chen Yi's head, but in the next second, the situation changed dramatically. Buzz boom. A violent surge of psychic energy erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the surroundings. Buildings were sent flying into the air, and the very air and light twisted and distorted. Chen Yi stood amidst the ruins, emanating an oppressive and suffocating aura. The white-haired man was blasted away by the force, carving a trench over 100 meters long into the ground. When he stood up and saw Chen Yi's state clearly, the shock on his face turned into a fervent excitement. "So, you're a bloodthirsty beast, huh?" He spat a mouthful of blood, but still gripped his long blade tightly. The blade flashed, and a massive slash tore through the ruins, aiming straight for Chen Yi. However, the ferocious strike dissipated instantly under the surging psychic energy. With just a casual gesture, Chen Yi sent the white-haired man flying uncontrollably toward him, gripping his neck and lifting him high into the air. "Tell me, who are you, and what is the beacon?" Chen Yi's voice was as cold as ice. The white-haired man coughed up blood, yet the excitement in his expression only grew stronger. "The beacon? Why don't you find out for yourself? As for me, he'll come looking for you again." Just as he was about to strike back with his blade, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood under Chen Yi's psychic force. Chen Yi, however, remained indifferent. There were other ways to uncover the truth. He picked up the long blade from the ground, its sharp edge faintly glowing with a blood-red hue. Using his ability to hear the resonance of all things, he listened to the blade's faint hum and gleaned startling information. Red steel, Sirius, extraterrestrials. This unexpected yet plausible revelation left Chen Yi deep in thought. He stored the blade in his personal space, but refrained from recklessly using his psychic energy to search the entire Blue Star. Since these invaders possessed the ability to traverse interstellar space, their power and technological level were undoubtedly far from ordinary. Using large-scale telekinesis may help locate enemies, but it also risks exposing one's position. Uncertain of the enemy's strength and numbers, Chen Yi opted to activate the sound of all things ability. As the wind swept by, a flood of information surged into his awareness. Found it. Boom. Chen Yi's figure vanished in an instant, and the immense force of his telekinesis left a massive crater at his previous location. Compressed air rippled outward like waves. 100 kilometers away, amidst a desolate ruin, an intense battle was underway. A knight clad in silver-white armor clashed fiercely with an elderly man in a blue robe. Despite his age, the old man was robust, with ethereal blue energy coiling around his fists. "Huh!" the old man shouted, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful punch. The knight remained unfazed, a silver-white aura surging from his body as he swung his sword, releasing a massive arc of sword energy to counter the attack. The two forces collided explosively, carving out a crater over 100 meters wide in the rubble. Just as they were about to continue their fight, both sensed something unusual. "Let's call a truce for now. Someone's coming." Before the words fully left their mouths, Chen Yi's figure appeared midair. The compressed air around him burst apart, and an oppressive aura instantly enveloped the battlefield. Both the old man and the knight felt their hairs stand on end. Their seasoned instincts from countless battles told them that the man before them was unimaginably powerful. "Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen," Chen Yi said as he landed atop a collapsed skyscraper. "Could you tell me the reason for your fight? And what exactly is the beacon?" This was not a request, but a command. Chen Yi had no intention of showing mercy to those who had contributed to the destruction of Blue Star civilization. Unexpectedly, the knight responded by attacking. A burst of silver-white sword energy was effortlessly blocked by Chen Yi's telekinetic shield. In the next moment, the knight was frozen midair, completely immobilized. "Wrong answer," Chen Yi said flatly, crushing the knight into a compact mass of metal with a mere thought. At that moment, Chen Yi finally understood the meaning of the beacon. A stream of information flowed into his mind. Beacon transfer complete. 3,000 points awarded. Simultaneously, a store interface, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Chen Yi was taken aback. The existence of what seemed to be a spatial system puzzled him. By all reasoning, this world should have been entirely under the control of the Guisu space. But now was not the time to dwell on it. He turned his attention to the remaining old man, who immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Sir, I would be more than happy to answer your questions." In the face of such overwhelming power, resistance was futile. On an unnamed planet in an unknown galaxy, the landscape stretched out as a desolate wasteland. The dim yellow sun hung high in the sky, scorching the barren ground below. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the deathly silence. A single, devastating slash tore the entire planet in two in an instant, the sheer force defying the constraints of gravity itself. From the perspective of the vast universe, the sundered planet could be seen slowly drawing back together under the pull of gravity, its hubs beginning to mend. Amid the ruins on the planet's surface, a man with long, white hair cascading down to his waist sheathed a blood-red blade. The weapon emitted a sinister crimson gleam before vanishing into its scabbard. Closing his eyes momentarily to sense his surroundings, he abruptly turned to gaze at the infinite expanse of the starry sky. The Milky Way, vast as it may seem, is but a mere speck in the boundless universe. Using Earth as a comparison, the Sun is 1.3 million times its size, and yet there are hundreds of billions of such stars within the Milky Way. Across the universe, galaxies like the Milky Way exist in numbers as countless as grains of sand along a riverbank. In this vast and immeasurable cosmos, Earth and human civilization are nothing more than insignificant specks of dust. The universe is home to countless races and civilizations. Some races devote themselves to technological advancement, while others master the use of cosmic energy, capable of unleashing extraordinary combat power through their very flesh and blood. The origins of the beacons are long lost to history, the elder said calmly. If you kill someone who holds a beacon, you claim their beacon and their points. These points can be exchanged in the beacon market for anything but power or knowledge. To most beings, the existence of the beacons is a mystery, but among the strong, it is no secret. This has led to two forms of relentless hunting: battles between beacon holders and the pursuit of beacon holders by powerful cosmic beings. The only small mercy is that beacon holders can only sense each other within a specific range. Those without beacons find it much harder to locate them. However, danger still looms. Some beacon holders are unimaginably powerful, and a single misstep could lead to being casually obliterated by a passing cosmic force. This is a brutal game of cosmic survival and predation. Chen Yi had already obtained a beacon. Even if he chose not to actively hunt others, other beacon holders would inevitably track him down through the beacon signal. This explained why the knight had attacked him immediately upon hearing his question, because both the knight and the elder were beacon holders. If Chen Yi learned of the beacon's existence, he might seek power by targeting them. We care nothing for the destruction of civilizations. The elder's voice was cold as ice. In this universe, countless civilizations and planets are destroyed every moment. We merely follow the beacon's signal. At last, Chen Yi understood the truth behind the fall of Earth's civilization. It had all begun with the arrival of a beacon holder, followed by the ensuing pursuit of other cosmic powers drawn to the signal. A certain individual from Blue Planet, whether to be deemed lucky or unfortunate, accidentally obtained a beacon, only to be killed by its cosmic holders shortly afterward. As more extraterrestrial beings descended upon Blue Planet, chaos and conflict erupted, ultimately leading to the collapse of its civilization. Surviving in such a world seemed nearly impossible. Chen Yi could only sigh helplessly. "Your Excellency, that's all I know," he replied. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the old man turned into a mist of blood. If it weren't for this group of people, Chen Yi would probably be at his apartment now, enjoying air conditioning and leisurely playing video games, rather than struggling for survival amidst these ruins. Granted, they had delivered the beacon, but Chen Yi had acquired it through his own efforts, not as a handout. He saw no reason to feel grateful. As for these cosmic beings, Chen Yi had no intention of sparing a single one. A notification from the beacon's marketplace flashed before him, indicating he had earned 3,000 points, bringing his current balance to 6,000. Sitting amidst the rubble, Chen Yi willed the beacon marketplace to open. A dazzling array of items appeared before him, categorized into countless options: food, entertainment, technology, weapons, body enhancements, and even the trade of populations and planets. It truly had everything, even the ability to resurrect the dead. If he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he could simply purchase abilities, genetic traits, or other enhancements from the marketplace, though they came at a steep price. With 6,000 points, Chen Yi could only afford a limited selection. Searching through the options, he discovered that an ability as powerful as telekinesis capable of crushing planets was priced at an astronomical 1 million points. According to the classification system of the Void Realm, which graded abilities and equipment, Tier 1 had destructive power comparable to conventional firearms, Tier 2 could level a modern city, Tier 3 was categorized as surface-level catastrophic, and Tier 4 reached planet-destroying levels. With his current points, Chen Yi could at most purchase Tier 2 items from the beacon marketplace. As he pondered the Void Realm, a question arose. While abilities and items obtained from the Void Realm could be brought back to Blue Planet, could those purchased from the beacon marketplace be taken into the Void Realm? If not, it would mean that to maximize the utility of his points, Chen Yi couldn't directly buy abilities or equipment, as doing so would be wasteful. On one side was the Void Realm, and on the other, the beacon marketplace. Chen Yi realized this was an extraordinary opportunity. If utilized wisely, he could metaphorically step on one foot and then the other, propelling himself upward. The only way to know for sure was to test it. Without delay, Chen Yi purchased two of the cheapest items in the beacon marketplace, one nearly useless ability and one practically worthless piece of equipment, spending 200 points and leaving him with a balance of 5,800. After storing the equipment in his personal space, Chen Yi immediately returned to the Void Realm. His hypothesis proved correct. Upon entering the Void Realm, the ability he purchased from the beacon marketplace vanished, as did the equipment stored in his personal space. Even the beacon marketplace interface became inaccessible. However, upon returning to Blue Planet, the purchased ability and equipment reappeared. If a hierarchy of dimensions existed, it was clear that the Void Realm held a position superior to the beacon marketplace. The Blue Planet universe was anchored by the Void Realm, which undoubtedly was aware of the beacon marketplace's existence. Since the Void Realm permitted the marketplace to operate, Chen Yi decided to take full advantage of it. With his theory confirmed, he understood the optimal way to utilize his points, to develop his existing abilities or acquire knowledge. His abilities were originally obtained from the Void Realm, and by leveraging techniques purchased from the beacon marketplace, further development should be feasible. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the sky, striking Chen Yi with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A dazzling explosion of light, as brilliant as the sun, erupted and began to rise. 2 kilometers away, suspended in midair, a fully mechanized cosmic cyborg hovered. Surrounding her were floating constructs gleaming with metallic luster, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Compared to arduous cultivation, mechanical augmentation was clearly more cost-effective, keeping only the brain while replacing the rest of the body and weapons at will. This particular cyborg was evidently of a high grade, her entire form exuding precision and advanced technology. Target hit, the mechanical girl stated in a calm, emotionless electronic voice. However, the lack of a point notification from the beacon system indicated that the target had not been eliminated. Suddenly, the air trembled violently as an invisible psychic force swept through. Just as the mechanical girl was about to be immobilized, her entire body erupted in a dazzling red light. 0-point energy field activate. With a thunderous roar, a surge of immense power burst forth from her body. The floating constructs around her began to glow with a crimson hue, breaking free from Chen Yi's psychic grip. Warning! Massive energy reaction detected. Target is extremely dangerous. As the alarm blared, Chen Yi's figure emerged from the rising fireball. Observing the mechanical girl's resistance, he raised an eyebrow slightly, though his expression remained indifferent. Since returning to Blue Star, Chen Yi had been suppressing his power to avoid drawing attention, revealing not even 1% of his true strength. But now, he hesitated no longer. The best enemy is a dead enemy. This had always been his guiding principle. Buzz. Extending his hand from afar, his overwhelming psychic energy solidified into a pale blue entity. If his previous strength was a fraction, now it erupted 100-fold. The mechanical girl's 0-point energy field shattered instantly. Her floating constructs disintegrated one by one, and the red glow scattered into the void. My lord, I am willing to submit to you. The mechanical girl spoke in her usual calm tone, pleading for mercy. Chen Yi remained unmoved. His surging psychic force tore her apart, scattering her into countless mechanical fragments. The collapsed power core unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, and with a deafening explosion, a blinding light consumed all the remnants. Points earned, 20,000. Current balance, 25,800. The points reflected the mechanical girl's strength, far surpassing the knights and elders Chen Yi had encountered before. However, it remained uncertain if even stronger cosmic beings were hidden somewhere on Blue Star. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Yi had eliminated numerous cosmic beings, though most of his opponents were not particularly formidable. Among them, only a handful possessed beacons, which led to his points increasing at a slow pace, now totaling just 64,000. Although he could sense the locations of other beacon holders, Chen Yi continued to exercise caution, unwilling to act recklessly before assessing their true strength. With the help of them all, beacon holders were undoubtedly among the most powerful beings in the universe, each of them having emerged from countless battles and rivers of blood. Chen Yi was well aware of this. He carefully studied the traces left on the battlefield, analyzing the strength levels of these cosmic elites through the voice of all things. After a period of intelligence gathering, he gained a preliminary understanding of the power hierarchy in the universe. Those capable of single-handedly destroying a city were already rare, while beings with the power to obliterate planets were even scarcer. As for whether any of the extraterrestrials who had descended upon Blue Star possessed such capabilities, Chen Yi continued to observe in secret. Under the night sky, amidst the ruins, a bonfire crackled and danced. Chen Yi had set up the fire and was roasting a rare catch. Despite his body undergoing comprehensive enhancements, he retained the essential traits of a human and still needed food to satiate his hunger. Just then, a little boy with a round face and curious eyes peeked out from behind the rubble. His gaze was fixed on the sizzling roast meat over the fire, drool dripping from his mouth. But as soon as his eyes met Chen Yi's, he instinctively shrank back. Chen Yi glanced at him briefly, and then returned his focus to the roasting meat. "If you want to eat, come and get it yourself," Chen Yi said. Through the voice of all things, he could confirm that this was an ordinary human child from Blue Star. Soon enough, the boy was sitting by the fire, devouring the roasted rabbit ravenously. Halfway through, he looked up timidly and asked, "Uncle, can I take the leftovers with me?" "Do as you please." With permission granted, the boy beamed with excitement. After finishing his meal, he bowed deeply in gratitude before leaving. Chen Yi had no intention of becoming a caretaker for Blue Star's humans, but he had already decided to personally deal with the invading extraterrestrials. After finishing his meal, he began using the voice of all things to scan the surroundings and unexpectedly discovered a hidden underground facility. The underground structure was massive, spanning 20 levels. The first 3 sublevels had collapsed, the 4th and 5th levels were vacant, but from the 6th level down to the lowest, the 20th level, everything was operational. It was equipped with fully functional electricity and water systems, housing a botanical garden, insect breeding rooms, and even a protein production line. As Chen Yi explored the facility, the survivors in the monitoring room had already spotted this uninvited guest. A middle-aged man immediately issued an order. "Everyone, retreat to the safe room at once. Do not come out until the signal is cleared." "Where is he now?" someone asked anxiously. "On the 20th level. He's entered Professor Sun's laboratory." The equipment on the 20th underground level was exceptionally advanced. It was clear at a glance that this had been a top-tier laboratory even before the apocalypse. Even now, the massive system operated with meticulous precision. The lab was lined with rows of column-shaped incubation chambers. Inside the translucent containers, embryos that looked distinctly non-human curled up, submerged in a milky white nutrient solution. The faint beating of their hearts signified the fragile beginnings of life. Each embryo's existence was awe-inspiring a testament to the miraculous nature of life's development. "Life's growth is quite extraordinary, isn't it?" A voice, aged yet firm, spoke from behind. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, paused his adjustments to the controls and looked up at Chen Yi's figure. Seeing Chen Yi arrive, he showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled warmly, initiating the conversation. This was Professor Sun, the chief overseer of the underground facility and the founder of this survivor base. A leading authority in bioengineering, his stature remained upright and his spirit vigorous despite his advanced age. His eyes were clear, reflecting the same pursuit of scientific boundaries that had once defined this experimental site. Chen Yi stood before one of the incubation chambers, his gaze fixed on the developing life form inside. He spoke slowly. "Its development is abnormal. The heart is too weak. If this continues, it won't survive more than a few months." In his mind, the voice of the sound of all things quietly reminded him these were not human embryos, but genetically modified beings, created by Professor Sun using extraterrestrial DNA as a blueprint. They were still riddled with flaws. You can tell. Professor Sun was momentarily startled, but soon displayed a look of intrigued curiosity. Chen Yi said nothing, instead inspecting the other incubation chambers. Inside, genetically modified beings at various stages of development were on full display. One of them was even nearing maturity, its muscular structure and organ development appearing almost complete in comparison. "To be fair," Chen Yi murmured, "the extraterrestrials who traveled across the stars to reach Blue Star are indeed remarkable in various ways. Some of their genes hold great potential. If Professor Sun could truly integrate those superior genes, it might be possible to create an immensely powerful genetically modified being." However, this vision, though dazzling, was extraordinarily difficult to achieve. With humanity's current technology and understanding, merging the genetic advantages of different extraterrestrial species was nothing short of defying the gods. Unless a miracle occurred, the two, meeting for the first time, conversed casually in the lab. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, but Chen Yi was unusually talkative. Before long, he left the laboratory, carrying a can of insect protein, and returned to the surface. He twisted the lid open, scooped out a spoonful, and placed it in his mouth. The taste wasn't as repulsive as he'd imagined, just a bit slimy, with a texture resembling slightly expired jelly. "It'd be nice if there were other flavors," he muttered, smacking his lips as he sensed the location of a beacon holder. The target was by the seaside. Following the direction, he made his way to the shore. The sea stretched endlessly before him, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. But beneath that calm exterior, a massive shadow suddenly darted by, exuding a palpable sense of menace. He wasn't the only one who could sense the beacon's location. The resonance between beacons alerted the other party to Chen Yi's approach, and they immediately shifted into combat mode. Boom! The surface of the sea exploded, and a towering wave shot dozens of meters into the sky. A colossal, grotesque beast with exposed bone structure emerged from the water, like a moving mountain, charging at Chen Yi with overwhelming force. How did this thing get to Blue Star? A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Yi's mind. Buzz! A surge of telekinetic energy erupted instantly, as fierce as thunder, locking onto the beast's limbs with precision. A series of cracking sounds followed as the beast's bones fractured inch by inch. Blue blood mixed with chunks of flesh burst forth, dyeing the seawater a deeper hue. The beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body spiraling out of control as it plummeted from the sky. Thud! Its massive body crashed onto the shore, sending waves splashing high. Chen Yi stepped onto its head, his cold gaze piercing downward. His voice was as icy as frost. Tell me, among the extraterrestrials on Blue Star, who's the strongest? The beast shuddered, realizing it had provoked the wrong opponent. It dared not utter a single lie, responding obediently. To my knowledge, it would be the Hailong Empress. The Hailong Empress? Hailong is an extremely warlike species in the universe. This title, when translated into your Blue Star language, roughly means that she's incredibly powerful, rumored to be capable of sinking an entire continental plate. I've never dared to go near her territory. Sinking a continental plate? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. That level of power, he could handle. Anything else? No, that's all. The beast lowered its head, not daring to say another word. Bang! With a sudden burst of psychic force, the massive beast was instantly reduced to a mist of blue blood, scattering in all directions. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, the beast's strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Yi earned 30,000 points from the encounter, leaving him with a balance of 94,000. He hadn't expected to encounter the legendary terror dragoness so soon. But luck is an unpredictable thing. A few days later, a female dragon humanoid clad in crimson scales hovered majestically in midair, her cold, piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Her presence was commanding and ferocious beyond measure. Fury, bloodlust, and savagery, these were Chen Yi's first impressions of the terror dragoness. He had already heard descriptions of her from others across the universe, and now, seeing her in person, he immediately recognized her identity. The terror dragoness locked eyes with Chen Yi from a distance, her battle intent surging like a storm. Chen Yi, however, remained unusually calm, speaking in a composed tone. To be honest, I'd rather not fight you. If possible, how about we pretend we never saw each other? He knew his words were merely a gesture of goodwill. Whether the battle could be avoided was not up to him. The terror dragoness was clearly not someone who would back down easily. She appeared to disdain any verbal exchanges, clearly preferring to let her actions speak for her. Boom. Without hesitation, she flapped her wings, creating a sonic boom as her figure shot toward Chen Yi like a bolt of lightning. But Chen Yi was faster. Before the terror dragoness could fully execute her move, an overwhelming psychic force struck her, sending her hurtling backward before she could even react. In a flash, Chen Yi appeared beside her, gripping her face with one hand and slamming her into the ocean below without hesitation. Boom. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as mere blurs crossing paths. The terror dragoness was violently smashed into the sea, the impact raising massive waves dozens of meters high. Chen Yi followed closely, pinning her to the ocean floor. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from his powerful psychic grip. If it's a fight you want, then I'll show you my true strength, Chen Yi thought calmly as he unleashed an even greater surge of power. The terror dragoness stared at him, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In the dim depths of the ocean, Chen Yi's psychic energy surged like a torrential flood, his eyes glowing with a deep, eerie blue light that was both cold and penetrating. The psychic force rippled outward, causing the seawater to churn violently like a hammer striking the ocean floor, splitting it open with a massive fissure. The terror dragoness coughed up blood, which quickly dispersed in the water. The force drove her deep into the gaping chasm, her silhouette vanishing into the abyss. It wasn't clear how much time had passed before two figures burst out from the surface of the sea once again. The terror dragoness was battered and bruised, her body covered in wounds. One arm hung limp and broken, while her abdomen bore a massive gaping hole. Yet, she licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, a crazed smile spreading across her face. Despite her injuries, her eyes burned with fervent battle intent. Who are you? Someone as powerful as you couldn't possibly be unknown in the universe. Chen Yi didn't answer her question. Instead, he coldly countered. Among the beings who descended on this planet, is there truly no one stronger than you? The terror dragoness grinned, her expression wild and unrestrained. At the very least, tell me your name. Without waiting for a reply, she tore off her broken arm and tossed it into the sea. While dragons possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, her arm wouldn't heal in time, and keeping it would only hinder her movements. Never mind, she said indifferently. What a pity. For the terror dragoness, surrender and retreat were concepts that didn't exist in her vocabulary, only death and battle. Even gravely injured, she refused to back down, ready to fight Chen Yi with everything she had. However, she had clearly underestimated Chen Yi's power. Moments later, she lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. This battle had undoubtedly been the most intense and exhilarating of her life, but also the most despairing. The gap in strength was far too vast, there wasn't even a sliver of hope for a counterattack. All her desperate struggles had ultimately been in vain. Xinghan. The voice of the Hailong woman was so weak it was barely audible. Didn't you want to know if there's anyone stronger than me on this planet? I've heard Xinghan has descended here as well. Xinghan. A white-haired man wielding a crimson steel blade. It's said he possesses the strength to cleave a planet in two. Her voice grew fainter. I'd love to face him in battle. Her last words dissipated into the air. A system notification immediately appeared. Points earned, 70,000. Current balance, 164,000. Chen Yi fell into deep thought. From his personal storage, he retrieved a long blade that emitted a faint, blood-red glow. The lingering aura on the blade reminded him of the white-haired man who had nearly taken his life. Was that Xinghan? Chen Yi tightened his grip on the blade's hilt, carefully recalling the details of their fight. The characteristics and weapon matched, but that man's strength was far from the level of splitting a planet. More importantly, before his death, the man had promised to return for him. This could only mean one thing: the one who had fallen by Chen Yi's hand was not the true Xinghan. It was likely just a clone or a projection. So where was the real Xinghan? Was he already on Blue Star, or still on his way? Chen Yi leaned towards the latter. For someone capable of splitting planets, finding a single person on one wouldn't be a difficult task. However, based solely on the Hailong woman's vague words, it was hard to gauge the true extent of Xinghan's power. Did he merely reach the threshold of planet-splitting strength, or did he far surpass it? Glancing at the system store display showing his 164,000 points, Chen Yi decided to prioritize enhancing his own strength as a precaution. He meticulously browsed through the available items and eventually settled on a knowledge-based product titled Advanced Guide to Psychokinetic Development, priced at 150,000 points. This one, he confirmed without hesitation. The system deducted the 150,000 points, leaving him with a balance of 14,000. Due to the unique rules of the abyssal void space, external powers and equipment couldn't be brought in, making knowledge-based products the optimal choice. While Chen Yi's psychokinetic ability was already formidable, he lacked a deeper understanding and mastery of its full potential. As the purchase finalized, a flood of information surged into Chen Yi's consciousness. The knowledge and techniques felt innate, as if they had always been a part of him, eliminating the need for any learning curve, an exclusive feature of the system store. Chen Yi immediately began to apply what he had gained. The psychokinetic energy around him pulsed rhythmically, expanding and contracting repeatedly. As the energy compressed further, it began to emit ripples of bright blue light, resembling a flowing sea of energy. The universe is filled with various forms of energy: chemical energy, nuclear energy, dark energy, void energy, vacuum zero-point energy, psionic energy, and more. They all share a common trait: only through efficient utilization can their full potential be realized. This is why individuals of the same power level can exhibit vastly different strengths. Someone who can only harness a tenth of their energy could never stand against a master capable of wielding it to its fullest. In the vast universe, all forces originating from the mind and spirit are collectively referred to as psionics. Among these, telekinesis, being one of the most widely applied forms, has long been the focus of Chen Yi's research. At this moment, Chen Yi sat cross-legged in a desolate clearing, his hands forming intricate seals as he concentrated fully on channeling the telekinetic power within him. After years of exploration, he had finally mastered the compression technique described in the Advanced Psionics Manual, a critical breakthrough he had been striving to achieve. Buzz. A faint hum resonated as bright blue psionic energy surged outward like a tide, only to retract sharply the next instant. With every compression, Chen Yi could distinctly feel the intensity of his psionic power increasing. Given his already formidable foundation, the pressure from each compression was immense. After 10 full compressions, the surrounding air trembled violently, and the rocks on the ground shattered like tofu, their fragments eerily suspended midair. Chen Yi took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though the process was incredibly draining, the results were exhilarating. His psionic power had increased tenfold. The texture of his telekinetic energy had transformed from an ordinary rope grade to a diamond level, possessing not only astonishing strength, but also near-infinite resilience. The once bright blue energy, now compressed to its limit, became transparent again, appearing unchanged on the surface, yet harboring an entirely different magnitude of power within. What thrilled him even more was the reversible nature of this state. When Chen Yi unleashed his psionic energy, the compressed state would expand instantly. This expansion not only retained its coverage, but amplified its destructive force to terrifying levels. Through the Advanced Psionics Manual, Chen Yi had also come to understand the concept of psionics. The manual explained that individuals with stronger psionic energy possessed correspondingly greater willpower and mental fortitude, even to the extent of being completely immune to mind control or psychic manipulation. However, Achieving full immunity required specialized defensive techniques. Following the manual's guidance, Chen Yi began constructing an impenetrable mental defense network around his mind. As long as this psionic barrier remained intact, he would be safeguarded against threats such as mental domination or psychic annihilation. Additionally, psionics proved especially effective against spectral and anomalous entities. These beings, which thrived on fear and psychic energy, often avoided psionics practitioners at all costs. Meanwhile, in the ruins of a certain location on Blue Star, a young boy scavenging for food stumbled upon a massive, red, scale-like egg. Its surface was incredibly hard, impervious to all his attempts to crack it. Eventually, driven by curiosity, the boy decided to take the mysterious egg with him. In the vast, shadowy expanse of the universe, a desolate region of space was littered with the wreckage of countless warships. Frozen bodies of alien beings, exposed to the vacuum, floated lifelessly, turned into icy sculptures. A medium-sized spacecraft, its plasma thrusters emitting a bright blue glow, passed through the area and was immediately stunned by the sight before it. Could this be the remnants of star destroyers? And a planetary forge? Had a massive intergalactic war taken place here? The name, Star Destroyer, spoke for itself. A single shot from its main cannon could obliterate an entire planet, turning it into cosmic fireworks. The planetary forge was an even more formidable creation, capable of pulverizing entire planets into fuel while extracting valuable minerals with unparalleled efficiency. The radar detected a cluster of signals, and the ship's onboard computer calculated the wreckage to include 3 fully destroyed star destroyers and 1 planetary forge. Such assets were extraordinarily rare, even in the vastness of space. For an average civilization, constructing a star destroyer was an unattainable feat. Even purchasing one would cost more than 10 times their entire budget. The planetary forge, with its ability to generate resources endlessly, was astronomically expensive, worth the equivalent of 10 star destroyers combined. "Captain, we've hit the jackpot," someone on the ship exclaimed excitedly. "Before anyone else finds this, we need to salvage everything valuable from the wreckage. We'll make a fortune. These are star destroyers and a planetary forge. Even dismantling and selling the equipment on the black market would fetch an astronomical price. People would fight over it." Boom. Suddenly, the entire spacecraft shuddered violently, startling the captain. Did they hit some wreckage? No. The radar showed nothing, and the optical lenses captured no targets. Crackle. While the crew on the bridge was reporting the situation, the communication channel erupted with panicked shouts. "Bridge, we've got intruders. Intruders on board." Boom. Another deafening explosion rang out as the ship's thick metal hull was easily breached. A deep gash appeared on one side of the bridge, and from it emerged a figure. The individual had long white hair, and in their hand, a blade faintly glowed with a crimson hue. "How about we change your course?" the figure said coldly. Crack. A scaly egg developed a fracture on its surface, as if it was about to hatch. In a dim, ruined space, a young boy curled up in a narrow corner beneath the rubble, wrapped in a threadbare blanket. Though sleeping in such a precarious environment was incredibly dangerous, it was the safest option he had. His bright eyes were fixed on the egg in front of him, brimming with curiosity. What would hatch from it? Would it be something edible? Gurgle. His stomach growled, and the boy clutched it, feeling the pangs of hunger. His eyes shone even brighter as he stared at the egg, now on the verge of hatching. Time passed swiftly. Chen Yi returned to Blue Star from the Void Realm, exactly 30 days later. A month had passed, and a new mission in the Void Realm was about to begin. Crackle. Chen Yi's figure shimmered as he re-entered the Void Realm, freezing time on Blue Star in an instant. The scene within the Void Realm was bustling with activity. The mandatory monthly mission in the Void Realm was unavoidable, and as the mission's start drew nearer, the space grew increasingly lively. As Chen Yi passed by the little fruit boutique, he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, their voices rising and falling in excitement, as if they were engaged in some kind of game. On the plaza, Zhou Tong stood with a large travel backpack slung over his shoulders, packed with survival tools and food. As a newcomer, he couldn't afford spatial tools and had to rely on such a modest means. He glanced at the interface displaying the time, silently counting down in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the 24-hour mark was reached, an interface simultaneously appeared in front of Chen Yi, Zhou Tong, Xinggu, and others in the same batch of void returners, displaying their mission details. Mission type: Anchoring mission. Mission difficulty: Tier 1. Mission objective: Explore an unknown world and uncover the root cause of its destruction and decay. This is a process of anchoring a world to the void returner space. Once the main mission is completed, the world will be fully anchored. Although Chen Yi's strength had reached Tier 4, the void returner space required 3 anchoring missions to be completed before allowing a void returner to take on a progression mission. Until then, Chen Yi remained a Tier 1 void returner, and the mission difficulty was naturally at Tier 1. In an instant, a large group of people vanished from the space. Chen Yi found himself standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Main Mission Phase 1. This world is frequently attacked by star beasts. Before uncovering the reason, you must kill one star beast to prove your strength. Mission Reward, 300 points. Mission Start. Name, Chen Yi. Tier 1. Points, 0. Abilities. Telekinesis, LV10. Danger Sense, LV1. Limit Burst, LV1. Night Vision, LV1. Survival Instinct, LV2. Voice of All Things, LV1. New Human, LV1. Items. Personal Space, 1000 cubic meters. Barrier Coat, Tier 3. Chapter of Gaia. Zombie Virus Serum. G for Virus. Primal Virus. The Void Returner space was generous in its own way. Although it didn't reward Void Returners with abilities or equipment, any abilities or items they acquired through their own efforts could be brought into mission worlds. Even the zombie virus, while useless in the Void Returner space, posed a significant threat to human civilization's one careless mistake could trigger a catastrophe in the mission world. Unlike the unique main mission of the novice world, this mission had phased objectives. As long as one Void Returner completed a phase, everyone would receive the corresponding points reward. Reading the mission description, Chen Yi felt puzzled. Star beasts? Does this mean fighting monsters in this world? The interface continued to update with new information. Target terminal plugin detected. Installing. Installation complete. Randomizing upgrade options. Random option selected. Star beast loaded. Chen Yi was perplexed, wondering what kind of star beast the plugin had assigned him. A flash of light appeared, and a soft, round, white creature materialized at his feet. It was about the size of a soccer ball, completely white with tiny black eyes resembling sesame seeds on a sticky rice ball. It had no arms or tail, only two round, stubby feet that were almost imperceptible without close inspection. Chen Yi pondered for a moment, debating whether to eliminate this little creature immediately to complete phase 1 of the main mission. After some thought, he decided to give it a name first. From now on, I'll call you Wonkai. Woof woof. Wonkai barked cheerfully, rolling around Chen Yi like a fluffy little ball. Its small eyes squinted into mere slits, making it irresistibly endearing. Yet, this appearance made Chen Yi feel an odd urge to give it a playful kick. What made this round little creature particularly unique were its legs, which resembled two small balls with no distinct knees. Its waddling gait was comical, but strangely, it was unexpectedly agile when it started running. Chen Yi opened the system panel and carefully examined Wonkai's stats. Star Beast, Wonkai type. Pet Tier 1. Special ability. Can devour alien beasts for unlimited evolution. Dominator shares all its powers. This information made Chen Yi's eyes light up. As long as Wonkai continued to devour alien beasts and evolve, Chen Yi, as its dominator, would also grow stronger. Of course, at the moment, Wonkai hadn't devoured any alien beasts yet. It was merely an adorable mascot for now. The system promptly displayed a series of upgrade tasks. Upgrade Tasks 110. Defeat star beasts of corresponding levels in sequence. Completing each task will raise the star beast's option level. Just as Chen Yi was about to delve into these tasks, a practical problem presented itself. Carrying such a round, conspicuous little creature around the streets wasn't exactly convenient. Is there a way to hide? Chen Yi asked. Wonkai tilted its head, as if it understood. Suddenly, it turned around and waddled off to the street corner on its stubby legs. Moments later, half of its round head peeked out from behind the wall, its sesame-sized eyes looking expectantly at Chen Yi, as if asking, how about this? If Chen Yi hadn't been keeping track of Wonkai with his mental energy, he might have lost sight of this little expert at hiding. That'll do. With his approval, Wonkai immediately ducked back out of sight. Meanwhile, a large screen on the street was broadcasting shocking news. Rangon City had been attacked by a 4.5 level star beast known as Weilong. This colossal creature, measuring 137 meters in length, had nearly destroyed the entire city. Although the Star Slayers ultimately managed to kill it, the cost was devastating. The Union had decided to abandon Rangon City and relocate the survivors to other cities. Passers-by watched the news footage, their faces filled with fear and anxiety, worried that their city might be the next target. The growing unease spread through the streets, casting a heavy shadow over the entire city. He walked into the library and carefully flipped through old newspapers, his movements as cautious as if he were treading on an alien planet. Chen Yi would never recklessly release his psychic power before fully understanding his surroundings, lest he cause unnecessary commotion. For the past 20 years, the appearance of star beasts had been a global nightmare. Initially, Earth's advanced weaponry could barely hold them off, but as the star beasts grew stronger, conventional weapons became increasingly ineffective. Worse still, star beasts always appeared in densely populated cities, making the use of nuclear weapons a last resort. It wasn't until a catastrophic event forced humanity's hand that nuclear weapons were deployed. While the star beast was successfully annihilated, the collateral damage resulted in devastating civilian casualties. In the aftermath, the Federation issued a statement declaring that, through global research efforts, Humanity had finally unlocked the secrets of Star Beast power. The emergence of Star Slayers changed the game. Also known as Star Devourers, these were a new breed of humans who enhanced their own strength by consuming the flesh and blood of Star Beasts. With combat capabilities strong enough to rival the Star Beasts, it was their existence that allowed humanity to more effectively hunt and kill these creatures. Over the years, the Federation compiled a vast amount of data and classified Star Beasts based on their energy levels, the weakest being level 1 and the strongest recorded being the Fire Dragon, a level 4.5 Star Beast that once destroyed the city of Ronin. Of course, this classification was only temporary. As time passed, the energy levels of Star Beasts continued to escalate. From the initial level 1 to the current level 4.5, the emergence of even stronger Star Beasts seemed inevitable. A level 1 Star Beast could be easily defeated with conventional weapons, such as tanks, but by the time a Star Beast reached level 4.5, only nuclear weapons or the aid of a Star Slayer could stand a chance. The possibility of a Star Beast capable of withstanding nuclear strikes loomed as a grim challenge for humanity. If such a day were to come, it might well mark the beginning of humanity's despair and downfall. At that very moment, a sudden explosion roared through the bustling streets. The crowd froze, followed by the piercing sound of alarms. People began rushing toward the shelters. Alert! Star Beast attack! Alert! Star Beast attack! In this world, Star Beast invasions had become a part of daily life. The only hope people clung to was that the Star Beast level would not be too high. No one wanted to be the victim of a record-breaking disaster. Beyond that, their only option was to run as far and as fast as possible. The once thriving commercial district in the city center turned to rubble in an instant. A Star Beast, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, rampaged through the streets, its violent aura spreading like a storm. It roared, venting its inner fury. Chen Yi stood atop the ruins, his gaze fixed on the Star Beast. Judging by its size, it seemed to be merely a level 1 Star Beast, not particularly large, and far from the towering monsters that reached dozens of meters in height. This must be one of the weakest Star Beasts, he thought. Humph, he muttered under his breath as his psychic energy surged. The Star Beast's abdomen suddenly split open, blood gushing out like a fountain. The creature let out a pained cry before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Chen Yi stepped forward, watching as the wound on the Star Beast's abdomen began to heal rapidly. He mentally calculated the time. Without intervention, the beast would soon recover completely. The regenerative abilities of Star Beasts were extraordinarily strong, and the higher their energy level, the faster their recovery. This trait often plunged humanity into grueling wars of attrition when facing them. Wang Kai, Chen Yi called softly. Before his words had fully settled, Wang Kai leaped out from the shadows nearby. Its body expanded instantly, devouring the entire Star Beast in one swift motion. Wang Kai let out a satisfied burp. Despite its football-sized body, it could swallow an entire Star Beast in one gulp, as if its stomach contained a spatial dimension. After devouring the Star Beast, Wang Kai instantly returned to its original size, an extraordinary phenomenon. Although Chen Yi couldn't precisely measure how much Wang Kai's strength had grown, he could clearly feel a surge of immense power flowing into his body as Wang Kai consumed the Star Beast. In that moment, Chen Yi's physique was slightly enhanced. Enhancement successful. Survival of the fittest LV 2.1, Neo-Human LV 1.1. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, he gained a new ability, Star Beast Physique LV1. The system detected overlapping abilities and immediately merged them, granting Chen Yi the Star Human LV 1.5 ability. This new ability not only encompassed the effects of the previous 3, but also seemed to open a pathway toward evolving into a higher form of life. At the same time, a new upgrade mission arrived. Mission 1. Complete the Star Beast objective and upgrade. Star Beast LV2. Just then, a dazzling white light burst forth from Wang Kai, and its power surged once more, escalating significantly. As Wang Kai leveled up, Chen Yi, as its master, shared in the newfound strength. The power within him surged again, immediately elevating his newly acquired ability to a higher level. Star Human LV2. Chen Yi experienced remarkable improvements in strength, speed, physical durability, sensory perception, recovery ability, and even energy sensitivity. At Star Human LV2, he could effortlessly hurl a small car without using telekinesis, and his running speed now rivaled that of a sports car. Chen Yi understood that if he continued upgrading in this task world, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to a higher level of existence. The thought filled him with anticipation. Just how powerful could he become? Meanwhile, Wang Kai, seemingly from nowhere, had found a cigar, which it expertly held in its mouth, puffing away like a seasoned old man with a wealth of stories. Chen Yi was stunned. Could devouring a Star Beast influence Wang Kai's personality? You'd better hide for now, he said to Wang Kai. Woof! Wang Kai exhaled a puff of smoke, striding steadily toward the shadows in the corner, its demeanor exuding a sense of history and an unspoken bond with Chen Yi. Halfway there, Wang Kai deliberately paused, turned its head slightly to glance back, hesitated briefly, and then vanished into the shadows with an air of cinematic drama. Chen Yi was left speechless, wondering to himself, can its personality ever go back to normal? At that moment, the alarm at the Star Beast monitoring department blared abruptly. Bright red signals flashed incessantly, and the monitoring staff's expressions turned pale as they scrambled to pinpoint the signal source. Star Beast alert. Location, Jinshan City. Upon seeing the energy level, their faces grew even graver, their voices trembling as they shouted. Energy level 4.9. A level 4.9 Star Beast alert has been detected in Jinshan City. Quickly, notify the senior Star Slayers to engage. The staff at the monitoring department were in disbelief. Just days ago, a level 4.5 superstar beast had appeared, reducing Rangon City to ruins. Now, an even stronger star beast had emerged so soon it was utterly incomprehensible. The monitoring officer's expression was grave, his brow furrowed. This shouldn't be happening. The rate at which the energy levels are escalating far exceeds our previous projections. He took a deep breath, his voice low and heavy. According to the Federation's research report, the energy levels of star beasts do indeed increase over time, but it is a gradual process. There's no way it could leap from level 4.5 to 4.9 in just 2 days. This kind of situation has never occurred before. He paused, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Anomalies are unpredictable by nature, and this defies everything we thought we knew. A level 4.9 star beast is just a step away from level 5. This is extremely serious. Everyone in the monitoring department was on edge, their nerves stretched thin. Yet, the first report from the Star Slayers who arrived on site was shocking. There was no trace of the star beast. What? The head of the monitoring department could hardly believe it. There's no sign of a star beast at the scene? In the heart of Jinshan City, 2 young Star Slayers in combat uniforms stood amidst the ruins, surveying their surroundings. The signs of battle were absent. All that remained was a pool of cold blood, with an eerie silence hanging in the air. The initial alarm indicated destruction on the scale of a level 1 star beast. One of the Star Slayers said calmly, though there was a faint unease in his tone. Based on the scene, it does appear to be caused by a level 1 star beast. The head of the monitoring department pressed further. You found no signs of a fight? Only bloodstains, the Star Slayer replied tersely. Before his words could fully settle, a heavy sense of oppression seemed to permeate the air. The head fell silent. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. A level 4.9 star beast had vanished from their monitoring range, and nothing about this could be explained by conventional patterns. If the movements of this star beast were to spiral out of control, the consequences would be catastrophic. In truth, Chen Yi's energy fluctuations had been detected at that moment. However, he had deliberately suppressed his power. If he hadn't, the energy outburst would have exceeded expectations, far surpassing level 4.9. After all, he could effortlessly crush a planet if he so wished. Minister, what should we do? One of the subordinates asked anxiously. Report to the Federation immediately. Less than 30 minutes later, the Federation's headquarters convened an emergency high-level meeting. Senior Star Slayers who were unable to attend in person joined via video conference, and the atmosphere was tense and somber. Time is critical. Keep the report brief, the Federation chief said in a cold tone. 30 minutes ago, a level 4.9 high-energy signal was detected in Jinshan City. The star beast in question is currently unaccounted for and likely possesses formidable stealth capabilities. Up until now, all high-energy level star beasts have been eliminated, and we've had real-time tracking capabilities for them. Based on this information, it is almost certain that this level 4.9 star beast is a new emergence. We must act immediately. The Federation chief succinctly outlined the situation before issuing orders. Lucia, Jess, put your current missions on hold and head to Jinshan City immediately. The situation is urgent. If there's any sign of activity, engage immediately. Understood. Lucia's voice was resolute, and the black-haired Jess gave a firm nod without hesitation. Behind the two, scattered debris and smoke from their last battle were still visible. It was clear they had just emerged from an intense confrontation. Lucia and Jess were among the top fighters in the Star Slayer ranks, possessing energy levels of 4.3 and 4.2 respectively, both at the captain level. For this mission, only they were deemed capable of handling the potential emergence of a level 4.9 star beast. Despite escalating conflicts across various regions and stretched resources, the Federation decided to deploy these two as a precaution, preparing for the worst and designating them as the vanguard. And one more thing, the Federation chief added firmly. Take that kid Flash with you. Roar. On the ruins of a crumbled city, a towering star beast over 50 meters tall let out a deafening bellow. The sound wave transformed into a tangible shockwave, leveling the surrounding buildings in an instant. Before the smoke and dust could settle, a sharp blade of light cut through the haze, slicing the colossal creature cleanly in half with precision. The star beast collapsed to the ground, its massive body severed, its brain fatally damaged, killing it instantly. Lucia landed gracefully, smoothly sheathing her long blade. For her, a 3.2 class star beast was as easy to deal with as chopping vegetables. Any more? Lucia asked. That was the last one, Captain, a team member replied. Star beasts are appearing all over the world, and the star slayers are overwhelmed. Not only are we running out of stamina, but casualties are also climbing. Not everyone has your level of skill, Captain. The rumble of helicopter blades grew louder as it approached, the rotor wash dispersing the lingering smoke. Jace leaned out of the cabin. We've brought Flash. Good, Lucia replied curtly, stepping aboard the helicopter. This brief flight would serve as a rare moment of respite. Inside the cabin sat a young man with a gentle smile and impeccable posture. This was Flash, polite, well-mannered, and courteous, yet Lucia could never warm to him. To her, his polished demeanor barely concealed an unmistakable arrogance. Captain Lucia, thank you for your efforts, Flash greeted her with a smile. Just doing the job, she responded coolly. Sensing her disinterest, Flash refrained from further conversation. As a member of the Voidborn and a part of the Nova Corps, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the people of this world, viewing them as little more than NPCs in a game. His arrogance stemmed from his power achieved through his fusion with the mighty dragon Wei Long. This fusion had made him the most potent star slayer in existence. Few knew the truth. The supposed destruction of Wei Long was a facade. In reality, the gravely injured dragon had been forced into a fusion with Flash, its consciousness imprisoned within Flash's body, its power entirely under his control. This was the secret behind a star slayer's strength. By merging with a star beast and achieving a high enough genetic compatibility, they could gain its power and form a symbiotic relationship. This immense power was the source of Flash's confidence. Though he was a newcomer to the Voidborn's Nova Corps, his extraordinary luck and the support of his comrades had made him one of the strongest forces in this world. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Jace had already noticed Flash's careless attitude when dealing with problems. He frowned, his tone carrying a clear warning. How's the situation with the Sky Dragon? Flash's lips curled into a faint smile. Throwing a tantrum, but it shouldn't be a big deal. It'll calm down after a while. Make it quick. As an experienced star slayer, Jace fully understood why the chief had assigned Flash to accompany him. However, looking at the inexperienced newcomer in front of him, especially with his overly nonchalant attitude, Jace couldn't help but speak more sternly. Seriously, deal with this issue as soon as possible. The Sky Dragon is not to be trifled with. A single mistake could give it an opening, and the consequences would be disastrous. The Star Slayers had once paid a heavy price in their battle against the Sky Dragon. Jace had no desire to relive such a fight. He hoped the Sky Dragon could become an asset rather than a liability. I got it, Flash replied with a nod. Though his dismissive attitude made Jace shake his head internally, this guy clearly wasn't taking the warning seriously. A system notification popped up. Main Quest Phase 1 completed. Points earned, 300. Main Quest Phase 2. Task description. Killing just 1-star beast isn't enough. Assist or independently eliminate 10 level 1-star beasts to prove your strength. Reward, 1,000 points. For Chen Yi, this main quest felt like a bonus for Abyss Walker's straightforward grind to earn rewards. The number of star beasts in Jinshan City was staggering. In just a few days, he had already encountered 2 level 1-star beast attacks. After a recent upgrade, Chen Yi uncovered the key to enhancing his companion, Wankai. Its upgrades were based on its existing strength. The optimal strategy, therefore, was to have Wankai devour as many star beasts as possible before each upgrade. This way, every upgrade would yield the maximum boost in power. In a desolate corner of Jinshan City, 3 level 1-star beasts lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. 2 star slayers were about to finish them off when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hey, hurry up and take them out. Before the words could be completed, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. It was as if an invisible mountain had pinned them to the ground, rendering them completely immobile. Fear gripped the hearts of the 2 star slayers. What's going on? Is there another star beast? Footsteps echoed in the eerie silence. They desperately tried to lift their heads to see, but even that simple action was beyond their ability. Soon, a chilling sound of swallowing filled the air, as though some massive creature was feasting on the 3-star beasts. The 2 star slayers turned pale, not daring to breathe. At that moment, their communicators crackled with the frantic voice of the monitoring department. Unit 45. Unit 46. A 4.9 level star beast signal has been detected at your location. What's the situation? Report immediately. Report immediately. One of the star slayers, unable to consider much else, was preparing to use all his strength to report the situation when the invisible pressure on him suddenly vanished. Both immediately got to their feet and scanned the surroundings, only to find that the 3-star beast had disappeared without a trace. Recalling that chilling sound of swallowing from earlier, their expressions turned grim. They needed to report to the monitoring department without delay. Meanwhile, Wankai trotted alongside Chen Yi on its short legs, a thick gold chain hanging around its neck. It let out a smug burp, exuding an air of arrogance. Chen Yi had now fully confirmed that Wang Kai could exhibit different personalities, appearances, and even accessories depending on the flavor of the star beasts it consumed. This time, Wang Kai seemed to have adopted a slightly roguelike demeanor. After devouring the 3 level 1-star beasts, Wang Cai's power increased significantly, and a surge of energy instantly flowed into Chen Yi's body, raising his star human level as well. Strengthening complete. Star Beast LV 2.3, Star Human LV 2.3. Over the past few days, Wang Kai had consumed 6 star beasts, increasing Chen Yi's star human level by 0.3. At Wang Cai's current growth rate, Chen Yi planned to complete his second upgrade task when his star human level reached LV 2.5. However, as the number of level 1 star beasts dwindled, Wang Cai's growth began to slow. While it could theoretically devour endlessly, there was no need to waste too much time. Moderation was key. Hide yourself, Wang Kai said, shaking the gold chain around its neck as it swaggered into the shadows of a nearby corner. Despite its innocent appearance, its current combat strength was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, these level 1-star beasts had not dropped any valuable items. According to the rules of this world, this encounter should have yielded some decent gear. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Chen Yi initially thought another star beast was attacking Jinshan City, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a small-scale earthquake. The tremors were mild, but as the seismic waves propagated through the ground, Chen Yi, using his voice of all things ability, heard the anguished cries of the planet beneath his feet. His expression darkened. Was this planet actually crying out? The seismic waves conveyed limited information, leaving Chen Yi uncertain about the cause of this lamentation. Was it due to humanity, or the star beasts? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could Gaia's consciousness be interfering again? With too little information to draw conclusions, Chen Yi set aside his doubts for the moment, focusing instead on his upgrades. Now was not the time for rash actions. If Gaia's consciousness was indeed adjusting the planet's natural balance, drawing its attention would be a grave mistake. While Chen Yi did not fear this planet's Gaia consciousness, he was wary of the Gaia consciousness of the entire universe, an entirely different level of power. Several hours later, Lucia and her 2 companions arrived in Jinshan City, right at the scene of the earlier battle. Lucia, along with agents 45 and 46, began gathering information. Their mission was to track the superstar beast and, if necessary, engage it in full force. It was far too dangerous to let it continue unchecked. Footsteps. Yes, we're certain they were human footsteps. Upon hearing this, Lucia's expression turned extremely serious. There was no surveillance equipment at the scene to capture any footage, but if what the 2 star slayers claimed was true, the implications were dire. She speculated that this star beast might possess the ability to mimic human form. Unlike those massive creatures, it could have fully transformed into a human appearance, quietly blending in among the millions of ordinary citizens in Jinshan City. This was far beyond ordinary mimicry or invisibility. This was an unprecedentedly perfect disguise. Jace lowered his head and sniffed the air, his expression turning grave as he confirmed, "For star beasts have indeed been here." As someone with an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, he was highly sensitive to the unique scent of star beasts. Glint surveyed the surrounding buildings and analyzed. Even if it's not a humanoid star beast, its size can't be too large. The buildings in this area are generally low, and any creature over 5 meters tall would have nowhere to hide. More importantly, aside from those 3 first-level star beasts, there are no signs of any large creatures having been active here. Is it preying on other star beasts? Lucia pressed. Exactly, the 2 star slayers answered in unison. This is already the 3rd such incident in Jinshan City. We all clearly heard the sound of swallowing. Lucia and Jace exchanged a worried glance. A high-energy-level star beast consuming lower-level star beasts. This unprecedented phenomenon was deeply unsettling. Was it doing so to satisfy hunger, or to evolve? If it was the latter, the consequences could be catastrophic. Either way, they had to find and eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Jace, it's up to you. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Chen Yi sat leisurely on a bench by the street, browsing the news with a relaxed demeanor. Though he wasn't using telepathy, his ability to hear the sounds of all things kept him fully aware of his surroundings. Noticing Lucia and her team approaching, he knew the Federation had begun tracking him. While a confrontation with them was inevitable in the future, now was not the right time. Wang Kai, take them for a spin. Woof. Wang Kai, with a golden chain gleaming around his neck, used his exceptional stealth abilities to weave through the city, leading Jace and the others on a wild chase that left them utterly exhausted. A day later, a manhole cover was suddenly pushed open, and 3 people, reeking of a foul stench, clambered out in disarray. It's toying with us, Jace muttered, frowning. Have we been discovered? Lucia asked. Yes. Glint suggested finding a new tracking method, also pointing out that the star beast's size must be relatively small, otherwise, it couldn't have moved through the sewers. Jace found a sliver of consolation in this. At least this creature doesn't seem to have a strong destructive urge or any intent to harm civilians. Lucia fell into deep thought. She had repeatedly sought confirmation from the star beast within her, knowing that star beasts were inherently driven by instincts of destruction and chaos. Even those with self-awareness struggled to suppress such impulses. Yet this star beast displayed an unusual level of rationality. It not only knew how to hide, but also managed to restrain its destructive tendencies. These abnormalities only deepened her unease. 3 days ago, a superstar beast with a power level of 4.3 attacked XX City, located 600 kilometers away, causing severe civilian casualties and extensive property damage. The news anchor was reporting the incident, their voice calm and steady despite the gravity of the situation. 4.3? A bit weaker than the Veyron, the host remarked. Sitting nearby, an older man shook his head with a hint of resignation. As star beast attacks became increasingly frequent, the city's residents had grown desensitized to the once terrifying events. The man glanced at Chen Yi, who was sitting next to him, his eyes showing a trace of concern. Casually, he asked, "Young man, did a star beast destroy your home too?" Chen Yi was caught off guard. Huh, I can tell," the man said knowingly. He reached into his briefcase, pulled out a sandwich, and handed it to Chen Yi. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed, his voice tinged with fatigue. "I've seen you around here these past few days. Let me guess you're homeless now, right?" "Thank you." Chen Yi accepted the sandwich but didn't eat it. Instead, he looked at the man and asked, "You're done with work, aren't you? Why aren't you heading home?" The man let out a deep sigh, his tone full of complaints. "Home? Gone. When I got back, I found my house completely destroyed by a star beast. Can you believe it? Most of the buildings around it were untouched, but mine got flattened. Talk about bad luck." Chen Yi nodded lightly, his mind drifting. He recalled the last time when Wonkai devoured a level 1 star beast. It had only taken out the first and second floors of a few shops. Such unlucky events weren't entirely surprising. At least, with insurance, some compensation would be available, though finding a new place to rent would add to the financial strain. The man continued lamenting the unfairness of life. The destructive power of star beasts and star slayers was overwhelming, rendering ordinary people as helpless as ants. Even giving their all, they could barely put up any resistance. Yet, despite it all, Chen Yi didn't believe the world was entirely devoid of hope. He often found solace by seeking out quiet spots to play on his computer. At least this world, chaotic as it was, brimmed with more vitality than a zombie apocalypse. Boom. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, snapping Chen Yi out of his thoughts. Moments later, the star beast alarm blared, filling the air with tension. The older man jumped to his feet and bolted. Around them, people quickly reacted, maintaining a surprising level of composure as they hurriedly made their way to the nearest shelters. "Here we go again," the pancake vendor muttered with a sigh. He left the freshly made pancake sitting on the counter and promptly turned to flee. A young man standing at the stall froze for a moment before panicking and chasing after him. "Hey sir, my pancake." 7 days had passed since the arrival of the star beast world. The returners had gradually adapted to this new reality and begun systematically hunting star beasts. Unlike the novice world, the returners in the star beast world were far greater in both number and strength, particularly in Jinshan City, where Chen Yi had encountered numerous returners over the past few days. Most returners fresh out of the novice world were relatively weak, often needing to band together to barely take down even a level 1 star beast. Yet, even they were no match for star slayers. The appearance of a star slayer left little room for returners to act. Moreover, the returners' mysterious identities frequently drew the attention of the Union, leading to constant investigations and complications. Recently, the Union had been overwhelmed by the sudden influx of these individuals. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as a middle-aged man was sent flying, slamming into a wall with tremendous force. He struggled to his feet amidst the rubble, his face covered in dust, but his grip on his weapon remained firm. Leading a group of fellow returners, he continued battling a level 1 star beast. The creature was both incredibly strong and heavily armored, its shell resembling a layer of impenetrable plating. Standing 4 meters tall and 8 meters long, it charged with unstoppable force, leaving destruction in its wake. "Hey, hurry up and take it down. If we keep stalling, that kill-stealing bastard will show up again," one of the Void Walkers shouted anxiously. "Cut the crap. If I could have finished it off, I'd have done it already. Anyone got a trump card? Use it now." Another one gritted his teeth and snapped back. Before the words fully left his mouth, heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer. An invisible force rippled through the battlefield, and in an instant, several Voidwalkers collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. "Damn it, he's really here," they cursed inwardly but didn't dare to make a sound. Though they despised the shameless kill-stealer, they were all too aware of his terrifying strength. With a casual strike, Chen Yi shattered the armored star beast's prized defense. Its skull exploded, and the massive creature collapsed to the ground in a thunderous crash. On the surface, This seemed like just another routine Star Beast attack. But beneath the surface, a storm was brewing. At least 5 elite Star Hunters lay in ambush nearby, including Lucia and her team of 3. They had calculated everything. Since they couldn't catch up to their target, they decided to lie in wait and corner him when he hunted his prey. Lucia stared intently at the figure in the battlefield, but couldn't penetrate the distorted barrier to see his true form. She could only vaguely discern a humanoid silhouette. It's a Star Beast in human form. Flashlight exclaimed with barely contained excitement, eager to jump into the fray. As a newly minted Star Hunter, he had yet to experience a true battle. Hold on. Lucia stopped him just in time. Suddenly, a tiny Star Beast darted out from a corner and devoured the armored Star Beast's corpse in a matter of seconds. Jace immediately pieced everything together, his face twisting in fury. That guy isn't a Starbest, a human taming Star Beasts. Flashlight broke free from Lucia's grip and launched himself like a cannonball. The other Star Hunters revealed themselves one by one, surrounding Chen Yi. Jace's expression darkened. Only now did they realize their grave mistake. The source of the 4.9 level energy signal was not a Star Beast, but an actual human. A system notification appeared. Enhancement successful. Star Beast LV 2.4. Star Human LV 2.4. Main quest phase 2 completed. Points earned 1,000. This marked the 10th Star Beast Chen Yi had slain, completing phase 2 of the main quest. His pet, Wang Kai, had finally reached level 2.4 after devouring 4 level 1 Star Beasts, though its progress was clearly slowing down. Chen Yi had been aware of the ambush all along, but chose to ignore it. Calmly, he spoke. Everyone, there's no grudge between us, no need to fight. I bear no hostility toward humans, so don't waste your time on me. You're not a Star Hunter, are you? Lucia probed cautiously. No. Chen Yi admitted frankly, cutting her off before she could say more. I'm not interested in a long conversation. Let's leave it at that. Lucia and the others were about to let Chen Yi leave, but this was clearly illogical. How could they allow a super being with a power level of 4.9 to roam freely? Chen Yi wasted no words and struck immediately. In an instant, a surge of violent psychic energy erupted from within him, sending shockwaves rippling visibly through the air. The ground quaked violently, and the overwhelming force knocked everyone present unconscious, including Lucia, who collapsed along with the others. As Chen Yi turned to leave, a sound like a drumbeat echoed in his ears. He glanced back at the unconscious Flash, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Through his ability to hear the voices of all things, he clearly detected the roar of a Star Beast, a ferocious giant beast on the verge of awakening. This discovery caught Chen Yi by surprise. He had long speculated that the power of the Star Slayers originated from the Star Beasts, but he hadn't expected that they not only plundered the Star Beast's strength, but also coexisted with their consciousness. Jess had repeatedly urged Flash to manage his relationship with Wei Long, yet it was evident that the issue remained unresolved. The moment Flash lost consciousness, Wei Long seized control of the body. The transformation was sudden and dramatic. Flash's body expanded at an alarming rate, his human features rapidly vanishing, replaced by the monstrous and terrifying form of the Star Beast Wei Long. The colossal creature stood at an astounding height of 84 meters, with a body length of 137 meters. Each step it took caused tremors that shook the ground like an earthquake. Freed at last, Wei Long let out an earth-shattering roar, its savage aura sweeping across the entire city of Jinshan. Outside the shelters, terrified civilians stared at the distant behemoth and fled in panic. The memory of Rangon City's destruction was still fresh, and a wave of despair quickly spread. Wasn't Wei Long supposed to have been destroyed? Someone shouted in hopeless desperation. Some abyssal wanderers watched the scene from afar, their legs trembling. What the hell? Isn't this supposed to be a starter zone? They cursed while joining the fleeing crowds. Chen Yi gazed up at the towering creature, a concentrated sphere of psychic energy forming in his hand. The energy levels in the surrounding area surged dramatically. Wei Long, reveling in the euphoria of its newfound freedom, suddenly sensed the energy fluctuation and locked eyes with Chen Yi. In the next instant, the highly compressed sphere of psychic energy shot forth with blinding speed, striking Wei Long directly. The massive impact tore through the beast's body, obliterating its abdomen, chest, and half of its head in an instant, sending a shower of blood raining down from the sky. The deafening roar abruptly ceased. The remaining half of the mighty dragon's head bore eyes filled with shock and terror, fixated on Chen Yi's figure. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble under the impact. From the dragon's resurrection to its downfall, the entire ordeal lasted no more than 10 seconds. The dragon's enormous form rapidly shrank, reverting to the size of a glowing human figure. Though it appeared unscathed, its state was severely weakened, clearly drained beyond its limits. What a pity, Chen Yi sighed, shaking his head before vanishing into thin air. He had intended to provide an extra meal for Wang Kai, but the dragon barely showed up before being defeated. The crowd, which had fled in panic, paused to look back. The dragon's figure had already disappeared, But the astonishing scene from moments ago was witnessed by many. Defeated in a single strike. A member of the Void Walkers stared in disbelief. That's absurd. That was the mighty dragon with a power level of 4.5. When the glowing figure regained consciousness, he had no memory of what had transpired during the dragon's resurrection. Staring at the surrounding ruins, he looked utterly bewildered. What confused him even more was the eerie silence of the dragon, which normally roared incessantly in his mind. No matter how he called out, there was no response. Jace and Lucia approached, covered in dust. Jace tossed his jacket to the glowing figure, his expression grim as he demanded, "Do you have any idea what you just did?" "What?" The glowing figure was at a loss. "Come back with us first," Lucia said curtly. Later, during an online conference, the chief of the Federation presented a shocking statistic to the attendees, level 5.4. The latest confirmed power level of the unidentified individual. Although his identity remained a mystery, the strength he demonstrated was terrifying. The scene of him nearly obliterating the strongest star beast, the dragon, in a single blow still haunted the witnesses. "Let's hope," as he claimed, "that he harbors no malice toward humanity," the Federation chief said with deep concern. "His power could easily bring catastrophic destruction to human civilization, and we are currently powerless to oppose him." "What about actions against him?" Lucia tentatively inquired. "Put them on hold for now." The Federation was forced to make this decision. Fortunately, the individual was a human and not a star beast, and he didn't appear to be someone who preyed on the weak. Perhaps, in this misfortune, there was a sliver of fortune. The meeting shifted to the next topic, the recent global emergence of numerous unidentified individuals. While they were not star slayers, they all possessed extraordinary abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. Meanwhile, in Jinshan City, several Voidwalkers and arriving star slayers were pinned to the ground by an invisible force. Wang Kai devoured two critically injured level 1 star beasts in large gulps, and a surge of energy flowed into Chen Yi's body. Enhancement successful. Star Beast LV 2.5. Star Human LV 2.5. Over the past half-month, Wang Kai had devoured a total of 20 level 1 star beasts. It took 10 entire star beasts to raise both Chen Yi's star human level and Wang Kai's level by just 0.1. Woo! Wang Kai jumped up with satisfaction, returning to its lively and playful nature. However, an inexplicable pink flower had sprouted on its head, swaying gently in the wind and making it look particularly comical. Chen Yi scanned his surroundings and quickly made a decision. Hunting level 1 star beasts no longer yielded significant rewards. It was time to set his sights on level 2 star beasts. He could already foresee the possibility of breaking through level 10 in this mission world, at which point he would undoubtedly surpass the limits of psychic power. The thought of evolving into a higher life form filled him with anticipation. The Guai Su fighters on the ground exchanged glances, communicating silently with their eyes as they watched Chen Yi's retreating figure, not daring to make a sound. "When is this big shot leaving?" "Shoo, don't say a word. Look at those teeth of Hish could swallow star beasts whole." Ever since word spread of Chen Yi's feat of taking down Wei Long in a single strike, the Guai Su fighters in Jinshan City had been in awe of him. Even if he stole their kills, not a single one dared to voice a complaint. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from not far away. A massive star beast, easily over 10 meters tall, charged recklessly through the streets, sending vehicles on either side flying. A few Guai Su fighters pursued it closely, one of them with a glowing orb hovering over their head. The orb condensed into a beam of light that struck the star beast, tearing its skin and leaving it severely injured. Roar! The star beast's eyes burned with rage, growing even more ferocious. "Captain, there's someone ahead," one of the Guai Su fighters called out. Luo Changkong looked up and immediately recognized the distinctive, distorted psychic barrier. Before he could react, Chen Yi's psychic energy surged forward like a tsunami. With a buzz, Luo Changkong and his team were instantly overwhelmed by dizziness, thrown backward by the shockwave. The level 2 star beast was hit even harder, losing half its body in an instant and collapsing on the ground, barely alive. Wang Kai. At Chen Yi's command, Wang Kai darted toward the star beast like an arrow and swallowed it whole in one bite. Instantly, a surge of energy flowed into Chen Yi's body. Moments later, a white light flickered over Wang Kai, followed by an even stronger wave of energy channeling into Chen Yi. System notifications flashed one after another. Strengthening successful. Star Beast LV 2.6. Star Human LV 2.6. Upgrade Mission 2 completed. Star Beast option upgraded. Star Beast LV 4. Star Human LV 4. Chen Yi felt the explosive growth of power within him, estimating that he had reached a level where he could tear down buildings with his bare hands or withstand tank shells. What thrilled him even more was his enhanced sensitivity to the power of the stars. Standing under the sunlight, he could vividly feel himself continuously absorbing its energy. The Starborn. At this moment, Chen Yi finally understood the deeper meaning of his abilities. This wasn't just about absorbing sunlight. As his powers grew, he realized he might be able to draw energy from any celestial body in the starry sky, ultimately achieving an endless supply of energy. He became aware that if he continued to evolve, his energy would never deplete. Luo Changkong, dizzy and disoriented, struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were filled with wariness as he quickly led his team to retreat. He was acutely aware of the gap in strength between himself and Chen Yi. The sheer power of what he had just witnessed far surpassed his comprehension. Even the residual shockwaves from the battle were enough to tear them apart. To face Chen Yi directly would yield even more disastrous consequences. This was someone they absolutely could not provoke. The other members of the team also retreated hastily, their shock written all over their faces. It was hard to believe that they and Chen Yi were both returners. The team members couldn't fathom how Chen Yi, as a newcomer, could be so overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding their understanding of someone at the same level. Captain, is he really a returner? One team member asked in a low voice. Luo Changkong frowned deeply and replied in a somber tone. If he is, then he should be from the same batch as us, having just completed the second mission world. How could he possibly be this strong? His strength is absurdly over the top. The other team members murmured among themselves, puzzled by Chen Yi's extraordinary abilities. Even Luo Changkong, the only one among them who had joined a major legion and thus possessed relatively greater strength, was no match for Chen Yi. While Luo was considered exceptional among newcomers, the gap between him and Chen Yi was glaringly obvious. The Legion has already investigated, and the Union has no records on him. Without a doubt, he's a returner like us, Luo Changkong analyzed calmly. In any case, we must avoid provoking him at all costs. Joining a major legion has its perks, like shared information and mutual support, which saves us a lot of effort. If we're lucky, we might even gain significant power quickly, like Flash did, by leveraging the Legion's resources. He paused, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. Unless he's carrying some kind of extremely advanced equipment or artifact, there's no way a newcomer could be this outrageously powerful. The other team members nodded thoughtfully. The freedom granted to returners left room for speculation. Perhaps Chen Yi was a newcomer favored by some major legion. At this moment, the mission directive updated, displaying Main Mission Phase 3. Killing a level 1 star beast is not enough to prove your strength. Continue to demonstrate your capabilities by slaying 10 level 2 star beasts. Mission reward, 2,000 points. This was clearly a beginner-friendly mission, but aligned perfectly with Chen Yi's plan. His next goal was to challenge the stronger level 2 star beasts. A strong gust of wind swept through, carrying the whispers of nature. Chen Yi's attention was instantly drawn. He snapped his head up, and in a flash, his figure disappeared from where he stood. High in the air, hundreds of meters above the ground, a spore the size of a green bean drifted on the wind, slowly descending. Midway, however, it abruptly halted in the air. Suspended in midair, Chen Yi locked his gaze on the spore, his mind already forming a conclusion. Inside the spore, a tiny insect lay curled up, unconscious in slumber. The information carried by the wind confirmed Chen Yi's suspicion. This spore had been carried here by air currents from a much higher place. With a gentle release of his telekinetic grip, the spore floated softly to the ground. The moment it touched down, the insect inside suddenly awoke, breaking through the outer shell and crawling out. In just a few breaths, the insect swelled into a massive creature over 10 meters tall, rampaging destructively across the ground. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. This was the process of a star beast's birth. Yet, as the star beast came into existence, a new question surfaced in Chen Yi's mind. Where did the spores of these star beasts originate? I must say, the ability called Voice of All Things is incredibly convenient. Chen Yi's mental power is excellent for surveillance. But when it comes to gathering clues, the advantage of Voice of All Things becomes even more apparent. While listening to the subtle hints carried by the wind, he traced the source of the star beast spores against the wind's direction. Along the way, he even discovered more star beast spores. If he could locate the origin of these spores, Chen Yi could continuously create star beasts without the need to rush around hunting them. After half a day of exploration, he finally arrived above a massive canyon. Hovering in midair, Chen Yi observed the bottomless gorge beneath him. Strong winds howled from its depths, carrying the star beast spores high into the sky and scattering them across the world. With no sense of danger detected, Chen Yi extended his mental power carefully into the depths of the canyon. Then, without hesitation, he leapt into the darkness below. As he descended, sunlight gradually failed to reach the canyon floor. However, the fungal mats on both sides began to emit a vast green glow, forming a continuous sheet of light that illuminated the depths. Suddenly, a small bubble on the fungal mat burst, releasing star beast spores that were immediately swept away by the strong winds. Chen Yi took all of this into was the truth behind the birth of the star beasts. Finally, he landed at the bottom of the canyon. The fungal mat beneath his feet was incredibly soft, and under the green luminescence, the entire canyon floor was covered with these mats. They seemed to breathe, rhythmically exhaling star beast spores into the air. Your arrival is even faster than I anticipated, a voice echoed in the silent canyon. Chen Yi turned around to see a humanoid star beast slowly emerge, politely announcing its presence. The star beast's form was similar to that of a human, but its appearance was grotesque, with black and red hardened skin and a thick, sturdy tail. Chen Yi wasn't surprised that had already sensed this star beast's presence. What did catch him off guard was its lack of hostility towards him. You knew I would come here? Chen Yi asked. With your abilities, it was only a matter of time. The star beast replied, its tone refined and cultured. I can sense your power. It could destroy this entire planet. Besides, you are not my enemy, even though you seem to enjoy hunting star beasts. Oh, Chen Yi found the star beast intriguing and asked, why do you say that? Allow me to introduce myself first. Humans seem to enjoy giving star beasts code names, so I decided to name myself as well. I call myself Tyrant. What do you think? The star beast said with a smile. Quite imposing, Chen Yi responded. Haha, isn't it? I think so too. A final boss should have this kind of grandeur, Tyrant said, sounding pleased. I was born from these fungal mats, and from the moment I gained consciousness, I understood my mission to destroy human civilization and obliterate this planet. Chen Yi's heart tensed. Destroy the planet? This couldn't be the will of the planet's Gaia consciousness. After all, a planet wouldn't willingly destroy itself. But unfortunately, Tyrant continued, even though I'm strong, much stronger than other star beasts, I still can't destroy this planet. Humans, on the other hand, are not even worth considering. Wiping them out would be far too easy. Tyrant paused before adding, just when I was troubled by this limitation, you appeared. Your power surpasses mine by far, and for the first time, I saw the glimmer of hope to fulfill my mission. Me? Chen Yi countered. Why do you think I would destroy this planet? The tyrant gave a faint smile and shifted his gaze aside. At some point, Wang Kai had quietly followed them and was now curiously examining the fungal mat on the ground. The tyrant continued, but perhaps it will. Hearing its name, Wang Kai froze for a moment, looked up as if to indicate its innocence, then lowered its head again, focusing intently on the star beast spores on the fungal mat with a hint of eagerness. The tyrant explained, this star beast grows by devouring other star beasts. As you can see, the star beast spores are born from this fungal mat. Do you know what nourishes this fungal mat? Chen Yi asked in confusion. What is it? The tyrant replied. The life force of this planet. He stomped lightly on the fungal mat and continued. The roots of the fungal mat extend deep into the planet's earth, continuously drawing on its life force. If you intend to keep raising this star beast, I'd be more than happy to ensure your pet is well fed. Chen Yi suddenly understood. On the surface, Wang Kai was consuming star beasts, but in reality, it was depleting the planet's life force. If he allowed Wang Kai to continue growing, it would eventually drain the planet dry, effectively destroying it. What do you mean by that? He asked. The tyrant laughed heartily. Go ahead, do as you please. Chen Yi was indifferent to the planet's fate. Since Wang Kai needed the planet's energy to grow, he decided to exhaust its life force. Pop! A cluster of spores burst forth from the fungal mat. Wang Kai fixed its gaze on one and swallowed it without hesitation. A faint surge of energy flowed into Chen Yi's body, surprising him. It works to eat the star beast spores directly? Upon further thought, it made sense. Although the spores were still in their embryonic stage and had not yet matured into full star beasts, they were fundamentally the same. They didn't require further nourishment to grow into mature forms. Eating the embryonic stage or the mature form was essentially the same in theory. Realizing this, Chen Yi smiled. This method would significantly accelerate Wang Kai's growth, saving a lot of time. Perhaps due to a long period without interaction, the tyrant seemed unusually enthusiastic. He retrieved a few spores from level 3 star beasts and presented them to Wang Kai. Little one, these spores have more nutrients. However, Chen Yi was in no rush to feed Wang Kai the level 3 spores. The fungal mat was continuously releasing a large number of spores, and he carefully assessed the energy levels within them. Since ascending to LV4, Chen Yi had developed an acute sensitivity to energy. The planet's life force was a form of energy he could distinctly perceive. Before long, Chen Yi gathered 8 spores from level 2 star beasts, and Wang Kai devoured them all in one go, using the energy to strengthen itself while also sharing the power with Chen Yi. As their ability levels increased, the energy required grew exponentially. It took the energy from 8 level 2 star beasts just to raise his level by 0.2. After Wang Kai consumed the 8 star beast spores, 2 orbs of light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yi. He immediately recognized them. This was a loot drop. He had obtained new abilities, energy perception and iron skin. Level 1 star beasts, apart from their large size, have no other special traits. Only from level 2 onwards do star beasts begin to develop unique abilities. Chen Yi stared at the 8 floating star beast spores in front of him, his eyes flickering with interest. Out of the 8 spores, 2 abilities were revealed at a rather impressive drop rate. Without hesitation, he absorbed and mastered the 2 abilities. One was Energy Perception LV1, which heightened his sensitivity to energy, improving his energy affinity and control. The other was Steel Skin LV1, which made his skin harder than steel. Wang Kai had only devoured 8 level 2 Star Beast spores, a decision Chen Yi had carefully considered. He didn't want to rush to complete the third phase of the main mission. Once completed, he might be forced to return to the abyssal space. In comparison, the rewards from leveling up were far greater. Including the level 2 Star Beast he had previously killed in Jinshan City, Wang Kai had now consumed 9 level 2 Star Beasts, leaving just one more to complete the main mission. Chen Yi decisively turned his attention to the level 3 Star Beast spores. After receiving his nod, Wang Kai let out an excited "awoo" and swallowed the 20 level 3 Star Beast spores held by the tyrant in one gulp. A massive surge of energy erupted within Wang Kai, and both Chen Yi and Wang Kai's levels began to skyrocket. Star Beast LV5. Star Human LV5. Immediately after, the leveling mission was completed as well. Star Beast LV7. Star Human LV7. This was no mere upgrade, it was a true evolution. For Wang Kai, with its unique devouring ability, this was a release of its accumulated energy and potential. Ugh! Wang Kai let out a long, satisfied burp, a smug grin curling at the corners of its mouth. Its sesame-sized eyes gleamed with an arrogant disdain for everything around it. Its personality had shifted once again. From the 20 level 3 Star Beasts, aside from 2 abilities, 3 pieces of equipment and items were also dropped. Chen Yi casually tossed the less useful gear and items into his personal space, focusing instead on the 2 new abilities he had acquired. Efficient Absorption LV1, which allowed him to absorb cosmic energy more quickly and effectively while improving his digestion of it, and Super Burst LV1, which enabled him to unleash all his stored energy at once. The power of a level 7 star human was now beyond imagination. Chen Yi estimated that he could withstand a nuclear explosion without issue. Even more astonishing, as his level increased, he found that he could directly observe the flow of energy within the cosmic void and planets with his naked eyes. He felt as though he was immersed in an immense ocean of energy, his body effortlessly suspended in midair. Every subtle movement he made sent powerful ripples through this ocean of energy, causing the entire canyon to tremble. This ubiquitous universal energy was named Starforce by Chen Yi. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Yi controlled the Starforce in the void, and the resulting energy surges made the surrounding mountains quake. Standing nearby, the tyrant broke out in a cold sweat, was acutely aware that Chen Yi could erase him effortlessly with just a single thought, just as he had previously annihilated Wei Long in an instant. After landing, Chen Yi unleashed his mental power, drawing a large cluster of level 3 Star Beast spores to his side. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Still think you can handle more? He asked Wang Kai. Wang Kai grinned widely and opened its mouth, devouring the Star Beast spores with wild abandon. With each bite, the converted energy surged into Chen Yi's body like a flood. Accompanied by the continuous chime of system notifications, Wang Kai's level skyrocketed. Star Beast LV 7.2. Star Beast LV 7.3. Until it finally broke through to LV 8. As Wang Kai leveled up, Chen Yi also advanced to Star Human LV 8. Countless orbs of light swirled around him, and the newly acquired equipment and items were stored in his personal space. Abilities that matched his potential were instantly mastered. When the sheer number of abilities reached their limit, an astonishing ability fusion began. The system prompted, detected abilities available for fusion. Following this, all abilities including Night Vision, Danger Sense, Limit Burst, Voice of All Things, and LV10 level mental power merged into the essence of the Star Human, forming an entirely new ability, Star Spirit LV8. This fusion was not merely a stacking of abilities. It elevated Chen Yi into a life form that transcended humanity. Though his physical body remained, its strength had reached unimaginable levels. Within this ocean of Starforce, a single thought from him could obliterate an entire planet. As a star spirit, Chen Yi could perceive, touch, and manipulate all energy on a planetary scale. This energy seemed alive, fully obedient to his will. He had become nature's chosen one, the embodiment of the universe's stellar energy, and wherever he walked on a planet, he was its sovereign. The tyrant watched as Chen Yi effortlessly wielded this staggering power, perceiving him as both overwhelmingly powerful and strangely approachable. At this moment, Chen Yi could not only sense everything occurring on this planet, but also detect changes across the entire planetary system. Through the ocean of Starforce, he could instantly travel to any location within this vast region. The activities and perception range of a star spirit are not bound by the speed of light, nor are they restricted by physical space only by the boundaries of their planetary system. This unique privilege defines them as extraordinary life forms in the cosmic expanse. The larger the planetary system, the broader the star spirit's range of perception and activity. The tyrant stood in the canyon, feeling the surging power within. As a boss-level entity, he was acutely aware that if he didn't act quickly, even he might fall prey to the ever-evolving Wang Kai. I need to stretch my legs, the tyrant said. Go ahead. Chen Yi nodded in approval. Just as the tyrant was about to leave, Chen Yi noticed something. This fungal mat doesn't seem capable of nurturing higher-level star beasts. The tyrant flexed his muscles and explained, correct. The vitality of this planet is too weak, capable of supporting star beasts up to level 5 at most. To cultivate higher-level star beasts, we need to find a planet with greater vitality. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous boom echoed through the canyon, shaking it to its core. The tyrant bent his legs and launched himself skyward like a cannonball, vanishing beyond the canyon in an instant, carried by the powerful wind. Chen Yi shifted his attention to the level 4 star beast spore in his hand. After consuming a large number of level 3 spores, he had already reached the limit at level 8, and further consumption would yield diminishing returns. Casually, he tossed the level 4 spore toward Wang Kai. Wang Kai. Woof! Wang Kai's sharp eyes gleamed as it leapt up and swallowed the spore whole. In an instant, a radiant white light burst from its body. Upgrade Task 4, completed. Star Beast option. Upgrade Star Beast LV10. Star Spirit LV10. The accumulated potential erupted in that moment, propelling Wang Kai directly from level 8 to level 10. Through their shared mechanism, Chen Yi's Star Spirit level rose in tandem, his power skyrocketing exponentially. The sheer magnitude of this surge in power forced Chen Yi to exercise careful control. A single stray thought could unleash an energy tide within the ocean of star force, potent enough to obliterate the entire planet. Though his perception remained constrained to the current planetary system, his mastery over star force had ascended to an entirely new level. He now possessed the ability to destroy a star with ease. By extracting star force from within a star and disrupting its energy equilibrium, he could trigger a collapse, effectively annihilating it. In other words, Chen Yi now wielded the terrifying power to end an entire planetary system. At this moment, though Chen Yi still retained his flesh and blood form, his physical capabilities had transcended anything imaginable by ordinary beings. Its body possesses unparalleled strength, arguably the greatest in the universe, matching the intensity of the strong nuclear force. Within Chen Yi's body, every atom is tightly arranged and held in relative stillness, forming an indestructible barrier. Any material with a strength below this threshold cannot leave even the faintest mark on him. Such a physique naturally brings with it unparalleled power. More importantly, as long as he remains within the ocean of stellar energy, he is nearly immortal. Even if injured, the stellar energy would immediately repair the damage. To defeat him, one would need to deliver a fatal blow in an instant. Otherwise, it would devolve into an endless war of attrition, lasting until the end of the universe. Feeling the surging energy within him, Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel. This surpasses the realm of gods on earth. This is true divinity. Indeed, from their very inception, star spirits have possessed godlike traits, a rarity even in the vast expanse of the universe. Blue arcs of electricity danced across his palm, transforming seamlessly into the forms of wind, water, fire, and other elements. This mastery of energy signified dominion over all elements, whether metal or stone. On a cosmic scale, matter and energy are merely two sides of the same coin, differing only in their micro and macro manifestations. Chen Yi activated his abilities, drawing upon the life force of the planet to nurture the fungal mat. A multitude of Tier 4 star beast spores rapidly took shape. Wang Kai continued. At his command, the fungal mat released new spores, while Wang Kai continued devouring star beasts. The equipment, items, and abilities they dropped were all collected into Chen Yi's personal storage space. Although Chen Yi had already assimilated countless abilities and evolved into a star spirit life form, these ordinary powers no longer piqued his interest unless they were of an exceptionally unique nature. For a level 10 life form like him, the enhancements brought by Tier 4 star beast spores were negligible. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Lucia's longsword traced a sharp arc, effortlessly cleaving through a Tier 3 star beast. She frowned in thought. Why have the star beasts been so scarce lately? A voice came through her communicator. It was Jess. Since completing their mission in Jinshan City, the two longtime partners had returned to their respective posts but remained in frequent contact. Despite the apparent good news, Lucia couldn't shake a sense of unease. The unusual drop in star beast activity was suspicious. By the way, how's Flash doing? Still in confinement, won't be released until he completes his closed training. After nearly causing a disaster last time, he earned it. At the mention of that incident, Lucia couldn't help but think of Chen Yi. If not for his timely intervention, Jinshan City might have been destroyed by Weilong. Recalling how she had been knocked unconscious in a single strike during their encounter, she instinctively tightened her grip on her blade, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure and urgency. She had to grow stronger and fast. Suddenly, Lucia swung her blade at several times the speed of sound, the sharp gleam of her strike cutting through the air with lethal precision. However, a hand casually extended and caught the blade mid-swing, holding it firmly. The residual force from her attack obliterated the surrounding buildings within dozens of meters, sending skyscrapers crashing to the ground. Yet the figure holding the blade remained unscathed, bearing sharp fangs and a grin. Not bad for a strike. Hearing this, Lucia's pupils contracted sharply. A massive tail slammed heavily onto the ruins, and a tyrant-like star beast, humanoid in shape, loomed before Lucia, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Lucia's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. While it wasn't uncommon for advanced star beasts to communicate, what truly shocked her was how effortlessly this one had deflected her strike. Clang! The blade let out a crisp, sharp ring. Lucia swiftly drew her weapon and retreated, her entire body tense. From just that brief exchange, she vividly understood the vast power gap between them. At that moment, an urgent alert from the Star Beast Monitoring Division blared. Beep beep. The display on her wristband flashed with glaring red light at Lucia's location. A Star Beast signal with an energy level of 4.8 had been detected. The tyrant glanced at the wristband on Lucia's arm, his demeanor so relaxed it seemed as though he was merely here for amusement. Aren't you going to check the data? He asked leisurely. Lucia remained silent, her brows tightly furrowed. This star beast was far too unusual. There was no trace of the wild, feral nature typical of other star beasts. Its rationality was on par with that of a human. Never mind. Seeing her unwillingness to engage, the tyrant appeared slightly disappointed, but soon unleashed a surge of pure killing intent. Before the other star hunters arrive, let's have some fun. Boom. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a powerful wave of pressure surged toward her. By the time Lucia reacted, the tyrant's fist was already inches from her face. With a deafening crash, her body was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, carving a trench dozens of meters long into the ruins. The shockwave from the punch swept through the surroundings, reducing all nearby structures to rubble and clearing a vast open space. Cough, cough. Lucia gripped her long blade tightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her entire body ached as though her bones were breaking. Ignoring her injuries, she resolutely swung her blade in retaliation. This star beast's strength far surpassed any opponent she had faced before. Just one blow had nearly incapacitated her. This might be the end for me, she muttered, unleashing a strike with every ounce of strength she had left. The tyrant shook his head in disappointment, effortlessly shattering her slash with a casual punch. Too weak. You're not even worth my time. How about with us added to the mix? A voice rang out as a figure descended from the sky. Jace, surrounded by a halo of brilliant blue energy, clenched his teeth and smashed his fist into the ground. Boom. The entire ruin trembled as if struck by an earthquake, and dust billowed into the air. Several advanced star hunters appeared one after another. Still got fight left in you? Jace asked. I won't hold you back, Lucia replied curtly, forcing herself to stand. She could still battle before her strength gave out entirely. Amid the swirling dust, the tyrant's menacing figure gradually emerged. Jace's fighting spirit burned brightly. A 4.8 level Starbiasthus is going to be a real problem. 4.8 level. The tyrant scanned the group, his tone laced with amusement. Have you ever tasted despair? Don't you notice my body is quite different from other star beasts? Let me tell you something, not that it matters, this isn't even my full power form. Interested in seeing what I'm truly capable of. At his words, every star hunter's expression froze. The pupils of several star slayers suddenly contracted, their scalps tingling with tension. Yet, without hesitation, they sprang into action, unwilling to waste words with the tyrant. Despite the stark disparity in strength, they showed no trace of fear. The tyrant, his battle spirit ignited, let out a wild laugh and roared, "Bring it on!" Boom. An intense battle erupted amidst the ruins. With the tyrant deliberately prolonging the fight, more and more star slayers arrived to join the fray. The Union issued a direct order. At all costs, eliminate this star beast. 2 hours later, the ruins were littered with the bodies of fallen star slayers. The tyrant, having fought at full strength, had grown to a towering 15 meters, his energy levels surging to an astonishing 5.2. Against this overwhelming power, even captain-level star slayers were no match. Yet the tyrant had sustained numerous injuries, though his incredible regenerative abilities left him appearing unscathed. Lucia and Jace, barely clinging to life, were consumed by despair. They understood all too well that courage and resolve could not bridge such an insurmountable gap. Jace, gravely injured and lying amidst the rubble, barely had the strength to move. Gazing up at the sky, he murmured calmly, "It's all over." Leaning against a wall, Lucia lacked even the strength to stand. The battle had exhilarated the tyrant, leaving him deeply satisfied. He thought to himself, "For my final battle, I have no regrets." Something about this thought seemed off, but Lucia couldn't quite pinpoint what. Just then, the roar of engines cut through the air as planes streaked overhead. A group of elite star slayers descended like a torrent. Flash, who had been confined, was released as unstable, yet top-tier combat prowess deemed essential for this critical battle. Feeling his blood boil with excitement, Flash thought to himself, "Finally, It's my time to shine. The tyrant glanced at the newcomers, utterly dismissive of their presence. With a derisive laugh, he said, "Your timing couldn't be worse. This is not your stage." His gaze, brimming with battle fervor, locked onto a lone figure, Chen Yi, who had appeared without anyone noticing. At the sight of Chen Yi, Flash's expression froze. The dragon within him roared violently, driving him to retreat as far as possible. Clearly, Chen Yi had left a profound psychological scar on him. Meanwhile, Lucia and Jace both looked on in astonishment. They realized that among all the humans they knew, only Chen Yi possessed the power to rival the tyrant. If he joined the fight, there was no doubt the tyrant could be defeated. However, the apparent camaraderie between the tyrant and Chen Yi sent a chill through the hearts of the Star Slayers. The situation grew tense and uncertain, as no one dared to determine whether Chen Yi was friend or foe. Flash and the others held back, wary of making any sudden moves. Chen Yi appeared utterly at ease, showing no sign of defensiveness. Ignoring the surrounding Star Slayers, he casually asked the tyrant, "So, are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied," the tyrant replied with a grin, fully aware that it was time to offer up his life. Turning his hostility toward Chen Yi, he launched a decisive attack, roaring with unrestrained exhilaration, "Show me your strength." Out of nowhere, Wang Kaishan leapt from the ruins like a ghost, his mouth opening as a radiant cross-shaped light flashed in an instant. He unleashed an earth-shattering blast of energy. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled as the devastating force obliterated everything in its path. Even the residual shockwave sent the Star Slayers flying, leaving them powerless and overwhelmed with terror. Although Wang Kai appeared harmless on the surface, its true nature was that of a star beast, an exceptionally powerful one at that, with a staggering level of LV10. Every time it devoured another star beast, it absorbed their abilities to strengthen itself. By now, Wang Cai's life form had reached a level comparable to Chen Yi, a star spirit. The so-called tyrant was no match for it. Wang Kai opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding beam of energy. Wherever the beam passed, the ground was torn apart, leaving an enormous, bottomless chasm. The beam pierced through the atmosphere and shot into the starry sky, fading slowly in the depths of space. The Star Slayers present were frozen with fear at this terrifying display. Against such overwhelming power, they felt as insignificant as ants. Flash staggered to his feet from the rubble, his eyes filled with terror, ready to flee at any moment. A creature of this magnitude was far beyond their capacity to handle. The tyrant's body remained standing, but most of its head and torso had been instantly vaporized. This was a superstar beast with a power level of 5.2, yet it had been obliterated in a single strike. The Star Slayers were utterly horrified. Wang Kai trotted over to the tyrant's remains with its tiny legs, cheerfully opened its mouth, and swallowed the 5.2 level superstar beast in one gulp. A flash of white light briefly enveloped Wang Kai. Upgrade Task 5, complete. Star Beast Options, Upgrade. Star Beast, LV11. Star Spirit, LV11. Due to the limited benefits from previously devouring large amounts of level 4 Star Beast spores, Wang Kai only advanced to LV11 this time. As Chen Yi prepared to leave, Lucia hurriedly spoke up to thank him. "Your Excellency, thank you for your timely assistance." Chen Yi paused for a moment before vanishing into thin air. Her gratitude left him amused. His purpose for coming here had never been to rescue the Star Slayers, it was purely to complete his upgrade mission. If the Federation knew what he had done to this planet, he would likely become their enemy. However, in Chen Yi's eyes, these Star Slayers were not even qualified to be his adversaries. They weren't worth his personal attention. Meanwhile, in the Star Beast Monitoring Department, the large screen flashed with a top-level red alert. The monitoring staff stared at the screen in shock, their eyes fixed on the unprecedented energy reading of 7.3. It was as though they were paralyzed by fear. This terrifying figure was enough to send chills down their spines. "Is the reading accurate?" "Minister, it's confirmed 7.3 energy level," the technician replied, his voice trembling. And this was merely the result of Wang Cai's casual attack. The minister's blood ran cold. He immediately issued an order. "Prepare a report at once. I will personally take this to the Federation." "Understood." The next day, after a lengthy discussion, the Federation reached a unanimous decision. Since Chen Yi had previously shown no hostility toward humanity, they would refrain from provoking him. However, the future of humanity must rest in humanity's own hands. These words echoed through the halls of the Federation's headquarters. The emergence of high-energy star beasts had made the Federation acutely aware of the growing crisis. The current growth rate of the Star Slayers could no longer keep pace with the demands of the era. In a conference room within the headquarters, Alai, dressed in a sleek black suit, stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, idly twirling a faintly glowing vial in his hand. As a new recruit of the Nova Corps, this Voidbringer may have had limited equipment, but his importance to the Corps had earned him this precious experimental item. The vial contained a second-tier serum, incomplete, but with the potential to unleash the power of a third tier 1 if perfected through human trials. It was thanks to his efforts within the Federation that another newcomer to the core, Flashlight, had acquired the power of the Velocidragon. Arrange a meeting with the chief, Ali said curtly to his secretary. The secretary nodded and left promptly. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was immersed in the vast ocean of stellar energy. With his ability, the voice of all things, he could detect every energy fluctuation in the universe, whether electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, or neutrino signals. No energy carrying information could escape his perception. The life force of the current planet had been excessively depleted, leaving it incapable of producing higher-level star beasts. Chen Yi understood this all too well. He needed to search for other civilized planets to cultivate microbial mats, fostering even stronger star beasts to complete his next upgrade tasks. Half a month later, a message transmitted via gravitational waves caught Chen Yi's attention. To all civilizations in the universe, the Northern Cross civilization sends its regards. Using soundwave triangulation, Chen Yi immediately pinpointed the source. The Northern Cross civilization was located just 60 light-years away, within the same galactic arm. With his stellar spirit now at level 11, Chen Yi's mastery over the ocean of stellar energy had reached an extraordinary level. He could use an entire planetary system as an arc, traveling freely through the cosmos. The stellar energy rippled like waves as the planetary system began accelerating toward the Northern Cross civilization, all while the life forms on the planet remained completely unaware of the phenomenon. This anomaly was first noticed by astronomical observers. At first, they assumed it was a celestial body moving through space, but they soon realized that their entire star system was shifting position. The discovery left everyone in shock and terror, yet they were powerless to intervene. At this moment, the Federation was consumed by one question. What force could possibly be powerful enough to move an entire star system? The Northern Cross civilization lies 60 light-years away. Even with the ability to travel faster than light, it would still take 20 years for Chen Yi's star system to reach it. Unless Chen Yi can break through the limitations of his life form and ascend to a higher tier of star spirit, thereby wielding even greater power within the vast sea of stellar energy, such a journey remains out of reach. However, reality is harsh. The Tyrant, the only level 5 star beast on this planet, has already exhausted the potential of the fungal mat. To make matters worse, Wansai's excessive consumption of star beast spores has led to a severe depletion of the planet's life force, making the emergence of even level 4 star beast spores exceedingly rare. This decline in vitality will soon manifest on the planet's surface. Vegetation will wither, ecosystems will collapse, and earthquakes will grow increasingly frequent. While the threat of star beasts may diminish, humanity will face an even graver challenge to its survival, though they remain entirely unaware of this impending crisis. At this moment, Chen Yi was idly toying with a fist-sized lump of flesh he had retrieved from his personal storage space. The blood-red substance pulsed rhythmically, resembling a beating heart. As an expert in hunting star beasts, Chen Yi knew that higher-level star beasts had better drop rates for rare items. Wang Kai had devoured countless star beast spores, amassing a large collection of equipment, tools, and abilities for him. As the only level 5 star beast, the Tyrant had dropped several valuable items, most of which were now of little use to Chen Yi. However, one particular item, a special artifact called the Tyrant's Heart, caught his attention. According to its description, this lump of flesh contained the Tyrant's consciousness. If consumed by a living creature, it would allow the Tyrant to seize the host's body and be reborn. Although the item had yet to be fully appraised, Chen Yi estimated its rank to be no higher than Tier 3. After all, while the Tyrant's power exceeded Tier 2, it had not yet reached Tier 3. Chen Yi contemplated finding the right opportunity to resurrect the Tyrant and have it handle certain tasks on his behalf. However, the Tyrant's strength after revival would depend entirely on the physical capabilities of the body it inhabited. Shuai's star, that was the name of the planet Chen Yi called home, part of the Morningstar system. In the 5th year of the Morningstar system's journey toward the Northern Cross civilization, a team arrived outside the canyon where Chen Yi resided. Among them were Lucia, Jess, Flash, and the newly promoted Star Slayer, Luo Changkong. They had been sent by the Federation to investigate the truth behind the star beasts. After years of observation, the Federation had finally discovered the existence of star beast spores and traced their source to this canyon. To eliminate the star beast threat once and for all, the Federation dispatched a force of elite star slayers. However, their mission quickly ran into an unexpected obstacle. A mysterious, invisible energy barrier blocked their entry into the canyon. Lucia swung her blade with all her might, but it failed to even scratch the surface of the barrier, causing her to frown deeply. Flash unleashed a powerful attack, but it too was ineffective. Even when all the high-ranking Star Slayers joined forces, the enigmatic barrier remained unshaken, standing resolute against their combined efforts. Half an hour later, a hydrogen bomb descended from the sky, tearing through the silent heavens. The moment it touched the energy barrier, it exploded like a brilliant sun, emitting an intense light that was almost impossible to look at directly. At its core, the temperature exceeded hundreds of millions of degrees, enough to reduce all matter on the planet to dust. The ensuing heat caused the atmosphere to expand rapidly and then contract violently, while the powerful shockwave roared like an enraged beast, slamming into the sturdy energy barrier twice with tremendous force. To eradicate the threat of the star beasts, the Federation launched a nuclear attack without hesitation. A single hydrogen bomb was hardly surprising. If necessary, nuclear missile bases across the globe were prepared to initiate a sustained bombardment. As the first explosion subsided, the Federation immediately inquired, "What's the status?" Lucia placed her hand lightly on the energy barrier, her gaze steady as she observed it for a moment. Her voice was calm and resolute. "The barrier is intact. My suggestion is to increase the yield and maintain the bombardment." "Understood. Please evacuate the target area immediately. The second nuclear strike will arrive in 20 minutes." When the first hydrogen bomb failed to achieve its goal, a shadow of doubt crept into everyone's hearts. Another attempt was made, driven more by unwillingness to concede than by hope. After painstakingly locating the source of the star beasts, they couldn't even breach the barrier to enter. The harsh reality was almost too much to bear. The second wave of nuclear bombardment followed swiftly, yet the barrier remained unshaken. Against the relentless nuclear assault, the barrier stood like an indomitable wall of iron and steel. "Damn it!" one of the Star Slayers roared in frustration. Lucia continued to stare into the depths of the canyon, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. She watched as clusters of star beast spores rode the air currents, silently ascending into the sky. They passed effortlessly through the impenetrable barrier and floated outward in all directions. "This is bad." Luo Changkong sighed inwardly. His main mission was in its final stage, uncovering the truth behind the star beasts. Completing this task would fulfill his objective, but now he was stuck before this unyielding barrier. This was exactly Chen Yi's plan. In the void space, the final main mission always involved revealing the truth behind the world's destruction. By preventing the Void's capers from completing this mission, he could extend his stay in this world. Ultimately, faced with the formidable energy barrier, the Star Slayers had no choice but to retreat. Although they couldn't resolve the Star Beast threat at its source, they had at least identified the canyon's location. If the Federation could intercept and destroy the airborne Star Beast spores in advance, the frequency of Star Beast outbreaks could be significantly reduced, effectively controlling the scale of the disaster. However, just as they were preparing to leave, a sudden earthquake struck the surrounding area. In recent years, earthquakes had become increasingly frequent worldwide. While people had grown somewhat accustomed to them, the underlying unease never truly disappeared. At that moment, Jess suddenly realized he had gained the ability to hear the voice of all things. The sound of the planet reached his consciousness, no longer just vibrations and echoes. It was a voice filled with despair and lamentation. He abruptly understood that this was no ordinary earthquake, it was the cry of a planet in agony. The voice of Gaia's consciousness carried no emotion of its own, yet human perception imbued it with a weighty sorrow that was deeply unsettling. The Earth's life force was rapidly depleting. The environment was deteriorating, natural disasters were escalating, and the planet was hurtling towards self-destruction. Jess' intuition told him that the source of it all lay beneath the canyon. Unfortunately, they couldn't delve deeper at the moment. Then, the earthquake intensified, accompanied by even stronger waves of fear and despair, like a colossal beast trapped underground, desperately crying out for help. Jess felt a jolt of shock, his mind swirling with questions. What could the planet possibly fear? In the 6th year of the Dawn Star Systems expedition, the Federation successfully intercepted and eradicated Star Beast spores outside the Grand Canyon, reducing the Star Beast threat to its lowest point in recorded history. However, an even graver danger is quietly looming on the horizon. Environmental monitoring data from the Federation revealed alarming results. Tectonic plate activity has become unusually frequent, indicating that earthquakes will grow increasingly common and severe. Even worse, vast stretches of land are rapidly undergoing desertification. Scientists have reached a chilling conclusion: if humanity fails to establish a sustainable survival system within the next 15 years, the human civilization on Shuai Star will face extinction. 1 year later, Jez returned to the outskirts of the Grand Canyon. As the only member of the Star Slayers capable of hearing the resonance of all things, he was convinced that the truth lay hidden in the unfathomable depths of this canyon. A powerful gust of air surged up from the canyon's depths. Standing outside the energy barrier, Jez listened intently, parsing the messages carried by the wind. Soon, an unusual scent caught his attention. Through the resonance he perceived, he identified the substance as fungal mat, the very origin of the Star Beast's creation. Beyond this, he detected the presence of both a human and a star beast deep within the canyon. This discovery sent a jolt through Jez. A blurred figure suddenly flashed across his Minda, a person perpetually shrouded in a distorted light barrier, their true visage forever obscured. Undoubtedly, this was the most powerful being on the planet. If there was a mastermind behind everything, it had to be them. Though Jiez was reluctant to hastily conclude that this person was Chen Yi, the combination of a human and a star beast inevitably reminded him of Chen Yi and the superstar beast, Kai, whose energy level reached an astonishing 7.3. However, both Chen Yi and Kai had transcended ordinary life forms, leaving no conventional traces behind. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed across the landscape. A massive earthquake struck again. But this time, through the resonance of all things, Jiez discerned something different. The tremor originated from the entity deep beneath the canyon, who was actively recalibrating the trajectory of the entire Dawnstar system. The shocking revelation made Jiez stagger backward, his face turning ashen. A being capable of single-handedly influencing the movement of an entire planetary system was far beyond the realm of humanity. This was nothing less than a true deity. No wonder the Federation's nuclear bombardments had been utterly ineffective. In the face of such overwhelming power, the conflict between humans and star beasts was no more than a petty skirmish among ants, unworthy of the entity's attention. Jess's heart pounded violently, and even after learning the truth, he couldn't find peace. Confused and lost, he sank into deep contemplation. Where was that person steering the trajectory of the Morningstar system? He couldn't stop it, nor could he predict it. That person had taken control of the mycelial mat nurturing the star beast spores, while they couldn't even breach a single barrier. Talking about eradicating the star beasts was nothing short of a joke. When Lucia saw Jess again, he appeared utterly defeated, his expression numb, as if all vitality had drained from him. She stared at him in shock, unable to understand, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Jess shook his head and replied softly, "Nothing, just some things lately." He looked at her and asked, "Is there something you need?" Lucia hesitated before saying, "The movement of the Morningstar system has alarmed the higher-ups. They need to deploy new strategies quickly. The senior Star Slayers have already been summoned." "Forget it," Jess muttered, his gaze downcast and empty. "I don't want to be part of these meaningless efforts anymore." Against a force capable of altering an entire galaxy, humanity's struggle is laughable. The fact that we've survived this long is pure luck. One day, if that person in the canyon is in a bad mood, they might just destroy the entire planet. He was consumed by despair, as though all the knowledge and truths he had learned had become chains binding him. He understood deeply that in the face of these unstoppable forces, humanity had nothing. So, he never revealed these truths to the Federation. "Don't bother notifying me about these meetings anymore. Just send me the task details directly. I don't want to deal with anything else." Time slipped by quietly. 2 decades passed in the blink of an eye. The Morningstar system was on the brink of arrival, and the ripples of the Starforce ocean swayed gently as Chen Yi's figure emerged from the void, returning to the realm of reality. After 20 years of faster-than-light travel, the Morningstar system finally approached the North Cross Civilization star system. Looking up, one could see the bright sun, and beside it, a dimmer star, the North Cross system's sun. In the final stage of the journey, with a mere thought, Chen Yi sent ripples spreading through the Starforce ocean, causing the entire Morningstar system to decelerate and eventually collide with the North Cross system. The two stars, drawn by gravitational forces, became tightly intertwined, forming a binary star system with 2 suns in the sky. Under the influence of the star force, the planets of the 2 systems quickly merged and were pulled into new, stable orbits. Woof! Kai widened his eyes, staring at the 2 suns in the sky with awe and wonder. Chen Yi stretched lazily, his mood especially light. Finally here. As soon as he spoke, Chen Yi keenly sensed the star force of the North Cross star. He immediately noticed the planet's exceptionally vibrant life force, making it an ideal place to plant the mycelial mat. "Seems like luck is on my side," he thought with satisfaction. After confirming there was no threatening force on the North Cross star, he swiftly disappeared into the Starforce ocean with the entire mycelial mat. As a star spirit, Chen Yi instantly materialized in a valley on the North Cross star. The surroundings were lush and brimming with life, further lifting his spirits. "This is the place." Without hesitation, he spread out the mycelial mat. The moment it touched the ground, its roots spread wildly into the earth, drawing on the planet's life force. In no time, the once vibrant greenery withered rapidly, and the thriving valley became barren and desolate. Beyond the valley, hundreds of birds circled in the sky, resembling a dark cloud as they fled into the distance. A middle-aged man with a sword at his waist immediately sensed the change in the land. His expression grew serious as he murmured to himself, "The planet's life force. It's draining?" The Northern Cross star is a planet of human civilization. Due to the innate sensitivity of its inhabitants to energy, technology here has advanced at an astonishingly rapid pace. With specialized training, the people of the Northern Cross star can precisely sense and manipulate energy, without the aid of any instruments and ability, far beyond the reach of humans from the Water Zephyr star. Leveraging this extraordinary talent, the Northern Cross star not only propelled its technological advancements, but also delved deeply into the study of the human body's control over energy. By combining genetic modifications with combat training, they cultivated a group of warriors with unparalleled combat prowess. The strongest among them could even bring down spaceships with sheer physical strength. Over the course of 2 centuries, the Northern Cross star assembled 3 massive fleets, venturing into the vastness of the cosmos in search of new habitable planets to expand their civilization. However, even with faster-than-light travel technology, the vastness of the universe made long journeys unavoidable. 200 years have passed, and the 3 fleets remain missing. The enthusiasm of the Northern Cross star's inhabitants for exploration gradually waned, and their focus shifted to refining and enhancing their internal martial arts system. Amid the technological explosion, a new wave of powerful individuals emerged like a rising tide. Martial arts flourished across the planet and came to be known as stellar martial arts, a combat discipline that combines energy manipulation with the physical limits of the human body. At this moment, outside a canyon, a middle-aged man stood against the wind. His name was Shuo Feng, a warrior from the Stellar Fleet's barracks, possessing extensive combat experience and the terrifying strength to cleave mountains with a single strike. Sensing the planet's life force quietly fading, he did not hesitate. He stepped into the valley, heading straight for the source. He had only one goal: to uncover and eliminate the entity devouring the planet's life force, without mercy. Life force is the core energy of a planet. As someone from the warrior barracks, Shuo Feng could not tolerate any person or being endangering the safety of the Northern Cross star. He followed the trail and finally arrived before a massive fungal carpet spreading like a living tapestry. Standing at the edge of the fungal carpet was a young man. Clang! The moment their eyes met, Shuo Feng had already drawn his blade. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and a powerful slash roared toward the fungal carpet. He instantly determined that this fungal carpet was the culprit behind the planet's draining life force. As for whether the young man was involved, his reaction would be enough to reveal the truth. Boom! Before the ferocious strike could land, it suddenly disintegrated midair, dissipating like smoke. Shuo Feng's eyes narrowed, his killing intent surging. In an instant, he accelerated, his figure becoming a blur as he appeared before the young man. His blade descended like a thunderous bolt, cleaving through the air with immense force. At that moment, Shuo Feng made a resolute decision. Anyone who stood in his way of destroying the fungal carpet was an enemy of the planet. He hesitated not, nor did he need to. His strike was decisive, leaving no room for mercy. Yet, just as his blade fell, the young man did not even move. Shuo Feng's body suddenly froze midair, as though pinned by an invisible force. He was suspended, unable to move. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of stellar energy erupted, binding every muscle in his body like chains, locking him in place. At that moment, Shuo Feng finally realized the seemingly ordinary young man before him was anything but ordinary. Shuo Feng felt an overwhelming surge of stellar energy. His pupils contracted sharply as he experienced true fear for the first time. In a panicked voice, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, the stellar energy erupted like thunder. In an instant, Shu Feng's body was torn apart and vanished without a trace. Chen Yi shifted his gaze, refocusing his attention on the fungal mat. Thump! The fungal mat vibrated violently, voraciously absorbing the life force of the Northern Cross star. It pulsated rhythmically like a living organism, inhaling and exhaling, continuously drawing out life energy. The Northern Cross star's life force was far greater and purer than that of the Watermarsh star. After absorbing this immense energy, the fungal mat immediately began the process of producing stellar beast spores. The creation of advanced stellar beast spores required an extraordinary amount of life force, and wasting such precious energy on lower-grade spores was undoubtedly inefficient. Pop! The fungal mat expelled a large batch of low-level stellar beast spores. Without hesitation, Chen Yi used his power to extract all the life force from these spores, re-injecting it back into the fungal mat. At this moment, Wang Kai was eager to devour the spores, but before it could act, the spores vanished completely under Chen Yi's control. These low-level stellar beast spores are worthless, Chen Yi explained. It's better to recycle their life force until we can cultivate advanced stellar beasts. The birth of advanced stellar beasts was a matter of probability, something Chen Yi couldn't directly control. However, he could ensure the efficient utilization of life force, avoiding waste on lower-tier creatures. A day later, the fungal mat reached its absorption limit. The Northern Cross star's life force was completely drained, and the mat began producing fifth-tier stellar beast spores in small quantities, only 5 or 6 at a time. Without hesitation, Chen Yi tossed 5 of the fifth-tier spores to Wang Kai, who eagerly lunged forward and swallowed them. Howl! As Wang Kai consumed the stellar beast spores, it appeared satisfied. However, Chen Yi's power only increased slightly, and the system panel showed no significant changes. The starlight level remained at LV11. Chen Yi sighed inwardly. These fifth-tier stellar beast spores were no longer sufficient to provide meaningful enhancements. After all, both his and Wang Kai's life levels had grown too high for such spores to have a noticeable effect. According to his original plan, he would have gradually pushed Wang Kai's level to its limit using lower-tier spores before upgrading. However, this approach now seemed unfeasible, as the Northern Cross star's life force was far from sufficient to produce the vast number of lower-tier spores required. Higher-tier stellar beasts demanded an immense amount of life force for their creation, a demand that the Northern Cross star's resources simply couldn't sustain. Given the circumstances, Chen Yi decided to abandon his original upgrade strategy and focus on cultivating more advanced stellar beasts to expedite the completion of his mission. He was uncertain how much longer he could remain in this task world or whether he would find another planet rich in life force. Thus, Chen Yi entered a solo cultivation mode once more. With a clap of his hands, he created an invisible energy barrier around the valley to prevent any external interference. Pop! Another fifth-tier stellar beast spore emerged from the fungal mat. Chen Yi swiftly drained its life force and re-injected it into the mat, continuing the process of nurturing stronger stellar beasts. 10 days passed. Under the nourishment of the Northern Cross star's pure life force, the fungal mat finally produced its first sixth-tier stellar beast spore. Chen Yi handed it to Wang Kai, who devoured it eagerly. As the sixth-tier spore was consumed, dramatic changes occurred within both Chen Yi's starlight form and Wang Kai's life structure. In that moment, the upgrade task 6, Complete Stellar Beast Selection Upgrade Beast, was instantly accomplished, and the starlight level rose to LV12. Boom. The ground shook violently before settling into stillness. Chen Yi gathered the overflowing power within himself as the sea of stellar energy surged and roiled around him. His perception and control expanded rapidly, extending to a radius of 2 light-years. Star spirits are born with the innate ability to control stellar energy, which constitutes the majority of energy in the universe. This means that within their perceptual range, star spirits possess near-absolute power. Through mass energy conversion, Chen Yi can effortlessly condense and transform stellar energy into any substance, thereby creating most things in the universe. He can even create planets, stars, and neutron stars. However, black holes remain beyond his current control. As Chen Yi's level increases, his range of control expands rapidly, allowing him to manipulate even greater amounts of stellar energy and gain immense power. A radius of 2 light-years is an incredibly vast scale. While it does not extend beyond the heliosphere of a merged galaxy, it far surpasses the distance to the farthest planet within that galaxy. Within this 2 light-year radius, Chen Yi can use the ocean of stellar energy as a medium to instantly reach any location within his sensing range. At LV11, Chen Yi is already capable of propelling an entire planetary system to faster-than-light speeds. Similarly, he himself can easily travel at or beyond the speed of light. According to theoretical physics, an object's mass approaches infinity as it nears the speed of light. This means Chen Yi's attacks possess infinite destructive power. Even a fingertip-sized particle, when accelerated to light speed, could effortlessly pierce through a star and destroy an entire planetary system. To him, this fragile world is like a thin sheet of paper, and he has no interest in playing trivial games with others. His only focus is on farming. Meanwhile, the main quest, Phase 3, was marked as completed, granting him a reward of 2,000 points. The main quest, Phase 4, was then unveiled. Having fully proven his strength, Chen Yi is tasked with becoming a star slayer in pursuit of the truth, with a reward of 1,000 points. To efficiently utilize the life force of the Northern Cross star, Chen Yi eradicated numerous star beast spores, directly completing Phase 3 of the main quest. Fortunately, Phase 4 could still proceed, leaving Chen Yi curious about how long the space would allow him to remain in this mission world. He brought the fungal blanket back to the Northern Cross star. The Void Seekers on the Swamp Star were unable to uncover the ultimate truth about the star beasts, and thus could not complete their mission. Chen Yi doubted that the space would permit them to stay in this mission world indefinitely. Pop! The fungal blanket ejected a level 6 star beast spore, which Chen Yi immediately destroyed, re-injecting its life force back into the fungal blanket for further use. After swallowing the level 6 star beast spore, Wang Kai's behavior changed dramatically, as if it had consumed a poisonous mushroom. It began swaying its head and bouncing around, humming something unintelligible. While Chen Yi was fully focused on cultivating advanced star beasts, chaos erupted between the civilizations of the Swamp Star and the Northern Cross Star, with the latter particularly gripped by fear. The Morning Star system was traveling at faster-than-light speeds toward them, only slowing down as the 2 star systems began to merge. The observers from the Northern Cross Star civilization were terrified at the discovery. A fleet traveling at superluminal speeds might have been comprehensible, but an entire planetary system moving at such speeds was utterly baffling. What kind of energy and propulsion could drive an entire planetary system to faster than light travel? The wonders of the universe far exceeded imagination. Faced with a civilization capable of relocating entire planetary systems, the Beishitsi star civilization fell into unprecedented despair. They were acutely aware that the only fate awaiting them was inevitable domination and colonization. However, to their astonishment, the Shuai star civilization took no immediate action. This was not due to mercy, but because the technology of the Shuai star civilization was far from achieving interstellar travel. Even the most basic manned lunar missions posed immense challenges for them. At this moment, despair as thick as that of the Beishitsi civilization permeated the Shuai star civilization. Amid this interstellar crisis, only Jiez adopted a completely nonchalant attitude, as if saying, "This broken world can do whatever it wants." Standing on the ground, Luo Changkong gazed up in disbelief at the dual suns in the sky. Massive planets loomed faintly, suspended in the horizon. The breathtaking sight left him utterly speechless. What on earth is going on? During the High-Level Federation meeting, Shangwang stared at the images of the star system transmitted by satellites, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he cursed inwardly. He noticed a dense array of satellites, space stations, and even spaceport facilities on the outskirts of the Beishitsi star, about 50 million kilometers away from Shuai star. We haven't even dealt with the star beasts yet, and now we have to confront aliens? How is a level 1 mission world this dangerous? The chief spoke with a grave expression. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, while the Venusian star system has ceased its movement, we are now facing an even more formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, the mastermind behind it all, seemed utterly indifferent. To him, the collision of two planetary civilizations was a trivial matter, hardly worth his concern. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. With a faint sound, the fungal blanket that had been incubating for 2 years finally produced its first level 7 star beast spore. Chen Yi casually tossed it to Wang Kai, who was napping nearby. Wang Kai. Woof! Wang Kai jolted awake, leaping up to swallow the spore in one gulp. The power of the star beast spore surged into Chen Yi's body, and the mission system immediately displayed its completion. Upgrade Mission 7. Complete the Star Beast option. Upgrade Star Beast LV-13, Star Spirit LV-13. As the torrent of star power raged through him, Chen Yi's life level ascended once again. His sphere of control expanded from a radius of 2 light-years to 10 light-years. While the sensing radius had only increased fourfold, the total amount of star power he could manipulate skyrocketed to 125 times its original level. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Chen Yi gazed down at the Beishitsi star below. With the planet's abundant remaining life force, cultivating even higher-level star beasts was only a matter of time. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the system notified him of a new item obtained. Superactive cells. Any life form using this will gain unparalleled regenerative abilities, capable of rebirth even from a single fragment of flesh. Although the item dropped by the level 7 star beast was impressive, it seemed somewhat redundant for Chen Yi, who already possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. At that moment, Chen Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He looked up toward the depths of space. A tremendously powerful force had entered his sensory range and was approaching at an alarming speed. The entity seemed to sense Chen Yi's probing and immediately declared its hostile intent. Found you. Before Chen Yi could fully process the situation, the force traversed the vast ocean of star power in an instant. A being with abilities akin to a star spirit appeared before him and, without a word, threw a straight punch aimed directly at his face. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the silence above the Northern Cross. The punch, moving at a speed approaching that of light, carried an incomprehensible force that blasted a massive void through the planet's atmosphere. Countless fragments scattered into the dark expanse of space, like fireworks. Chen Yi observed the intruder calmly. Although the opponent could manipulate stellar energy, the clumsy way he wielded it revealed that he was not a natural-born starborn. True starborns use star energy as effortlessly as moving their own limbs, not with such mechanical awkwardness. This realization stirred a faint sense of superiority within Chen Yi. When it came to pure power, he held an overwhelming advantage. Amid the cosmic void, a humanoid figure with a tail and horns materialized. He strode forward on shattered starlight, surrounded by the dust ejected from the Northern Cross. A suffocating aura of slaughter radiated from his presence. Not planning to tell me why you're my enemy? Chen Yi used his psychic abilities to bypass the language barrier, transmitting his thoughts directly to the being. There's no need, the humanoid replied coldly, accelerating in an instant to near light speed. He hurled a punch at Chen Yi, his voice echoing with venom. This universe no longer needs the starborn. Boom! The lightspeed punch tore through the starry void, but just as it was about to reach Chen Yi, the surrounding stellar energy surged like a tidal wave. It enveloped the humanoid's attack, layer by layer. His speed plummeted, as though he were trapped in an invisible quagmire, and all the stellar energy he controlled was stripped away by Chen Yi. It seemed that this universe once bore a grudge against the star enough to ignite such deep-seated hatred in this being. Though Chen Yi was puzzled by this, the intruder's hostility left him no choice but to respond in kind. Within a 10 light-year radius, all the stellar energy converged at Chen Yi's command. With just a glance, the overwhelming force crushed the humanoid being as if he were nothing more than a fragile insect. His body slammed into a nearby planet, shattering it into fragments. The collision left the intruder's form riddled with horrifying cracks, a testament to the sheer power of Chen Yi's attack. Chen Yi understood the art of combat while giving an enemy even a moment to recover was the height of foolishness. Even when holding the upper hand, he knew mercy had no place in battle. His unanswered questions could wait, but his enemy could not be allowed to survive. Unbeatable. No chance of victory. The humanoid finally realized the hopelessness of his situation. The humanoid entity's blood erupted into the void of space, scattering into specks of starlight, resembling brilliant meteors streaking across the dark sky. Without hesitation, it poured all its energy into a desperate attempt to gather every ounce of power for one final strike. Star Spirit. The furious roar of the humanoid entity reverberated through the emptiness, echoing endlessly. But just as it was about to unleash its deadly blow, a fist suddenly appeared, moving with unparalleled speed and force, slamming into it. The sheer magnitude of the impact, akin to the collision of neutron stars, struck at the speed of light, shaking the entire expanse of the cosmos. In an instant, the stellar energy within a 10 light-year radius was utterly depleted, as if drained by an invisible force, only to be rapidly replenished. The entire universe seemed to tremble under the weight of this strike. Boom. The ocean of stellar energy erupted violently, surging like a storm-tossed sea. That immense power radiated outward, transforming into a dazzling brilliance. Along its path, all planets and matter were annihilated, while gamma-ray bursts and photon waves swept across everything in an overwhelming tide. When the chaos subsided, the only remnants were countless specks of dust and shattered fragments of celestial bodies drifting in the void. A few planets, scorched by the intense gamma rays and photon impacts, boiled on their surfaces, turning into rivers of molten magma. The remains of the humanoid entity floated lifelessly in the vast expanse of space, completely devoid of life. The battle, from start to finish, had unfolded in what felt like the blink of an eye. The civilizations of Shuai Star and Northern Cross Star barely had time to react. They were entirely unaware that they had just narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Wonkai. Howl. Wonkai moved like a shadow, swiftly traversing the starry expanse. Like a predator pouncing on its prey, it opened its massive jaws and devoured the remnants of the humanoid entity without hesitation. There was no doubt that this humanoid entity had been a fourth-tier cosmic powerhouse, the strongest opponent Chen Yi had faced to date. According to the classifications of the ruined space, possessing the power to destroy a star qualified one as fourth tier, though the disparities within the tier were significant. Some fourth-tier powerhouses could obliterate an entire galaxy, while others could only destroy a single planet. Chen Yi himself was currently at the fourth tier, but to ascend to the fifth, he would need the power to annihilate an entire galaxy. Enhancement successful. Star Beast LV 13.2. Star Spirit LV 13.2. A radiant light flashed, and the humanoid entity's outburst left behind a single item for Chen Yi. Although it hadn't been fully identified, Chen Yi could roughly deduce that it was likely a fourth-tier artifact. The Cosmic Star Compass. The Cosmic Star Compass, a mysterious artifact that contained countless rare treasures, powers, and bloodlines from across the universe. Using it might grant its wielder some unique ability or bloodline from the cosmos. Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he resolved to use the item and uncover its value. A streak of light flashed, and the Cosmic Star Compass transformed into a stream of energy, merging into Chen Yi's body. As it integrated, he felt an entirely new power surging through him, as if it had always been an innate part of him, effortlessly under his control. Item used Cosmic Star Compass. Ability acquired. Planck Membrane Lifeform. The Planck Membrane Lifeform, a cosmic entity, capable of traversing freely between Planck membranes. Such a being could bypass all barriers of three-dimensional space, effortlessly moving across different layers of the universe. This ability could not be upgraded, but for Chen Yi, it was nothing short of an invincible power. I hit the jackpot. Chen Yi thought, elated. He wasn't sure if this ability was considered rare within the Cosmic Star Compass, but to him, it was unimaginably powerful. If the universe was a membrane, then the Planck membrane represented another dimension of reality. As a Planck membrane lifeform, Chen Yi could freely move between these realms, rendering any spatial constraints utterly meaningless. The essence of the Planck membrane is an extra-dimensional space, and after becoming a Planck membrane lifeform, Chen Yi gained the ability to access and traverse this space. He can leap into the extra-dimensional realm at will, move freely within it, and then return to the physical universe from any location. This ability allows him to bypass any barriers imposed by three-dimensional space. Moreover, his body underwent a qualitative transformation. As a life form composed of mysterious material, the Planck membrane entity possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, to the extent that even the immense forces of a black hole cannot harm it. The only weakness of this life form is its immense energy consumption. Once its energy is depleted, its defenses are nullified. However, for Chen Yi, this is not a concern. The innate gifts of the Starborn perfectly compensate for this flaw. As long as his stellar energy remains abundant, he can maintain an almost infinite energy supply. Perfect timing, Chen Yi thought to himself. Although he failed to extract more information from the humanoid life form, he had already deduced some critical clues. The phrase, "this universe no longer needs the Starborn," likely hinted at a devastating war between the universe and the Starborn in the past, one that ended with the Starborn's defeat. This revelation meant that Chen Yi's current situation was extremely perilous. He not only had to contend with scattered cosmic beings, but also remain vigilant against the hostility of all civilizations and non-Starborn entities across the universe. If the forces behind the scenes discovered that the humanoid life form had been eliminated, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eradicate this newly awakened Starborn, denying him any chance to grow stronger. Although completing the main mission would allow him to return to the Void Realm, doing so would mean missing out on the remaining opportunities to level up. Fortunately, after becoming a Planck membrane life form, Chen Yi devised another solution, pulling the entire fused galaxy into the Planck membrane space. This would not only protect the galaxy, but also ensure the normal operation of its planetary systems, maintaining the vitality of its ecosystems. Chen Yi looked up at the vast expanse of the universe, confirming that the timing was still favorable. He then teleported back to the Northern Cross star. This planet was a critical source of his life energy, and during the previous battle, he had deliberately controlled the gamma ray bursts and photon impacts to avoid damaging it. The nearby water swamp star, only tens of millions of kilometers away, had narrowly escaped destruction by relying on the light of the Northern Cross star. Although the humanoid life form had left a massive atmospheric void and even sheared off a portion of a continental plate on the Northern Cross star, these catastrophic damages were instantly repaired upon Chen Yi's return. After confirming that the fungal blanket remained intact, he raised his hand and gave a gentle tug. Buzz! The cosmic expanse suddenly tore open, revealing a massive, distorted spatial rift, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. In an instant, the entire galaxy was swallowed whole. The universe was vast and shrouded in darkness, but within the Planck membrane lay nothingness. No stars, no matter, only an endless void. The fusion galaxy drifted alone in this emptiness, slowly rotating. Beneath the blanket of night, the brilliance of the Milky Way was no longer visible from Shuai's and Beishizi, the two planets. Just an hour after Chen Yi led the fusion galaxy into the Planck membrane and vanished into the boundless void, an invisible, sudden strike hit the supermassive black hole at the galactic center. In the next moment, the galactic center erupted with a blinding light, illuminating the surrounding space. The entire sea of stellar energy seemed to boil, evaporating and annihilating in an instant. This explosion triggered a chain reaction that swept across a radius of 100,000 light-years. Celestial bodies disintegrated in a flash, reduced to fragments that quickly vanished into the endless void. The sea of stellar energy was no longer an isolated existence. The entire region transformed into a massive energy bomb. It was as if gunpowder had been scattered across the ground, and even the smallest spark could ignite it, unleashing a cataclysm comparable to the Big Bang itself. The explosion of the Milky Way sent its radiant brilliance across the cosmos. For millennia to come, beings in other galaxies would witness this dazzling light, a beacon etched into the night skies of distant planets, forever imprinted in the annals of history. Yet, after this ultimate radiance, the Milky Way would cease to exist. In the scale of lightspeed combat, everything from its beginning to its end, and the moment it was drawn into the Planck membrane happened so quickly that civilizations on Shuai's and Beishizi only realized what had occurred after it was over. The gamma ray burst and photon impact did not directly devastate the two planets, but the spectacular light displays of the battle were unmistakable, impossible to ignore. Almost at the exact moment Chen Yi led the galaxy to disappear, images of the cosmic confrontation traveled at the speed of light to Shuai's and Beishizi, where their satellites captured it all. The next day, the United Council on Shuai's convened an emergency meeting. During the session, a scholar stood at the podium, presenting findings on the gamma ray burst and photon impact. Concluding his report, he stated, "Based on our calculations, the energy released by this gamma ray burst and photon impact is equivalent to the total energy of 500 suns. Had we been directly exposed to this energy, our planet would have been reduced to a dead world in an instant." The meeting room fell silent. The council leaders and elite star slayers sat in somber contemplation, Faced with the vast power of the universe, they felt insignificantly small, like ants before an overwhelming force. At that moment, the screen displayed satellite footage images that seemed almost unbelievable, yet undeniably real. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to see is footage captured by our satellites. Although it may defy belief, we must confront this reality, the scholar announced. As his voice trailed off, the screen began to play the footage. The satellites had recorded an ocean of radiant photon impacts filling the starry expanse, a blinding white brilliance. After specialized processing, a single black dot emerged in the footage. As the image was magnified, all eyes in the room locked onto that tiny black dot. With each level of magnification, the image grew clearer. The pupils of the Star Slayers constricted sharply, and one of them stood abruptly, their voice trembling with shock and disbelief. "Chief, is that a person?" "Yes," the chief replied gravely. "This is the only image our satellites captured. Our research indicates that the epicenter of the gamma ray burst and photon impact was precisely where this person was located. We all understand the implications." He paused before continuing. "This means that the massive energy of this gamma ray burst and photon impact equivalent to the power of 500 suns was triggered entirely by a single individual. The reality surpasses anything we can comprehend. Could a human being unleash an energy output on par with 500 suns? It's utterly absurd." The Star Slayers, well aware of the vastness of the cosmos and the existence of other civilizations, could not fathom an individual possessing such unimaginable power. The mere thought of it left them in stunned disbelief. Lucia and Shangguang, both advanced Star Slayers, were naturally qualified to attend such a meeting. As they stared at the figure on the screen, their expressions gradually shifted from confusion to shock. The silhouette was far too familiar. As the satellite image aligned with someone from their memories, Lucia felt her worldview being upended once again. Meanwhile, the negotiations of the Polaris civilization reached a new stage due to this incident. Polaris was facing its own precarious situation, not only grappling with the widespread panic caused by the event, but also contending with a dire threat. The planet's life force was draining away at an accelerating rate, further worsening their environmental crisis. After making contact with Mizusawa, the Polaris civilization quickly abandoned their plans for colonization. They realized that Mizusawa's environmental condition was even worse than their own, rendering the colonization plan meaningless. "Leader, the situation is deteriorating," a senior official from Polaris reported gravely. "If we can't stop the loss of life force, Mizusawa's current state will be our inevitable future." "The source is still in that valley." "Yes, it's right there. The energy barrier remains intact." This discovery was puzzling. Polaris people had always been highly attuned to energy, so why had they been powerless to halt the loss of life force for so many years? The answer was simple. It wasn't that they were unaware, but rather that they were unable to breach the mysterious energy barrier surrounding the valley. They could only watch helplessly as their planet's life force continued to drain away. The leader of Polaris gazed up at the gray, cloudless sky. Despite the absence of clouds, no starlight could be seen. The oppressive sight weighed heavily on him, but it also strengthened his resolve. Even though their existence seemed insignificant on a cosmic scale, it was their unyielding will to survive that made their civilization truly remarkable. In fact, the energy barrier had once been temporarily breached by a humanoid entity, but it was swiftly repaired by Chen Yi. The breach was so brief that the Polaris civilization hadn't even detected it. 3 years later, within the Planck membrane, the fungal mat finally produced an 8th-tier starbeast spore. After Wonkai devoured the spore, Chen Yi completed the 8th upgrade task. Upgrade Task 8. Starbeast option completed. Starbeast level up to LV14. Star Spirit level up to LV14. Although Wonkai couldn't accumulate enough potential to reach LV15, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. With each level increase, the difficulty of achieving multiple level-ups simultaneously became increasingly challenging. That same year, Mizusawa and the Polaris civilization established a comprehensive strategic partnership, shifting their focus toward planetary transformation technology. Mastery of this technology was their only hope of creating environments more suitable for human habitation. However, the ruin seekers of Mizusawa found themselves in a bind. The energy barrier around the Great Canyon had vanished, but the fungal mat had also disappeared without a trace. With no clues to uncover the origins or truth behind the star beast, the main quest remained unresolved, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chen Yi was indifferent to everything, focusing solely on cultivating advanced star beasts. In his spare time, he would stroll leisurely on Beidou's star, savoring moments of tranquility. Before he realized it, 10 years had passed within the Planck membrane. Pop! The fungal mat, having absorbed nearly half of Beidou's star's life force, finally produced a level 9 star beast spore. This was its limit. The planet's life force could no longer support the development of a higher-level star beast. However, Chen Yi was satisfied with the achievement of nurturing a level 9 spore. Wonkai. With a soft growl, Wonkai swallowed the spore in one gulp. Upgrade Task 9. Completed. Star Beast option. Upgrade Star Beast level 15, Star Spirit level 15. A level 15 Star Spirit life form. After the upgrade, Chen Yi's ability to control star power expanded to a radius of approximately 1,000 light-years, truly astonishing distance. If the Milky Way still existed, a single thought from him could locate every life-bearing planet within that range. Unfortunately, the Milky Way was no more. Even within the Planck membrane, Chen Yi could sense the remnants of the galaxy's destruction. He knew all too well that revealing himself would bring immediate peril. To annihilate a newly born star spirit, the universe had gone so far as to destroy a galaxy 100,000 light-years in diameter. How deep was the hatred between the universe and star spirits? Chen Yi couldn't help but wonder. It was time for him to complete the main quest. This world no longer held any value for him. On Shuai's star, at the headquarters of the Federation, Whoosh the chief had just finished a meeting and returned to the office, exhausted. As they pushed the door open, they were startled to see a young man waiting inside. Chen Yi offered a polite smile. Your Excellency, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. The chief paused and asked, and you are? That very day, Chen Yi received a special authorization from the Federation, bypassing all assessment procedures to become a Star Slayer. The moment the special approval was granted, Chen Yi successfully completed the main quest. Main quest, Phase 4 completed. Reward, 1,000 points. Main quest, Phase 5 final phase objective. Discover the origin and truth behind the birth of star beasts. Reward, 3,000 points. Main quest, Phase 5 completed. Reward, 3,000 points. Main quest completed. Having discovered the fungal mat early on, Chen Yi directly completed the 5th phase and entered the task submission stage. Without hesitation, he selected yes. After his experience in the previous task world, he was well acquainted with the process. Buzz Chen Yi's figure flickered and vanished. Main quest submission successful. Upgrade task 10 failed. Remaining points balance, 7,300. Back in the plaza of the void space, Chen Yi returned along with others from his batch of void travelers, including Xing Gu with his short blue hair and Zhou Tong. After surviving their second task world, the newcomers had grown more seasoned, now equipped with better gear and items. Zhou Tong let out a sigh of relief. We finally made it back alive. Xing Gu scanned the plaza and quickly spotted a few of the more lively personalities in their group. To his relief, they were safe as well. Haha, Xing Gu, we made it back alive. Let's go? Drinks are on us. Chen Yi had just returned to the Guisu space and was still standing near the little fruit boutique in the commercial district. The surroundings were bustling with activity, with crowds gathered in front of the shop. The air was filled with the sound of discussions and cheers, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere. Chen Yi's pet, Wang Kai, had also been brought back to the space and seemed unusually excited. It dashed around the space energetically, completely unaware that it was now in an entirely new world. Wang Kai appeared to be drawn to the commotion outside and quickly ran toward the crowd gathered in front of the boutique. It squeezed its way into the group, its eyes darting around in curiosity, trying to figure out what was happening. It wasn't until Chen Yi called out to it that Wang Kai reluctantly trotted back, clearly unwilling to leave the lively scene. Let's go and get this equipment appraised first, Chen Yi said, his tone concise and firm. Hearing this, Wang Kai immediately followed. Chen Yi had gained a great deal from his recent adventure in the Star Beast world. Most notably, he had successfully advanced to become a star spirit life form, elevating this ability to LV-15. The boost in combat power was almost instantaneous. Additionally, he had acquired the abilities of a Planck membrane life form, granting him a unique skill that allowed him to traverse the Planck membrane. The combination of these two abilities had further elevated Chen Yi's combat prowess and life form level, making him no longer a weakling even among the powerful 4th-tier Guisu practitioners. Once inside the enhancement chamber, Chen Yi carefully reviewed the enhancement costs for both of his abilities. A quick glance left him feeling somewhat powerless. The enhancement cost of 500,000 points per upgrade made it clear that his current points were far from sufficient. Name: Chen Yi. Tier: 1st tier. Points: 7,300. Abilities: Star Spirit LV-15, Planck Membrane Lifeform. Ability details: Star Spirit LV-15, favored by the cosmos, master of celestial bodies, innately capable of manipulating stellar energy. Enhancement cost: 500,000 points per upgrade. Planck Membrane Lifeform. A cosmic lifeform capable of traversing the Planck membrane, unaffected by any barriers in three-dimensional space. Unable to enhance. Chen Yi frowned. While these two abilities were undeniably powerful, the exorbitant enhancement costs made further upgrades nearly impossible. He turned to look at Wang Kai, whose information also appeared within the enhancement chamber. Star Beast, Wang Kai. Type: Pet. Tier: 4th tier. Level: LV-15. Description: a unique star beast capable of evolving by devouring other beasts. Its master can share its power. Enhancement cost: 500,000 points per upgrade. As a 4th-tier star beast, Wang Kai rarely participated in battles, but its nature as a star beast remained unchanged. It was an exceptional example of the species, and its combat power was formidable. In fact, Wang Kai was Chen Yi's greatest gain from the star beast world. Without Wang Kai's power-sharing ability, Chen Yi wouldn't have grown so quickly in such a short period of time. In addition to these two powerful abilities, Chen Yi's space was filled with equipment and items brought back from the star beast world. He had slaughtered countless star beast spores during his adventure, amassing a large haul of spoils. However, most of these items were of little use to him. Despite their sheer quantity, he didn't hold high expectations for them. Let's go and get the equipment appraised, Chen Yi said calmly as he glanced at his backpack. His tone was steady, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. With firm steps, he prepared to move forward. His body itself was the strongest armor and weapon. He had no need for second or third-tier equipment. He had already made up his mind to sell all of these items and then purchase higher-grade equipment and tools. Without hesitation, he dumped every piece of equipment and item from his personal storage space into the input slot of the enhancement pod. The slot seemed like a bottomless pit, capable of swallowing everything. Soon, the appraisal was complete. The system's voice rang out. A total of 154,938 items, of which 80 are equipment and 20 are tools. Most of these are first and second tier, with only 517 being third tier. As for abilities, there was no need for appraisal. Including the 5,283 abilities in his personal storage, the total value of these spoils reached an astonishing 1.6 billion, a staggering amount. And this was only what was left after Chen Yi discarded the useless junk. While these items weren't particularly rare, they were undoubtedly high quality. After organizing everything, he turned and headed to the Xiaogua boutique shop. Welcome. At the counter, a ponytailed girl greeted him with a sweet smile. Lin Xiaogua immediately recognized Chen Yi, a previous customer. A hint of delight flashed in her eyes. Hey, handsome, what can I do for you? Selling equipment, tools, and abilities. Name your price, Chen Yi said straightforwardly. Lin Xiaogua didn't immediately grasp the weight of his words and cheerfully agreed. But the moment Chen Yi began pulling out the mountain of items from his personal storage, she froze, utterly stunned. How much? 160,000 items, Chen Yi replied, his tone calm as ever. Lin Xiaogua was so shocked by the sheer quantity that she was momentarily speechless. As she quickly began inventorying and pricing the items, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. You didn't raid some army's warehouse, did you? To be honest, in all her years in the business, Lin Xiaogua had never encountered a customer like Chen Yi. Her intuition told her that this lone wolf might have the backing of a massive organization. After all, looting monsters in mission worlds wasn't exactly easy, and an ordinary person couldn't possibly amass such a vast collection of equipment and tools. In fact, her guess was spot on. Chen Yi didn't just fight. He treated star beasts as crops to be harvested, having quietly cultivated his skills in the star beast world for decades. After a while, Lin Xiaogua finally finished calculating the total value. Staring at the massive number, her scalp tingled. Then, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a grin spread across her face. If I can close this deal, you'll be making a fortune. Her smile became even sweeter, with a hint of flattery. Handsome, does this price work for you? For the 160,000 items, I can offer 1.29 billion. Deal. Chen Yi didn't care about small details. With his understanding of market prices, he knew this was reasonable. He wasn't concerned about the money anyway. However, Lin Xiaogua seemed a little embarrassed. She lowered her voice and said, It's just, could you give me some time? I don't have that much cash on hand right now. If you could wait a bit, we'll sort it out as soon as possible. Take your time, Chen Yi replied gently, his gaze calm. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaogua had managed to gather most of the funds, though she was still short by 90 million. She was racking her brain for a solution when Chen Yi scanned the shop. His eyes finally landed on the store's prized possession, a portable space capable of holding an entire galaxy. He'll take that, Chen Yi said, pointing at the rare item. Deal. Lin Xiaogua agreed without hesitation, completing the massive transaction. Chen Yi picked up the crystal and crushed it. Instantly, a streak of light merged into his body, replacing his old personal storage with the new one. The original storage transformed into a crystal, floated out of his body, and hovered before him. Item acquired, portable space galaxy. Item, portable space galaxy type, item tier, level 5. This is a portable space capable of holding an entire galaxy. Not only can it store living beings and organisms, but under certain conditions, you can even create your own miniature world within it. Among level 5 items, this treasure is undoubtedly top tier, valued at an astounding 90 million. It's definitely worth the price. Chen Yi had already been planning to upgrade to a larger space, and this opportunity perfectly aligned with his plan. He transferred ownership of his previous portable space to Lin Xiaogua, who smiled and handed him a transparent card. The numbers on the card were clear and easy to read. Rounded off, the amount displayed was an impressive 1.2 billion. This is the payment. Please take it, Lin Xiaogua said. Chen Yi accepted the card and examined it closely, noticing the words anonymous asset card printed on it, along with the logo of the United Bank. Lin Xiaobo explained, the United Bank was established by several top-tier core within the space. The money on this card can be spent anywhere within the space. However, since this is an anonymous card, be careful not to lose it, it can't be recovered. Thank you. Chen Yi replied, feeling a sense of awe. The financial system created by the Void Wanderers had been in place for countless years, and the credibility and security provided by the top-tier core left little room for concern. However, space points couldn't be traded. Otherwise, Chen Yi could have used this fortune to rapidly upgrade his abilities. After all, 1.2 billion was undoubtedly a massive sum. Take care, boss. Lin Xiaobo beamed, her smile radiant as she watched this walking fortune leave. After selling his equipment, Chen Yi was left with only a few items, including the chapter of Gaia, the heart of the tyrant, and the super active cells that he had obtained in the Star Beast world. He had also sold his barrier windbreaker, a level 3 piece of equipment that was no longer suitable for his needs. Chen Yi planned to scout other places for better items. He understood well that money sitting idle was of no value. Given the rapid pace of his upgrades, investing heavily in equipment would be a waste. He pondered whether there were any items that could directly enhance his ability levels. With this thought in mind, Chen Yi wandered through the commercial district, exploring every corner from shopping malls to street stalls and even auction houses. Sure enough, he came across some remarkable finds. In the void space, people came and went in an endless stream, and equipment and items from countless mission worlds flowed through daily. As long as you had money, nothing was out of reach. Although he didn't find an item to upgrade his ability levels for the time being, what thrilled Chen Yi even more was discovering an ability that allowed him to defeat enemies of higher tiers. In the Diamond Mall, when Chen Yi presented the asset card, the store manager was nearly blinded by the string of zeros on the card and immediately became extraordinarily enthusiastic. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. How about this ability? The store manager said eagerly, presenting a gemstone. Ability, critical breakthrough. No detailed description. Duration, 1 minute. It allows you to overdraw 30 days worth of future strength to temporarily break through critical limits and ascend to a higher tier. Unfortunately, it can only reach up to level 6. Otherwise, its value would be immeasurable. Price, 1 billion. The store manager energetically promoted the item, saying, this is an extremely rare ability to break through to higher tiers. As a life-saving measure, it's absolutely top-notch, and it would undoubtedly be the highlight of any auction. Indeed, this was an exceptionally valuable ability. Chen Yi's combat strength was currently at the 4th tier, but this newly acquired ability immediately caught his attention. By activating it, he could break through to the 5th tier within a minute, unleashing a power comparable to a galactic level of destruction. Although the duration was brief, it was more than enough for a life-or-death battle. If the outcome couldn't be decided within a minute, then extra time would be meaningless. I'll take this ability, Chen Yi said decisively. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up and promptly completed the transaction for him. A radiant gemstone-like light flowed into Chen Yi's body, and the ability Critical Breakthrough was infused into him. It made sense that this tier-breaking ability couldn't be upgraded otherwise. Its price would have been prohibitively high. Thank you for your patronage. After completing the transaction, Chen Yi didn't rush back to Blue Star. With the remaining 200 million in hand, he leisurely wandered around the space, looking for anything worthwhile to purchase. When they passed by the arena, Wang Kai suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its eyes were fixed on the large screen displaying an intense battle, and even the lollipop in its mouth fell to the ground without it noticing. Want to give it a try? Chen Yi asked. Woof, Wang Kai responded softly. All right, then let's go. The interior of the arena was magnificent and imposing, designed in the style of a classic coliseum. At the center was a vast combat zone, surrounded by tiered spectator seats on all sides. To ensure fairness, combatants of different tiers had designated areas and would only face opponents of equivalent strength. Chen Yi was automatically assigned to the first-tier area. As soon as he entered the spectator stands, he was enveloped by a cacophony of cheers. Take him down. Finish him. Go for it. Before long, the system matched Chen Yi with an opponent, a blue-haired young man named Xingku. Dressed in a futuristic combat suit, Xingku had a specially designed electromagnetic long blade hanging at his waist. A few supporters cheered for him from the sidelines. Go, Xingku. You can do it. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1 battle start. Xingku immediately drew his blade, the electromagnetic acceleration causing the blade to shimmer with blinding blue arcs of electricity. He turned into a streak of blue light, charging straight at Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi remained calm and simply called out, Wang Kai. In an instant, Wang Kai opened its mouth and unleashed a cross-shaped energy beam. The terrifying power engulfed half the arena in a flash. With a deafening explosion, the dust settled to reveal that Xingku had completely vanished. The arena system quickly repaired the battlefield and teleported Xingku back to the spectator stance. Seeing Wang Kai looking a bit disinterested, Chen Yi let it out of the arena, saying, "By the way, I wonder if there are any exotic beasts for sale. How about I buy some to use as snacks for you?" Woof! Wang Kai perked up immediately. Back in the spectator stands, Xing Ke still looked bewildered. What just happened? Any non-human life form can essentially be referred to as a beast. In this realm, stores specializing in battle pets and summoning items are everywhere, thriving with business. After browsing through the Diamond Mall operated by the Diamond Legion, Chen Yi stepped into a battle pet shop, also under the Diamond Legion's ownership. The prices for battle pets were generally higher than those for equipment and tools, as the drop rate for battle pets was extremely low. The price of Tier 1 equipment started at 1,000, with premium items costing significantly more. Tier 6 equipment, for example, started at a base price measured in billions. An item like Critical Breakthrough was valued at 10 billion due to its exceptional abilities, which far outweighed the cost of the equipment itself. Considering its powerful features, its price was understandably extraordinary. Given the rarity of battle pets, high-tier ones were scarcely seen in the market. Even when explorers managed to obtain them, they usually chose to nurture the pets themselves, as they provided an additional source of combat strength and significantly increased survival chances. High-tier battle pets typically appeared only at auctions. Whenever one was put up for sale, bidding wars would become fiercely competitive. Unless one had extraordinary luck, it was nearly impossible to find such pets anywhere else. The shopkeeper displayed a row of crystal spheres, each containing a sealed Tier 4 battle pet of impressive quality. For those willing to pay a high price in advance, the shopkeeper mentioned that the store could arrange for 1 or 2 pets to be transferred from the Legion's internal reserves, though the deposit and premium fees would be exorbitant. Chen Yi understood the situation and asked, "What's the general price for a Tier 5 battle pet?" The shopkeeper thought for a moment before replying. Including the premium, the starting price for a Tier 5 battle pet is 500 million, but the final price could multiply several times. It depends on whether you can negotiate with the Legion. This figure made Chen Yi's heart sink. The price for a Tier 5 battle pet was indeed astronomical, likely far beyond what his entire fortune could afford. However, this was to be expected. A Tier 5 battle pet represented galaxy-level combat strength, so the inflated price was only natural. Without dwelling too much on it, Chen Yi decided to settle for Tier 4 battle pets instead. He ultimately selected 10 Tier 4 battle pets, and the total came to an even 200 million. "Alright," Chen Yi said decisively as he pulled out his asset card and paid the 200 million. He then turned and tossed all 10 crystal spheres containing the Tier 4 battle pets to Wang Kai. Wang Kai opened its mouth wide, swallowed them all in one gulp, and let out a muffled whimper. The shopkeeper, having just completed the transaction, was about to offer some advice but froze mid-sentence upon witnessing the scene. "These battle pets what?" The shopkeeper shook his head and thought to himself. "Never mind. Damn, this guy is ridiculously wealthy." At the same time, a surge of immense power flooded into Chen Yi's body. Strengthening successful. Star Beast LV-16, Star Spirit LV-16. With the Star Spirit's life form level elevated, Chen Yi's control over star energy expanded significantly, increasing his range from a 1,000 light-year radius to 5,000 light-years. Furthermore, not only could Chen Yi manipulate star energy now, but he could also convert the omnipresent vacuum zero-point energy into star energy. It was as if a latent talent had awakened within him. At this level, such abilities came instinctively, requiring no further practice or familiarization. They were simply part of his nature. The so-called vacuum zero-point energy can be understood as the concept that a vacuum is not entirely empty. Beneath its apparent void lies a vast reservoir of energy invisible to the human eye, a boundless ocean of energy waiting to be harnessed. Possessing the ability to convert vacuum zero-point energy into star force, Chen Yi could still harness this energy and transform it into star force for his own use, even in the vastness of space where star force was otherwise isolated. What was even more astonishing was his capability to create star force in the starless void of the universe and use it to construct various celestial phenomena, including black holes. Now, Chen Yi had mastered the ability to create black holes, though due to the limitations of his star force reserves, he was unable to generate black holes of exceptionally large mass. At that moment, Wang Kai let out a satisfied burp, his cheeks slightly flushed and his steps unsteady, as if he were drunk. He occasionally bumped into objects along the roadside. As they passed by the Xiaoguo boutique once again, a crowd of people was still gathered at the entrance, noisily chattering. Curious, Chen Yi moved closer to see what was going on. "Hit it! Hit it! Ah, so close!" Excited shouts erupted from the crowd. Chen Yi squeezed through to the front and saw a machine about the height of a person standing there. Its rugged exterior bore a striking resemblance to a reinforcement pod. Suddenly, with a loud PSSH sound, the machine spewed out a puff of steam and vibrated violently. Through its steampunk-style casing, Chen Yi could clearly see the gears and intricate mechanisms spinning inside. "Hey, brother, what kind of machine is this?" Chen Yi asked the person next to him. This? I think it's called a prize ticket machine, the man explained enthusiastically. See that clock-like dial on top? You just insert money, and the machine randomly draws prize tickets ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 10. What are the tickets for? Chen Yi asked, puzzled. Oh, they're super useful. You can exchange 10 tickets of the same tier for one ticket of a higher tier. The tickets can be directly used to upgrade equipment, items, and pets. It's way better than the reinforcement pods. Tell me that's not useful. The man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chen Yi's eyes lit up as well. Watching the mix of joy and despair on the faces of those trying their luck at the machine, he quickly realized. The odds of winning must not be great. Exactly, the man nodded. It's 10,000 bucks per draw, and you're guaranteed at least a Tier 1 ticket. Sure, spending 10,000 bucks for just one Tier 1 ticket sounds like a loss. But if you manage to get a Tier 2, Tier 3, or even Tier 4 or Tier 5 ticket, then you've hit the jackpot. In short, it was all about luck. Chen Yi found the whole thing amusing, but was also aware of the risks involved. Just then, one of the players, having spent his last penny, broke down in tears and began furiously pounding on the machine in utter despair. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Yi glanced at the leftover millions in his bank account and decided to give it a go, thinking it was a harmless way to pass the time. As he sat down at the machine, a bystander kindly warned him, "Brother, money doesn't come easy. Don't get carried away." "Got it," Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, knowing full well he was just burning through spare change he wouldn't otherwise use. He swiped his asset card across the machine, which roared to life with a rumbling sound, shaking like a tractor. Click, click. The dial spun twice before settling firmly on the number for Tier 1. Whoosh! A burst of steam shot out, and a white Tier 1 ticket emerged from the slot. Just like that, 10,000 bucks were gone. Come on, man. It's just the first time. Who knows? You might hit the jackpot later. The lively chatter around continued to rise, with everyone talking over each other in excitement. The atmosphere grew increasingly electric, yet few were willing to put their money where their mouth was, most just joining in the fun. Chen Yi's gaze remained calm and unwavering, as if he couldn't hear the commotion around him. He proceeded without hesitation after all. The remaining money was just a drop in the bucket. The lottery machine roared thunderously as Chen Yi pressed the button for a 10-ticket draw, tossing in 100,000 yuan. White ticket, white ticket, white ticket. He drew 10 times, and every single one was a first-tier white ticket. Was it really this hard to win, or was his luck simply abysmal? A bystander, an older man, stared in disbelief and couldn't help but comment. Wow, kid, you've got some guts. Honestly, I've never seen anyone pull 10 white tickets in a row like this. That's just plain unlucky. Chen Yi remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he fed the 10 white tickets into the redemption slot one by one. After the machine processed them, it finally spat out a single second-tier green ticket. No problem, this was just how it worked. He continued. In the second round of 10-ticket draws, the machine showed a bit of mercy. After 9 white tickets, it finally delivered one green second-tier ticket. A win. The older man beside him was so excited he almost jumped up, his face lit with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Yi stayed as composed as ever, calmly pressing the button for another 10-ticket draw. The machine roared again, its noise now blending into the background. Chen Yi maintained his usual calm demeanor. An hour passed. He had drawn a total of 100 tickets, with green tickets appearing roughly once every 20 draws. The worst streak was pulling 20 white tickets in a row, but his luck wasn't always that. But a lucky double green draw helped bring the green ticket rate back on track. The onlookers were visibly uneasy, their expressions shifting between fascination and disbelief. Though Chen Yi clearly had plenty of funds, his streak of bad luck was almost surreal. Some shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for him. Yet Chen Yi continued, undeterred by the opinions of others. After exchanging white tickets for green ones, he redeemed 10 second-tier green tickets for a single third-tier ticket. Finally, the machine dispensed a blue third-tier ticket. When all was said and done, Chen Yi's million yuan investment had yielded the following: 1 third-tier blue ticket for second-tier green tickets, and 5 first-tier white tickets. A massive loss, enough to make even him want to laugh at the absurdity. Still going, kid? The older man asked, his tone a mix of pity and teasing. Chen Yi simply shook his head, pocketing the tickets and preparing to leave. He knew his luck was tapped out for the day. With over 2 million still in his account, he decided to call it quits. It wasn't worth it anymore. Was the drop rate really this low? I don't get it. The older man muttered, scratching his chin. Had been hanging around this place for days and had never seen someone with such terrible odds. If the drop rate was really that bad, who would even bother playing? Nobody's stupid enough to just give away money, right? Unwilling to believe it, he sat down at the machine, tossed in a coin, and on his very first try jackpot, the machine immediately spat out a blue ticket. Whoa! The crowd around him erupted, their eyes wide with shock and excitement as they rushed forward to see. No way! After spending enough leisure time in the dimensional space, Chen Yi leisurely returned to the Blue Star world. With his arrival, the previously frozen time resumed its normal flow. Having undergone the trials of the second mission world, Chen Yi's strength had reached an astonishing level. Now, not to mention destroying a single planet. Even reducing the entire solar system to dust was well within his capabilities. The first thing he did upon his return was, naturally, to clear the blue star of cosmic intruders. Unlike the overwhelming force of telekinesis he had used before, this time Chen Yi opted for a more discreet method. Harnessing the omnipresent star energy, his consciousness instantly enveloped the entire blue star. Within moments, all information was laid bare before him. 247 cosmic beings in total, with the strongest among them barely comparable to the Heidlong knew. There wasn't a single being at the planet-destroying level of power. Since that was the case, there was no need for hesitation. With a single thought, the star energy on the surface of the blue star rippled subtly before transforming into a tidal wave of crushing force. A series of explosive sounds echoed as all the cosmic intruders were instantly obliterated into blood mist under this unstoppable power, without even the chance to react. Whether they were beacon holders or ordinary cosmic beings, none were spared. As the cleansing came to an end, Chen Yi's beacon store points skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. Points gained, 500. Points gained, 1,300. Points gained, 2,500. Points gained, 30,000. Total points, 428,000. Among these cosmic beings, over 90% were ordinary individuals. However, the beacon holders, though only making up about 10%, still numbered over 100. This wasn't surprising, as beacon holders could sense each other, often leading to one attracting a whole group of their kind. Just as Chen Yi thought the situation was entirely under control, he unexpectedly discovered an intriguing survivor. Underneath some ruins, a panicked young boy was frantically unbuttoning his shirt. Moments earlier, an egg he had picked up suddenly hatched into a red lizard-like creature. Sensing danger, the little creature wasted no time and burrowed directly into the boy's chest. What's happening? The boy, visibly distraught, checked his chest with trembling hands. Although he had seen the lizard enter his body, there wasn't a single mark left behind. Am I going to die? Despairing thoughts swirled in his mind. Watching this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. It was a Heidlong, a creature of the same species as the Heidlong knew. Considering this to be the boy's fortuitous encounter, Chen Yi decided not to interfere. Turning his attention to the beacon store, he began browsing through the product prices. It was then that he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The pricing system of the beacon store corresponded exactly to that of the dimensional space. First-tier items were priced around 1,000 points, while second-tier items hovered around 10,000. Having recently spent billions in the space, Chen Yi was particularly sensitive to these prices. This remarkable consistency led him to ponder the connection between the beacon store and the dimensional space. Were they in a hierarchical relationship, or was one a replica created by some entity? A bold hypothesis suddenly crossed his mind. Could this be the handiwork of those top-tier legions in the space? Chen Yi had a strong feeling that this possibility was very likely. The Goeishu space had anchored itself to the Blue Star world, which meant that at some point, a Goeishu participant had completed a main storyline mission here. A mission world would only be anchored by the space once its main storyline was fully completed. Top-tier legions would definitely have the opportunity to enter such a world. Furthermore, the space never restricted Goeishu participants from bringing any equipment, tools, or abilities into mission worlds. In fact, the most elite Goeishu participants could even create a beacon marketplace of their own. With this in mind, all the speculation seemed perfectly reasonable. Chen Yi figured that his guesses were likely close to the truth, but ultimately, they were still just guesses. There was no concrete evidence to confirm them. If this really were the case, just how challenging must the main storyline mission of those Goeishu participants have been for them to create such a universe-level phenomenon? Alternatively, it wasn't impossible that someone with a penchant for mischief had done this simply to make the universe more chaotic and entertaining, creating a mass of beacons to incite intergalactic conflict. As his thoughts raced, Chen Yi continued sensing the area within a 5,000 light-year radius. He detected numerous extraterrestrial civilizations and habitable planets. The nearest civilization was only 5.3 light-years away from Blue Star. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger struck him. His expression instantly hardened as he swiftly pinpointed the Saursea primitive civilization 45 light-years away from Blue Star. This civilization had not yet ventured into outer space and had only just entered a period of rapid technological development, still in the early stages of the electrical age. Using stellar energy perception, Chen Yi effortlessly gathered all the information he needed. Without hesitation, he vanished in a flash, using stellar energy to teleport directly to the location. 45 light-years away, on the planet of the Blue Blood civilization, the humans there appeared outwardly identical to those of Blue Star. The only difference was that their blood was rich in copper, giving it a distinct blue hue, which was why they referred to themselves as the Blue Blood people. Boom, boom, boom. The so-called history of civilization was, as always, a history of Warfarian eternal theme that no civilization could escape. Cannons roared relentlessly, smoke filled the air, and shells rained down like a storm, bombarding an ancient ruin with ferocity. The soldiers taking refuge inside the ruins were too overwhelmed to even attempt a counterattack. "Sir, the firepower is too overwhelming. We can't hold out much longer," a soldier shouted anxiously. "Hold the line, no matter what," the officer bellowed hoarsely. "Our artillery support is almost here." In war, no army ever cared about the historical value of ruins. Their only worth lay in providing even the slightest advantage toward victory. Boom! A shell landed nearby, collapsing a section of the wall. At that moment, Chen Yi appeared like a phantom amidst the chaos, entirely unfazed by the relentless bombardment raining down around him. His gaze locked onto the temple within the ruins, or more precisely, a crystal embedded in the temple. The crystal was exquisitely clear, with a transparent energy swirling visibly within it. However, a flaw marred its perfect Iona shell fragment had struck the crystal, leaving a crack on its surface. The sight of this crack made Chen Yi's heart tighten. He didn't know what consequences would follow if the crystal were to shatter completely, but he was certain he couldn't let that happen. The energy within the crystal was extraordinary, and if it were to erupt, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Despite the vast distance of 45 light-years, Chen Yi could distinctly feel an intense sense of crisis. With a single thought, the crystal flew out from the groove in the temple and landed precisely in his hand. The moment he touched it, he was overwhelmed by the sheer power contained within. The continuous roar of artillery echoed around him, yet Chen Yi quietly listened to the symphony of the temple and the crystal, his eyes gradually reflecting astonishment. Everything seemed imbued with an incredible sense of wonder. At that moment, a shell suddenly exploded nearby, shaking the ground violently. The commanding officer was left dizzy from the blast. When he turned back, he saw Chen Yi still standing calmly in front of the temple, and he cursed furiously. "Who the hell does this soldier belong to?" Before he could finish, an invisible wave of energy erupted from Chen Yi, as if the heavens and earth were being subdued by its force. The surrounding space and time seemed to freeze, and everything came to a standstill. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Yi channeled the energy within the crystal. The space around him felt as if it were encased in ice, and the flow of time came to a complete halt. Through this crystal, he could not only freeze the surrounding space-time, but also manipulate the flow of time itself. The scene before him transformed into something extraordinary. The immense power of time and space was beyond words, deeply imprinted in Chen Yi's mind. With another thought, he accelerated the flow of time. Everything around him appeared to move along an accelerated trajectory of development. The technology and progress of the Blue Blood civilization advanced rapidly, and the battlefield fell silent in an instant. Standing at the edge of space-time, Chen Yi observed it all, a faint trace of joy flickering in his eyes. He witnessed the evolution of a civilization as though he were standing outside the confines of time, watching an epic tale unfold before him. In just a few seconds, the Blue Blood civilization had entered the information age. The power of space-time was infinite and profound, its range entirely dependent on Chen Yi's control. With his current strength, he could effortlessly freeze or accelerate the space-time within a radius of 5,000 light-years. Clearly, the crystal he had obtained today was a treasure of unparalleled value. This crystal was undoubtedly an artifact. Its ability to manipulate space-time granted him unparalleled dominance, as if no force within its range could rival him. No matter how formidable his enemies might be, as long as they couldn't break free from the constraints of space-time, they were destined to fail in this domain. The crystal's energy did not originate from conventional sources or transferable objects. It could not be brought into other worlds or dimensions. However, with it in his possession, Chen Yi could at least ensure his safety on Blue Star. Within this frozen space-time, Wang Kai hopped around gleefully, finding new amusement in the ruins. It leaped and climbed, mimicking the crowing of a rooster. Suddenly, its calls came to an abrupt stop. Both Wang Kai and Chen Yi's figures vanished, and the frozen space-time resumed its normal flow. The Blue Blood civilization remained unaware that their history had been influenced and observed by an outsider. When they returned to Blue Star, Wang Kai shook its feathers, resembling a rooster even more. Chen Yi, however, paid no attention, unaware that this little creature had once again eaten something peculiar. He stored the time-space crystal in his personal space and began channeling its energy once more, gazing down at the desolate ruins of Blue Star as the power of space-time rippled outward. With a thunderous roar, Blue Star and the entire solar system were enveloped by Chen Yi's energy. Time began accelerating throughout the solar system. It was as though the universe had become a grand strategy game. Planets revolved frantically, and on the ruins of Blue Star, humans scurried like ants, rebuilding their homes. The environment transformed in mere moments, and the world developed at an astonishing speed. Chen Yi allowed himself a slight smile. He still preferred the bustling Blue Star, even though everything was now so vastly different. Unfortunately, the temporal energy could only freeze or accelerate time, but couldn't reverse it. Otherwise, Chen Yi wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. However, as he floated outside Blue Star, gazing down at the planet spinning faster under his influence, a unique feeling surged within him. The scene reminded him of the strategy simulation games he had once been obsessed with, except this time, he truly had a god's-eye view. In those games, he had always yearned to intervene in the storyline at will, altering the fate of each character and observing how small changes could lead to profound ripple effects. Yet, limited by the constraints of game technology and storage, no game had ever managed to create a world as vast and intricately interactive as this. And now, in a dramatic twist, that dream had become a reality. With control over temporal energy, he could intervene at any point in Blue Star's civilization rebuilding process, play different roles, and leave his unique mark on the river of history. Chen Yi adjusted the time acceleration, watching the scenes before him change rapidly. Initially, Blue Star lay in ruins. The once bustling modern cities had been reduced to rubble by the alien invaders. Gradually, survivors emerged from the wreckage, and with the alien threat gone, they began rebuilding their homes. Human settlements sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Although civilization had suffered a devastating blow, the remnants of technology provided a foundation for reconstruction. 30 years later, the first modern city, New Metropolis, rose from the ashes. This city, home to hundreds of thousands, symbolized the dawn of a new era for Blue Star civilization. A steady influx of survivors fueled New Metropolis's rapid expansion. The re-established education system cultivated a new generation of talent, who scoured the global ruins to recover and restore the technologies of the old world. By the 20th year of the new era, New Metropolis's population had surged to 3 million. The city continued to grow, evolving into a sprawling metropolitan hub. Here, the inheritance of old technologies went hand in hand with breakthroughs in new innovations. Chen Yi once encountered Professor Sun, a genetic modification researcher, at a survivor base hidden beneath the ruins. Though Professor Sun had passed away by the new era's 20th year, his groundbreaking research was fully preserved and carried forward in New Metropolis. The sudden disappearance of the alien invaders remained an unsolved mystery, but the psychological scars they left behind spurred New Metropolis to relentlessly pursue related technologies. Although a population of mere millions was insufficient to develop a powerful spacefaring force, Professor Sun's genetic modification research offered hope for enhancing the capabilities of individual humans. By the 50th year of the new era, decades of relentless effort had finally led to significant breakthroughs in bioengineering and genetic modification technologies. By this time, the New Metropolis metropolitan area had grown into a massive city with a permanent population of 20 million. It was a success. Finally, success. In the laboratory, a group of researchers broke into tears of joy, their cheers echoing throughout the space. After years of diligent exploration and countless experiments, the scientists of Shindu had finally unlocked the secrets of extraterrestrial genes. These alien beings were innately sensitive to energy, possessing an affinity and control over it far beyond human imagination. For humanity to break through this barrier, the only solution was to alter its own genes. Only by mastering the ability to control energy could carbon-based life forms achieve true evolution. After all, even if the human body reached its physical limits, it would still remain fragile without the support of powerful energy. Soon, the experimental project in Shindu entered a pragmatic phase, and the first gene modification trials began. 50 young individuals were selected through an application process to seize this life-changing opportunity. The genetic modifications were carried out with precision, and the results were overwhelmingly successful. These 50 young people were hailed as the new humans, and their emergence signified a groundbreaking new era for Blue Planet civilization. Witnessing all of this, Chen Yi felt a strong desire to be part of it. After all, this was a revolutionary breakthrough worthy of personal experience. Without hesitation, he stepped into Blue Planet's accelerated spacetime. In Shindu's central square, waves of cheers erupted from the crowd. Young people stood amidst the throng, raising their arms and shouting the name of their idol with fervor. The name, Chen Yi, resounded through the skies. Onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't hide their astonishment. Another support rally? It seemed even these new humans could become idols. The fanaticism of these followers was beyond comprehension. Rumors even claimed that some had founded a religion around Chen Yi, worshipping him as the chosen one. The birth of the new humans brought unprecedented social impact. In Shindu, nearly everyone revered them, believing they embodied power, which had become the true symbol of the era. The first generation of new humans, consisting of 50 individuals, each exhibited unique abilities due to their varying genetic modifications. Among them, the strongest, codenamed Chen Yi, not only far surpassed the others in strength, but also stood out as an unparalleled force, virtually invincible. However, while genetic modification brought power, it also introduced certain risks. These new humans were, after all, imperfect creations. Their personalities and mental states often became distorted, prone to emotional instability. Abnormal hormone levels further led to unpredictable and uncontrollable behavior. Chen Yi, as the most powerful new human, became the prime example of this volatility with his irritable and uncontrollable nature. One day, a sudden explosion rocked a building in Xindu. Flames erupted skyward, shattering the surrounding glass windows. At the center of the blast, the intense heat melted glass instantly, transforming the scene into what resembled a fiery inferno. Inside the building, a charred corpse lay lifeless on the ground. Chen Yi stood by the shattered window, his voice cold and merciless. "I warned you not to boss me around. If it happens again, I'll burn you all to ashes." With a wave of his hand, he cast a disdainful glance at the elderly figures on the screens, let out a derisive snort, and leapt out the window. Flames surged from his body like a torrent as he flew off into the distance. In the room, several other new humans finally exhaled in relief, though they weren't much different from Chen Yi. When faced with orders from the upper echelons, they remained indifferent, casually agreeing before dispersing, completely disregarding Xindu's leadership and its directives. In the hallway, a new human sneered and muttered disdainfully under his breath, "TCH, a bunch of old fossils." The 50 new humans were divided into 10 groups. Despite having 5 members, the Chen Yi team completely overshadowed the other groups solely because of Chen Yi's presence. Chen Yi was undeniably formidable, to the point of being terrifying. Not only could he control the high-temperature flames generated within his body, but he also possessed a fearsome, fully enhanced physique. His near-invincible defense and regenerative abilities left the other new humans far behind. There were even rumors circulating that, even if the other 49 new humans joined forces, they wouldn't be able to shake Chen Yi in the slightest. "Chen Yi, we're en route to the mission site." A team member's voice came through the communication channel, only to be abruptly cut off. "No need. I can handle everything on my own," Chen Yi said coldly before decisively cutting the connection. "Damn it." The team member, furious at being hung up on, punched the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. "It's always like this. Why don't you curse him to his face then?" Forget it, forget it. At least it means less work for us." Though they spoke as if they didn't care, the other team members had long harbored deep jealousy and resentment toward Chen Yi. In the presence of this genius, they were reduced to mere supporting characters, seemingly dispensable. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Xindu, a few elder leaders were reviewing the Chen Yi team's 24-hour surveillance records. Chen Yi is becoming increasingly difficult to control, and the personality flaws in the other new humans are becoming more pronounced. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before problems arise. The first generation is always imperfect, but compared to their value, these flaws are negligible. How's the progress on the second generation? The engineers are focusing on addressing the personality defect issue. It's a major challenge, and it will take time. What about the cleanup of hostile forces? Most of the insurgents across the continent have been eliminated. The remaining scattered groups are no longer a significant threat. As for across the ocean, the situation remains uncertain. The satellite launch plan needs to be prioritized. As the largest human settlement on Blue Planet, Xindu boasted the most advanced technology, but had yet to achieve total domination over the planet. Particularly across the ocean, much of the territory remained an unknown frontier. Even in the surrounding areas, there were still many who rejected civilization and clung to barbarity and violence. These individuals were the primary targets of the new humans. A streak of crimson flame tore through the sky as Chen Yi descended like a meteor, crashing into the ruins below. The ground was instantly pulverized into dust, sending clouds of debris into the air. But the area was eerily empty. Where are the insurgents? Chen Yi's face darkened, his anger simmering. He silently vowed to confront those old schemers back at Xindu. As he prepared to leave, his footsteps suddenly halted, and his brow furrowed. Unnoticed until now, a figure had appeared amidst the ruins, and Chen Yi realized he hadn't sensed their presence at all until this very moment. It's forgivable for most people to be careless, but for Chen Yi, as a new human, if there had been someone here just now, he would have undoubtedly heard their breathing and heartbeat. Reflecting on this, Chen Yi grew curious about the identity of the other person, though he felt there was no need to worry. After all, everyone in New Capital, including himself, knew that he was the strongest. Chen Yi remained silent, merely observing Chen Yi with curiosity. He couldn't fully grasp human thoughts, but he could sense the intense and volatile chemical energy coursing through Chen Yi's body. Despite calling himself a new human, Chen Yi's energy output was still at the lowest tier in the universe. The power and efficiency of chemical energy were far too primitive. Chen Yi felt deeply unsettled by Chen Yi's scrutinizing gaze. He was used to being the one observing others when had it ever been the other way around. He asked coldly, "You're a new human, right? I don't recall anyone like you among us. If you keep looking at me like that, they'll twist your head off." At this, Chen Yi smiled faintly. "Oh, you're welcome to try." Boom. Before Chen Yi's words fully landed, Chen Yi darted forward, his figure a blur as he charged at Chen Yi, seething with rage. However, Chen Yi was faster. Before Chen Yi could react, Chen Yi grabbed his head and lifted him into the air. Stunned, Chen Yi felt a sharp, long-forgotten pain and couldn't suppress a scream. Ah. You're so weak that I barely feel like making an effort, Chen Yi said coldly. But if I don't teach you a lesson, I doubt you'll take me seriously. With that, he casually tossed Chen Yi to the ground. Chen Yi tumbled, clutching his head as he writhed in pain. It took him a while to recover, his bloodshot eyes brimming with fear as he scrambled backward, as if distance could offer some semblance of safety. What are you? His voice trembled, fear and confusion mingling with anger. He couldn't accept this reality. Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest new human? Where had this person come from? Chen Yi, intrigued, said candidly, have you ever played a strategy simulation game? You could think of me as playing a massive strategy game. What? Chen Yi didn't understand what this had to do with him. Chen Yi elaborated, back when I used to play a certain strategy simulation game, you always had to set up a few AI opponents, even if there were no other players. That made it more interesting. Playing alone without any competition is dull. To Chen Yi, the accelerated development of the Blue Planet civilization was like a game. He might have a touch of dark humor, but only a little. His main goal was to enjoy the experience. He wouldn't provide the Blue Planet civilization with any tangible assistance, nor would he arrogantly impose his vision on their development. At most, his interference would involve preserving the civilization's remnants and observing how they rebuild. Normally, Chen Yi remained an outsider, crossing paths with certain individuals in ways that were ultimately inconsequential, merely bearing witness to their struggles and the rise and fall of the Blue Planet civilization. That, for Chen Yi, was the greatest source of enjoyment. Chen Yi said to Chen Yi, and you, apart from me, are the only other player in this game. Let's make a bet. From my perspective, your life will end in an extremely tragic way. Chen Yi's facial muscles twitched, and his fists clenched and unclenched involuntarily. He couldn't tolerate his life being treated as a mere game. But facing the enigmatic man before him, he could only suppress the anger boiling within. Or what? Chen Yi continued. In this game, you have complete autonomy. I won't interfere with whatever you choose to do. If your life ends in glory and brilliance, then I lose. As a reward, I'll grant you a longer lifespan, perhaps even greater power. These words shook Chen Yi. Do you really have that kind of power? He asked, half doubtful. Chen Yi simply countered. What do you think? Either way, this bet has no bearing on your life. As for whether I have that power, why don't you try winning and find out? I look forward to your performance. Before the words fully settled, Chen Yi's figure vanished into thin air in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi's chest heaved violently, his ragged breaths echoing in the desolate ruins. The next moment, he slammed his fist into the ground with all his might, and the ruins instantly erupted into a sea of flames. For the first time, he deeply grasped the meaning of weakness. The thought of his life being treated as a game sent a savage glint through Chen Yi's eyes. One day, I'll twist your head off with my own hands. From a godlike vantage point, Chen Yi observed everything with clarity. As the new humans emerged, the upper echelons of New Capital had already prepared a targeted genetic virus. If these beings ever went rogue, death would await them. But this was merely a last resort safeguard. Chen Yi wasn't optimistic about Chen Yi, as the first generation of new humans had fatal flaws in their personalities, emotions, and temperaments. Even without interference from the authorities, they would inevitably destroy each other due to their internal conflicts. Stepping out of the accelerated timeline, Chen Yi watched as Blue Star developed at breakneck speed. Chen Yi's actions unfolded just as he had anticipated. By year 52 of the new era, Chen Yi, upon overhearing his teammates gossiping about him, killed all 4 members of his squad on the spot. This incident, witnessed by countless onlookers, caused his reputation to plummet overnight. Following a suggestion from New Capital's leadership, Chen Yi was forced to accept self-imposed isolation as punishment, his fragile pride sustained only by the submission and praise of the weak. That same year, when a dissatisfied new human mocked Chen Yi as a brat who can't even wipe his own ass, Chen Yi snapped the man's neck without hesitation. The so-called house arrest was merely a facade. Chen Yi simply stopped going out on missions. In the 53rd year of the new era, Exponentially was attacked by savage raiders, causing massive destruction. In this critical moment, Chen Yi arrived at the scene in time, swiftly eliminating the raiders one by one and successfully stabilizing the situation in Exponentially. As the incident gained attention, Chen Yi's reputation soared, and he became the most revered hero of Exponentially. By the 55th year of the new era, Exponentially had successfully launched its first satellite, gradually restoring global communication capabilities and achieving round-the-clock aerial surveillance, gaining insights into the situation across the ocean. In subsequent missions, Chen Yi shone brightly during his overseas operations, achieving remarkable victories. His supporters grew in number, and his prestige reached its peak. Even the upper echelons of Exponentially began to see him in a new light. However, Chen Yi's ambitions also grew. He not only sought to control Xindu, but also aspired to replace the current leadership, unifying the world through force and earning the admiration and worship of everyone in Xindu. This was not merely a passing thought, but a plan he intended to execute. Ultimately, this ambition came at a great cost. He became the first person to activate the genetic virus, barely making it out of the high-level conference room alive. Inside the conference room, several senior leaders stared coldly at Chen Yi. One of them spoke in a frosty tone. "We created you, and we can destroy you. If you wish to remain valuable, stop engaging in meaningless actions. Consider today's events as if they never happened. Calm yourself." Chen Yi's face darkened as anger and humiliation intertwined in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and silently walked out of the conference room. What he couldn't tolerate most was being looked down upon and having his fate controlled by others. Yet, this was the second time he was powerless to resist. As he stepped out of the conference room, a memory of someone who had humiliated him years ago suddenly surfaced in his mind, and his fury burned even hotter. Someone was deliberately provoking him, and he swore to make everyone know that Chen Yi was not someone to be trifled with. Driven by his seething rage, Chen Yi killed a fellow new human in a fit of discontent. This act enraged the rest of the new humans. His repeated acts of wanton slaughter instilled fear in everyone, but for the new humans, tolerance and retreat had their limits. No one knew who Chen Yi's next target of fury would be, and the long-held grievances among the new humans finally prompted them to secretly plan a counterattack. By this time, Chen Yi had become a pariah, despised and avoided by all. Bang! Chen Yi returned to his villa, furiously smashing a table into pieces while roaring. "No one is allowed to treat me like that. No one is allowed to order me around in that tone." He continued venting his anger until exhaustion overtook him. Chen Yi appeared silently nearby, waiting until Chen Yi had calmed down before saying, "I thought this game could last a bit longer, but it seems I overestimated you." Adrenaline surged through Chen Yi like a volcanic eruption. Despite knowing he was no match for Chen Yi, his fury burned even more fiercely. "It was you. It must have been you pulling strings in the background. This game isn't over. I still have time. Who says I've lost?" Chen Yi remained unbothered, even smiling slightly as he replied casually, "Forcing you to admit defeat now might lack conviction. No rush. I'll wait and see." Chen Yi's expression shifted. His heightened senses picked up the sound of intense heartbeats and the quiet buildup of energy. He realized his villa was surrounded by new humans. This was clearly a confrontation aimed directly at him. His heart tightened as his anger surged once more. "It has to be you targeting me." Chen Yi growled through gritted teeth, directing all his fury at Chen Yi. At this moment, Chen Yi had nowhere left to turn. Blinded by rage, Chen Yi lost his composure as always and attacked Chen Yi without hesitation. In an instant, a massive blaze reduced the entire villa to rubble. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed like thunder, while the bright flames illuminated the dark night. The violent shockwave and searing heat swept through the area, leaving the surrounding new humans gasping for breath. Chen Yi was undoubtedly the strongest among the first generation of new humans. If not for the combined efforts of the others, no one would have dared to challenge him. Just then, a figure emerged from the flames. Seeing Chen Yi unscathed, Chen Yi instinctively took 2 steps back. He glanced around and noticed the new humans closing in. Pointing at Chen Yi, he urgently shouted, "Perfect timing. It's him. He's been secretly targeting all of us. If we work together, we can definitely take him down." Before he could finish, a young man swiftly made his move. In a flash, he appeared in front of Chen Yi and landed a solid punch on his face. The impact rippled through the air with a dull thud. Chen Yi, however, merely staggered slightly, seemingly unfazed, and effortlessly flung the young man aside. Still pointing at Chen Yi, Chen Yi roared in anger, "I know you all have issues with me, but this is not the time to settle those. Can't you see him? He's the one provoking you all against me." But to the other new humans, there was no one where Chen Yi was pointing. They remained silent before resolutely launching a collective assault. Meanwhile, Chen Yi stood off to the side, calmly observing the chaos. Faced with the onslaught, Chen Yi had no choice but to fight back, though his eyes never left Chen Yi. He bellowed, "Open your eyes. He's the real culprit." Unfortunately for Chen Yi, his claims were nothing more than excuses and lies to shift the blame. Chen Yi had never influenced anyone to do anything. He was a player, but a disciplined one. Chen Yi's downfall and the hatred he had incurred were entirely of his own making. Boom. The intense battle raged on through the night for half an hour. In the end, 20 new humans fell at Chen Yi's hands. Another dozen were either severely injured or fled in terror. Chen Yi, however, wasn't left unscathed. For the first time since becoming a new human, he suffered such a devastating defeat. His energy was nearly depleted, his wounds refused to heal quickly, and he was left battered and bloody at a truly pitiful sight. As the battlefield turned into a sea of fire, Chen Yi leisurely approached Chen Yi and asked coldly, "Given the current situation, what do you think your chances of survival are?" "I haven't lost. You must have done something in secret to target me, Chen Yi muttered, stubbornly clinging to his denial. Over and over, he repeated, I haven't lost. I haven't lost. Chen Yi paid no mind to Chen Wei's obstinate words. Glancing at a few returning new humans in the distance, he asked, You're out of strength now, aren't you? Chen Wei continued to chant his denials and accusations, I haven't lost, and you must be behind this, until one of the returning new humans drove a weapon straight through his head. Drained of energy, Chen Wei was as weak as an ordinary human at this point. He struggled briefly before meeting an undignified end right there on the battlefield. Chen Wei's voice, like a flickering candle in the wind, gradually faded into the air. His life force completely vanished, marking the end of the first round of the game with the opponent's death, and Chen Yi emerged victorious. Time sped forward. The civil war among the new humans concluded with Chen Wei's fall. 50 new humans suffered heavy losses in this brutal conflict. Thus, the first generation of new humans gradually faded from the stage of Blue Star's history. In the 60th year of the new era, groundbreaking advancements were achieved in genetic modification technology in Xindu. The birth of the second generation of new humans elevated the individual capabilities of Blue Star's population to unprecedented heights. Unlike the first generation, who relied on specially formulated food for chemical energy, the second generation achieved a qualitative leap. They could extract raw materials from the air through breathing and perform nuclear reactions within their bodies, releasing astonishing amounts of energy. This energy was nearly perpetual, allowing them to fight continuously as long as their mental state endured. More importantly, Xindu overcame the personality and emotional flaws of the first generation, making the second generation more rational and stable, practically perfect. Given their immense power, Xindu cautiously selected only 10 children for experimentation. After all the experiments succeeded, these children underwent specialized education to prevent repeating the mistakes of the first generation. In the 70th year of the new era, inside Xindu's central library, I know you all harbor hostility toward me, but this isn't the time to deal with that. Chen Wei's voice rang out hysterically from the surveillance footage. Can't you see that person? He's the one inciting you against me. Open your eyes and look. He's the real culprit. The black-haired youth, Hui, stared at the footage displayed on his tablet, lost in thought. Was Chen Wei's outburst the ravings of a madman or the truth? After his death, Xindu had conducted an investigation but found no trace of any suspicious individual who had interacted with him. As the strongest among the second generation of new humans, Hui had been given the code name Child of Light. Unlike Chen Wei, Hui was calm, rational, and even carried a touch of gentleness, so perfect that he almost seemed unreal. Still watching that, a friend beside him glanced at the tablet and shook his head. I know it bothers you, but Chen Wei was just losing his mind. At that moment, Chen Yi sat leisurely across from them, engrossed in the book in his hands. He occasionally glanced up at Hui, his expression unreadable. So, have you made up your mind? Though Chen Yi was right there, no one else seemed to notice his presence, as if he were a ghost. In that instant, Hui understood. This game, I'm your second chosen opponent, aren't I? Faced with Hui's question, Chen Yi calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Why? Hui frowned and asked. What value or meaning does this game hold for you? Chen Yi pondered for a moment, his gaze profound. I am both an observer and a witness. The journey of civilization is far too long. One must find some enjoyment along the way. Witness the journey of civilization. Hui murmured, repeating the words, his expression suddenly becoming grave. The power of the man before him had far surpassed anything he could comprehend, clearly placing him on an entirely different level. Why choose Blue Planet? Hui instinctively assumed that such a powerful being couldn't be a native of Blue Planet, but must be a higher life form from the cosmos. After all, Blue Planet had experienced an alien invasion in the past. While the records of that history were vague, research had confirmed that those non-human genetic life forms indeed came from the depths of the universe. Chen Yi did not respond to this. As someone deliberately concealing his identity as a Blue Planet native, he would not easily reveal his origins. Instead, he shifted the topic. The conditions for victory are simple. If you can lead Blue Planet's civilization into a new phase and successfully achieve space colonization, I will consider you the victor of this game. Noticing Chen Yi's evasion, Hui tactfully changed the subject. You won't secretly obstruct me, will you? No. Chen Yi explained patiently. Those like Chen Wei only push the blame away and fabricate lies to deceive themselves. I strictly adhere to the rules I set. Good to hear. I look forward to your performance. Before Hui could respond, Chen Yi's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a book that fell onto the table. The people around were startled by the sudden and inexplicable occurrence, unable to comprehend where the book had come from. Hui calmly placed the book back on the shelf, his composure far surpassing that of Chen Wei when he first encountered Chen Yi. On the way back, Hui posed a question to his companions. If there were a god on Blue Planet, what would you think? A god? Someone shook their head. Blue Planet doesn't need gods anymore. Although Chen Yi repeatedly emphasized that he was merely a witness and observer, To the people of Blue Planet, he was undoubtedly akin to a god. Huey's understanding was accurate, and as Chen Yi had observed, Hui was indeed a new kind of human, one who far surpassed Shenwei. He did not indulge in his immense power or frequently display his strength. Instead, he devoted a significant amount of time to learning. Hui demonstrated extraordinary talent across various fields from science and engineering to the humanities, and even in the political arena, he excelled in everything he pursued. In the year New Era 80, Hui made groundbreaking contributions in biology, physics, chemistry, and material science. His efforts in manned space exploration single-handedly propelled the era forward. That same year, he ventured into politics, running for the position of New Capital's leader. Faced with such a flawless guide, the high-ranking officials of New Capital showed remarkable political acumen, offering no resistance and allowing him to assume the position with an overwhelming majority. Hui fully embraced the mission and responsibility of the new humans, leading the Blue Planet civilization into an unprecedented wave of development. Starting from year 90 of the new era, human society gradually unified, and the order of civilization was comprehensively restored. The efficiency of knowledge transmission and information exchange skyrocketed, and numerous major projects were completed in succession. First, the reconstruction of a global satellite network, followed by the successful execution of manned space missions and lunar exploration projects, and ultimately extending humanity's gaze toward Mars. By year 120 of the new era, a massive spaceship carrying 5,000 settlers launched from the Blue Planet, heading toward Mars. 20 years later, in year 140 of the new era, the Martian settlement base was completed, and the human population on the Red Planet surpassed 100,000, a number that continued to climb. That same year, Hui turned 90. Although his lifespan as a new human far exceeded that of ordinary people, the marks of time had quietly begun to show on his body. Having fulfilled his historical mission, he chose to step down from his position as leader of the new capital. When Chen Yi met Hui again, the latter still retained his familiar appearance. Simple black dress pants paired with a white shirt, sleeves neatly rolled up, and short hair immaculately styled. He stood amidst the ruins, gazing intently at the spectacular sight of an electromagnetic cannon launching a space capsule into low Earth orbit. "So how did I do? Not bad, right?" Hui said. Chen Yi admitted frankly, "I'll give you this round. But I do have a question. Logically, this game should have been a guaranteed win for Mio had a broader perspective. Why did you choose me?" "Being afraid of losing isn't the way to play," Hui replied with a smile. "Besides, I believe in humanity's potential. Sometimes, I even bet against myself. For me, it's not always an all-or-nothing game." Hearing this, Hui smiled with satisfaction. He removed his tie, and a surge of nuclear energy erupted from within him, illuminating the entire sky with dazzling brilliance. His eyes burned with intense determination as he declared, "As for a victor's prize, forget the usual rewards. How about this instead? Fight me. A battle to the death, where only one of us walks away." For 90 years, Hui had never displayed such a fervent fighting spirit. "Just as you wish," Chen Yi agreed without hesitation. "But this is meaningless." "It's anything but meaningless," Hui roared. With a deafening explosion, Hui transformed into a blazing sun, melting the ruins beneath him into molten lava. Like a lightning bolt tearing through space, he charged toward Chen Yi, leaving a thunderous boom in his wake. His eyes were resolute, and his voice rang out like a vow. Humanity doesn't need gods. This battle was one Hui had waited 70 years for. During that time, the new capital's genetic modification technology had advanced to its 4th generation. Hui, having undergone the latest enhancements, was now more powerful than ever before. Sensing the onset of physical decline, he had chosen this moment to step down as leader. He firmly believed that humanity no longer required the protection of gods and was willing to pay the ultimate price to prove it. This would be his final contribution to human civilization. However, all the nuclear energy Hui unleashed was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to even graze Chen Yi. "As an opponent, you're weak. But as a human, you've earned my respect. Since this is what you desire, I won't hold back," Chen Yi said calmly. "That's exactly what I wanted," Hui replied, his face breaking into a radiant smile. With unyielding resolve, he ignited every ounce of his energy and launched one final, desperate attack against Chen Yi. The 4th generation genetic modification technology had nearly turned Hui into a true child of light. The nuclear energy within him was developed to its fullest potential, allowing him to effortlessly unleash a destructive force equivalent to 50 megatons of TNT to level an entire city. Hui was filled with curiosity as he faced Chen Yi. He knew Chen Yi possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan, but he had never truly witnessed the extent of his power. Just how strong could that mysterious figure be? Could he destroy continental plates, or even the entire Blue Planet? The answer came quickly. When Hui unleashed his nuclear energy, the blinding radiance bloomed on the surface like a falling sun. Yet, even as he focused all his power into his fist, he couldn't bridge the mere few meters between himself and Chen Yi. Even more terrifying, the nuclear energy wave he released was instantly rebounded by an even greater force. Boom! The surging energy tore Hugh's body apart, sending him hurtling across the ground and carving out a canyon that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Chen Yi, on the other hand, hadn't even moved a muscle. With just a single thought, he had left Hui gravely injured and sprawled on the ground. At the canyon's end, as seawater began flooding in, Hui slowly rose to his feet. The nuclear energy within him rapidly repaired his wounds. He gazed at the overwhelming figure in front of him, yet his optimism remained intact. We're not even on the same level, but this fight still holds meaning. Before his words fully landed, Hui once again transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Chen Yi. This time, Chen Yi finally made a move. With a mere flick of the air, a ripple of stellar force suspended Hui midair. His body fractured like shattered glass, and the unstable nuclear energy within him began to tear him apart. The gap is too vast, Hui sighed softly. Chen Yi appeared before him. Satisfied? Huh. Satisfied, Hui replied, unfazed by his defeat. As the nuclear energy within him prepared to utterly consume his body, he glanced toward Mars with a smile and said, all in all, I think I did pretty well in this life. You were a great leader, Chen Yi offered, bestowing the highest praise. Then, a brilliant nuclear explosion disintegrated Huey's body into fundamental particles, scattering them across the land and oceans of the blue planet. He was 90 years old. Chen Yi withdrew the space-time energy enveloping the solar system and stored it within a space-time crystal. Time within the solar system resumed its normal flow. Before embarking on the third mission in the Void Realm, he swept through a 100 light-year radius, eliminating all beacon holders while watching the notifications in the beacon marketplace continuously refresh. Earning points 1,000 points, 5,000 points, 20,000 points, 80,000. Within a radius of 5,000 light-years, Chen Yi had almost no opponents. He didn't even need to rely on the power of the time-space crystal. With just the power of the star spirit, he could easily crush any life form. However, the sensing ability between beacon holders did not improve alongside his enhanced perception. Upon checking, he found that he could only sense beacon holders within a range of 5 light-years. Therefore, the process of eliminating beacon holders remained tedious. Although they were not numerous, the vast number of life forms and civilizations in the universe made the task challenging. Even so, clearing beacon holders within just a 100 light-year radius had already earned Chen Yi a substantial amount of points, enough for him to purchase some items he had been eyeing. He opened the beacon marketplace. Points balance, 1.2 million. Item, Star Spirit Revival. Type, knowledge-based. Description, star spirits not only wield stellar power, but also possess formidable psychic abilities. Due to their unique life form, revival after death is not difficult for them. Price, 1 million points. In the beacon marketplace, this knowledge-based item was a skill specifically designed for star spirits. Chen Yi had always kept this item in mind, and today, he finally had enough points to purchase it. The price of 1 million points was equivalent to that of top-tier 4th-level equipment in the space, but considering the value of the skill, the cost seemed justified. He spent 1 million points and successfully made the purchase. Points balance, 200,000. A surge of new knowledge instantly flooded Chen Yi's mind. He immediately grasped the technique of using star spirit power to achieve revival after death. Star spirits were peculiar life forms composed of stellar energy and psychic force. Even if reduced to fundamental particles, their consciousness could remain attached to the dissipating psychic energy. Given some time, they could gather stellar energy, reconstruct their bodies, and revive their consciousness. After the purchase, Chen Yi naturally mastered this skill. Previously, his understanding of himself had been limited, but now he realized that his consciousness was not carried by his brain, but by his psychic force. He attached his consciousness to the psychic energy, easily obtaining the ability to revive after death through the life form characteristics of a star spirit. However, this technique was not without flaws. If an enemy became aware of his revival ability and understood his mastery of psychic force, they might detect his consciousness lingering in the dissipated psychic energy and completely annihilate it. After all, nothing in the universe is truly foolproof. Because of this, Chen Yi knew he still needed to become stronger. As long as this revival technique provided him with sufficient survival capability at this stage, it was enough. He did not seek more than that. In fact, Chen Yi was not just a star spirit life form. He was also a plank membrane life form. His current body was entirely composed of an unknown substance, with a strength that even surpassed that of a star spirit's body. As long as his energy was not depleted, his defensive capabilities were virtually limitless. Defeating him was an almost insurmountable challenge. Even if an enemy could destroy the entire galaxy, Chen Yi could still retreat into the plank membrane and survive unscathed. Unless the opponent was extraordinarily powerful and capable of breaking through the protection of the plank membrane, he had no real reason to worry about life and death. If he ever encountered such a formidable adversary, he could only attribute it to bad luck. Afterward, Chen Yi entered the void space, freezing time in the blue star universe at that very moment. Soon, as the 30-day countdown came to an end, a spatial interface popped up in front of Chen Yi and the other void wanderers from the same batch. It clearly displayed the mission details. The mission type was an anchor mission with a difficulty level of Tier 1. This was Chen Yi's third anchor mission, and upon completing it, he would have to participate in an advanced mission, where the difficulty level would increase to Tier 2. However, this was hardly a concern for Chen Yi, as his strength had long surpassed the limits of his current tier. Chen Yi's figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing instantaneously on a street. He was dressed in an old-fashioned black suit. Dingling, a middle-aged man, also clad in a black suit, rode past him on a bicycle. Glancing around and using his Starforce perception, Chen Yi quickly assessed the era of this mission world. It was clearly the early stages of the electrical age. The interface popped up again, displaying the main mission, Phase 1. This world is under invasion by an unknown force. Investigate and determine the nature of this force as quickly as possible. Mission reward, 300 points. Mission commencing. Name, Chen Yi. Tier 1. Points, 7,300. Abilities, Star Spirit LV-16, Plank Lifeform, Critical Breakthrough. Items, Personal Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of the Tyrant, Superactive Cells. Within his personal space, Chen Yi also possessed a time-space crystal. However, since it wasn't a spatial tool, it couldn't be brought into the mission world. After a brief pause, the interface refreshed with more information. Target terminal plugin detected. Plugin installation complete. Random upgrade option in progress. Random option, Overburst. Overburst option successfully loaded. A surge of information flooded into Chen Yi's mind, and he instinctively grasped the workings of this new ability called Overburst. Ability, Overburst. Level, LV1. Description, concentrates all available energy to unleash a single, devastating strike with 5 times the usual power. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. With this ability, he could unleash a terrifying attack far beyond his normal limits in an instant. If combined with critical breakthrough, the power would be even more unimaginable. And this was just at LV1. He couldn't help but anticipate how much stronger it would become with further upgrades. Chen Yi appreciated abilities that offered such straightforward power. Following the random upgrade, a series of upgrade tasks appeared. Upgrade Task 1. Penetrate 10 into the negative energy field to upgrade Overburst by 1 level. Upgrade Task 2. Penetrate 20 into the negative energy field to upgrade Overburst by 1 level. Upgrade Task 3. Penetrate 30 into the negative energy field to upgrade Overburst by 1 level. There were a total of 10 upgrade tasks. Negative energy field? After organizing the clues from both the main mission and the upgrade tasks, Chen Yi set his next objective: locate the unknown force invading this world. At the same time, he was curious about the so-called negative energy field. While he had a general understanding of negative energy, whether it aligned with his interpretation remained to be seen. Using Starforce to scan the planet, Chen Yi quickly identified the presence of the unknown invading force. It was far too conspicuous to miss. Sir, would you like to buy a newspaper? A young newsboy with a cloth bag slung over his shoulder stood on the bustling street, clutching a stack of newspapers in his small hands. A conspicuous dark patch on his face drew attention, like a mark embedded in his skin. One, please. Thank you, sir. The newsboy looked up, his clear voice ringing out. Chen Yi fished 2 coins from his pocket, handed them over, and took a newspaper while scanning the street. He quickly noticed that the newsboy wasn't the only one. Several passersby also had similar dark patches on their bodies. These marks didn't look like natural birthmarks. To the average person, they might seem like some persistent illness, but Chen Yi's perception was far sharper than most. He could distinctly sense that it was a form of energy silently corroding the human body. That energy was not unfamiliar. In fact, it was part of the unknown force mentioned in his Miss Iona mutated form of star energy. However, Chen Yi didn't act immediately. He had just entered this mission world. Time was on his side for now, and it was more crucial to blend in, assess the situation, and identify the best path forward and points of advantage. At that moment, 2 pedestrians walked past him, newspapers in hand, their brows furrowed with worry. Who knows when this war will finally end? Hard to say. It's been nearly a century now. Chen Yi unfolded the newspaper, and the bold headline on the front page caught his eye. Fierce battle. Alliance and kingdom clash at Green River. Casualties exceed 1,000. This planet was home to hundreds of nations, but the 3 dominant powers were the Alliance, the Kingdom, and the Federation. They formed a near-inverted triangle geographically. The Alliance and the Kingdom's territories stretched from the Arctic to the equator, with their borders interwoven in a constant state of tension. The Federation, located south of the equator, remained relatively neutral but still shared borders with the other 2. For a century, these 3 nations had been locked in conflict. What began as minor border disputes had escalated into full-scale war, now known as the 100 Years' War. It had become an integral part of people's lives. With technological advancements, the world had transitioned from the steam era to the age of electricity. The increasing power of advanced weaponry had led to even greater casualties, further intensifying the animosity among the three powers. Peace had become an elusive dream, and at this rate, a full-scale global war seemed inevitable. At present, Chen Yi was posing as an ordinary citizen of the Alliance. He pulled an ID card from his coat pocket, which read, High School Physics Teacher. In a shadowy corner nearby, a small dark figure cautiously peeked out. It was Wang Kai. Pressed against the shadows, it skulked around, observing its surroundings. In human society, it clearly couldn't reveal itself openly and could only hide quietly, waiting. One day later, Chen Yi arrived at an orphanage on the outskirts of the city. This place took in children who had been abandoned by their families because of the black patches. The orphanage was small and somewhat dilapidated, with the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. The director, with a weary yet determined expression, greeted him. His tone was calm, but carried a deep sense of helplessness. These children, the black patches on their bodies aren't birthmarks. They're a diseasia, terminal 1. Once the black patches appear, it's essentially a death sentence. He gestured toward a few children quietly playing in the yard and added, the patches gradually spread until the entire body is consumed. The body's functions deteriorate, eventually shutting down completely. The progression varies, some last for decades, while others succumb within months. The director paused, letting out a sigh. Adults can barely manage to survive, but for children, it's just a burden for their families. All we can do is take in these abandoned little lives. Suddenly, he turned toward the house and called out, Leah, come here. Moments later, a little girl emerged. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her dark eyes stood in stark contrast to her hair. Though her face was still youthful, it carried a hint of exotic mixed heritage features. Her appearance leaned more toward the Alliance's aesthetic, suggesting she was a child of both Alliance and Kingdom descent. The girl stood before Chen Yi, silently looking up at him with eyes that were pure yet tinged with wariness. She was one of many reflections of the star energy plague and the century of chaos. Dean, what happened? Leah stepped forward to face the two of them. Her delicate face bore a teardrop-shaped black mark that, at first glance, seemed like a simple beauty spot. Sir, Leah is the most well-behaved child here. The black spot disease hasn't caused her any significant harm, and she's still in excellent health, the dean reassured. Leah quickly realized the situation. Someone was here to adopt a child. Understanding this, she nodded eagerly, her bright, sparkling eyes making her look even more endearing. Sir, I'm very healthy now, Leah chimed in. Hearing this, Chen Yi smiled gently and softly ran his fingers through Leah's golden hair. At the same time, he focused his senses on the black mark on her skin, attempting to trace its origin. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yi perceived an immense ocean of energy, vast and boundless. This was a realm entirely unlike their own, a sea filled with anti-energy. The nature of antimatter energy is such that while the physical world is composed of positive matter, antimatter carries charges opposite to that of positive matter. When the two collide, annihilation occurs, releasing an immense amount of energy. The energy efficiency released by this annihilation far surpasses that of fission and fusion, being several times more efficient than fission, and annihilation exceeding fusion's energy efficiency by hundreds of times. It was then that Chen Yi understood, though his concept of negative energy differed slightly from anti-energy, the two were often intertwined, with anti-energy sometimes referred to as negative energy. So, this must be the so-called negative energy domain. Chen Yi murmured to himself as new information updated on his interface. Main mission phase 1 complete. Earned 300 points. Main mission phase 2. The invasion of the negative energy domain has caused the black spot disease, but it seems to have brought something else as well. Investigate further. Reward, 2,000 points. The root cause of the black spot disease was the erosion of the human body by negative energy. No medical treatment could completely cure it. Patients were akin to boats with holes, where negative energy incessantly seeped into the hull. As long as the hole couldn't be sealed, the problem would persist. Taking the issue to a global scale, the world itself was like a massive ship, and every person afflicted by the black spot disease represented a hole in that vessel. With the ongoing invasion of the negative energy domain, the world had already become riddled with these holes. If this continued, the world would ultimately be consumed by negative energy. Given the technological level of this planet, its inhabitants had yet to grasp the true nature of the black spot disease, let alone find a way to solve the issue of the negative energy domain. In this universe, antimatter was abundant, with entire stars and galaxies possibly composed entirely of antimatter. Perhaps the root of the negative energy domain lay within these antimatter stars and galaxies, or perhaps the negative energy domain itself was another universe entirely. Chen Yi, however, had no desire to delve too deeply into this matter. Now that the location of the negative energy domain had been identified, the next steps became clearer. As he delved deeper into the negative energy domain, Chen Yi indeed felt a growing resistance. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the resistance became. Clearly, penetrating the negative energy domain was no simple task. Otherwise, why would the progression of the upgrade task be divided into 10 stages based on depth? When his senses could no longer advance, Chen Yi withdrew from the negative energy domain, realizing he had failed to complete the first upgrade task. This indicated that his level of penetration was still less than 10. Chen Yi crouched down with a gentle smile, his eyes meeting those of the little girl in front of him. Leah, if I told you that I wish to adopt you so you could go to school like other children, would you like that? I would. Leah's small face lit up with a radiant smile as she nodded enthusiastically. In this less than ideal orphanage, every child longed to be adopted. Having a family was already a tremendous blessing, and the prospect of going to school felt like the most beautiful dream come true. The adoption process went unusually smoothly. As a teacher, Chen Yi held a significant social standing within the alliance. The director of the orphanage, wearing a kind smile, gently held Leah's small hand while assisting with the paperwork, carefully explaining all the details Chen Yi needed to know. Seeing another child find a home filled the director's heart with deep comfort. With the adoption finalized, Chen Yi turned his focus to another critical mission. Using the omnipresent starlight energy, he could sense every subtle change on this planet in real time. He paid special attention to any clues related to the domain of negative energy while delving into research on how to penetrate it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although the second phase of his main objective had yet to see a breakthrough, his studies on the domain of negative energy had made significant progress. Uncle Leo is back. Leah's golden hair shimmered in the sunset as she cheerfully pushed open the door. Go wash up and get ready for dinner, Chen Yi said warmly. Under the dim glow of the incandescent light, Leah focused intently on her homework, while Chen Yi rapidly flipped through book after book. Thanks to his extraordinary psychic abilities, his reading speed rivaled that of a computer, retaining every word with perfect accuracy. Through continued research, Chen Yi identified the root cause of his inability to fully access the domain of negative energy. As a star spirit, he could manipulate energy with ease and even extract energy from the negative energy domain, but the process remained inefficient. Between the negative energy domain and the physical world lay multiple layers of barriers, each acting like a filter that drastically reduced the energy's permeability. After numerous experiments, Chen Yi succeeded in summarizing this intricate energy extraction process into a mathematical equation, the negative energy domain depth equation. Much like how Einstein's mass energy equivalence revolutionized nuclear science, solving this equation could unlock a far more efficient method of energy extraction. So far, he had completed 5 of the derivation. While he had yet to surpass the 10 depth threshold, he had at least charted a clear direction forward. Chen Yi understood well that this monumental task was beyond the capacity of any single individual. Even though supercomputers boasted computational power exceeding that of the entire human race combined, they could never replace the ingenuity of human thought. After a long moment of contemplation, a subtle, enigmatic smile appeared on Chen Yi's lips. It seemed that, once again, he would need to step into the shadows of this world, playing the role of a mastermind and the ultimate antagonist. Since deriving the depth equation requires immense intellectual effort, why not make it public for all of humanity to see? Let everyone join forces to help Chen Yi derive it. He could simply wait and directly obtain the results. But why would the entire world help him with this equation for no reason? The only way to get humanity to take it seriously and invest their efforts is to make the equation relevant to them. Standing by the window, Chen Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. With his abilities, extracting energy from the negative energy field was a simple task. If people in this world could also harness that power and use it for war, nations would undoubtedly work tirelessly to derive the depth equation for their own security. Once other countries achieved further breakthroughs, he could then acquire the results. This plan seemed highly feasible. He could have used his overwhelming power to dominate the entire planet, or even civilizations thousands of light years away, but that would draw too much attention. Who knows what secrets this world still holds? To this day, Chen Yi remained uncertain about what else the negative energy field might have introduced besides the black spot disease. If it turned out to be a higher life form or something similar, that would spell trouble. Cautious by nature, Chen Yi preferred to act discreetly, as it was the safer approach. Time flowed by like a rushing river. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, bringing the calendar to the year 805. This year, Leah turned 12 and officially began her middle school life after graduating from elementary school. Over these 5 years, Chen Yi had made no progress in uncovering clues for the second stage of the main mission. If even he was at a standstill, the other Void Seekers in the same mission world were likely faring no better. This was clearly going to be an even more time-consuming challenge than the previous mission. That same year, Chen Yi, under the guise of a physics teacher, published his research theories in a scientific journal. His work directly addressed the connection between the black spot disease and the negative energy field. Without reservation, he introduced the concept of the negative energy field and used years of research data to prove its existence. This move was a deliberate attempt to capture the attention of nations worldwide, paving the way for the eventual release of negative energy and the escalation of global conflict. After years of effort, Chen Yi managed to derive 10 of the depth equation, completing the first upgrade mission. Upgrade mission 1 completed. Super Burst option upgraded. Super Burst LV2. With Super Burst upgraded to level 2, the power of his full force attack increased from 5 times to 10 times. This tangible numerical leap brought Chen Yi immense satisfaction. Now, all he had to do was wait for the fish to take the bait. Chen Yi waited patiently. In just half a month, the research he published swept through the entire alliance like a hurricane, rapidly spreading to other countries. His findings were astonishing. Black spot disease was not a mere illness, but a harbinger chosen to connect to a field of infinite energy. Such a claim sounded like the ramblings of a madman. Yet the research was so well-founded that it left little room for doubt. Before long, Chen Yi's work caught the attention of the Alliance's upper echelons. The director of the Alliance Scientific Research Institute set down the journal in his hands, while a young major general in military uniform, standing nearby, bluntly asked, "Director, I don't understand the science behind this, so I'll just be straightforward. Is this research credible?" The dean simply stated, "We need time to verify this before we can determine its authenticity." In the conference room, a young major general leaned on the table with both hands, his expression stern as he pressed, "If such an infinite energy field truly exists, could it enhance the Alliance's military strength?" The dean slowly nodded at his words. "If that's the case, the Alliance would become invincible." "Understood." The young major general turned and left, the crisp sound of his military boots echoing on the marble floor. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Sciences. "Ha!" Eddie laughed, clutching a magazine. The fat on his round face jiggled with his laughter. "They're claiming that the black spot disease connects to some kind of negative energy field? Am I still dreaming, or are they?" This greasy-faced man was the honorary chief of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Despite his title, he had no actual knowledge of research. As the Academy's largest benefactor and a shareholder in the kingdom's largest arms manufacturing company, he was one of the wealthiest men in the kingdom. Watching the researchers busily preparing for experiments in the lab, Eddie laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha, you guys actually believe this?" "We only believe in data and experimental results," one researcher replied, without even looking up. Another researcher, eyes gleaming with anticipation, added, "Sir, if this turns out to be true, we'll be stepping into a new era of infinite energy. Infinite energy, an irresistible allure for any civilization." Similar scenes played out simultaneously in science academies across multiple countries, as no one wanted to miss out on the potential dawn of a new age. The next day, as Chen Yi walked into his office, his colleagues greeted him with teasing remarks. "Mr. Chen, when did you start studying black spot disease? Connecting it to energy? You've really outdone yourself this time." Before he could respond, a team of fully armed soldiers stormed into the office. The room fell silent immediately. One officer stepped forward, saluted Chen Yi, and said, "Mr. Chen, please come with us immediately." "All right." Chen Yi calmly set down his textbook and left with the soldiers under the astonished gazes of his colleagues. In the office, the teachers exchanged bewildered looks. What just happened? One of them picked up a scientific journal from the desk, pointed to Chen Yi's research, and his expression grew serious. Could it be because of this? Chen Yi was taken directly to the Alliance Academy of Sciences, where he met the white-haired dean and the young major general. By the time he arrived, the academy had already completed their verification and confirmed that the black spots indeed contained some kind of energy. The discovery left the researchers thrilled. The dean got straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, the Alliance is very interested in your research. If you're willing, we can provide you with superior research conditions." "No problem." Chen Yi's calmness took them by surprise. He then added, "But I have an adopted daughter. We've already arranged for her to be brought here." The young major general interjected. "Mr. Chen, your research will be classified as the highest level secret of the Alliance. As such, your movements will be strictly restricted from now on. We hope you understand." "I don't mind." From that moment on, Chen Yi and his identity vanished from the eyes of ordinary people, becoming one of the Alliance's most classified and protected individuals. Chen Yi retrieved a vial of red liquid from his personal storage space. It was a third-tier item he had acquired in the Star Beast World superactive cells. This miraculous substance granted its user extraordinary regenerative abilities, capable of full rebirth even from a mere fragment of flesh. His research goal was crystal clear: to explore how humans could extract and harness energy from negative energy fields. However, human genes were inherently inadequate, with an extremely dull sensitivity to energy, necessitating genetic modification. Star beasts, on the other hand, not only controlled energy with ease but also possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, making them the ideal material for human genetic enhancement. After extracting the superactive cells, the original item was rendered useless, but Chen Yi was unfazed. Using biotechnology, he quickly cultivated 20 vials of cell samples. Although the replicas were less potent than the original and could no longer achieve the miraculous rebirth from a fragment of flesh, they were sufficient for his purposes. In just 3 days, Chen Yi completed this phase of work. Other researchers observed in awe, marveling at his apparent ability to overcome technical challenges effortlessly and achieve astonishingly rapid progress. A month later, the experiment reached its critical stage. The first volunteer was a young man named Arkamon, who was barely clinging to life. His body was covered in black spots, and he appeared frail and withered. Desperate for a last chance at survival, he chose to participate in the high-risk experiment. Arkamon, Chen Yi confirmed once more. Are you certain you voluntarily agreed to participate in this experiment? I must remind you, the risks are extremely high. The young man on the hospital bed weakly opened his eyes and gave a faint nod. I volunteer. At Chen Yi's signal, the assistants moved Arkamon into the experimental chamber. The tank was filled with a pale green liquid, and the superactive cells were injected into his body. Unexpectedly, there were no violent reactions. Arkamon seemed to simply drift into a peaceful slumber. Mr. Chen, all indicators are normal. Within the Alliance Academy of Sciences, Chen Yi's research was classified under the highest level of secrecy, with all necessary resources allocated on a priority basis. Major General Kelvin personally sealed the confidential document titled Strategic Plan for Negative Energy Fields into the highest level archive. A year later, in the year 806 AD, the skies above the Green River were thick with smoke. The Alliance and Kingdom armies clashed fiercely, with the battle lines shifting back and forth. Control over the Green River changed hands multiple times, as the Kingdom's occupation of the area was swiftly overturned by the Alliance's counterattacks. Shells ravaged the land, and smoke seeped into the soft soil. After countless bombings, the terrain had become fragmented and scarred. During the rainy seasons, the area turned into an impassable quagmire. The relentless rain, combined with the harsh conditions, made survival here suffocatingly difficult. The Alliance forces are charging again. Open fire. The Alliance forces, under heavy artillery fire, spread out and launched an assault on the Kingdom's defensive positions. Amid the relentless hail of bullets, the Kingdom's army swiftly responded. Machine gun nests unleashed deadly streams of fire, and shells exploded among the charging troops, tearing the ground apart. After a fierce exchange of fire, the Alliance's assault was finally repelled. However, there was no joy of victory on the faces of the Kingdom's soldiers. A middle-aged officer stood by the edge of the trench, muttering curses under his breath. What's the point of this damned war? Nothing but death, that's all it is. Indeed, this war, which had dragged on for an entire century, had left the soldiers and civilians of all three major powers, the Alliance, the Kingdom, and the United Federation, utterly exhausted. As the officer had said, the war seemed to have no end in sight, serving only to senselessly consume lives. Just as the Kingdom's forces breathed a slight sigh of relief, an unbelievable sight unfolded before them. 10 Alliance soldiers emerged from their lines, walking boldly toward the Kingdom's positions without any protective gear, not even helmets. What's going on? The Kingdom soldiers were momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality. Open fire. A hail of bullets rained down, striking the advancing soldiers and raising bursts of blood. Yet, eerily, these men seemed impervious to pain, continuing their advance and drawing ever closer to the Kingdom's defenses. Suddenly, one of them leaped into the air like a wild beast, landing heavily amidst the Kingdom's lines. At close range, the soldiers could finally see the face of the man, a face adorned with a defiant grin. It was Ackerman. Well, hello there, he sneered before launching into a brutal massacre. This battle marked the catastrophic collapse of the long-contested Green River front. While the Alliance celebrated their victory in triumphant reports, the Kingdom was plunged into shock and disbelief. Total annihilation? Colonel Fred stared at the report in his hands, questioning in utter disbelief. Are you sure there's no mistake? Yes, sir. The news was incomprehensible to Fred. In previous battles that ebbed and flowed, even when positions were lost, such a complete defeat had never occurred. Though he understood that the fall of Green River might signal an even fiercer offensive from the Alliance, he clung to his usual belief that the Kingdom's forces would soon regain control, as they had for the past century. But this time, things were entirely different. Subsequent reports poured in like a relentless storm, each bringing news of increasingly devastating losses. The Alliance's forces were advancing with unstoppable momentum, while the Kingdom's troops suffered defeat after defeat. Fred's expression grew darker with each passing day, as he and the Kingdom's leadership grappled with the same pressing question: what was really happening on the front lines? As the Kingdom's army suffered consecutive defeats, the pressure on the Kingdom's leadership mounted dramatically. Intelligence reports indicated that the Alliance's forces on the front lines were not overwhelmingly superior in numbers or firepower compared to the Kingdom's army, yet they managed to inflict devastating losses. This baffled the Kingdom's leaders. Just as the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire, frontline reports, and the Intelligence Bureau finally delivered an answer to the kingdom's high command. Fred, an officer in the kingdom's Intelligence Bureau responsible for frontline reports, had been under immense pressure from the leadership during this time. Now, standing in the center of the council hall with a grave expression, he presented the frontline reports to the speaker and the assembled council members. Mr. Speaker, esteemed council members, Fred's voice echoed through the hall. This is the Intelligence Bureau's latest report from the front lines. While the contents may seem unbelievable, I have verified them thoroughly, and they are indeed accurate. The council members leafed through the report, their expressions gradually turning to astonishment. An elderly councilman suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Immortal beings? Are you joking? How can that be possible? The speaker did not immediately question the claim, but remained silent for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Fred. Continue your report. What else have you discovered? Yes, sir. Fred straightened his posture, his tone serious. This is no joke. We interviewed numerous soldiers from the defeated units, and their accounts are largely consistent. Our forces were decimated so quickly because they faced these unkillable creatures. Fortunately, the number of such immortal soldiers in the Alliance's army appears to be limited. How many? The speaker pressed, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. We can currently confirm 10, Fred replied. Have you identified them? The speaker asked. Fred shook his head. Our agents embedded within the Alliance are working tirelessly to confirm their identities. The entire meeting revolved around the Alliance's immortal soldiers. Compared to all other challenges, this was undoubtedly the most critical issue threatening the kingdom's survival. If the Alliance were to deploy more such immortal soldiers, the kingdom would stand little chance of resistance. The council unanimously agreed that this intelligence must remain highly classified. If the kingdom's soldiers learned that their enemies were immortal, it would deal a catastrophic blow to morale. In the end, the speaker finalized the resolution, his voice low yet resolute. We must address this issue at all costs. I want to know who these immortal soldiers are and how they came to be. Capture one alive, if necessary. We need to uncover this technology or find a way to counter it. Meanwhile, outside the Alliance's Academy of Sciences, two figures strolled casually down the street. Zhou Tong, dressed in a suit, and Xing Ku, wearing a hat, occasionally glanced toward the academy. After publishing that research, he's been under tight protection by the Alliance, Zhou Tong murmured, lowering his voice. He's currently inside this academy. If those immortal soldiers are the result of his work, then the related data must be here as well. Xing Ku kept adjusting his hat, attempting to conceal his striking blue hair. Zhou Tong noticed his fidgeting and suddenly changed the subject. Honestly, why don't you just dye your hair black? It'd be much less conspicuous. You're supposed to be a spy, for crying out loud. Shaving it all off would be better than this. The two of them had just met in this mission world, and after some probing, they quickly recognized each other as Gue Suja. Through a detailed conversation, they uncovered a vital clue. Chen Yi had previously published research related to the field of negative energy, and those mysterious undead soldiers were highly likely to be the results of his experiments. This discovery aligned perfectly with the main storyline's second phase, which mentioned other things brought by the field of negative energy. This realization prompted them to accept the espionage mission. Of course, they were unaware that Chen Yi was also a Gue Suja. Faced with Zhou Tong's incessant chatter, Xing Ku merely cast a cold glance in his direction. As a typical cold-as-ice personality, he had little patience for Zhou Tong's overly lively and somewhat ridiculous demeanor. Let's report the intelligence to the kingdom first, Xing Ku said in a low voice. The situation with the undead soldiers at the Academy of Sciences is unclear, and acting rashly would be too dangerous. Although both of them were eager to complete the second phase of the main task, staying alive was clearly a higher priority. They were fully aware of their abilities being mid-level Gue Suja. They were stronger than ordinary people, but nothing extraordinary. Unlike that lucky newcomer who had gained the power of the Wei Long right from the start, skyrocketing his combat abilities. After gathering intelligence from various spies, the Kingdom Intelligence Bureau finally unraveled the mystery behind the undead soldiers. During a crucial meeting, Fred gave a detailed report to the attendees. The researcher codenamed Mr. Chen once caused a sensation with his groundbreaking work on black spot disease. He was the first to propose the concept of the negative energy field. He is currently at the Alliance Academy of Sciences, and those undead soldiers at the front lines are the direct results of his research. The news shocked the council members. Achieving such astonishing results in just 1 year was alarming, and the consequences of allowing him to continue his research were unimaginable. Someone urgently asked if it was possible to recruit this talent, but Fred shook his head and replied, "The Alliance's protection around him is far too tight. It's nearly impossible to make contact." The speaker's expression turned exceptionally grim. "We must stop him from continuing his research. The undead soldiers alone have already left us overwhelmed. We cannot allow him to develop something even more terrifying." Ultimately, the speaker made a significant decision. At all costs, we must launch an attack on the Alliance Academy of Sciences and eliminate this individual. At the same time, we must seize his research materials, especially the technology for creating undead soldiers. Understood. The attendees responded in unison. This was no longer a matter of whether it could be accomplished. It was a mission tied to the survival of the kingdom, one that had to be completed no matter the cost. Inside the Alliance Academy of Sciences, the steady beeping of a heart rate monitor echoed clearly through the laboratory, closely tracking the condition of the experimental subject. A group of researchers in the room focused intently on recording data, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Chen Yi's name had become legendary within the Alliance. Single-handedly, he had pioneered an entirely new field of research, achieving groundbreaking accomplishments regarded as ahead of their time. His status within the Academy was as significant as the stars, and the Alliance's regard for him was unparalleled. To protect Chen Yi, the Academy was heavily fortified, with security measures and troop numbers increased several-fold. While others might not fully understand these precautions, Chen Yi himself was well aware that the so-called immortal soldiers did not truly possess immortality. Their defense capabilities and regenerative powers were extraordinarily strong, comparable to humanoid star beasts. These modified soldiers had gained exceptional cellular activity, making them highly sensitive to energy and capable of detecting and extracting negative energy from negative energy fields. These negative energy beings not only possessed formidable physical resilience, but also the ability to control negative energy, giving them combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary humans. Chen Yi's plan was progressing smoothly. The creation of negative energy beings had intensified the conflict between the kingdom and the alliance. The next step was to disseminate the technology for producing these beings, which would inevitably bring about a drastic shift in the war's dynamics. In fact, if the kingdom and other nations' spies failed to act, Chen Yi was even prepared to deliberately leak some information, ensuring they discovered it. He glanced at a pile of active cells nearby enough for dozens of nations' spies to each take a share. Just then, Chen Yi tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of the laboratory. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Suddenly, boom. The lab door was blown apart by an enormous explosion, the deafening noise shaking the entire academy. Chen Yi's guards reacted instantly, opening fire without hesitation. "Protect Mr. Chen." Gunfire erupted, echoing sharply into the night as intense crossfire ensued. The spies who had breached the lab entrance were immediately suppressed by the guards, leaving them with no chance to retaliate. Just as they were about to seize Chen Yi, a cold light flashita streak of an electrified blade cut through the air in a dazzling arc. In an instant, blood splattered, and the guards fell to the ground. Xing Ku, wielding a long blade, moved with the speed and decisiveness of a storm, cutting down several guards in moments. His sharp gaze swept across the lab, finally locking onto Chen Yi. To conceal his true identity, Chen Yi had always manipulated the light around his face, cleverly altering his appearance. Although Xing Ku had faced Chen Yi before in the spatial arena, he failed to recognize him now. Instead, he relied on intelligence provided by spies within the academy to confirm that the man before him was indeed Chen Yi. As Xing Ku prepared to forcibly take Chen Yi away, a figure suddenly shot toward him from behind. Arc, Zhou Tong, his body covered in knife wounds, staggered back. The gashes on his body healed almost instantly, yet he couldn't suppress a groan of pain. "There's a particularly strong one back there. It's up to you now." Zhou Tong sprang to his feet and charged at Chen Yi, leaping directly in front of Xing Ku. Xing Ku raised his blade to counter, twisting his body to meet the incoming strike. The attacker was none other than a golden-haired girl, Laya. Laya, gripping a long blade with unwavering determination, advanced on Xing Ku without hesitation. At her insistence, Chen Yi had once transformed her into a negative energy being. The combat capabilities were decent, barely reaching the mid-level standard of a Tier 1 Void Wanderer. "Uncle, you go first." Leah's voice was firm and composed. In the instant they clashed, she had already sensed that Xingku's strength surpassed her own. However, relying on her extraordinary regenerative ability, she was confident she could buy enough time for her uncle to escape. Chen Yi wasn't worried about Leah's safety. Her powerful self-healing ability was sufficient to protect her. He responded calmly and turned to walk toward the safety passage without hesitation. "Wait." Zhou Tong was about to step forward to intercept him, but a sudden white sphere collided with him heated. The tremendous impact felt like being hit by a speeding train, sending him flying backward. Bang! Ugh! He crashed to the ground heavily, his entire body racked with pain. Struggling to his feet, his mind was momentarily blank. Chen Yi maintained an air of unshaken composure, as if these intruders were of no consequence. He steadily made his way into the safety passage, with other researchers quickly following him. By the time Zhou Tong regained his senses, Chen Yi's figure had already disappeared. Suddenly, with a loud boom, an invisible slash whizzed over his head, cutting off a few strands of his hair and leaving a deep gash in the laboratory wall. The wounds on Leah's face healed almost instantly after appearing. She glanced toward the direction of the safety passage and decisively retreated, no longer engaging in combat. Shaking his still-ringing head, Zhou Tong said with difficulty, "Don't chase them. First, focus on finding the research data on the negative energy field, especially regarding the undead soldiers. We might be able to complete Phase 2 of the mission soon. Hurry up. I'll handle those outside," Shinka said, stepping out of the lab with his blade in hand. As night once again engulfed the laboratory, Major General Kelvin entered with a grim expression. The chaos before him instantly made him realize the gravity of the situation. Large amounts of experimental data and materials were missing, and Chen Yi himself was nowhere to be found. Kelvin immediately made a judgment. Chen Yi had most likely been abducted by spies. He promptly issued an order: lock down the entire city. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Conduct a full-scale search and recover Mr. Chen at all costs. Yes, sir. To the Alliance. Chen Yi's importance was irreplaceable. His research directly impacted the Alliance's future. If it fell into the hands of rival nations, the consequences would be catastrophic. Kelvin understood that, in the worst-case scenario, he might have to personally end Chen Yi's Lithia decision he was reluctant to face. He recalled the mysterious figure wielding the blade, whose combat prowess was formidable, rivaling that of the undead soldiers, and perhaps even surpassing them. Kelvin frowned. The complexity of this world far exceeded his expectations. There were far more spies from various nations than anticipated, including powerful Void Wanderers. Some aimed to complete their primary objectives, while others sought the power of the negative energy field. Those who arrived too late to succeed at the academy turned their sights on Chen Yi himself. Yet, despite the efforts of these individuals and the Alliance military's extensive search, Chen Yi seemed to have vanished into thin air. This outcome weighed heavily on Kelvin's heart. The most likely scenario was that Chen Yi had already been successfully taken away. The Alliance's high-ranking officials were furious. Similarly, the kingdom was disappointed, suspecting that Chen Yi was still secretly aiding the Alliance. However, despite this failure, their spies did not leave empty-handed. To withstand the powerful offensive from the Alliance, the kingdom poured immense resources into the front lines. Fortunately, the Alliance's undying soldiers were not numerous, allowing the front to barely hold. Intelligence obtained by spies was swiftly delivered to the kingdom and immediately handed over to the Academy of Sciences. With a growing number of scientists dedicating themselves to the study of negative energy and the undying soldiers, they were essentially racing against time to secure the kingdom's survival. After countless failures, the kingdom's laboratory finally achieved a breakthrough. The successful modification of the first undying soldier left the researchers in awe. Inside the experimental chamber, the slumbering soldiers seemed to silently await rebirth, while the researchers' faces were filled with barely concealed astonishment. This is nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Chen truly deserves to be called a genius, they exclaimed. Chen Yi, the trailblazer in the field of negative energy and undying soldier technology, had become a legendary figure in their eyes. Eddie, the honorary chief, was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He had risked his entire fortune on this experiment, and now that it had finally borne fruit, it proved his gamble had paid off. Staring at the negator before him, a figure poised to change the tide of war, he eagerly asked, "Is this an undying soldier?" The researcher hesitated for a moment, struggling to find the right words. Strictly speaking, it should be called a negator. While they don't possess true immortality, the negative energy within them grants them extraordinary strength. Standard firearms can injure them, but cannot penetrate their muscles. Moreover, their regenerative abilities are exceptional. How strong are they exactly? Eddie pressed on, impatient for answers. Their strength is directly tied to their mastery of the negative energy field, the researcher explained. The deeper they delve into the field, the more negative energy they can extract at once, unleashing even greater power. However, delving deep into the negative energy field is no easy task. Fortunately, Mr. Chen has developed a depth equation, allowing us to progress step by step, like solving a mathematical problem, to gradually unlock the full potential of the negators. Eddie, though slightly puzzled, grasped the key point. The breakthrough in negator research thrilled him, and he couldn't help but exclaim that Mr. Chen is an absolute genius. With the advent of negator technology, the pace of the era seemed to accelerate like a rocket. Chen Yi's plans were quietly being put into motion, and the kingdom finally saw a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. However, Zhou Tong, Xing Ku, and the other Gui Su agents felt a deep sense of disappointment. Although they had uncovered the principles and truth behind the creation of negators, and had even encountered them firsthand, this was not the core mission of their journey. Beyond the looming threat of the black spot plague, the other upheavals triggered by the negative energy field remained shrouded in mystery, deeper than they had imagined. After mastering the technology for negator modification, the kingdom wasted no time deploying it on the front lines. With the battle situation dire and no time for proper training, the kingdom resorted to sheer numbers, rapidly sending dozens of negators into combat. By then, the frontline situation had become increasingly precarious. Meanwhile, both the Alliance and the Kingdom recognized the critical importance of the depth equation. Each side scrambled to gather mathematicians to work on deriving this pivotal formula. The balance of war is shifting dramatically due to breakthroughs in the depth equation. As the negative energy users (NEUs) deepen their mastery over the domain of negative energy, their power is skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Upon reaching a 20 depth in the equation, their combat capabilities already surpass those of regular Tier 1 Voidwalkers, even enabling them to withstand direct hits from artillery shells without sustaining any damage. What's even more terrifying is their newfound ability to release negative energy as a weapon. This energy can obliterate all matter, rendering any form of physical defense utterly useless. The nature of the war has escalated rapidly, evolving from straightforward frontal clashes to more intricate infiltration operations and precision strikes. Other nations, including major powers like the United States, are gripped with fear due to their lack of NEUs. Though there are occasional instances where NEUs are taken down by concentrated firepower, these rare occurrences do little to diminish their fearsome prowess in solo combat. By the year 807 AD, the kingdom had advanced the depth equation to 20. With the aid of stellar energy, Chen Yi was able to monitor every move of these two nations, leaving no progress in their depth equation development hidden from his sight. Leveraging these insights, Chen Yi's perception also reached the 20 threshold within the negative energy domain, completing his second upgrade task. Upgrade Task 2 completed. Super Burst Upgrade, LV3. Ability Description: Instant burst power increased to 20x. Although the progression, measured in years, seemed somewhat slow, it was sufficiently discreet. In this world, Chen Yi dared not recklessly utilize the space-time crystal, as the mysterious attack that once obliterated the galaxy still haunted him. He surmised that with the intelligence of this planet alone, achieving a 100 breakthrough in the depth equation was nearly impossible. When the time was right, he would assist in disseminating this technology to other civilizations. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the small town. As a frontier outpost of the Alliance, such bursts of warfare were not uncommon. Wang Kai, alert and wary, turned toward the direction of the explosion. The energy fluctuations it sensed brought a knowing smile to Chen Yi's face. Whoever was behind this energy was likely the key to the second phase main storyline mission. Amid the thick smoke, a shocking scene unfolded. A burly man's arm had pierced straight through the chest of a young NEU. However, in a bizarre twist, negative energy began to surge through the burly man's arm before he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the young NEU, who should have been fatally wounded, remained vibrant and full of life. He casually cracked his neck, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. So this is the body of a negative energy user? Feels pretty good. The young man suddenly yanked out the arm that had pierced through his chest, and the burly man in front of him collapsed heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. The wound on the young man's chest healed at a visible rate, quickly returning to its unblemished state. He stretched his body and couldn't help but reveal an exhilarated smile, marveling inwardly. This is incredible. Humans have actually created such a powerful body. The body of a negator infused with the active cells of star beasts had far exceeded the young man's expectations. Its extraordinary physical strength, combined with his control over negative energy, had caused his combat capabilities to skyrocket, making him nearly invincible against any opponent. Casting a glance at the lifeless corpse of the burly man on the ground, he smirked, then crushed the man's skull underfoot. At least my efforts weren't in vain. This shell has outlived its usefulness. In truth, this young man was known as Phantom. His true form was nothing more than a cluster of negative energy, born in the realm of negative energy, a unique energy-based life form. Due to the nature of negative energy, he couldn't directly manifest in the physical world. If his true form appeared, it would instantly annihilate upon contact with matter, effectively committing suicide. Therefore, Phantom needed to inhabit a physical body, relying on human forms to operate in this world. Being an energy entity, he could easily take over another person's body with mere contact. In the past, Phantom had only been able to occupy the bodies of those afflicted by necrotic diseases, but now he had found a more suitable vessel, a negator with a far more robust physique. Just then, Phantom suddenly sensed the sound of footsteps behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to be startled to discover someone standing silently behind him, unnoticed until now. Chen Yi observed Phantom with curiosity, then glanced at the corpse of the burly man on the ground. Slowly he asked, "Mind telling me who or what you really are?" From Chen Yi's perspective, he could see the strange negative energy within Phantom's body, which seemed to indicate the presence of a living entity. This piqued his interest immensely. Looking to die? Phantom sneered coldly. In his view, the humans on this planet were incredibly weak, incapable of posing any threat to him. With a roar, Phantom's physique erupted with power. Like a beast unleashed from its cage, he slammed into the ground, creating a small crater, and his figure shot forward like lightning, exuding a ferocious aura as he lunged at Chen Yi with the intent to tear him apart. Having delved 20 into the realm of negative energy, Phantom's power had grown exponentially after taking over the Negator's body. Despite being born in the negative energy realm, his understanding of his own world was still limited. While he had gained better control over negative energy, he needed to learn from humans how to deeply comprehend and manipulate this force. Realizing that Chen Yi had detected the anomaly within him, Phantom acted without hesitation, determined to eliminate this potential threat. However, his terrifying strike was effortlessly blocked by an invisible barrier. Phantom unleashed wave after wave of negative energy in an attempt to destroy the mysterious shield, but his efforts were futile. How is this possible? Phantom's expression was filled with shock and confusion. Before he could fully process the situation, Chen Yi shot him a glance, and the sheer force of it sent Phantom flying dozens of meters away. His entire arm was reduced to a mist of blood by the overwhelming power. It was only then that Phantom realized the person before him far surpassed anything he could have imagined. A chilling fear gripped his heart, shaking his composure. Who are you? As Chen Yi moved, the light within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to freeze in place. It was an immensely powerful form of stellar energy, clearly under Chen Yi's complete control. The speed of light is the ultimate limit of the universe. No matter in existence can surpass it. Chen Yi was well aware of this fact. Though he couldn't manipulate temporal energy to freeze time and space here, he could ingeniously apply the principles of light speed to achieve a similar effect within his sphere of control B, reducing the speed of light to zero. Everything in the area would fall into complete stillness. Even human thought processes would come to a halt. This technique, while effective only against targets who couldn't control stellar energy, was incredibly convenient for dealing with weaker opponents. At this moment, the Phantom was trapped within the frozen zone, like a statue suspended in the river of time. Chen Yi raised his hand slightly, and a mass of negative energy, swirling with an eerie aura, was extracted from the young man's body and began spiraling in his palm. If I wanted to kill you, it would be easier than crushing an ant, Chen Yi said in a calm tone. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Please, ask me anything you want to know. Just don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. The Phantom trembled all over, his voice quivering with fear. In all his time spying on the real world, he had never encountered a being of such overwhelming power. The sheer disparity in strength left him with no choice but to submit. The spineless Phantom immediately confessed his origin. She had been lurking in the realm of negative energy, observing the real world. Today was his first time stepping into reality, only to be detected by Chen Yi due to the unique fluctuation of negative energy he carried. It wasn't bad luck, it was an inescapable fate. With the Phantom's identity confirmed, the second phase of the main mission was completed. The system promptly displayed. Main mission phase 2 completed. Points earned, 2,000. A new mission prompt followed. Main mission phase 3. The existence of negative energy life forms poses a significant threat to the real world. However, inhabiting human bodies is far from the extent of their danger. Investigate further to uncover how they threaten this world on a larger scale. Mission reward, 3,000 points. This reminded Chen Yi of a crucial truth: the Gui Su weren't saviors. Their mission wasn't to rescue the worlds they entered, but to uncover the truth behind their destruction or decline, and sometimes even to witness their ultimate downfall. Even knowing that negative energy life forms posed a major threat to the mission world, it wasn't their duty to resolve the issue. How many life forms like you exist in the negative energy realm? Chen Yi asked bluntly. I don't know. The Phantom answered nervously. You've never encountered other negative energy life forms? No. The Phantom shook his head repeatedly before hastily adding. But if they appear in the real world, I can sense their energy fluctuations. Chen Yi fell silent for a moment. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, he sent the Phantom back into the young man's body, lifting the temporal freeze. Leave. The Phantom froze for a second, then scrambled away in a mixture of relief and terror, fleeing the scene as fast as he could. Though he had narrowly escaped with his life, an indelible mark of fear had been seared into the depths of his soul. A young girl with short golden hair walked over it was none other than Leah. Her shoulder-length hair was clean and sharp, a deliberate choice she made to facilitate combat. Uncle, aren't you going to kill him? Leah asked as she glanced at the figure fleeing desperately in the distance. Chen Yi shook his head. No need, he said, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The war between the Alliance and the Kingdom is far too monotonous. Letting Phantom, a negative energy entity, live will make the situation far more complex and interesting. As the world's only negative energy life form, Phantom's existence held far greater value than his death. Chen Yi was curious to see how much chaos this being could bring to the world. Besides, Phantom knew nothing about him, only that he had encountered an unfathomably powerful opponent. To Chen Yi, this posed no threat. In the distance, Phantom's ragged breaths echoed across the wilderness. His body was drenched in cold sweat as he fled, heart pounding with lingering fear. Having just entered the real world, he had already encountered such a terrifying adversarian experience he would never forget. After narrowly escaping death, Phantom resolved to seek refuge in the Federation. With no trace of negative energy entities there, it seemed like the perfect place to lead a peaceful life. This brush with death had taught him the preciousness of survival. Initially, he had believed that his innate advantages as a negative energy life form, coupled with the immense power of negative energy users, would allow him to act with impunity. But this encounter had shattered that illusion, forcing him to face reality. Ha! Phantom erupted into laughter, exhilarated by the fact that he had managed to escape alive. Meanwhile, the Alliance had already plunged into fierce conflict with the kingdom. On the battlefield, the deaths of negative energy users had become commonplace. Phantom's escape, using the body of a negative energy user, did not attract much attention. The Alliance merely categorized it as another casualty in the ongoing skirmishes with the kingdom's negative energy forces. During this critical period, when negative energy users were dying daily, such minor incidents were hardly worth noting. By the year 808, the war between the two nations had reached unprecedented intensity. Hundreds of negative energy users clashed on the front lines, while the death toll among ordinary soldiers surpassed 100,000. That same year, a unique individual emerged within the kingdom, a mathematician afflicted with the debilitating black spot disease. Volunteering for transformation, he became a negative energy user. While fighting on the front lines, he single-handedly advanced the kingdom's research on the depth equation to 30, based on findings from the kingdom's Academy of Mathematics. This breakthrough was a closely guarded secret, serving as his ultimate safeguard. If a 20 depth in negative energy output could allow a user to withstand artillery shells, then a 30 depth granted him defenses comparable to a battleship. The instantaneous output of negative energy determined the mass of matter that could be annihilated in a single moment. This mathematician had effectively become a walking fortress of war. This individual possessed extraordinary computational abilities, deriving results directly within their mind. Although Chen Yi couldn't probe human thoughts, he keenly noticed that the output level of this negative energy user had reached 30 depth, compelling him to intervene personally. On the dimly lit streets of a frontier town near the kingdom's borders, a tall man staggered forward. Clutching his 10th bottle of liquor, Kurt took a swig before irritably smashing the bottle to the ground. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Ever since becoming a negative energy user, his enhanced metabolism had rendered alcohol useless as an escape. The moment the night wind swept past, Kurt was abruptly jolted awake. Before he could react, an invisible force struck him with immense power, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, his body smashed through several buildings like a cannonball. From the rubble, a deep, ominous black glow emerged, and a violent beam of negative energy roared toward Chen Yi. Yet midway, the beam twisted unnaturally, shooting skyward before vanishing into nothingness. With a clatter, Kurt shoved aside the debris pressing on him and stood up. Ignoring his injuries, he locked his gaze on Chen Yi like a wolf fixating on its prey. The massive commotion had already thrown the entire town into chaos. Give me the derivation of your depth equation, or die here, Chen Yi stated bluntly. He understood that excessive politeness in the face of an opponent unfamiliar with his strength would only invite disdain. Kurt's heart skipped a beat. He was about to deny it. Who told you that? But before he could finish, he darted toward Chen Yi like lightning. The 30 depth of negative energy had activated the star beast cells within him, transforming his hands into beastly claws. With a dull boom, Kurt was sent flying again. The searing pain finally made him realize this was no illusion. As he struggled to his feet, he saw a faint glimmer of light forming in Chen Yi's raised hand. In the blink of an eye, the light shot out like a bullet. At the last second, Kurt barely managed to dodge it, grinning smugly. Haha, missed me. But before he could revel in his relief, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The light had obliterated an entire hill, reducing it to nothingness. The resulting shockwave flung Kurt and the other negative energy users rushing to the scene far into the air. When Kurt finally regained his footing, Chen Yi stood motionless amidst a sea of countless glowing points surrounding him. Cold sweat dripped down Kurt's forehead as he raised his hands without hesitation. I surrender. I surrender. You want the derivation of the depth equation, right? No problem. I'll give it to you right away. Kurt, are you all right? Other negative energy users from the small town gradually gathered, surveying the destruction caused by Chen Yi's earlier strike. The sheer scale of it left them shaken, unable to regain their composure for a long time. I'm fine, Kurt replied in a low voice, his face still reflecting lingering fear. That strike had nearly grazed his ear. Had he been even a fraction slower, he wouldn't have survived. What exactly happened? Someone asked urgently. Kurt chose not to mention the deep equation and, after a moment of silence, speculated, it must have been a negative energy user sent by the Alliance. There's no other possibility. The Alliance? His comrades locked their gazes on the distant mountains where the figure had disappeared. Since when are the Alliance's negative energy users this powerful? one of them murmured. No answers emerged from the incident, leaving only confusion and unease in everyone's hearts. Kurt deliberately concealed the truth, which only heightened the kingdom's sense of crisis. In response, the kingdom acted swiftly, urging mathematicians from the Number Academy to fully deduce the details of the deep equation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had obtained the deep equation from Kurt and soon broke through 30 of the negative energy field, successfully completing an upgrade mission. Upgrade Mission 3. Complete the Super Burst option. Upgrade Super Burst LV4. With this enhancement, the Super Burst level reached LV4. This time, the power of the Super Burst far exceeded Chen Yi's expectations, reaching a strength 50 times greater than before. Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement, but doubts crept into his mind. Just how powerful was a 50-fold full force strike? He couldn't be sure. More importantly, after surpassing the critical threshold, the resulting power could be terrifying, likely beyond what even the forces of the galaxy could withstand. In a dim alley near the kingdom's border, a burly man emerged, exuding the oppressive aura of a grizzly bear. He walked through the narrow passage and pushed open an inconspicuous wooden door, revealing a hidden base. Inside, there were people from the kingdom, the Alliance, and even the United Federation. What united them all was their shared identity. They were the Voidwalkers. This group of Voidwalkers had been brought together by an elite force known as the Diamond Legion. The members of this legion were extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing ordinary Voidwalkers at the same level. As the strength of negative energy users grew, the Voidwalkers found themselves increasingly outmatched, forcing them to band together and rely on the power of unity. Among them were Zhou Tong and Xing Ku, both of whom held significant influence and status in their respective nations. Wild Hunt pushed open the door and entered the base. Behind it, a member of the Diamond Legion, seated on a chair, rose to their feet. This member had an enigmatic appearance and was commonly referred to as Civet. Civet was a master of disguise with an ambiguous gender, adept at stealth, and known for their elusive movements. "Boss," Civet greeted in a low voice. Wild Hunt nodded, casually closing the door behind him, his eyes gleaming. "With everything set up like this, it seems you've made a discovery." Civet's gaze swept over the gathered Voidwalkers, and they spoke in a serious tone. "That's right. While I couldn't uncover direct information related to the second phase mission, I did make a significant discovery." They paused, their tone becoming graver. "Thanks to my mysterious Wayfarer ability, I can capture information in the void that others can't perceive. And this time, I found something major." Civet's voice was deep and commanding, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "I have discovered an immensely powerful force operating behind the scenes of this world. Its existence is deeply linked to the realm of negative energy, and has even orchestrated the current state of war between the Alliance and the Kingdom. I suspect this hidden force is the mastermind responsible for the impending destruction of this world." Hearing this, Kuang Lai frowned, a flash of caution appearing in his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Without a doubt, this mastermind is inseparable from the world's path toward ruin and decay," I said firmly, tapping my fingers on the table. "They are the driving force behind the full-scale invasion of the negative energy realm into this world." Xing Ke nodded, a glimmer of understanding in his gaze. "So, what you're saying is, if we can uncover the identity of this mastermind, we might uncover the truth behind the impending destruction of this world. Not only could we complete the second phase of our main mission, but we might even set the stage for completing the subsequent phases as well." "Exactly," I confirmed. Zhou Tong leaned back in his chair, his expression calm and analytical. "I just want to know how powerful this mastermind is. To put it bluntly, we're just a small-time crew. Are we even qualified to challenge them?" Guazili shook his head, a troubled look crossing his face. "I can't describe it precisely. The information I glimpsed in the void is very vague. The fact that I can describe it to this extent is already quite remarkable." "It's hard to say," Xing Ke interjected, his tone calm and rational. "We don't need to go head-to-head with the mastermind. We're the Guasu seekers, not berserkers. We should continue operating in the shadows, following the clues to this mastermind. If we can get closer to uncovering the truth behind the world's destruction, even joining forces with this hidden power wouldn't be out of the question." "Xing Ke is right." Kuang Lai nodded in agreement, casting a look of approval at Xing Ke. "We're Guasu seekers, not saviors. It's not our job to save this world, we only pursue the truth." "Guazili, do you have any leads on the mastermind?" "I do," Guazili replied decisively, spreading out a weathered map on the table. Everyone immediately gathered around as Guazili's slender fingers moved across the map, finally stopping at a border city in the United States of Nations. Soon, under the mediation of the United States of Nations, the Alliance and the Kingdom will sign a temporary truce agreement. The mastermind's forces will appear then to disrupt the signing of this agreement. This will be our golden opportunity to come into contact with the hidden power. Zhou Tong leaned in to examine the marked location on the map. "Hongman City," he murmured. Meanwhile, in Hongman City, Chen Yi sat on a bench by the street, slowly lowering the newspaper in his hands as his gaze turned with interest toward a certain direction. A causality-based ability, he muttered to himself, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. This is the first time I've encountered such a powerful reconnaissance type, Gui Su Seeker. They aren't relying on perception to gather intelligence, but are peering into information on a higher level. Dong, dong, dong. The towering clock tower by the river rang out with deep, resonant chimes that rippled through the air, startling a flock of white doves in the square. The birds flapped their wings and soared into the sky, forming a drifting cloud of white. Chen Yi looked up, his gaze stretching into the distance. Beyond the city lay an endless expanse of red vine forests, the deep crimson tendrils swaying gently in the breeze. Woo! Amid the flurry of white feathers, a rotund figure blended in with the doves. Wang Kai suddenly swallowed a plump pigeonhole, sprouting a pair of tiny wings that wobbled as it flew through the air. Mom, look! That pigeon is so fat! A little boy exclaimed, pointing at the airborne Wang Kai in astonishment. The year was 808 CE. The war between the Alliance and the Kingdom had resulted in heavy losses on both sides. Under the mediation of various nations, they ceased large-scale hostilities and decided to sign a temporary truce agreement in Hongman City, a territory of the United States of Nations. Having long since refrained from direct conflict with the two nations due to fear of their negative energy wielders, the United States of Nations was deemed the most suitable place for such an agreement to be signed. A new era is on the horizon. The dawn of the century-long war finally casts its light upon the Earth, as the Alliance and the Kingdom decide to sign a temporary truce in the city of Redvine, within the United States. At last, an elderly man standing nearby let out a deep sigh. Overwhelmed with emotion, this senseless war was finally drawing to a close. 100 years had passed, and the war had already spanned the lifetimes of several generations. The old man had once believed that he might never live to see the end of it. It won't end so easily. Chen Yi suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a chilling certainty. What? The old man turned to look at Chen Yi. Chen Yi kept his head down, flipping through the newspaper in his hands. He replied calmly, the beginning of a war may unfold as they hope, but its end rarely follows their wishes. That summer was scorching. Leah, only 15 years old, braved the heat as she and her team from the Diamond Legion, along with a group of Void Walkers, lay in wait in Redvine City, ready for the mastermind to reveal themselves. Little did they know that their every move had already been quietly observed by Chen Yi. As the orchestrator behind the scenes, Chen Yi had no need to step in personally. He had entrusted everything to his subordinates. All he had to do was watch if Leah and her team could successfully complete their mission. As for the Diamond Legion squad, they were of little concern if they became a hindrance. Chen Yi would not hesitate to act when Leah and her team made their move. In a way, the hunters weren't wrong about Chen Yi was indeed the mastermind. But Chen Yi was confident that his actions would not lead to the destruction of the world. At least, he hoped so. Though, a sudden flicker of doubt crept into his mind. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Phantom, ever since his last encounter with Chen Yi, had been deeply shaken and fled early to the United States to enjoy a life of comfort. Unfortunately, the place he chose was none other than Redvine City. Inside a finely crafted building along the street, Phantom lifted a corner of the red curtain, peering out to see the growing number of patrolling soldiers. A sense of unease stirred within him. A truce agreement was fine and all, but why did it have to be signed here? Soon, the streets might be swarming with negative energy beings from both the Alliance and the Kingdom. In the room, a middle-aged man with a disdainful expression glanced at Phantom and sneered. Phantom, what are you so afraid of? They're just negative energy beings. They pose no real threat to us. This man was called Volcano, the second negative energy being to enter the real world after Phantom. Like Phantom, Volcano had taken over the body of another negative energy being, using it to sense Phantom's location and eventually track him down. The two had been staying in Redvine City ever since. Volcano had quickly amassed wealth and influence there, but he often found Phantom restless and overly cautious, always preparing to flee. Volcano found this behavior utterly contemptible. I'm actually looking forward to seeing if I can encounter a stronger negative energy being, Volcano said nonchalantly. Maybe I'll seize their body and boost my combat power. Hearing this, Phantom's mood grew heavier. Volcano's overconfidence suggested he had never truly faced a life-or-death situation. Phantom knew that if Volcano wasn't careful, he would eventually pay a heavy price. As the date of the truce agreement approached, the number of patrolling soldiers in Redvine City increased, and security grew tighter. Yet the citizens remained oblivious, filled with anticipation and excitement for the upcoming agreement. On the day the agreement was to be signed, the atmosphere in the city suddenly turned tense. Then, without warning, a deep, muffled sound shattered the stillness of the air. Thud! The solemn and resonant chime of a bell echoed through the city of Hongman, as flocks of doves, symbols of peace and tranquility, soared across the sky, leaving a serene trail in their wake. The delegations from both the Alliance and the Kingdom arrived in succession, marching in disciplined unison. The venue for the signing of the agreement was set at the Hongman Conference Hall. Despite the stringent security measures, the Diamond Legion squad and others managed to infiltrate effortlessly. Zhou Tong, Xinka, and other members of the Guishu group were well acquainted with many individuals among the representatives of both nations, their years of intelligence work making these faces all too familiar. Inside the hall, Xinka's gaze immediately locked onto a young man within the alliance delegation. The man was tall, with a strong build and an imposing, cold demeanor. Through the communicator, Xinka quietly alerted the others, "Be wary of that tall young man. That's Ackerman, the alliance's first negator. He's incredibly powerful." Wild Hunt's eyes widened. Though he had already heard of Ackerman, this was his first time seeing him in person. Even without Zink's warning, his beast-like instincts had already detected the intense aura of danger radiating from Ackerman, as if the very air around him had grown heavier. Zhou Tong scanned the hall sharply. From the negators present, their numbers already exceeded 10. The faint pressure they exuded felt like sharp blades lurking in the shadows, keeping everyone on edge. Each negator seemed like a beast forged through blood and fire, their combat strength not to be underestimated. A voice came through the communicator, tinged with relief. "Good thing the Alliance and Kingdom haven't advanced their deep equation derivation to 30. Otherwise, would be in real trouble." Nearby, a group of researchers was focused on developing a way to turn ordinary people into negators. If successful, the Guishu members could enhance their strength through the negator energy field, significantly boosting their combat capabilities. Masked Civet picked up the conversation, his voice low. "Who's the mastermind behind all this?" "No clue," another member replied. "But whoever makes the first move, that's our answer." "Understood." Among the Alliance delegation, many were familiar faces to Chen Yi. Major General Kelvin, of course, needed no introduction, and Ackerman was his personally trained first negator. Several of the other negators in the team were also Kelvin's protégés. In contrast, the Kingdom delegation was relatively unfamiliar, but their presence was of little consequence. As the agreement was being signed, Major General Kelvin frowned slightly, unable to suppress a growing sense of unease. He discreetly instructed Ackerman, "Stay alert. I've got a bad feeling about this." Suddenly, violence shattered the fragile peace. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and warm blood splattered across Kelvin's face. Startled, he turned to see Ackerman mercilessly crushing the skull of a Kingdom negator beside him. With a cold smirk, Ackerman raised his bloodied fist and shouted, "The Alliance will never compromise." In that instant, Kelvin understood the source of his unease. His pupils contracted sharply as fury surged within him. He roared in anger, "Ackerman!" But Ackerman's rampage showed no signs of stopping. At his rallying cry, the other negators within the Alliance delegation erupted into action, launching a ferocious assault on the Kingdom representatives without hesitation. "Protect the delegates." The command rang out, and the conference hall descended into chaos, transforming into a battleground of life and death. A deep black flash suddenly erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the entire venue. At the center of the hall, Ackerman's devastating attack swept through everything in its path, leaving members of the Kingdom delegation collapsing one after another. Kelvin's pupils contracted sharply. This level of destructive power far exceeded the control limit of negative energy at 20 depth. He's broken through to 30. The realization sent a chill through Kelvin's heart. The shockwaves surged across the hall, and Zhou Tong quickly dropped to the ground. There's no doubt Ackerman is working for the mastermind, but this level of destruction is insane, he thought to himself, fully aware that his mid-level, first-tier Voidwalker abilities were no match for Ackerman. Facing such an attack Hedon was out of the question. Even a glancing blow could leave him gravely injured. For someone with weaker regenerative abilities, it could mean instant death. Wild Hunt quickly assessed the dire situation and made a decisive call. "Civet, hold off the reinforcements outside. Diamond Core and Starscar, you're with Melitz, take Ackerman down." Zhou Tong patted Starscar on the shoulder and swiftly retreated to the outer edges of the venue, blocking soldiers attempting to rush in. While he couldn't contribute to a battle of this magnitude, he had no trouble dealing with ordinary troops. Kelvin coughed, disheveled, as a few allied negative energy users formed a protective circle around him. The scene before them was horrifying. Ackerman grabbed a barely conscious Kingdom negative energy user and effortlessly tore the person in half. The blood-soaked spectacle left the allied users trembling in fear. "Why would you betray the Alliance?" Kelvin demanded through gritted teeth. "Don't you understand the consequences this will bring to us?" Ackerman wiped the blood from his face, his expression cold and unyielding as he locked eyes with Kelvin. "I understand perfectly. That's why I did it." Noticing Kelvin's furious glare, he repeated firmly, "Because I understand, I had to do it." Kelvin's anger boiled over. Ackerman. In truth, Ackerman's mind was crystal clear. He had never been loyal to the Alliance. His second chance at life was granted by that person, and his allegiance would always belong to them. By launching a public attack on the Kingdom delegation, Ackerman ensured the fragile ceasefire agreement between the two nations would crumble. There was no need for him to target the Alliance delegation. Such an act would only make it appear to be an indiscriminate attack by a third party. At that moment, Wild Hunt descended from above, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Ackerman. Ackerman swiftly retreated, but a blade of lightning-infused energy followed closely behind. Facing the incoming slash, Ackerman remained unfazed as the attack passed through him. The high-pressure wave of energy was instantly nullified upon contact with his negative energy, as if it struck an invisible armor. Attacks lacking sufficient energy intensity and quality simply could not penetrate the defenses of a negative energy user. In an instant, the confrontation escalated. Ackerman raised his beast-like claws, unleashing 5 arcs of negative energy in a sweeping fan-shaped attack. Shinka agilely dodged, but the wall behind him was instantly slashed with 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks. Not a negative energy wielder? Ackerman retracted his claws, his gaze scanning the group of hunters. I don't believe we have any quarrel. Who are you people? The hunters didn't answer directly. Instead, one of them flexed his fingers. His body began to transform rapidly, muscles bulging, and beast-like features emerging on his skin. A fierce, savage aura erupted. We need some information from you. We hope you'll cooperate. Ackerman sighed lightly and assumed a battle stance. Both sides understood that a fight was inevitable. Catching a subtle cue in the hunter's eyes, Shinka immediately reacted. A brilliant blue light flared from his sword, arcs of electricity dancing along the blade as it slashed downward. Simultaneously, a prepared member of the Diamond Corps threw a gemstone, and a hazy white light, like moonlight, enveloped the entire area. All right, go all out. The annihilation effect of the negative energy is sealed. Treat it like ordinary energy attacks, someone shouted. The Voidwalkers' morale surged, and they charged forward in unison. Ackerman deftly dodged Shinka's strike. Even without the annihilation effect, his negative energy attacks remained incredibly powerful, not to mention his physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He clashed with the hunter at close quarters, the two beast-like warriors ignoring their injuries as they relied on their extraordinary regenerative abilities to engage in a ferocious battle. Although Ackerman was slightly stronger, the situation was heavily against him. The other negative energy users from the Alliance were tied up, leaving him to face the Diamond Corps' assault alone. Realizing he couldn't afford to drag this out, Ackerman unleashed a surge of negative energy, sending a beam of energy sweeping across the area. The hunter immediately countered with a spray of crimson breath. Boom. The moment the energies collided, the entire venue collapsed with a deafening roar. Amid the ruins, the battered Diamond Corps faced off against Ackerman. In the distance, Zhou Tong and his group were left dizzy and disoriented by the shockwave, while the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant to approach. Watch out, Shinka suddenly shouted, raising his sword to block. A massive slash of negative energy tore through the air, splitting the rubble in two. All eyes turned toward the Nakamura golden-haired figure standing with a sword in hand. The oppressive aura emanating from Leah left the hunters' hearts sinking with dread. Ackerman, you're too slow, Leah said coldly. You can see the situation here is complicated, Ackerman replied with a hint of exasperation. The hunter grew more vigilant. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Among the Alliance's negative energy users, only Ackerman was a real threat until now. The emergence of this new opponent was clearly on an entirely different level. Shinka lay injured amidst the ruins, his wounds severe. His chest rose and fell unevenly, and blood trickled slowly down from his temple. Fortunately, the blue glow emanating from the gemstone artifact neutralized the effects of the negative energy's annihilation. Without it, he would have already lost his life here. It's her. Shinka's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly recognized Leah, standing at the edge of the ruins. Memories surged back like a tidal wave back when he and Zhou Tong attacked the Alliance Academy of Sciences. It was this woman he had fought against. He never expected that when they crossed paths again, the gap in their strength would be so vast. Leah's presence immediately brought another figure to Shinka's mind, the composed and unhurried figure from years ago. This has to be connected to Mr. Chen, he thought to himself, a trace of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Major General Kelvin, who had been observing from the battlefield's edge, was momentarily stunned when Leah appeared. His expression quickly darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. What does this have to do with Mr. Chen? He muttered under his breath, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his sidearm. Leah displayed formidable combat prowess comparable to Ackerman's the moment she made her move. Negative energy coalesced at her fingertips, responding to her will with precision. This caused the members of the Wild Hunt to grow wary. Facing Ackerman alone was already a challenge. With Leah now in the equation, the situation became perilous. Seeing their hesitance, Ackerman and Leah exchanged a glance and began walking straight out. The surrounding soldiers, despite being armed, instinctively stepped back, parting to create a path. There was no choice against these negative energy wielders. Conventional firearms offered no sense of security. Zhou Tong quickly rushed to Shinka's side, crouching down to check his injuries. His fingers lightly touched Shinka's pulse. He'll live, Zhotong exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with obvious gratitude. The leader of the wild hunt cast a cold glance at the soldiers around them, who stood on high alert, and decisively ordered, "Move." With that, he deactivated the energy barrier from the gemstone artifact and led his team away in a bold and unhurried manner. The soldiers nearby were as good as non-existent. Not only did they fail to stop them, but they also hastily stepped aside, fearful of provoking these dangerous individuals. On a distant rooftop, Volcano and Phantom observed the entire scene unfold. Upon seeing Leah and Akaman, Volcano's eyes gleamed with greed as he licked his lips. "These two negative energy users are incredibly strong," he murmured in awe, his voice brimming with excitement. Phantom frowned, immediately discerning Volcano's intentions. "You're planning to go after them?" he asked warily. "One each. We'll split them evenly," Volcano replied, not waiting for Phantom's agreement. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already charging toward Leah and Akaman with uncontainable eagerness, assuming Phantom would follow. "Hey!" Phantom started to pursue him, but froze mid-step as his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure seated on a distant bench. His entire body stiffened, and his face quickly turned pale with fear, as though he'd seen a nightmare. V Volcano. The memory of a brutal defeat resurfaced vividly in Phantom's mind. He no longer cared about Volcano's safety. Turning on his heel, he bolted in the opposite direction, nearly losing his composure entirely. "He's not here for me. No, definitely not for me," he muttered to himself in a panic, desperate to escape the area. Chen Yi set down the newspaper in his hands, his gaze lingering briefly on Phantom's fleeing figure. He shook his head lightly. "That kid is utterly spineless," he remarked softly. In terms of combat strength, Volcano and Phantom were evenly matched. Their innate ability to manipulate negative energy often allowed them to overpower others of the same level. However, this was insufficient against powerhouses like Leah and Akaman. Yet for beings of negative energy, victory wasn't solely determined by brute strength. If they could make physical contact with their opponent, even for a brief moment, they could take control of their body or even access their memories. This was Volcano's trump card. Boom! Volcano landed like a human projectile, shattering the ground beneath him and blocking Leah and Akaman's path. A smug, almost triumphant grin spread across his face as he recklessly lunged at the two. Courting death. Akaman's eyes flashed coldly, and negative energy began to gather in his palm. Leah and Ackerman demonstrated exceptional combat instincts, unleashing deadly attacks without hesitation when faced with Huashan's sudden assault. In perfect sync, the two swiftly leapt back to create distance. Ackerman immediately launched a blast of negative energy, sending Huashan flying with a powerful strike. Without missing a beat, a glint of cold light flashed in Leah's hand as her sharp blade cleaved Huashan in half from top to bottom in one swift motion. Amid the spray of blood, Huashan's face, split in two, remained frozen in an expression of ecstatic joy. "A negative energy being?" Leah sheathed her blade with an icy demeanor. "I was planning to spare you, but you just had to throw yourself into the lion's den." As she spoke, negative energy began to coalesce in her hand, ready to obliterate Huashan's body entirely. It was only at this moment that Huashan felt true fear. He couldn't comprehend how Leah had discovered his true identity. He had hoped to feign death and escape unnoticed, but instead, he had walked straight into the scythe of death. Although this body was merely a vessel, complete obliteration would leave him without a refuge, exposing him to the real world and leading to his ultimate annihilation. A mass of black negative energy emerged from the corpse, and Huashan let out a desperate plea. "Don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask." "Not necessary." Without hesitation, Leah unleashed the negative energy, utterly erasing Huashan's body. The unprotected negative energy entity was exposed to the atmosphere, and with a piercing scream, it was instantly devoured by the reality of the world, leaving nothing behind. "Truly a peculiar form of life," Ackerman remarked thoughtfully. At that moment, Phantom, still shaken by the events, suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power within him. His strength doubled in an instant, as though he had gained an invisible conduit to draw in negative energy. The sudden surge in power brought a realization to him. "Huashan." A look of exhilaration spread across his face. "I see now this is the unique nature of negative energy beings." Ambition reignited in Phantom's heart as he stifled a laugh, his eyes glinting with dangerous intent. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was leisurely strolling down the street, his senses sharp enough to detect any energy fluctuations in such close proximity. The death of Huashan and the transformation of Phantom occurred simultaneously, leading to a thunderous epiphany for Chen Yi. When a negative energy life form dies, its power automatically transfers to another of its kind. This revelation sent chills down his spine. If a large number of negative energy life forms were to enter the real world and perish one after another, the last surviving one would become unimaginably terrifying. After all, it would inherit the combined strength of all its kind, with a negative energy output far exceeding that of ordinary negative energy entities. The system interface refreshed at the perfect moment, confirming his theory. Main Quest Phase 3 completed. Reward, 3,000 points. Main Quest Phase 4. According to observed results, the phenomenon of power transfer after the death of negative energy life forms is an acquired trait. This is tied to the truth behind the world's destruction. Investigate the cause. Reward, for 1,000 points. The difficulty and rewards of this world's tasks far surpassed the ordinary. Each phase felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, with no clear direction. If not for Chen Yi's extraordinary perception and monitoring abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to progress to the fourth phase. Even skilled intelligence gatherers like Zeely from the Returners would likely find themselves helpless in such a mission. Currently, only 2 negative energy life forms remained in the world, the recently eliminated Huashan and the ever-cautious Phantom. This situation left the likes of Lia and his team stuck in the second phase of their mission, despite having locked their target on Chen Yi. While obtaining information from him could indeed make completing the subsequent tasks much easier, it was practically impossible. An acquired trait? Chen Yi frowned in deep thought. He had witnessed firsthand how Huashan's power naturally flowed into Phantom, as effortlessly as water running downhill, with no sign of external interference. This suggested that negative energy life forms did not possess this characteristic upon entering the real world, but instead gained it later. His mind raced, recalling his experiences in the previous 2 worlds. In every case, the worlds naturally moved toward destruction without human intervention. Even in the Star Beast world, his actions merely accelerated the process rather than being the root cause. Suddenly, the truth surfaced: this was the work of a universe-level Gaia consciousness. It could not simply be the planetary consciousness at play. As a planet's self-regulation would at most wipe out surface life, not completely annihilate all ecosystems. Yet, negative energy had the power to obliterate all existence. Such extreme destructiveness clearly lay beyond the scope of a single planet's self-regulating capabilities. This must be the spontaneous adjustment of the cosmic natural system, with the laws of the universe choosing to destroy this planet in such a manner. Chen Yi stood at a high vantage point, his gaze penetrating the clouds as his thoughts extended deep into the vastness of the cosmos. To him, a planet was akin to a single cell within a human body. When a virus on that cell threatens the whole, the immune system is activated, even sacrificing the cell if necessary. Humanity is not simply a virus, Chen Yi murmured softly, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. But when we disrupt the local balance of the universe, nature will inevitably activate its adjustment mechanisms. It was all still conjecture. Proving whether Gaia's consciousness was involved seemed nearly impossible, as every phenomenon could be explained as naturally occurring. Chen Yi furrowed his brows, then suddenly his eyes lit up, realized this logic could be reversed. If all natural phenomena could potentially be attributed to Gaia's intervention, then by triggering specific reactions, he might confirm its existence. The issue lies in scale, Chen Yi said, rising to his feet and pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. If it's too extreme, Gaia's consciousness might send down a catastrophic response or humanoid entities to confront me directly. If it's too minor, it won't provoke a noticeable reaction. He stopped, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. Since Gaia's consciousness intended to use the negative energy field to destroy this planet, he would interfere. If the negative energy field backfired, it would be enough to prove Gaia's intervention. Leah, Chen Yi's voice transmitted through a mental link, assemble a research team. The project will focus on curing the black spot disease. Time is of the essence. You'll personally oversee this. Understood. Leah responded curtly and immediately began preparations. Chen Yi let out a cold chuckle. Gaia's consciousness wanted the negative energy field to seep into the real world? Then he would offer free treatment to patients afflicted by the black spot disease, the very individuals serving as conduits for the negative energy. He refused to believe Gaia's consciousness would remain indifferent. Achaemen. Chen Yi switched to another communication channel. Don't give the Alliance and Kingdom any chance to calm down. I need the situation to become even more chaotic. The war must not stop. No problem. Achaemen's voice brimmed with excitement. This was precisely his area of expertise. Chen Yi moved silently through the streets, brushing past a squad from the Diamond Corps without drawing their notice. The squad continued forward, oblivious, though one member, Zeely, suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning pale as he staggered and collapsed. What's wrong? Lia and the others immediately assumed combat stances, scanning their surroundings warily as they helped Zeely to his feet. I'm fine, Zeely said shakily after taking several deep breaths. Just now, it felt like something utterly terrifying passed by us. Something unimaginably horrifying. Li's expression became grim, his fingers tightening instinctively around his weapon. Move, Zeely urged his comrades urgently. Whatever that presence was, it's not something we can afford to provoke. For the first time since becoming a mystic walker, he had felt such overwhelming power up close. Before that force, they were less than ants. This world was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The following morning, a headline exploded across global media like a bomb. Ceasefire agreement broken. Alliance's top negativist Achaemen massacres kingdom delegation. Intense combat erupts with unknown forces involved. Inside the kingdom's parliamentary hall, enraged lawmakers slammed their intelligence reports onto the wooden tables, the impacts reverberating through the room. Deploy reinforcements to the front lines immediately, they shouted in unison, as the ominous clouds of war once again loomed over the continent. The kingdom's council members were no fools. After a thorough investigation by the intelligence agency, they discovered that the situation in Redvine City on that fateful day was highly complex. Although evidence pointed to Ackerman and several negative energy wielders from the Alliance attacking and killing all members of the kingdom's delegation, the council members were well aware that this was likely the work of a few individuals acting independently. However, they opted for a politically advantageous strategy, placing the blame squarely on the Alliance. After all, admitting it was an isolated act would be seen as a sign of weakness, while accusing the Alliance allowed the kingdom to take the upper hand in negotiations and secure greater benefits. The ceasefire agreement incident caused an uproar within the kingdom, and the public's fury became the council's best justification for bolstering the front lines. They resolved to continue opposing the Alliance, committing to a prolonged war to see who would falter first. Amidst this turmoil, no one was more pleased than Eddie, the honorary chief of the Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Standing in his laboratory, he gazed through the glass at the negative energy wielders lying in the experimental chambers, a barely restrained smile spreading across his face. The ongoing war meant a skyrocketing demand for negative energy wielders, making this the shrewdest investment of his life. Meanwhile, the Alliance was also taking swift action. "Are you certain it's Lia?" When questioned, Major General Kelvin responded decisively. "Though it's been years, I'm confident that was Mr. Chen's adopted daughter, Lia." Mr. Chen's disappearance had always been a source of distress for the Alliance. Lia's reappearance gave them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could finally uncover Chen Yi's whereabouts. The highest authorities immediately authorized Kelvin to form a secret task force, granting him full power to locate Mr. Chen at any cost and deal with any obstacles in his way. Before long, an elite secret unit was assembled. Their mission was not to engage in the kingdom's war, but to focus solely on tracking Ackerman and Lia. This duo's frequent activities across various locations meant that with enough resources, their trail could always be uncovered. The situation began to escalate. Not only did Kelvin's secret unit intensify its efforts, but even the elite Diamond Legion squads joined the pursuit. Other nations also developed a keen interest in Chen Yi and Lia's whereabouts, recognizing the immense strategic value of Mr. Chen. The Alliance's leadership was particularly perplexed by Lia and Ackerman's true motives for sabotaging the ceasefire agreement. This unusual behavior deepened their suspicions that Mr. Chen might have fallen into the hands of some other faction. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to oppose the peace process. It became increasingly evident that some external power was pulling the strings, aiming to prolong the conflict between the Alliance and the kingdom to drain their resources. Time flew by, and it was now the year 815 AD, 7 years since the Redvine City ceasefire agreement incident. The relentless warfare continued to escalate, driving rapid advancements in weapon technology. The advent of heavy machine guns turned the battlefield into a brutal meat grinder. The rapid advancements in artillery technology only exacerbated this grim reality, with casualties on the battlefield climbing at an alarming rate. Over the past 7 years, the situation grew increasingly complex. Lia and Ackerman frequently dealt with various factions, especially agents and spies from the Alliance. Multiple times, they offered to assist in rescuing Mr. Chen, but each time, Lia chose to remain silent. She knew all too well that engaging in dialogue with the Alliance was futile. Meanwhile, following the events with the Phantom and the volcano, the influx of entities from the realm of negative energy into the real world surged dramatically. These beings occupied the bodies of numerous negative energy hosts, gathering in the United States, which gradually became the stronghold for negative energy life forms. In the Alliance's Mathematics Academy, a mathematician's jubilant cry shattered the silence of the laboratory. "I've solved it," he exclaimed, waving a notebook filled with derivations. The depth equation has surpassed 40. 7 years of relentless effort had finally paid off, marking a breakthrough that presented Chen Yi with a new opportunity for an upgrade. Upgrade task 4 completed. Super burst option upgraded to LV5. Ability description: unleash all accumulated power to deliver a single, explosive strike with 100 times the usual force. Chen Yi was intrigued by this newfound ability, but decided to suppress his urge to test it immediately, knowing the immense commotion it could cause. He understood that if this ability continued to evolve, it might eventually allow him to overpower fifth-tier entities without needing a critical breakthrough. As the depth equation became increasingly challenging to derive, Chen Yi realized the need to seek assistance from other civilizations. To avoid attracting the attention of advanced civilizations, he opted for indirect actions. Years ago, he had strategically established a dedicated research institute and sent signals into space that might catch the attention of alien civilizations. However, the institute's staff held little hope for success, unaware of who was orchestrating the entire operation. In a secluded forest, beside a towering signal transmitter and receiver, two staff members were performing routine monitoring. A slightly balding man grumbled about the monotony of their work, while the woman beside him was quietly grateful for the peaceful nature of the job. As the man questioned whether other civilizations truly existed in the universe, an unexpected event occurred. The woman suddenly stood up, her chair clattering to the floor. On the display screen, a signal transmitted across light years was being decoded. Hello, humans. Chen Yi's covertly controlled research team possesses cutting-edge technology far ahead of its time. With his abilities, he can instantly materialize any mechanical device as long as he understands its principles and structure. The energy he controls can be transformed into any form of matter, enabling him to effortlessly construct anything from simple machines to neutron stars and black holes. With this unparalleled power, the research team quickly overcame the challenges of treating the black spot disease. They discovered a method to permanently eradicate the erosion caused by negative energy. Each successful treatment of a patient effectively sealed a breach through which negative energy infiltrated reality. This reinforced Chen Yi's belief that Gaia's consciousness would inevitably respond. In a neutral country, Chen Yi's team announced their groundbreaking progress in curing black spot disease under the guise of an ordinary research institution. The news spread like wildfire, drawing countless patients who had long suffered from the affliction. Although only a rare few patients could become negative energy beings, for the vast majority of ordinary sufferers, this breakthrough represented a beacon of hope. Late one night, in an abandoned laboratory building, an Alliance spy was cautiously searching for clues. At that moment, Zhou Tong pushed the door open, and the two locked eyes. Zhou Tong, a double agent working for both the Kingdom and the Alliance, skillfully maneuvered between the opposing factions. Too late, the spy sighed, shaking his head. Just then, a communicator buzzed to life. Wild Hunt. Civet has found a lead. Also, there's been a major breakthrough in the negative energy being experiment. Return immediately to enhance combat strength. Understood. Zhou Tong's excitement was palpable. For the Abyss Seekers, contracting black spot disease had ironically become their goal. Ever since witnessing the terrifying power displayed by Ackerman and Leah during the Battle of Hongman City, they were desperate to enhance their combat capabilities. In just 1 month, the entire Diamond Corps including Wild Hunt, Zhou Tong, and Zinka successfully completed the negative energy being experiment. Leveraging their mastery of 40 of the deep equations derivation results, their strength skyrocketed, placing them among the top tier of negative energy beings. Combined with their existing abilities, their combat prowess within the negative energy being ranks now far surpassed the standard elite level. Is this the power of a negativity wielder at 40 depth? Zhou Tong felt the surging strength within him, a sensation that defied description. He had always possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, but with the infusion of superactive cells, everything had become exponentially stronger. Now, in terms of self-healing alone, he was undoubtedly the #1 in the Diamond Corps squad, reaching the level of the original superactive cell samples. Even if only a piece of his flesh remained, he could miraculously recover completely. It was nothing short of an epic enhancement. Zhou Tong could hardly contain his excitement, his pride beyond words. At that moment, inside the secret hideout, Guozili spoke up. I have some good news. After becoming a negativity wielder, my abilities have further improved. Now, I can create a scenario where we meet the mastermind in a simulated space, though it can only happen on a fictional level, with no real-world interaction. He smiled slightly, his mood seeming to lighten. That's more than enough, Quanlia nodded, then asked. And the bad news? Guozili spread his hands. The bad news is, I need a massive amount of negative energy to use this ability. The output from just us negativity wielders isn't nearly sufficient. How many more people do we need? Shinka asked in a calm, yet serious tone. It's not about the number of people. Guozili took a deep breath, his voice turning grave. I need a large-capacity negative energy storage device. From what I've learned, the Alliance is working on similar technology, intending to use it for warfare. That's simple, Zhou Tong said confidently, patting his chest. I have some connections with the Alliance, and they're also looking for the mastermind. If we approach them directly, they wouldn't refuse, would they? All right, Guozili nodded. Half a month later, in a secret base within the Alliance's territory, a massive negative energy storage device was activated. Kelvin arrived with his secret unit and addressed Guozili. Let's begin. The entire Diamond Corps squad was present, and tension filled the air instantly. Without further words, Guozili began extracting the immense energy from the storage device. As the Mystic Walker's ability activated, the surrounding world seemed to fall into chaos. and everyone's consciousness was abruptly pulled into a simulated space constructed by the void. At the same time, a fragment of Chen Yi's consciousness was also drawn into the simulated space. When he learned that Guozili and the others had acquired such abilities, he didn't mind meeting them face-to-face. Buzz, an invisible force rippled outward as the simulated space within the void gradually took shape. The figures of the Diamond Core squad and Kelvin suddenly appeared in the dim space. The silence was eerie, and the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world. Yet, an oppressive tension quietly spread, making everyone feel an intense unease. Their curiosity was entirely captivated by the identity of the mastermind. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew closer, the atmosphere became even heavier. The sense of oppression was tangible, not a product of their imagination, but a direct transmission of energy. Guozili, Kuanglia, and Zhou Tong, as highly perceptive warriors, instantly felt like bristling cats' hearts racing, skin crawling. Even Kelvin, a mere mortal and a major general, despite his lack of heightened sensitivity, could sense the abnormality of the space before them and stared ahead with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Chen Yi walked forward with a composed stride, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Finally, we meet," he said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the group as if he had anticipated this encounter. "Mr. Chen," Kelvin exclaimed in disbelief. They had always assumed that Chen Yi was under some form of control, unable to act freely. Yet, to their astonishment, he turned out to be the true mastermind. Guozili reacted even more intensely. The moment he saw Chen Yi, he clutched his chest and fell to his knees, his face filled with terror. "Everyone, I might have made a mistake." His voice trembled. "It seems we've provoked something far beyond what we can handle." Crash! A deafening explosion erupted as a powerful surge of energy tore through the fabric of the simulated space, spreading web-like cracks across the void. Guozili's heart sank. He had glimpsed fragmented pieces of intelligence within the void before, but he had never connected those scattered bits to the situation unfolding before him. It wasn't until that familiar, spine-chilling presence stung his senses once more that he realized they had provoked an entity they could never afford to cross. "Mr. Chen, why is it you?" Major General Kelvin's face darkened as he stared intently at the figure before him. "You're the one who broke the truce agreement, aren't you? Why would you do such a thing?" "Major General Kelvin, it's been a while." Chen Yi responded with a calm nod, but he didn't directly answer the question. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Kuanglia, Zhou Tong, and the others, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You all certainly have some nerve." When his eyes swept over Guozili, he added, "Causal abilities do come in handy." Kuanglia suppressed the fear churning within him and forced himself to speak. "Mr. Chen, we mean no harm. We only wish to ask you for some information." "I know." Chen Yi interrupted him, his tone thoughtful. "I have some matters to attend to, but I can give you a chance to defeat me here, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. You'll only use 1/millionth of my power." Before his words fully settled, Chen Yi restrained his aura, causing the oppressive atmosphere in the simulated space to vanish instantly. Shinka immediately drew the long blade from his waist, blue electric arcs dancing along its surface. "Are you certain?" "Certain." In an instant, Shinka slashed out with his blade, and the others launched their attacks simultaneously. However, even a fraction of Chen Yi's power equivalent to the energy of thousands of stars was far beyond what they could withstand. The simulated space froze for a brief moment before being shredded into fragments by the overwhelming energy. Amid the thunderous explosion, everyone's consciousness was jolted back to their physical bodies. Zhou Tong and Shinka lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air as if they had just been pulled from drowning. Kuanglia, drenched in sweat, was still shaken. "I thought I was really going to die." Zhou Tong collapsed entirely, muttering. "We didn't even get any information from him. What now?" Guozili and Kuanglia fell silent, the weight of their realizations sinking in. They finally understood that, for years, they had been teetering on the edge of death, foolishly targeting a being of unimaginable power. The fact that they were still alive was nothing short of sheer luck. Kelvin's face turned pale as he fell into a prolonged silence. The negative energy users in the secret unit stood frozen in place, the shadow of death still looming over their hearts. No one could easily recover from such terror. The fact that Mr. Chen was the mastermind behind it all was something Kelvin could barely accept. But what baffled him even more was Mr. Chen's almost absurd level of power. With that kind of strength, he could easily conquer the entire world, so why remain hidden in the shadows? Wasn't that completely unnecessary? "This world is far more complicated than I ever imagined," Kelvin muttered, his brows furrowed as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Meanwhile, in a neutral country somewhere else. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the sky, and a wave of energy swept through, leveling a research facility dedicated to curing the black spot disease in an instant. As the dust settled, a spiky-haired young man stood atop the ruins, his body radiating an overwhelming aura of negative energy. His power far exceeded that of ordinary negative energy user. She was a being who had surpassed 40 depth, a level of strength that dwarfed others of comparable depth. Finally, some reaction. Chen appeared out of thin air above the ruins, calmly observing this extraordinary negative energy being. Years of planning and waiting had finally borne fruit. This was evidence that Gaia's consciousness was interfering, trying to stop Chen from saving the world, and the phenomenon of power transfer was clearly Gaia's doing. A system notification appeared. Main mission, Phase 4 completed. Points earned, 4,000. Main mission, Phase 5 witness the world's destruction. Mission reward, 5,000 points. The spiky-haired young man noticed Chen's presence and wore an expression of disdain. Human, do you have any idea how hard it was for me to spread the black spot? Ordinary negative energy beings lack the ability to spread the black spot disease, making this one particularly unique. Chen, intrigued, asked, "Mind introducing yourself?" "Not interested." The spiky-haired man replied coldly, showing no intention of indulging in conversation. Chen wasn't bothered. That single sentence carried enough information. This was likely the culprit, or at least one of them responsible for spreading negative energy from the negative energy realm into the real world. Chen's actions to cure black spot disease patients had clearly provoked them, leading to this confrontation. If the power of an average negative energy being was a mere 1, this spiky-haired individual was at least a 10, capable of unleashing combat strength 10 times greater than others of the same depth. But to Chen, it was still far from enough. Boom! The spiky-haired man surged forward, his negative energy raging as he appeared before Chen in an instant. Yet, his full-force strike was frozen midair in the blink of an eye. The speed of light dropped to 0, space froze, and even the spiky-haired man's thoughts were completely paralyzed. With a single thought, Chen extracted a mass of negative energy from the spiky-haired man's body. Just as he had done with Phantom before, the core of this negative energy being was effortlessly removed, leaving no room for resistance. Without hesitation, Chen obliterated the negative energy being in his hand, allowing its power to transfer to another negative energy entity under Gaia's interference. After years of effort, the 4th phase of the main mission was finally complete. Chen's gaze shifted to the contents of the 5th phase, his expression contemplative. Witness the world's destruction? What if I destroy it myself? That's a question worth pondering. Chen Yi understood that since the main task of the 4th phase had been completed, there was no longer any need to provoke Gaia's consciousness or rebuild research institutions to cure the black spot disease. Standing by the window, he pondered. All 3 mission worlds had been deeply intertwined with Gaia's consciousness. This was no coincidence. Although Gaia's consciousness was essentially a system designed to maintain natural balance, the existence of the chapter of Gaia convinced him that in certain worlds, Gaia's consciousness could indeed possess true awareness and intelligence. Just as the Protoss are manifestations of cosmic energy, such extraordinary beings are bound to emerge across countless worlds. As his own strength grew, dealing with these advanced entities would become inevitable. Meanwhile, in a corner of the United States, Phantom was preparing to strike at one of his own kind. At that moment, a surge of overwhelming power suddenly flooded into his body. His eyes widened in disbelief. The injection of this power instantly elevated his strength to more than 20 times that of a peer-level negator. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Phantom's eyes. Ever since discovering he could gain power by devouring his own kind, he had secretly eliminated many negative energy beings. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. Chen Yi was the deepest shadow in his mind, and now that fear had transformed into a burning hatred, he would make Chen Yi suffer 100-fold. Spotting a newly emerged negative energy life form, Phantom approached with a false smile. "Brother, welcome to the real world." The year was 820 AD, and the flames of war still raged on. Following the invention of the machine gun, the advent of airplanes had completely transformed the battlefield. The deafening roar of propellers tore through the skies as warplanes not only conducted reconnaissance and transportation, but also executed long-range bombings, extending the battlefronts even further. On the Green River battlefield, the Alliance and the Kingdom were locked in intense combat. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over the sky. Soldiers, thinking it was a passing aircraft, looked uponly to see an enormous warship descending slowly, scraping through the atmosphere. Flames flickered faintly in the clouds, resembling the mythical Leviathan. The sound of gunfire gradually ceased as everyone stood in stunned silence, staring at the unbelievable sight. From a distance, Chen Yi watched the colossal starship breaching the atmosphere and knew that this world, lacking any space defense, was about to face monumental change. This was a historic moment. After years of traveling at light speed, the Centaurian civilization had finally arrived on this planet. Aboard the warship, the captain of the Centaurian Alpha-class vessel looked down upon the human civilization, still in its electrical age, and let out a faint, scornful sigh. What a primitive civilization. He couldn't quite understand it. How could such a primitive civilization muster the audacity to announce its existence so boldly in the vastness of the universe? Was it to prove its significance? If that were the case, it only proved that this civilization was ignorant and arrogant to the extreme. It was ignorance that made them fearless, and arrogance that would ultimately lead to their demise. An electrical-age civilization facing off against an interstellar Onite was a confrontation doomed to fail. The Centaurus civilization sent just a single warship, effortlessly subjugating the planet. Even though their individual combat strength was no match for the so-called negative energy entities, the overwhelming and cold presence of their warship left human civilization trembling in fear. On a cosmic scale, humanity was utterly insignificant to the Centaurus civilization, as negligible as dust. However, they were deeply intrigued by humanity's mastery of technology related to negative energy entities. In a sense, the immense individual power of these entities compensated for the Centaurus civilization's shortcomings. Humanity's advanced exploration of negative energy, yielding nearly infinite energy sources, was an irresistible temptation for them. Ultimately, with little effort or resistance, the Centaurus civilization seized all of humanity's technology regarding negative energy entities and the negative energy domain. Using quantum communication, they transmitted the data back to their home planet almost instantaneously. Compared to the years it had taken them to reach this planet, quantum communication essentially ignored distance, achieving true, instantaneous transmission. As a civilization driven by expansion and conquest, the Centaurus Empire spanned light years, with every marked point on their star maps representing a colony they had established. This vast interstellar network was built and sustained through quantum communication. Thanks to their profound expertise in mathematics and quantum computing, the Centaurus civilization's ability to solve deep equations far outpaced humanity's. Within just a few days, they had completed 50 of the analysis. In less than 2 weeks, progress had reached 60. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's interface kept flashing notifications. Upgrade Task 5. Complete Superburst option. Upgrade Superburst to LV6. Upgrade Task 6. Complete Superburst option. Upgrade Superburst to LV7. Ability, Super Burst level LV7. Description, focus all energy for a single strike with 500 times the power. Chen Yi knew all too well what a 500 times power strike meant. Over the past 5 years, the number of negative energy entities entering the real world had exploded. Their sheer numbers could no longer be described in the hundreds, but in the tens of thousands. However, 6 months ago, this overwhelming influx abruptly stopped, as if the entire negative energy domain had been emptied, with no new entities crossing into the real world. This massive invasion of negative energy entities had inevitably caused ongoing chaos. Behind the turmoil, one being had been quietly growing Phantom. This entity had devoured hundreds of its kind, its power far surpassing that of a deep-level negative energy entity. Its strength had grown so immense that even Phantom itself struggled to suppress the increasingly vivid desire for vengeance, threatening to confront Chen Yi at any moment. Then, one day, Phantom's body suddenly absorbed the combined power of 1,000 negative energy entities. At that moment, as though some critical threshold had been breached, the energy within it could no longer be contained. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the sky. A surge of violent negative energy erupted, and a tempest of annihilation swept forth like a black storm, consuming everything in an instant. A super-negative energy entity was born. The spatial structure of the entire planet collapsed in an instant, and Phantom became the ultimate gateway between the negative energy domain and the real world. In that moment, the floodgates opened. An immeasurable torrent of negative energy poured into reality like an unstoppable flood. The apocalypse had arrived. Boom! An overwhelming surge of negative energy erupted from the realm of negativity, engulfing the skies and obliterating everything in its path. Nothing was spared. All was annihilated in an instant, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The turbulent energy tore through the clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder, while a dense, dark fog rapidly spread, consuming everything on the planet. The scene was beyond Chen Yi's expectations. He gazed at the apocalyptic spectacle before him, a faint smirk curling his lips as he murmured, "I can understand Phantom triggering this, but the end of the world came a bit too quickly." He had assumed Phantom would need to gather the power of far more negative energy beings to bring about such catastrophic destruction. To his surprise, a mere 1,000 was sufficient. Huh! Ackerman chuckled beside him. What a spectacular sight. Was a massive wave of negative energy swept across, shattering the earth instantly and reducing everything to dust in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the overwhelming surge of negative energy. Phantom sneered as he walked toward Chen Yi. "Remember me?" he asked, his grin twisted and menacing. Chen Yi responded with a calm smile, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement. He observed Phantom and thought to himself, this kid really believes he has enough power now, so he's in such a hurry to settle the score. What's this? Come to seek revenge? Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, Phantom's eyes burned with rage, his voice hoarse. The humiliation you inflicted on me back, then I'll repay it 100-fold. Clang. The flash of a blade caught the air as Leah raised her sword, ready to act. But Chen Yi raised a hand to signal her to stop. Though puzzled, Leah obediently stood down. Phantom paid no attention to their exchange. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and without another word, he struck. A massive vortex absorbed the surrounding negative energy, condensing it into a powerful beam that shot straight toward Chen Yi. The entire planet was now saturated with negative energy, and Phantom eagerly anticipated how Chen Yi would respond. But his expectations were quickly shattered. The energy beam dissipated effortlessly the moment it neared Chen Yi. Chen Yi and his companions remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. On the contrary, with a mere thought from Chen Yi, Phantom was sent flying backward, his body hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing into the tidal wave of negative energy, causing a massive upheaval. Phantom froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was at this moment that he realized the chasm between his power and Chen Yi's was unimaginably vast. What he once believed to be absolute power now seemed laughable. This is what you call power? Chen Yi spoke coldly, his figure suddenly appearing within the sea of negative energy. Unfazed by its corrosive force, he reached out and grabbed Phantom by the neck, effortlessly lifting him into the air with a chilling indifference. Phantom struggled desperately, trying to break free, but it was futile. The once terrifying strength that had struck fear into so many was utterly insignificant before Chen Yi, like a firefly in the face of the moon. I thought you might surprise me, Chen Yi said with a tinge of disappointment, his eyes reflecting a trace of boredom. Let me go, Phantom roared, clawing at Chen Yi's arm with all his might, his body writhing violently. However, against Chen Yi's overwhelming power, he stood no chance. Just then, an uncontrollable surge of negative energy began pouring into Phantom's body at an alarming rate. The violent influx distorted his expression. Phantom grinned savagely and declared, "If I can't win, then let's die together." Not bad, Chen Yi remarked softly, nodding slightly at Phantom's audacity. Without hesitation, he obliterated Phantom's body, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. The moment Phantom perished, the immense store of negative energy within him erupted, triggering a massive explosion. The deafening blast shook the heavens, and the terrifying shockwave swept across everything in its path. The impact of the explosion instantly obliterated the continental plate beneath, as if a monstrous beast had bitten a chunk out of the planet. Cracks spread across its surface like a web. Standing by the observation window of the Alpha battleship, the captain and crew watched the apocalyptic scene in stunned silence. What had happened on this planet? Questions lingered in their minds as the explosion's aftermath swept through like a torrent of dark energy, engulfing the battleship in moments. Ordinary people vanished upon contact with the negative energy, while only those attuned to it could remain unscathed and even draw power from it. Huang Lai, Zhou Tong, Xing Ku, and others stood amidst the collapsing world, witnessing all things disintegrate under the destructive force of the negative energy. Words failed to capture their shock. Zhou Tong's eyes widened as he murmured, "Is this the end of the world?" Huang Lai sighed. "What a shame. The main mission isn't complete yet. The planet's destruction was inevitable, a predestined end under the Gaia consciousness of the grand cosmos. Once its annihilation was witnessed, the main mission would conclude, and Chen Yi would be forced to return to the space. However, his upgrade task remained unfinished. After some deliberation, Chen Yi resolved to intervene and prevent the planet's destruction. He understood this act would provoke a reaction from Gaia consciousness, summoning even greater catastrophes and entities, but he decided to take the risk. If all else failed, he could destroy the planet himself. A resonating hum echoed as an invisible wave rippled outward, freezing the speed of light across the planet. The apocalyptic scene halted mid-motion. In that instant, Chen Yi sensed a faint feeling of crisis. Gaia consciousness had begun to stir. Although the sensation was weak, it was enough to keep Chen Yi on high alert. 2 months later, the Centaurian civilization's deep equation derivation reached 70. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's upgrade mission approached a critical juncture. The Superburst upgrade task was nearing completion. The mission required upgrading Superburst to LV8, with the ability described as, "Concentrate all power to unleash a single strike with 1,000 times the force." At that moment, a dazzling streak of light pierced through the cosmos, heading toward Chen Yi's star system. It appeared to be a meteorite but emitted a pulsating energy wave, like a heartbeat. As the meteorite drew closer, the surrounding energy intensified. 6 months later, the deep equation derivation reached 80. The next stage of the upgrade mission, Superburst upgraded to LV9. The ability now read, "Concentrate all power to unleash a single strike with 2,000 times the force." Meanwhile, the faster-than-light meteorite entered the star system, hurtling rapidly toward Chen Yi's location. The moment it entered his sensory range, Chen Yi's feeling of crisis surged dramatically. "It's here," he muttered under his breath. In a flash, he crossed 5,000 light-years and appeared directly in front of the meteorite. Channeling the vast energy of the stars, he created an immense force that abruptly dragged the meteorite out of its faster-than-light state. Without hesitation, Chen Yi raised his hand, unleashing the power of light speed in a crushing blow against the meteorite. In an instant, a blinding brilliance erupted across the universe, followed by a shockwave of stellar energy. Photons spread like a tidal wave, washing through the cosmic expanse, illuminating the starry void. Since it was the final stage, Chen Yi no longer held back. He swiftly disseminated the depth equation across numerous civilizations. Taking the initiative, he chose to confront the enemy in the cosmic depths 5,000 light-years away from the Centauri civilization, ensuring other civilizations would remain unaffected. In the vast expanse of space, a blinding flash of light erupted. Chen Yi's full-force attack obliterated a massive asteroid and the cosmic life form within it, reducing them to nothingness. However, the victory came too quickly, almost too easily. Buzz. It was as if time began to reverse. The energy in the starry sky surged backward like a tidal wave, instantly reforming into a colossal beast shaped like an asteroid. Slowly, it extended its body, revealing a terrifying and grotesque form that sent chills down one's spine. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the vacuum, transmitting a message directly into Chen Yi's mind via the sound of all things: life, destruction. These two simple words carried an overwhelming malice toward life and an unrelenting desire for annihilation. Chen Yi's brows furrowed deeply. This starry behemoth, completely devoid of reason, possessed an energy level that matched his own. The moment the beast locked onto its target, it charged at the speed of light. Chen Yi froze the surrounding space-time in an instant, only to find the creature entirely immune to the technique. Clearly, this monstrous entity not only wielded stellar energy, but also had the ability to manipulate light itself. Boom. In their first clash, the beast's attack forced Chen Yi to retreat, but failed to penetrate his defense, which was composed of an unknown substance from within the plank membrane. Along the way, a star was pierced through, and the ejected matter turned nearby planets into molten worlds. Stabilizing himself, Chen Yi met the beast's renewed charge with a powerful punch. A blue mist of blood blossomed in the vacuum as half of the creature's body was obliterated in an instant. Yet, the remaining half clung to life stubbornly, unleashing a devastating energy blast from its maw. The energy struck Chen Yi's body, but dissipated like fireworks. A nearby neutron star was hit by the shockwave, shattering into countless fragments. Seizing the moment, Chen Yi closed the distance, forcibly tearing the beast's head from its body and ripping it in two. For a brief moment, silence reigned. Then, a rhythmic thumping like the sound of a heartbeat suddenly echoed through the void. Ripples of energy spread outward as the beast's remains dissolved into pure energy, beginning yet another cycle of regeneration. This monster was about to be reborn. Chen Yi frowned as the situation reached a stalemate. His hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals, and starlight energy condensed in his palms. In an instant, he conjured a pitch-black singularity. This miniature black hole emanated a heart-stopping gravitational pull. Without hesitation, Chen Yi hurled the energy mass generated by the beast's resurrection into it. The terrifying gravity at the black hole's core shredded the energy mass into fragments, breaking it down layer by layer to its most basic atomic structure. The atoms were compressed into neutron clusters under the extreme gravitational force, and the neutrons further disintegrated into quarks. This destructive process continued relentlessly. However, to Chen Yi's astonishment, even when reduced to its most fundamental informational state, the beast stubbornly began reconstructing itself. From the black hole's center erupted an even more ferocious surge of energy, and the beast emerged reborn, stronger than ever before. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens as violent energy tore the black hole apart, distorting the surrounding spacetime. The malicious aura locked onto Chen Yi, and the beast launched another fierce assault. The clash of these two ultimate life forms sent tremors through the universe. Chen Yi quickly noticed that the beast's body had grown significantly tougher than before. Yet, as a plank membrane life form, he still held the upper hand, continuing to suppress his opponent. The aftermath of their battle swept across the cosmos. When the shockwaves brushed the surface of a supergiant star, it caused half of it to explode. On a life-bearing planet still in its primitive era, sentient beings gazed at their dimming star, only to be obliterated along with their planet, reduced to cosmic dust. Seizing an opportunity, Chen Yi hurled the beast into the core of a planet, which immediately exploded into fragments. Taking advantage of the chaos, he tore off one of the beast's massive arms. Their relentless collision carried them all the way to the surface of a nearby star, where they finally came to a halt. "Let's see just how far you can evolve," Chen Yi muttered. standing on the blazing surface of the star as he casually tossed aside the severed arm. Not far away, the crew of a spaceship witnessed the devastating battle. Before they could react, the star exploded into a blinding fireball under the horrifying aftershocks of the confrontation. Terrified, the crew hastily piloted their ship away from the scene. The battle continued to escalate, destroying countless celestial bodies along the way. Time and again, Chen Yi struck the beast down, only for it to resurrect and grow ever stronger. At last, the beast's physical resilience surpassed even Chen Yi's plank membrane form. In his normal state, Chen Yi could no longer break through its defenses. But this was merely a contest of their current forms. As the beast unleashed yet another earth-shattering roar, Chen Yi radiated with boundless light. A more formidable power was awakening within him. Critical breakthrough. Chen Yi activated the critical breakthrough ability, unleashing a terrifying power capable of shaking an entire galaxy in an instant. In the vast, deep expanse of the starry sky, dazzling light surged like tidal waves, and the ocean of star energy boiled uncontrollably. His power skyrocketed directly to the 5th tier, meaning he could now effortlessly obliterate a galaxy with a diameter of 100,000 light-years. Faced with this overwhelming force, the colossal beast, whose strength had already surpassed that of a plank membrane life form, was instantly annihilated. Yet, it quickly reassembled and revived within the energy vortex, only to be unable to withstand the immense power and disintegrate into nothingness once more. This cycle of death and rebirth repeated dozens of times within the span of a single minute. As the time limit expired, Chen Yi's power receded back to the 4th tier. The ocean of star energy gradually calmed, and the radiant light diminished. However, through this repeated process of death and evolution, the beast's strength had approached the 5th tier. The pulsations emitted from the energy form it had become reverberated through the cosmos, exuding an unparalleled sense of pressure despite being only near the 5th tier. This was precisely Chen Yi's goal: to maximize the beast's potential. While he could have simply banished the creature to the plank membrane, doing so would have wasted the value of such a rare and powerful life form. Wang Kai. At Chen Yi's call, his loyal companion appeared instantly. Following his command, Wang Kai opened its massive jaws and swallowed the reviving beast whole. The creature was swiftly digested, and a surge of immense power flowed into Chen Yi's body. The system notification promptly appeared. Enhancement successful. Star Beast LV-18. Star Spirit LV-18. This advancement expanded Chen Yi's perception range from 5,000 light-years to an astonishing 20,000 light-years. More importantly, he had gained the ability to project his will to the stars, influencing the development of civilizations, their history, culture, and even their survival. Although the stars themselves lacked true intelligence or consciousness, his will would act as a natural law, shaping the course of civilizations and the cosmos. Within this vast starfield, he had ascended to the role of a true deity. Finally, a sphere of light coalesced before him, bestowing upon him a new ability. Death evolution. Each death significantly enhances a specific weakness. Prerequisite: must possess resurrection capabilities. Without hesitation, Chen Yi accepted this limitless ability. Mastering new abilities, death evolution was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, Chen Yi had not acquired the infinite revival ability of the colossal beast. For now, he could only rely on the psionic resurrection techniques of the star spirits to barely manage. Without a fully developed revival ability, Chen Yi dared not take unnecessary risks. While death evolution was tempting, it was not without significant danger. One mistake could lead to true death. Take that colossal beast. For example, like every independent mechanism in a game that seems invincible, there was always a countermeasure. Chen Yi had attempted it once, and against all odds, he succeeded. It was undeniable. This cheat was incredibly powerful. To his surprise, he discovered that Wang Kai possessed an astonishing devouring ability. However, against that colossal beast, even Wang Kai was rendered helpless. Its devouring power seemed practically insurmountable. If even Wang Kai couldn't handle the beast, Chen Yi had no choice but to banish it, sending it into the plank membrane. Although Chen Yi was still short of reaching the 5th tier, he could already feel his strength growing. If he encountered another similar beast, he estimated that he would soon break into the 5th tier. That battle had lasted a long time, especially before he unleashed his critical breakthrough. Each time the beast revived, its physical strength incrementally approached Chen Yi's, making the fight extremely intense. As Chen Yi sensed the civilizations around him, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The derivation progress of the deep equation was now fully complete, reaching 100. Upgrade Task 9. Complete the Overburst option. Upgrade Overburst LV-10. Upgrade Task 10. Complete the Overburst option. Upgrade Overburst LV-11. At last, the Overburst level broke through to LV-11, signifying that Chen Yi could now unleash a power 10,000 times stronger in an instant. For him, this moment was monumental. It marked the first time he had completed all upgrade tasks. Returning to the planet where the main quest was located, an unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelmed him. It was even stronger than the feeling he had when the colossal beast neared the fifth tier. This time, the enemy guided by Gaia's consciousness was likely a true fifth-tier entity. Fortunately, there was still sufficient time remaining. The planet froze entirely before returning to normal as time began to flow again. Streams of negative energy surged out from the negative energy domain, rapidly engulfing the entire planet. Witnessing the extinction of human civilization and the disintegration of the planet before his very eyes, Chen Yi finally completed the fifth phase of the main quest. Main quest phase 5 completed. Reward, 5,000 points. Main quest completed. Submit the task. Chen Yi selected Submit, and the points were tallied. His balance now stood at 21,600. Buzz Chen Yi's figure flickered and vanished instantly, returning to the abyssal space. At the same time, the members of the Diamond Legion squad also returned to the space. As negative energy users, they had survived the planet's apocalypse. Though Zhou Tong and Xinka hadn't earned many points, becoming negative energy users was already a stroke of luck for them. Sunlight poured down warmly and brightly. Birds chirped, and flowers bloomed across the vibrant earth. Leah looked up at the sky, where two faint moons lingered. She smiled softly and whispered, "Goodbye, uncle." As a reward, Chen Yi gifted the 100 derived results of the deep equation to both Leah and Ackerman. He sent Leah to a peaceful planet, while Ackerman was transported to a war-torn world, the very place he had always longed for. Chen Yi stood at the entrance of the return portal, gazing at the virtual interface before him. His finger hovered momentarily before pressing the confirmation button. Behind him, the empty enhancement chamber remained silent and still. Outwardly, Chen Yi appeared calm, but his inner thoughts were far from composed. The mission world had not yielded the results he had hoped for. No special equipment or items to speak of. After the mission ended, he returned to the void space immediately, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, this emotion was short-lived, soon replaced by a stronger determination. Points she needed to accumulate more points. On his ability panel, both his Starling and Hyperburst upgrades remained stagnant. While his Starling ability had reached LV-18, it was still far from its peak. Hyperburst, stuck at LV-11, left Chen Yi acutely aware of its untapped potential. Each upgrade required a massive amount of points, a fact he found frustrating. Points were unlike the currency of the space. They couldn't be traded or easily acquired. They were incredibly precious, and any misstep in their allocation would be irreversible. Resolving to focus on his most critical abilities, Chen Yi decided to save his points and use them strategically. He halted his steps, narrowing his eyes in contemplation as he planned his next move. The void space was not overly harsh. Failing a mission did not equate to death. However, the consequences of failure were real. Advanced missions carried a higher failure rate compared to anchored missions, and failing once would reduce the points earned within the mission. Although failure didn't mean the end, it significantly increased the difficulty of future successes. Chen Yi shifted his gaze into the distance, his thoughts turning to the impending advanced mission. From what he could recall, he had already completed 3 anchored missions: the zombie world, the star beast world, and the negative energy world. Each mission had contributed to his growth. Though he hadn't gained many tangible rewards from these worlds, he wasn't overly greedy. For him, every mission was a test, and the real challenge lay ahead in the upcoming advanced mission. Returning to the present, Chen Yi's eyes fell on the Xiaohua boutique shop nearby. Business there had always been slow. Almost every time he passed by, the store was empty except for Lin Xiaohua, who would lean casually by the door, watching the noisy crowd around her or playing on the ticket machine. Despite the lack of customers, Lin Xiaohua didn't seem in any rush to change things. Occasionally, 1 or 2 customers would enter, and she would enjoy the tranquility in her own way. Recently, the shop had seen a slight uptick in business, giving Lin Xiaohua brief reprieve from her worries and allowing her to savor life's small joys. However, Chen Yi knew all too well that beneath the surface of this calm exterior, a real crisis was quietly approaching. The arrival of the advanced mission was no longer a distant matter. When Lin Xiaohua saw Chen Yi approaching, she was momentarily stunned before quickly putting on her most professional and enthusiastic smile. "Boss," she began, but before she could finish, Chen Yi gave her a faint nod and walked straight to the lottery machine in the corner. Lin Xiaohua's smile froze instantly, and she silently stepped aside to join the onlookers. Chen Yi's unregistered asset card still had over 2 million on it. With some rare free time, he decided to indulge in a bit of entertainment, one of his few leisure activities. Wang Kai, lying on top of the lottery machine, seemed uninterested in this kind of game and lazily turned over to continue napping. Chen Yi swiped his asset card on the machine. With a beep, 10,000 yuan vanished in an instant. The lottery machine's pointer began to spin wildly, jumping back and forth between the numbers 1 to 10. At that moment, a familiar-looking man approached excitedly and greeted him. "Hey buddy, after you left last time, I hit the jackpot." Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yi thought to himself that as long as he didn't end up with the worst results, it would already be a win. The lottery machine made a whirring sound as the pointer came to a halt on the second-tier number. A second-tier lottery ticket with an alluring green glow slowly emerged, and the man immediately cheered. What a lucky start! Encouraged, Chen Yi went for a 10-ticket draw. However, the machine seemed to mock his confidence, spitting out 10 blindingly white first-tier tickets in a row. Unfazed, Chen Yi immediately went for a 30-ticket draw, only to be met with the same resultant unbroken streak of white tickets. Boss, don't lose control. Lin Xiao was stomped her feet anxiously on the side. But Chen Yi remained calm, treating the tens of thousands as merely an appetizer. Another 10-ticket draw followed. The first 9 tickets were still white, but the 10th suddenly emitted a faint blue glow, a third-tier ticket. The crowd erupted in excitement. Motivated by this, Chen Yi tried a single draw, only to get another white ticket. By this point, he had spent 520,000 yuan, leaving his balance at exactly 2 million. Taking a deep breath, he went all in with a 90-ticket draw. The lottery machine roared continuously, spewing out white tickets like snowflakes, occasionally interspersed with a few green second-tier tickets. Suddenly, the pointer stopped on the 4th-tier number. A 4th-tier ticket radiating a mysterious purple light emerged slowly. Even Chen Yi couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. 4th tier, that's the big prize. The man was so excited he started waving his arms wildly. This is the first time I've ever seen a 4th-tier ticket. Chen Yi looked at the hard-earned purple ticket, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Looks like my luck has finally turned around. Chen Yi initially planned to keep 1 million in his account, hoping that the final 10 draws might yield something good. Unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot on the 90th draw. A tier 4 ticket. Golden light burst forth from the ticket machine, illuminating Chen Yi's delighted face. This shimmering golden card could instantly upgrade any tier 1 to tier 3 equipment, item, or pet to tier 4, a testament to the ticket's incredible value. Chen Yi's fingers trembled slightly. On the market, tier 4 equipment and items start at a base value of 1 million, with the more powerful and rare ones priced even higher. Top-tier tier 4 equipment could rival tier 5 in value, easily exceeding tens of millions. By using this ticket on a strong low-tier item, he could immediately obtain a top-tier tier 4 piece. While it might not fetch tens of millions, its value in the millions was a certainty. With just this one tier 4 ticket, Chen Yi had already recouped all his previous investments, and that was without factoring in the value of the other tickets he had collected. The crowd around him erupted in excitement. Tier 1 tickets were the most common, and tier 2 or tier 3 tickets occasionally appeared, but this was the first time these gamblers had ever seen a tier 4 ticket in person. Everyone was thrilled. Hey man, are you selling that tier 4 ticket? An eager stranger pushed forward, greed flashing in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, another man shouted, shoving the stranger aside. He turned to Chen Yi and said earnestly, Brother, you absolutely have to keep this for yourself. It's a once-in-a-lifetime find. For many adventurers in the abyss, replacing outdated equipment and items was a constant challenge. As their strength grew, weaker gear naturally became obsolete. But with high-tier tickets, this issue could be resolved. Powerful equipment and items were lifelines, and selling them for cash was, in most cases, a foolish move. Chen Yi nodded gratefully at the man. I have no intention of selling it. He glanced at his account balance and decided to do one last 10 draw on the ticket machine. His balance now stood at an even million, which was oddly satisfying to see. Boom, boom, boom. Whir. The ticket machine emitted a series of sounds. Having already landed the big prize with the first 90 draws, Chen Yi had no expectations for these final 10. But surprises often came when least expected. Brother, you hit the jackpot again, the man beside him suddenly shouted. Chen Yi looked closer. Among the final 10 draws was a tier 3 ticket, while the remaining 9 were tier 1 tickets. Together, they formed a picture of a blue sky with white clouds. He carefully counted his tickets. Including the ones from earlier, he now had 148 tier 1 tickets, 9 tier 2 tickets, 3 tier 3 tickets, and, of course, the prize tier 4 ticket. 10 lower tier tickets could be exchanged for 1 ticket of the next tier. Systematically, Chen Yi fed the lower tier tickets into the machine, converting them into higher tier ones. The onlookers stared in awe, their mouths practically watering. This guy is seriously loaded, someone whispered. Most adventurers in the abyss lived in perpetual poverty. Equipment, items, abilities, pets, everything required endless spending, leaving little room for savings. After completing the exchanges, Chen Yi was left with 8 tier 1 tickets, 3 tier 2 tickets, 5 tier 3 tickets, and 1 tier 4 ticket. Even without the tier 4 ticket, the value of just the 5 tier 3 tickets alone far exceeded his initial investment. It was all thanks to a stroke of good luck this time. In his previous attempt, he hadn't managed to pull even 1 tier 3 ticket. The only one he had was obtained through exchanges. After a bit of fun, Chen Yi decided to stop. He was rational and had strong self-control. The tickets would undoubtedly come in handy in the future. He had no equipment or tools of his own, but all of these could be used on Wonkai. Chen Yi understood this principle, while making Wonkai stronger was equivalent to making himself stronger. The return on this investment far surpassed any equipment. The moment he returned to the blue star universe, the frozen flow of time resumed, and the spatial crystal in his portable space regained its functionality. Chen Yi stood amidst the vast cosmos, watching as a migrant spaceship slowly ascended from Blue Star, heading toward the Mars colony base. Human civilization had been rebuilt. He no longer needed to accelerate the time-space of Blue Star. Opening the beacon marketplace, he saw his balance of 200,000 points was nearly depleted. It was time to earn more. Although his sensory range had now expanded to an astounding 20,000 light-years, his detection range for beacon holders remained limited to 5 light-years. This limitation was quite reasonable. If the strong could sense beacon holders across the entire universe, it would no longer be an arena but a field ripe for indiscriminate exploitation. Having already swept through beacon holders within a 100 light-year radius, he now had to venture farther. Using Blue Star as the center, Chen Yi began a massive sweep across a 1,000 light-year range. Points poured in like a tidal wave: 5,000, 7,000, 40,000, 100,000. The number of beacon holders in the Milky Way was indeed significant, but those who truly possessed planet-destroying fourth-tier strength were exceedingly rare. Even among fourth-tiers, the disparity in power was immense. Chen Yi's destructive force was now measured in light-years, and to him, the stars were little more than playthings. Half a month flew by, and his points had accumulated to 11.42 million, enough to purchase a fifth-tier information-related item. Yet Chen Yi did not stop there. He still had ample time left in the remaining half-month. Wherever his thoughts reached, beacon holders were instantly reduced to fundamental particles, not even leaving behind a trace of blood mist. Occasionally, a fourth-tier powerhouse would appear, but their planetary destruction capabilities paled in comparison to his. Ultimately, they all became nothing more than cold numbers in his points tally. When his points surged to 34 million, Chen Yi's hunting range had extended to over 2,000 light-years. At that moment, a peculiar celestial fragment near the 20,000 light-year boundary caught his attention. It radiated a powerful and familiar stellar energy, the remnants of star spirit power. This discovery made him pause. This universe held traces of star spirit life forms. Such a strong energy residue could only have resulted from an epic battle. With no warning from his danger sense, Chen Yi used the stellar energy to instantly teleport 20,000 light-years. Before him lay an expansive band of celestial debris, countless fragments of planets and stars drifting in space, gravitationally bound to form a magnificent field of ruins. Various cosmic species and spacecraft moved through the area like treasure hunters scouring the ruins for gold. Chen Yi landed on a planetary fragment and gazed down at a stone monument etched with mysterious inscriptions. Using his ability to hear the voice of all things, he began to decipher the story these remnants of civilization wished to tell. The remnants of a violent energy filled the area, as if every particle was whispering to Chen Yi about the lingering traces of events long past. Through these energy fluctuations, he discerned several critical pieces of information: the Devourer Dragon, the Void Race, and negative energy life forms. These traces revealed a staggering truth. Approximately 5 billion years ago, in the distant depths of the cosmos, a cataclysmic battle had erupted. Numerous races had taken part, united against a common foe, the star spirits. This revelation sent a chill through Chen Yi's heart. He was reminded of the star beast world, where his identity as a star spirit had driven the cosmic powers to the extreme, willing to destroy an entire galaxy to target him. Yet now, the situation was even more perplexing. Was this a personal vendetta between a particular star spirit and certain races, or had the entire star spirit race been universally reviled in this universe? More importantly, what was the root cause of such hostility? Through his perception of the whispers of all things, Chen Yi realized that the ruins before him were not the main battlefield of that ancient war. Instead, they were remnants that had drifted through space for billions of years after being caught in the battle's aftermath, eventually captured by the gravitational pull of the Milky Way. As he pondered, a unique life form appeared amidst the debris. It was a young girl, floating silently in the vastness of space. Her face occasionally revealed purple markings, and energy tendrils resembling tree roots extended from her back, vanishing into the void itself, a defining trait of the Void Race. As one of the dominant forces in the Blue Star universe, the Void Race possessed unparalleled advantages. They could draw limitless energy directly from the void. In their philosophy, everything, including the universe itself, originated from the void. Suddenly, the girl seemed to sense something and turned her gaze toward a fragment of celestial debris. Her eyes pierced through the vast expanse of stars, locking onto a life form. When she realized the other was also a beacon holder, her face lit up with a delighted smile. In the next instant, the void tendrils behind her flared, unleashing a violent beam of energy. Every fragment of celestial debris in its path was reduced to dust. When the energy struck the target planetary fragment, the resulting shockwave warped the surrounding space, stirring up clouds of energy particles. Chen Yi looked up as the purple light consumed his entire field of vision. The planetary fragment beneath his feet disintegrated into cosmic dust in an instant. The surge of energy enveloped him completely. Still alive? The Void Race girl gazed anxiously around her, her heart racing. She hadn't received any notifications from the Beacon Mall and was beginning to think that Chen Yi had abandoned her. Suddenly, a figure surged through the energy blast like a sword slicing through light, reaching her in an instant. A tremendous oppressive force enveloped her, causing her expression to shift dramatically as panic overtook her. Before she could react, Chen Yi grabbed her face and slammed her fiercely into a nearby planet. Boom! The planet shattered into countless fragments within moments. Chen Yi refrained from using the power of the Starborn to confront his opponent, preferring not to reveal his identity. The strength of the plank membrane lifeform was formidable enough. The Void Race girl hadn't expected Chen Yi to be this powerful. She was thrown into disarray from the first blow. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a formidable opponent. On the other hand, Chen Yi found it somewhat surprising. By the standards of the ruined space, this girl was a fourth-tier powerhouse, considered mid-level strength. She could easily destroy planets, with a destructive radius measured in light years. Yet, unfortunately for her, she was still no match for Chen Yi. In terms of normal combat strength alone, Chen Yi was at the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Taking down this Void Race girl was as effortless for Chen Yi as crushing an ant. At the moment, he wasn't particularly interested in collecting points, but he didn't mind dealing with a beacon that delivered itself to him. The intense pain coursing through the girl's nerves strangely ignited a long-lost sense of excitement and adrenaline within her. With a surge of exhilaration, she asked Chen Yi, "What's your name?" Chen Yi remained silent and responded with a single punch, obliterating her. A flash of purple energy rippled briefly before vanishing without a trace. The Void Race girl's voice echoed faintly in Chen Yi's mind. "Looks like I got lucky finding such a worthy opponent." The points were credited 550,000 points added to his balance, now totaling 3,455,000. Was she really dead just like that? Chen Yi was taken aback. He had expected the girl to have some kind of trump card. The Void Race girl was defeated? The nearby onlookers, a mix of various cosmic beings, felt chills run down their spines and hurriedly distanced themselves from Chen Yi. His combat prowess was clearly terrifying. After all, she was from the Void Race. At that moment, Chen Yi sensed an unusually familiar and harmonious energy. Turning his head, he spotted a young man with black hair. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. A Starborn? A Starborn? Psychic energy waves intertwined, and the two instantly confirmed each other's identities. Starborns were highly sensitive to energy. While they might be able to hide from others, they could never conceal themselves from their own kind. The young man's face lit up with uncontrollable joy, as if he had just found a long-lost companion. He rushed forward excitedly, shouting, "Brother, one of us, bam!" Chen Yi sent the overly enthusiastic young man flying with a single kick, accompanied by a startled cry. He wasn't great at handling such overwhelming enthusiasm and thought to himself, "Sure, we're the same kind, but why the need to pounce on me?" Boom. The young man crashed into a fragment of a nearby shattered planet, but remained completely unharmed. In an instant, he teleported back to Chen Yi, grinning from ear to ear. "Haha, can't blame me for being excited. Meeting a living Starborn is practically a miracle." "A living Starborn?" Chen Yi caught onto the key phrase and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Exactly what it sounds like," the young man replied, his excitement undiminished. Despite being strangers, he acted as if they were lifelong friends, completely disregarding any sense of formality or distance. Patting his chest confidently, he said, "From the looks of it, you must have only recently awakened as a Starborn. Don't worry, I've got your back. We'll roam the universe together, just the two of us." Chen Yi, however, was more interested in understanding the Starborn's situation in this universe. Fortunately, this young man seemed to know something about it, certainly more than Chen Yi did. He asked, "What's the situation of the Starborn in this universe?" The young Gamma stood tall before Chen Yi, his posture upright, and his eyes shimmering with the ancient light of distant stars. He began to recount his origins slowly. "I was born in a galaxy 300 million light-years away from the Milky Way. By Earth's reckoning, I'm just over 10,000 years old, which still makes me quite young among the Starlight clan." There was a trace of pride in his voice. "I came into existence during a gamma-ray burst, a force powerful enough to obliterate everything within hundreds of thousands of light-years. That's why I named myself Gamma." Listening to this, Chen Yi couldn't help but compare his own lifespan of less than a century. In Gamma's eyes, he must seem like a newborn. Gamma seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled faintly. "Compared to me, you haven't even reached 100 years among the Starlight clan. You're still just an infant." After the self-introduction, Gamma's expression turned serious as he addressed Chen Yi's greatest concern directly. The Starlight Clan was indeed regarded as the ultimate enemy by the entire universe. His gaze grew distant, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space. Over the past 10,000 years, I've roamed the universe, encountered countless civilizations, explored numerous starlight relics, and faced relentless pursuit from various cosmic forces. He sighed. But at least I've finally figured out the Starlight Clan's position in this universe. Chen Yi frowned and asked, "What's the specific reason? If the Starlight Clan is seen as the enemy of the entire universe, there must be an explanation." Gamma didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pointed to the debris field in front of them, where remnants of war floated amidst the void. "Battlefields like this are scattered across the universe," he said in a low voice. "I've traversed countless ones to finally piece together the truth. Around 5 billion years ago, an unprecedented, cataclysmic war erupted in this universe. To be precise, it wasn't just this universe, it was a colossal war spanning countless universes and countless worlds, and this universe was caught in the crossfire. So the Starlight Clan was drawn into the war and became the enemy of the universe." Chen Yi asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Gamma suddenly straightened, and an unusual pride appeared on his face. "No, the Starlight Clan wasn't dragged into the war," he said, his voice rising slightly. "The Starlight Clan started the war." Chen Yi was stunned. Gamma continued to explain. "There wasn't any particularly special reason for the war. The Starlight Clan simply sought to conquer countless universes and countless worlds. They were convinced they had the power to overthrow every civilization and race across the cosmos. So they launched a conquest against innumerable universes and their myriad civilizations and species without hesitation." Gamma's tone carried a mix of emotions. The outcome, as you can imagine, was defeat. The Starlight Clan lost. Chen Yi finally understood why the Starlight Clan was so universally despised. He pondered aloud. The Beast Star world was most likely one of the victims of that war, which explains why, even after billions of years, they still harbor such deep hatred. To be fair, Chen Yi admitted, for the Starlight Clan to have initiated a war that spanned countless universes, they must have been an unimaginably powerful force at their peak. Despite the grim reality of being hunted across the universe, Gamma's face still showed pride in his race. After all, to stand against countless universes and civilizations with just our own power, that's a level of strength that's nothing short of extraordinary. After learning about the actions of the Starlight Clan, Chen Yi could only conclude that their downfall was self-inflicted. Although he possessed the power of the Starlight Clan, he had never considered himself part of their race. To him, it was merely an ability, one that could potentially be stripped away someday. He didn't believe being a Starlight made him inherently guilty, though he couldn't help but feel a bit unlucky. He resolved in his heart, if anyone came after him, he would fight back without hesitation. Reflecting on his experiences in the Beast Star world, Chen Yi realized that shortly after becoming a Starlight, he had already been detected by cosmic forces and subjected to precise attacks. Now, everything made sense. Decades may seem like an eternity, but on a cosmic scale, the reaction speed of the Star Beast world was astonishingly swift. The newborn star spirits were utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocious annihilation strikes. Just as they came into existence, they were hunted down and obliterated by pursuing cosmic races before they could even grow. Even if, by some stroke of luck, they managed to defeat their enemies, the subsequent waves of destruction would almost certainly ensure their demise. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a heavy sense of unease. If the Blue Star universe had a similar mechanism of annihilation in place, how could he prepare himself? After all, since becoming a star spirit, he had only been in the Blue Star universe for less than 2 months. In such a short time, he had no way of knowing if the Blue Star universe had already set a trap targeting star spirits. Gamma gave a faint smile and, after a moment of thought, replied, "Perhaps it's because I run fast enough. I've never encountered galaxy-destroying strikes, but those star spirit hunters they never stop hounding me." Chen Yi noticed a flicker of wariness in Gamma's eyes. "It seems you've been prepared for this for a while." Gamma nodded, his gaze turning grave. "That kid has a heightened sense of caution. Ever since he learned he's become the enemy of the universe, he never stays in one place for too long. And with the help of the beacon, his growth is astonishingly rapid, and his strength is terrifying. Each time, he manages to escape the pursuit of the star spirit hunters, which is the only reason he's still alive today." The starting point for star spirits was indeed extraordinary. The moment they were born, they possessed the power to destroy stars, leaving most cosmic races unable to compete. Moreover, star spirits could teleport through the star force ocean, moving at incomprehensible speeds. Over the years, Gamma had attempted to track other star spirits, but the star spirit hunters were always far faster, ultimately annihilating the star spirits before they could mature. What about the strength of these star spirit hunters? Chen Yi asked curiously. Gamma pondered for a moment before replying calmly. They vary in strength, but one thing's for sure, theory always stronger than their target star spirit. If it weren't for the beacon I was fortunate enough to obtain, I'd be dead by now. Before Gamma could finish speaking, his expression suddenly tightened, and he urged with urgency, "We need to leave now. You've lingered in the Milky Way for too long. The star spirit hunters could show up at any moment, and if they do, we're in serious trouble." As soon as the words left his mouth, an immense wave of energy swept across the Milky Way, rippling outward like a stone dropped into a pond. A suffocating aura descended abruptly. Gamma felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Yi keenly sensed the change. Gazing toward the galactic center, his danger instincts quietly activated. He took a deep breath, a flicker of alarm flashing in his eyes. "It seems they're here." Gamma's heart sank, his expression turning deeply serious. "We can't outrun this." Nearly 20,000 light-years away in the galactic center, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, pulling the entire galaxy's celestial bodies into motion. At the center of a massive black hole, a quantum foam region emerged. Quantum fluctuations formed wormholes, creating passageways for advanced civilizations and life forms. Ordinary civilizations and beings could not utilize such pathways. Even a small mistake would result in their destruction. Those capable of traversing in this manner were undoubtedly among the strongest of the strong. "It's over." Gamma's heart trembled. Despite his efforts to remain calm, the overwhelming pressure drained the color from his face. His voice carried a hint of astonishment. "They're deploying such high-level measures against us." Chen Yi's sharp gaze narrowed as he softly calculated. The intruder must possess a power level of at least tier 5 or higher. The specifics are unclear for now, but I'm not entirely without a chance. However, before he could finish speaking, an intense energy fluctuation shattered the spatial barrier, sweeping across countless celestial bodies and shaking the entire Milky Way. The scattered inhabitants of the universe in the fragmented zone were rendered immobile, paralyzed by fear. Their strength was no match for the overwhelming force, leaving them to struggle in vain before being consumed by an endless radiance. Boom! A dazzling beam of light erupted from the galactic center, obliterating everything in its path as it surged toward the fragmented zone, erasing it entirely. The sheer power of the attack was like a sword, piercing through half the Milky Way. Celestial bodies spanning tens of thousands of light years were reduced to dust in an instant, leaving behind an expansive void of emptiness. If there had been any doubt before, it was now certain the enemy from the galactic center had come specifically for Chen Yi and his group. The Star Spirit Hunter was on their trail. In the vast emptiness of space, a terrifying attack tore through the Milky Way, hurtling straight toward them. Gamma's eyes widened in horror, his body frozen in place, nearly scared out of his wits. Yet the anticipated destruction never came. To his astonishment, he realized he was unharmed. An invisible barrier had materialized in front of him, completely neutralizing the attack that could have obliterated an entire star system. In disbelief, Gamma turned to look at Chen Yi, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. By all accounts, Chen Yi's power should have been on par with his own, so how could he possibly block such a monstrous attack? Regardless, Gamma was overjoyed to have narrowly escaped death, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Hey, man," Gamma started to speak. "Keep your distance. If a fight breaks out, I can't promise I'll be able to protect you." Chen Yi interrupted, his tone heavy with seriousness. "Got it," Gamma responded without hesitation, quickly retreating from the galactic center, eager to avoid becoming a liability on the battlefield. In truth, Chen Yi could not have withstood that devastating blow in his normal state. The 30-day cooldown for his critical breakthrough had not yet elapsed, preventing him from ascending to the 5th tier for combat. But that didn't mean he was helpless. In this authentic universe, he could now harness the energy stored within the time-space crystal. The frozen time-space created by this energy possessed an absolutely impenetrable defense, far surpassing any conventional physical defense. No attack could shatter the frozen time-space unless the opponent had the power to destroy or manipulate time itself. Even among 5th-tier beings, Chen Yi doubted anyone had such capabilities. Buzz! A towering figure emerged from the black hole at the galactic center, striding through the cosmic void. Its presence alone caused nearby celestial bodies to disintegrate. The being's body was pure white, flawless, with sharp, angular features that resembled a meticulously sculpted divine statue. A radiant halo hovered behind it, exuding a sacred brilliance. Vast energy swirled around it, flickering ominously, and its oppressive aura sealed the entire Milky Way in an unrelenting grip. A message resonated in Chen Yi's mind through an energy wave. "Sinner, resistance is futile." Though Chen Yi's aura was no match for the being's overwhelming presence, the time-space energy surrounding him granted him an unbreakable defense, leaving him unfazed. "Spare me the pointless talk," Chen Yi replied coldly. Buzz! An invisible wave of time-space energy swept out, instantly freezing the divine being in place, rendering it completely immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi teleported directly in front of his opponent, gathering immense star force into his fist and unleashing a devastating blow at the speed of light. Boom. The punch landed squarely, sending the divine being hurtling backward. The colossal force smashed into its body, yet its defense remained intact. Even so, the attack clearly caught it off guard. It had not anticipated such a powerful strike. Frozen within the time-space energy, the divine being could not be harmed. Chen Yi had to release the time-space freeze at the precise moment of impact, allowing the being to regain consciousness and, thus experience the full force of the blow. Realizing that this star spirit was more formidable than expected, the divine being stopped holding back. It unleashed a blinding surge of energy, intending to annihilate both Chen Yi and Gamma, along with the entire Milky Way. But, buzz, the time-space energy swept across once more, forcibly interrupting the divine being's attack. As it regained consciousness, it was met yet again with Chen Yi's powerful strike. Its body was launched at light speed, crashing straight through a star and emerging on the other side. Boom. The star erupted, flooding the cosmos with a blinding explosion of light. The divine entity abruptly halted its movement, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what was happening. His brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes shimmered with confusion. He was certain that Chen Yi possessed some unique ability, but he couldn't determine what it was. A futile resistance, the divine entity said coldly, swiftly conjuring layer upon layer of energy barriers. Each layer radiated a distinct hue, combining to form an indestructible defensive network. Simultaneously, he began gathering destructive energy within the barriers, still intent on obliterating the entire galaxy. Though he couldn't discern Chen Yi's special ability, the divine entity quickly realized one crucial detail. After their two exchanges, Chen Yi couldn't break through his defenses. That alone was sufficient. The gap in power between them was immense, a disparity no mere ability could bridge. A faint smirk appeared on the divine entity's lips. He couldn't believe these two star spirits could withstand an attack capable of annihilating the galaxy. Boom. Chen Yi's fist slammed into the divine entity's energy barrier, producing a deafening explosion. However, it failed to leave even the slightest mark. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened, and he immediately utilized his spatial temporal energy to freeze the divine entity in place once again. There were two possible methods to deal with this. The simplest was to banish the divine entity into the Planck membrane, or to destroy him outright with overwhelming power. Compared to banishment, Chen Yi decided to eliminate him. Letting enemies go was not his style. In truth, the divine entity had grossly underestimated Chen Yi's strength. Not only did Chen Yi possess the ability to break through his defenses, but his power extended far beyond that. Ability: Hyper Burst Level, LV11. Description: by concentrating all energy, unleash an attack with 10,000 times the power in an instant. Perfect. Time to test this move, Chen Yi muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, an energy far more majestic and terrifying than the divine entities erupted in the galaxy. The cosmos trembled as stellar energy within a radius of 20,000 light-years was drained in a single breath, leaving behind a massive energy vacuum. The radiance of the stars dimmed abruptly, as though devoured by an invisible force. Then boom. A surge of unparalleled, ferocious power erupted from Chen Yi. His body began to glow, first dark red, then a dazzling gold. Concentrating all his energy, he unleashed a devastating strike with 10,000 times the power, distorting and warping the space around him. The divine entity's layers of energy barriers were torn apart like paper in an instant, completely obliterated. Chen Yi threw a single punch. Where his fist landed, space itself shattered, and with absolute, overwhelming force, he annihilated the divine entity in an instant. In the final fleeting moment of consciousness, the divine entity's gathered energy was forcibly shattered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Such terrifying power. He murmured before his awareness plunged into eternal silence, and his form disintegrated into cosmic dust. That strike pierced through the galaxy. The immense star energy carved a vast fan-shaped impact zone through the galaxy. A third of the Milky Way, along with hundreds of billions of stars and countless planetary bodies, was reduced to fundamental particles, vanishing into nothingness. The terrifying power swept across the galaxy, even erasing the central black hole, before surging into the universe and dispersing into the boundless void, leaving behind a massive, shocking vacuum corridor. Holy Gamma, who had already retreated as far as possible, stood dumbfounded. If the galaxy hadn't been sealed, he would have fled even farther. Hovering in the distance, he stared at the enormous vacuum zone before him, stunned into silence as the residual violent stellar energy gradually subsided. The shock in his heart was beyond words. The destructive power of a battle of this scale was truly terrifying. Without a doubt, he knew this was Chen Yi's doing. The energy signature was unmistakably that of a star spirit. It seems this guy is way stronger than he thought, Gamma muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Did he actually take down the star spirit hunter? In reality, this level of destruction was the result of Chen Yi restraining his power as much as possible. If he had let it fully disperse, a mere galaxy with a radius of 50,000 light-years wouldn't have stood a chance. Even a galaxy 10 times its size would have been obliterated. Chen Yi's strength was already approaching the 5th tier, and a single full power strike with 10,000 times the force was far beyond what the divine entity could withstand. While the divine entity could destroy the galaxy, Chen Yi's strike utterly surpassed it, placing their destructive power on entirely different scales. System notifications kept flashing in Chen Yi's consciousness. Points earned, 1,500,000. Points earned, 80,000. Points earned, 4,000. Points earned, 18,000. Points earned, 200,000. The numbers accumulated rapidly. The divine life-formed first-tier 5 powerhouse to fall by his hand had contributed a staggering 1.5 million points as a beacon holder. Chen Yi stared at the figure, his brows furrowed. A tier 5 powerhouse was worth so little? It was laughably cheap. This only reinforced his belief that the beacon marketplace was designed to encourage harvesting. It rewarded the slaughter of countless lower-tier life forms with ease, while the risks of battling high-tier powerhouses far outweighed the meager rewards. Surely, other beings in the universe could see through this system. There must be some harvesting experts out there who have already grown unimaginably powerful. Chen Yi mused, his gaze sweeping over the ruins before him. He himself had been reaping within the Milky Way, albeit inefficiently, but the spoils of this particular battle had exceeded his expectations. His ultimate explosive strike had obliterated a third of the Milky Way, reducing countless beacon holders to dust. The beacon marketplace's points notifications refreshed so rapidly that they almost blinded him. The only thing that surprised Chen Yi was the fact that the divine life form had no means of resurrection and had perished so cleanly. Opening the beacon marketplace, Chen Yi saw his points balance displayed prominently, 400 million. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, seeing that string of zeros felt surreal. This is insane. 400 million, he muttered, his eyes glinting with disbelief. If he'd only suspected before, now he was certain the beacon system was a tool designed for harvesting. This amount was enough to purchase tier 6 items in the marketplace, and it was merely the reward for destroying a third of the Milky Way. Any tier 5 powerhouse could cause such devastation, and even powerful tier 4s could begin their harvesting journeys. Once the harvesting begins, even tier 4s and 5s can quickly gain tier 6 combat capabilities, Chen Yi contemplated. Does the beacon marketplace's balance system even exist? He couldn't comprehend this design, but the implications left him deeply shaken. Of course, he wasn't entirely sure if there were others in the universe recklessly destroying star systems to harvest beacons. If there were, his theory would be confirmed. After the battle, Gamma came trotting back, staring at the shattered Milky Way with wide eyes full of astonishment. Dude, you're insane. We should still have some time, right? Chen Yi asked, his gaze scanning the surrounding cosmic void. Probably, Gamma replied uncertainly. At least an hour or two, I'd say. You blew up the galactic core black hole, so the other star hunters can't catch up that quickly. Good, Chen Yi nodded. That gives us just enough time to fully absorb the Milky Way. The cosmic void quickly replenished the energy gap within a radius of 20,000 light-years. Thanks to his ability to extract zero-point energy directly from the vacuum and convert it into stellar energy, Chen Yi felt no weakness. In theory, he could unleash consecutive ultimate explosive strikes. Returning to the solar system, Chen Yi waved his hand, pulling the entire system along with all celestial bodies within a 1,000 light-year radius into his personal space. He casually created a small black hole and placed it at the center of the star cluster to mimic the galactic core black hole. Under the gravitational pull of the black hole, the stars within his personal space began to rotate slowly, resembling a miniature Milky Way. And then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Chen Yi's body as he suddenly appeared above the Milky Way. Countless streams of starlight surged toward him like a tidal wave, forming a massive vortex of energy around him, radiating power thousands of times stronger than before. Since the star spirit hunters are already targeting me, staying in the Milky Way is no longer an option, Chen Yi sneered coldly. In that case, I might as well cut the grass down to the roots. Boom. A blinding torrent of energy burst forth from his body, spreading out like an immense net that engulfed the entire Milky Way. Under this overwhelming force, countless stars and planets disintegrated instantly, reduced to their most fundamental particles, and scattered into the cosmos. The notification system immediately refreshed like a waterfall. Points gained, 3,000. Points gained, 10,000. Points gained, 50,000. Points gained, 110,000. Point balance, 1.1 billion. Gamma, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Although he had witnessed Chen Yi's destructive power multiple times, the sheer magnitude of this energy amplification left him in awe. As a mid to high-level 4th-tier warrior, Gamma himself could destroy celestial bodies spanning tens of thousands of light-years, but he had never dared to unleash star spirit energy on such a grand scale, fearing it would attract even more powerful star spirit hunters. This was also the reason his power had progressed so slowly. This is going to be trouble, Gamma thought to himself with a heavy sigh. The star spirit hunters chasing us next will undoubtedly be even strong enough to crush us outright. Even with his typically optimistic demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of despair in this moment. Let's go, Chen Yi said decisively, taking Gamma with him as he left. At the same time, he opened the beacon marketplace and began browsing. With 1.1 billion points, he could significantly elevate his power to the next level. Not long after, a spaceship arrived at the former location of the Milky Way. The crew stared in disbelief at the empty void of space. After repeatedly cross-checking the star charts and coordinates, the captain confirmed, this is definitely the Milky Way's location. But where did it go? Star Marks, with a crimson steel blade strapped to his waist, silently observed the void. It seemed they had arrived too late. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had already found the perfect item in the beacon marketplace, a top-tier 6th-tier artifact called Star Spirit. Origin Rebirth. Type: information-based. Description: a unique technique exclusive to Star Spirits, allowing the creation of a personal origin core. As long as the core remains intact, the user can resurrect indefinitely. Supplement: mental control is equivalent to death and will trigger the origin core. Price: 1 billion points. Perfect, Chen Yi murmured, immediately confirming the purchase. By hiding the origin core within the plank membrane, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to find it. Combined with the effects of death evolution, this was practically a game-breaking ability. Successfully purchased, Star Spirit. Origin Rebirth for 1 billion points. Point balance: 100 million. In an instant, the complete knowledge on crafting the origin core flooded into Chen Yi's mind. Before reaching the next star system, the 30-day rest period was nearing its end, and Chen Yi faced his first advancement mission. The moment he stepped into the Guizhou space, time in the blue star universe froze instantly. Chen Yi glanced around. This place was safer than anywhere else, making it the perfect location to create the core of origin. Taking a deep breath, he spread his hands before him. A low hum resonated as energy began to oscillate, and a brilliant blue light flowed from his fingertips, coalescing in midair. Chen Yi focused intently, intricately weaving his stellar force and psychic energy together in an extraordinarily complex manner. Gradually, intricate circuits began to form in the air. As the circuits extended, intersected, and overlapped, the light grew brighter. The surging stellar force sent ripples through the space, and the flowing blue psychic energy seemed to carry the mysteries of the universe. The circuits it formed resembled a star-studded night sky, grand and enigmatic. At a pivotal moment, all the circuits abruptly converged, as if an invisible hand had gathered them together. In an instant, they solidified into a crystalline form. Inside the crystal, the blue circuits shimmered intermittently, flowing endlessly. The core of origin is complete, Chen Yi murmured, gazing at the crystal in his hand with a faint smile. As long as this artifact remained intact, he would be virtually immortal. Even if he were reduced to nothingness or disintegrated to a state of pure information, he could instantly regenerate in full form. It was akin to a game-breaking cheat. Chen Yi pondered briefly, beginning to grasp why the Starling race dared to declare war on countless universes. With just this ability, they were already an immense challenge to confront. Carefully, he placed the core of origin into his personal storage space, contemplating whether it could still function across the vast distances between worlds. The safest approach, he thought, would be to hide it within the plank membrane once he arrived in the mission world and retrieve it only upon leaving. As for the upcoming advancement mission, Chen Yi had no intention of holding back his progression. His goal was clear: to complete the mission in one attempt and successfully advance to the second tier. Remaining at the first tier held no value for him. Meanwhile, another Guizhou participant, Zhou Tong, was feeling restless. In the negative energy world, he had become a negative energy being and had narrowly survived the apocalypse of his planet, propelling himself directly to the pinnacle of the first tier. By delving deeper into the realm of negative energy, his strength would soon reach the second tier in earnest. I should be fine, Zhou Tong muttered to himself, his fingers tapping incessantly on his knee. Though he had heard that advancement missions were far more dangerous than standard anchoring missions, his formidable strength within the first tier and his exceptional survival skills meant that, barring extreme bad luck, he was unlikely to perish. Not far away, another Guizhou participant with a scruffy beard was cursing loudly. Damn it, I'm doomed this time. He had emptied his savings to commission a master craftsman for a set of advanced gear to prepare for the mission, only to find that it wasn't ready yet. In the corner, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat silently in a high-tech suit of armor that emitted a faint glow. He meticulously inspected each component, saying nothing as he waited patiently for the mission to begin. The newer Guizhou participants, who had performed unremarkably in their first 3 anchoring missions, were visibly nervous, their anxiety mounting. In contrast, those who had joined established factions appeared more composed, their confidence bolstered by the backing of their groups. Finally, a spatial interface appeared simultaneously before Chen Yi, Zhou Tong, Xing Ku, and the other Guizhou participants from the same batch. The mission information scrolled across the screen. Mission type, advancement mission. Mission difficulty, first tier. With a faint crackle, Chen Yi's figure flickered and vanished. The batch of new Guizhou participants had officially embarked on their first advancement mission since entering the space. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with dark, oppressive clouds spreading across the heavens. The entire world was steeped in an eerie silence and desolation, the vast expanse of land barren and lifeless. Massive remnants of celestial bodies lay scattered along the horizon, their surfaces marred with jagged craters, resembling the remains of colossal corpses. A blood-red sun hung perpetually on the edge of the sky, casting an ominous crimson glow over the apocalyptic landscape. Chen Yi appeared out of thin air atop a crumbling ruin. He sharpened his senses, taking in the surrounding environment. The astral energy of this world was stagnant, as if frozen in place, unmoving. The air was thick with the stench of death, decay, and desolation, saturating every inch of space. It was as though life had long since abandoned this forsaken land. This world is beyond saving, Chen Yi concluded silently. This was not a world on the brink of death, it was a world that had already perished. Unlike the various cosmic mission worlds he had encountered before, this one existed in a form far more ancient, reminiscent of the mythological depiction of a flat earth beneath a domed sky. Even when he extended his perception to its furthest limits, he could not discern the boundaries of this vast realm. The stars that once adorned the heavens had now fallen to the endless earth below, leaving behind nothing but a void-like firmament. A mission interface materialized before his eyes. Advanced Mission Phase 1. The world of the end has been reduced to ruins, where the glory of civilization and myth is trapped in inescapable despair. Objective: locate a star seeker and grant them the release of death. Reward: 1,000 points. Chen Yi quickly reviewed his current status. Name: Chen Yi. Rank: Level 1. Points: 21,600. Abilities: Star Spirit LV-18, Planck Membrane Lifeform, Critical Breakthrough, Hyper Burst LV-11, Death Evolution. Items: Personal Space Galaxy, Codex of Gaia, Tyrant's Heart, Origin Core. The reward of 1,000 points far exceeded the typical few hundred points for a first-phase mission, suggesting that the targeted star seeker possessed formidable strength. However, this posed no significant challenge for Chen Yi. Despite the stagnant astral energy weakening the combat capabilities of his star spirit, he still had the Planck Membrane Lifeform as his trump card. With that thought, Chen Yi acted decisively. A rift opened in space, and he retrieved the Origin Core from his personal space, integrating it into the Planck membrane. As a construct imbued with the power of the void space, this equipment was naturally usable within the mission world. Immediately, a new interface appeared. Detected Target Terminal Plugin. Installation complete. Randomizing Upgrade Options. Random Option, Critical Breakthrough. Critical Breakthrough option loaded. The system listed 10 upgrade missions. With each successful elimination of a fallen god, the Critical Breakthrough ability would level up. This was the first time Chen Yi had encountered an opportunity to directly upgrade an existing ability, and the unexpected surprise brought a glimmer of excitement to his expression. With the added enhancement of his Voice of All Things ability, locating either the Star Seeker or the fallen gods would not be difficult. A faint smile played on Chen Yi's lips as he began scouring the lifeless wasteland for traces of his targets. This is a world that has already been destroyed. A shroud of deathly silence blankets the land, leaving everything lifeless and desolate. Humanity has nearly gone extinct, and the few remaining individuals can hardly be called alive. The crimson sun hangs eternally frozen at the moment of dusk, unmoving, as though even time itself has been consumed by this barren earth. Chen Yi stepped over the ruins of the broken landscape, his gaze falling upon an ancient stone wall. The wall bore carvings of this world's history, memories buried for millennia, yet still whispering their stories through the murmurs of the desolate land. Once, this was a world of star worship. The stars were not distant celestial bodies, but divine beings that governed all existence. On the earth below, countless followers prayed to these stars, harnessing the power of starlight to create a magnificent civilization. Humanity's boundless desires and unshakable faith manifested as gods, dwelling high above the heavens. Faith flourished to its zenith, and the stars became the unchallenged rulers of this world. But disaster struck without warning. The stars fell, their power vanishing like still water, and the faith that sustained the world crumbled in an instant. Humanity plunged into despair. The gods, embodiments of the stars' power, were not spared either. They were reduced to hollow shells, twisted and corrupted, becoming fallen deities in this hopeless world. The world had reached its end, and the ruins where Chen Yi now stood were the remnants of the Temple of the Stars. Despite the passage of millennia, the temple remained imposing, as if imbued with an aura of immortality. In the center of the plaza stood a silent statue, figure of an elder clad in a long robe. His entire being seemed to have endured endless flames, charred black, with skin cracked open to reveal a faint fiery glow within. The elder held a tattered book in his hands. Its yellowed pages fluttered gently in the wind. The whispers of the wind brushed against Chen Yi's ears, as if recounting the story of this elder scribe of the temple who had inscribed all of history onto the stone wall before him. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the silence. The elder, sensing the presence of another, opened his long, slumbering eyes. The charred skin on his body began to peel away, revealing even more decayed flesh beneath. He closed the book in his hands and fixed his lifeless gaze on Chen Yi. His hoarse voice, laden with despair, echoed in the still air. "Outsider, grant me release." The doctrine of the stars strictly forbade followers from taking their own lives. Death was to be determined by fate, whether by natural end or in battle. The elder no longer sought to live. He yearned for liberation. But that did not mean he would surrender without resistance. As soon as his words fell, an intense surge of star power erupted from his body, like a shattered star on the brink of collapse. Yet it all ended in an instant. With a single punch from Chen Yi, the elder's body disintegrated into ashes, scattering into the air and drifting away with the wind. The battle was over as quickly as it began. The elder was merely a common star devotee who had met his end at the world's conclusion. Only the strong could endure and survive in these wastelands. While the elder's strength was above average for a first-tier being, to Chen Yi, such a challenge was effortlessly trivial. The old man's book slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on it, a glimmer of certainty flashing in his eyes. That was the artifact he had been searching for. Slowly channeling his star power, the book levitated steadily, hovering midair. Soon after, the surrounding star energy began to stir violently. Its long-dormant power forcibly awakened, sweeping outward like a hurricane. On the ground, the star seekers were instantly obliterated by this overwhelming force, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. Buzz. A faint ripple spread through the air, followed by one artifact after another, teleporting rapidly through the ocean of star power to appear before Chen Yi. Scepters, badges, crowns, swords, countless artifacts encircled him, forming a resplendent halo of light, creating a breathtakingly magnificent scene. These artifacts, although dropped from the star seekers, could only be used to complete the task and could not be taken back to the space. A thought crossed Chen Yi's mind: if only these artifacts could be brought back, he would surely claim all the treasures of this world as his own. Meanwhile, in another ruin, the Abyss Seekers were preparing to ambush the Star Seekers in front of the temple. However, before they could act, the newly awakened Star Seekers disintegrated like fireworks, scattering into ashes and dust. The Abyss Seekers exchanged bewildered looks, utterly confused. Similar scenes unfolded across various ruins. The artifacts dropped by the Star Seekers vanished in an instant, as though swept away by some immense power. At the core of this phenomenon stood Chen Yi, his figure appearing precisely where the artifacts disappeared. Before long, boom, a blinding white light shot into the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Bathed in the radiant glow, Chen Yi stood amidst hundreds of artifacts, which connected to form a colossal star map, shining with intense brilliance. Normally, summoning the Star Guardians wouldn't be such a grand spectacle, but the sheer number of artifacts Chen Yi had collected made the gathered light particularly striking. The entire scene resembled a celestial descent, majestic and awe-inspiring. Dong! A deafening bell toll echoed, shaking the entire ruin. Charred ash rained from the sky like droplets, heralding the arrival of over 100 Star Guardians, each resembling the old man. They emerged in response to the summons. As the ash slowly flaked off their forms, it revealed cracked, rocky skeletons emanating a fiery red glow. Unlike the Star Seekers, these guardians were entirely composed of hardened stone. Though devoid of consciousness, they possessed unparalleled combat prowess. Holy crap! Damn it, run! A few Abyss Seekers, realizing the dire situation, were struck with terror and fled in panic. From afar, they saw the 100 Star Guardians descending from the sky with overwhelming force. In that moment, the battlefield's atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Each Guardian exuded an energy so formidable it instilled dread in all who sensed their combat strength was equivalent to that of a peak first-tier powerhouse, a terrifying level of power that was impossible to ignore. Clang! Swords were unsheathed, and the blades in the hands of the 100 Guardians simultaneously pointed at Chen Yi, launching a fierce assault. Despite the weakened state of his star power, Chen Yi, a peak fourth-tier powerhouse, faced the Guardians without fear. In an instant, boom! A ferocious blast of energy erupted, reducing the entire ruin to rubble in the blink of an eye. The earth-shaking energy wave whipped up a tempest, disintegrating everything in its path. Even the Star Guardians were swept away, obliterated by the overwhelming force. Advanced Task Phase 2 completed. Points earned, 3,000. Advanced Task Phase 3, The End of Days, the Eternal Twilight, the Altar of Stars dim and broken. Ignite the starry light of the altar and face the final trial. Task reward, 5,000 points. The second phase of the advanced task was completed with ease. Standing amidst the ruins, Chen Yi gazed at the fading light in the sky, contemplating his next move. He had initially thought the third phase would involve defeating multiple Star Guardians, but the reality seemed different. He furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent for a moment before deciding to set aside the advanced task for now. At this pace, he would soon complete the task and return to the abyssal space. However, his upgrade mission remained unfinished. The fallen god, there really aren't many clues, he murmured, a glint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. While progressing with his advanced task, Chen Yi was more focused on the critical breakthrough ability tied to his leveling mission. To what extent could this ability be upgraded? Would it extend the breakthrough duration or elevate the breakthrough stage? Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Through countless clues gathered across the land, Chen Yi had uncovered the truth. The gods resided high above in the heavens. According to ancient rules, gods would not easily manifest unless summoned by a Star Prayer's devotee. The current situation was even more unusual. The fallen god, formed from the remains of a deceased deity, also adhered to this rule. This was where the problem lay. Although Chen Yi had obtained fragments of rituals for summoning gods from various ruins, these rituals were either incomplete or restricted by the unyielding rule that non-Star Prayer's devotees cannot summon gods. His plan was straightforward: summon the fallen god first, then defeat it. Yet, the very first step had him stumped. Soon, Chen Yi came up with a way to break through the impasse. At dusk, under a blood-red sunset, he stood in a peculiar ruin. There were no temples or palaces here, only an open ground where a knight wielding a massive sword stood motionless. The knight, clad in jet black, full body armor, radiated an oppressive and deadly aura even in his dormant state. The silence of the ruins was broken by the crisp sound of footsteps. A man covered in mechanical modifications, a middle-aged figure with sharp features from the Nova Corps, approached the knight. This corps was the same faction to which the luminary of the Star Beast world, Shangguang, belonged. The slumbering knight awakened, hoisting his colossal sword onto his shoulder, and spoke. "Outsider, grant me release." The hum of the modified man's power core grew louder as he prepared to act, but time and space suddenly froze, immobilizing him on the spot. The knight turned in confusion toward Chen Yi, who had appeared without warning. Chen Yi got straight to the point. "I need to summon a god, but I require a significant number of Star Prayer's devotees. I hope to gain your assistance." "The gods have already fallen," the knight replied curtly. "I know," Chen Yi said calmly. "With your second-tier strength, dying in battle must be incredibly difficult. Help me summon the god, and I will grant you release." "It's a fair trade." The knight pondered briefly before nodding. "Deal." As a second-tier combatant, the knight had defeated countless first-tier voidwalkers who had sought to challenge him. Now, a clearly powerful individual capable of granting him release had appeared. The knight cared little about Chen Yi's reasons for summoning the fallen god. After all, Star Prayer's devotees served the stars, not the gods themselves. This knight was not the first Star Prayer's devotee Chen Yi had sought out. Through prior interactions with others, he had already pieced together the complete ritual process. The current challenge was to gather 10,000 Star Prayer's devotees and have them chant the holy words in unison to summon the fallen god. As time and space resumed their flow, the modified man stood in the now empty ruins, staring in silence. Where is everyone? Chen Yi's actions began to disrupt the progression tasks of other voidwalkers. More and more of them roamed the ruins in search of leads, only to find nothing. Frustrated, they cursed aloud. Gone again? Not a single Star Prayer's devotee to be found. During this time, members of the nearby legion had finished gathering. On a slightly desolate hill, 5 voidwalkers, clad in standard-issue gear and adorned with the emblem of the Nova Corps on their chests, stood vigilantly scanning their surroundings. One of the voidwalkers closed his eyes, focusing intently as he sensed the fluctuations of the world. Moments later, he abruptly opened them. The nearby star seekers are converging, seemingly to conduct some kind of ritual. I suggest we keep our distance. Why? A teammate asked. Instinct, the voidwalker replied curtly. Captain, what's your take? The captain, a young man dressed in a mage's robe, had his fingers adorned with glittering gemstone rings, each radiating a unique brilliance. One particular ring, a third-tier piece of equipment gifted by the Legion, bolstered his confidence. Let's go take a look, the robed youth said with a faint smirk. Who knows, we might get lucky. He then turned to the sensor and instructed, if you sense danger, retreat immediately. Understood. The team soon stealthily approached the outskirts of the ruins. The sight that greeted them made them gasp in shock. Thousands upon thousands of star seekers had gathered within the charred remains of the ruins. The sheer density of the crowd was overwhelming, sending a chill down even the mage captain's spine despite his third-tier equipment. Are they singing? They saw Chen Yi leading the star seekers and chanting sacred verses. The solemn melody echoed across the land, channeling stellar energy that surged toward the heavens. Suddenly, the sensor's expression shifted dramatically. Something's wrong. This is dangerous. Retreat now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the sky split open, revealing a massive portal. A dense, decaying aura poured out as ash-like particles rained down. From the portal emerged a withered hand, followed by a gaunt, skeletal figure cloaked in darkness. A god. There's summoning a god, the censor exclaimed, his pupils contracting in terror, his voice trembling. But just as the god was about to fully descend, a figure shot upward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Chen Yi, instead of retreating, charged forward with unparalleled speed and ferocity, slamming the deity back into the portal before it could fully manifest. All that remained was his resolute silhouette disappearing into the sky above. Impressive. Chen Yi gazed at the descending god of despair in the sky and quickly assessed the situation. As someone who had previously fought against fifth-tier powerhouses, he could clearly recognize that the god before him was only at the fourth tier, far from reaching the fifth-tier level. This realization led him to strike, without hesitation. The celestial gateway in the sky silently closed and vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the black ash drifting down served as a grim reminder of the events that had just unfolded. The Goeishu wanderers exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts gripped with shock. What the hell just happened? Who the hell is that strong? The censor of the supernova squad stammered as he revealed the truth. Fourth tier. The god that descended was at the fourth tier level. This statement sent chills down the spine of the young mage and the team, while the other members were filled with lingering fear. If that god hadn't been forced back into the gateway, their fate would have been worse than ants crushed underfoot. The Starlight Seekers fell silent, suddenly realizing that Chen Yi seemed to have forgotten about dealing with them. They collectively turned their wary gazes toward the Goeishu wanderers observing the ruins, causing those wanderers to feel a chill run down their spines. Damn it, run! A panicked shout shattered the silence, and the Goeishu wanderers scattered in fear. Despite their desire to complete their mission, the sheer number of Starlight Seekers, over 10,000, forced them to retreat. High above, the battle between Chen Yi and the god of despair had reached a fever pitch. Amid the deafening clash, Chen Yi seized the head of this once proud god and slammed it into the divine dwelling, shattering large sections of the palace. This holy residence, constructed from the fantasies and star energy of the Starlight Seekers, was reduced to ruins in an instant. Though the god of despair was a deity, it had long lost its wisdom and consciousness, driven only by an instinctual desire to die in battle. When it attempted to gather star energy for a counterattack, Chen Yi ruthlessly tore off its withered, charred arm. A god? So weak. Chen Yi sneered with disdain as his immense strength crushed the head of the god of pride. Among fourth-tier powerhouses, Chen Yi's combat prowess was nearly unmatched. A system notification appeared. Upgrade Quest 1, completed. Critical Breakthrough option, unlocked. Critical Breakthrough, LV1. Ability description, allows you to overdraw the power of the next 30 days for 2 minutes, temporarily reaching the peak of the 6th tier. From the rubble, Wang Kai poked its head out, shaking it repeatedly at Chen Yi's suggestion of dealing with the god's corpse. It made it clear that it only consumed exotic beasts and had no interest in such beings. What a waste. Chen Yi sighed in regret as the body of the god of pride disintegrated into black ash. Suddenly, a glowing orb emerged from the dissipating remains. Finally, loot. Chen Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Chen Yi obtained a special item, the power of the stars, arrogance. It was a mysterious star chart embedded with 12 stars. With the fall of the god of arrogance, one of the stars began to glimmer, while the other 11 remained dim and lifeless. After storing the star chart in his personal space, Chen Yi turned his attention to the pile of black ash left behind by the god of arrogance. A startling thought crossed his mind: these so-called deities were in fact star spirits. The end of this entire world might very well have been caused by a single entity wiping out a group of star spirits. This realization made Chen Yi reflect on the plight of star spirits across various worlds. The consequences of the sins committed by their predecessors now had to be borne by the newly born star spirits. At that moment, the sky trembled violently, and 11 brilliant beams of starlight shot into the heavens. The remaining gods of despair had finally revealed themselves. Before Chen Yi could react, a magnificent arrow pierced through his body. The nearly causality-defying strike killed him instantly. But for Chen Yi, death was merely the beginning of rebirth. His body dissolved into an unknown substance before reassembling itself. The power gained from death evolution pushed him to the threshold of the 5th tier, and his star spirit level rose to LV 18.1. In the distance, the figures of the 11 gods of despair grew clearer, and 3 of them exuded the terrifying aura of 5th-tier powerhouses. Chen Yi finally confirmed that these deities were indeed star spirits. His blood boiled with excitement today. He would achieve the seemingly impossible feat of taking on all 12 of them. Chen Yi transformed into a beam of light and charged toward the gods. However, a female deity's arrow once again found its mark with precision. This was followed by a blood-red spear piercing his heart, a torrential downpour of star-powered lightning, and a golden war chariot hurtling toward him. Chen Yi fell once more, only to resurrect again, his star spirit level increasing to LV 18.2. He remained undeterred, summoning an immense force of starlight and launching a powerful punch at the enemy ranks. The condensed star power erupted at his command, instantly reducing a fourth-tier deity to dust. Yet there was no time to catch his breath as another causality-defying arrow pinned him midair. The golden war chariot roared as it crushed him underfoot. Without the aid of temporal crystals or tapping into an overdrive of his powers, the gap between Chen Yi and the fifth-tier beings remained insurmountable. But each death only served to strengthen him further. With every cycle of death and rebirth, Chen Yi's star spirit level climbed to LV 18.3. This earth-shaking battle of the gods had only just begun. After finally managing to escape and shake off the crazed star seekers, the perceiver of the supernova squad suddenly turned pale, clutching their head tightly and collapsing to the ground, trembling violently. The robed young man stopped abruptly, startled. "What's wrong with you?" "I don't know." The perceiver curled up in pain, their voice trembling uncontrollably. "The world's fluctuations are too intense. I feel overwhelming discomfort. I can't explain it, but I can't stop this fear." Crack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed from above. Everyone looked up, and their faces instantly changed. The sky was fracturing like glass, forming web-like cracks that spread rapidly as if on the verge of shattering completely. Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this advanced mission world way too messed up? Is this world about to collapse? Captain, what do we do? Faced with the team's anxious questions, the robed young man fell silent. They were asking him such a question? They must have too much faith in him. His strongest equipment was a mere third-tier item, and in truth, he was panicking just as much. "Do you desire power?" A voice, distant at first, grew closer. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but as the words echoed clearly in his mind, he realized it was no hallucination. "Who?" The robed young man whipped his head around, scanning his surroundings. His sudden reaction startled the team. Seeing their captain acting so strangely only heightened their unease. "What's wrong?" one team member asked cautiously. "Nothing." The robed young man pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression uncertain and wary. He suspected his mind had been invaded. The voice came again, clearer this time. "Do you desire power?" Anchoring across space begins. The star spirit, enhanced and reborn at LV 19.9, emerged once again. Its immense power radiated as a palpable, oppressive force, threatening to crush the heavens. Chen Yi could no longer recall how many times he had died, but the strength gained through each death and evolution was undeniably real. Pierced by arrows, crushed by the golden chariot time after time, his body grew tougher with each cycle of death and rebirth. The LV 19.9 star spirit lifeform was now on the brink of fifth-tier power, with vast and turbulent stellar energy coursing through its being. Combined with the strength of the Planck membrane lifeform, Chen Yi was now a match for fifth-tier entities. Boom! The golden chariot charged forward, only to be stopped single-handedly by Chen Yi. His body, forged through countless trials, was terrifyingly resilient. When a fallen god swung a sword at him, Chen Yi hoisted the golden chariot and used it as a weapon, smashing it down with ferocious force. In an instant, power capable of destroying a region nearly 100,000 light-years in diameter erupted. Chen Yi, with an overwhelming and domineering presence, withstood the onslaught of the gods and obliterated the sword-wielding fallen god in a single strike. Upgrade Mission 7, completed. Critical Breakthrough Option, Upgrade. Critical Breakthrough, LV7 Ability. Critical Breakthrough Level, LV7. Note: time limit of 30 minutes, consuming power from the next 3 days for a temporary breakthrough to a higher tier. Unfortunately, the highest attainable level is 6th tier, otherwise, its value would be immeasurable. Including the sword-wielding god, Chen Yi had now defeated 7 fallen gods. In the heavens above, 5 more remained, 2 at the 4th tier and 3 at the 5th tier. Among the 3 5th-tier fallen gods, one was drawing a bow, another was riding the golden chariot, and the last one had yet to make a move. That one floated quietly above the battlefield, observing with a calm demeanor. They seemed almost rational, not at all like a fallen god. Boom! The god of arrows unleashed a devastating shot, sending Chen Yi hurtling backward like a kite, with its string severed. His body soared across the heavens and slammed into the walls of the divine dwelling. Yet, the arrows that had once pierced and instantly killed him could no longer take his life. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Chen Yi pulled out the arrows embedded in his body one by one. Blood gushed out, but healed rapidly. Though he remained at a disadvantage in terms of combat power, his overwhelming presence was unshakable, like an immovable mountain. "If these fallen gods can no longer kill me, then their worth has come to an end," Chen Yi declared, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The fallen god of thunder roared in fury, summoning violent lightning as he charged at Chen Yi. Massive bolts of lightning, as thick as pillars, rained down from the sky, blasting deep craters into the ground of the divine dwelling. But Chen Yi did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his arms swinging with unstoppable force, shattering every bolt of lightning and annihilating the thunder god alongside them. A system notification echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Upgrade Task 8. Completed. Critical Breakthrough Option. Upgrade. Critical Breakthrough. LV8. Ability Description. Duration 30 minutes. Overdraw 1 day of future power to temporarily break through to a higher tier, up to Tier 6. Just as Chen Yi thought the battle was nearing its conclusion, the star forces of the god of chariots, the god of arrows, and the remaining Tier 4 fallen god suddenly intertwined, forming a trinity energy network. Their combined power surged wildly, shaking the heavens to their core. The immense energy was too much for the heavens to bear, and cracks spread across the sky like a spiderweb. A torrent of energy, powerful enough to annihilate a Tier 5 being, descended from above. The god of arrows raised his giant bow, drawing it as star force converged madly, forming a massive vortex thousands of meters in diameter above the heavens. Its blinding radiance obliterated everything in its vicinity, and the divine dwelling in the sky crumbled into ruins, with debris and divine power raining down. This arrow had the power to destroy the very earth. Boom. The strike landed. Chen Yi was not only reduced to an unknown state of matter, but even that state was completely obliterated, dissipating into the most basic informational form, scattered across the void. When the chaos subsided, the heavens were left in ruins, and the divine dwelling was nothing but rubble. In his death state, Chen Yi's core essence was activated. His scattered informational state began to coalesce, reforming into an unknown material that then reconstructed his body. Buzz. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Chen Yi, accompanied by a system notification. Enhancement successful. Star Spirit, LV20. Death evolution triggered. Chen Yi had fully ascended to Tier 5. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power. His star force perception and control expanded to a radius of 100,000 light-years, encompassing an entire galaxy within his awareness. The god's usefulness has been exhausted. It's time to end this battle, Chen Yi said coldly. Crackle. The immense power clashed with the void, causing particles to collide and emit dazzling sparks around Chen Yi. His surging strength, fueled by his battle spirit, unleashed an invisible pressure that swept outward. Boom. The fallen gods suspended in the heavens were forced down by this oppressive force, crashing into the ruins of the divine dwelling. Their bodies sank deeper into the rubble under Chen Yi's overwhelming dominance, unable to muster any resistance. Hyperburst, Chen Yi shouted. Even before the full force of his 10,000-fold power boost erupted, the residual energy alone left the gods powerless to fight back. The heavens continued to collapse, fragments of space flying apart and dissolving into nothingness. The Tier 5 fallen god, who had remained motionless until now, was also forced down into the ruins, kneeling in disbelief. After a moment, he spoke. Incredible. Among all the Voidwalkers I've encountered, you are by far the most astonishing. By all accounts, you're just a Tier 1 Voidwalker, aren't you? Yet your strength defies comprehension. Chen Yi's expression hardened as he stared warily at the figure. You're not a fallen god. No one from this mission world should know about his Voidwalker identity. At least this body belongs to a fallen god, the figure replied with a smile. The infinite worlds contain more than just the Voidwalker space. How about it? Have you considered switching to the transcendent space? The benefits are much better there. At least you wouldn't have to scavenge for scraps in Voidwalker space. Someone like you would receive far superior treatment in transcendent space. In the infinite dimensions, the transcendent space and the abyssal space are two equally powerful high-tier factions. This was the first time Chen Yi encountered an opponent from another dimension, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He quickly assessed the situation. The abyssal space had its abyssal dwellers, while the transcendent space had its transcenders. The being before him, occupying the body of the fallen god, was clearly a transcender. These two factions were mortal enemies, locked in an endless rivalry. They vied constantly for talent, and any encounter between them inevitably turned into a life-or-death struggle. Battles between high-level combatants were especially brutal. Abyssal dwellers loathed the cunning and treachery of the transcenders, while the transcenders derisively referred to the abyssal dwellers as junk scavengers. A system notification immediately popped up. Transcender detected. Extermination mission triggered. Objective: eliminate all transcenders present. Mission reward: 1 million points. The generous reward made Chen Yi's eyes light up. It was clearly tied to the fact that the opponent had taken over the body of a 5th-tier fallen god. Without hesitation, he unleashed his long-accumulated hyperburst, releasing a force equivalent to 10,000 times the strength of a 5th tier in an instant. Boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted like a cosmic explosion, sweeping across the surroundings. The high heavens shattered, leaving a massive void, and the torrent of boundless energy consumed every trace of the fallen god. The transcender let out a regretful sigh before fading into nothingness. The system notifications flashed consecutively. Extermination mission completed. Reward, 1 million points. Upgrade mission 9 completed. Critical breakthrough upgraded to LV9. Upgrade mission 10 completed. Critical breakthrough upgraded to LV10. With this, the critical breakthrough ability also advanced. Chen Yi could now overdraw 1 day's worth of power within 60 minutes, and his breakthrough limit had increased to the 7th tier. This was the fastest he had ever completed an upgrade mission, achieving 10 objectives simultaneously while annihilating a host of deities. The divine realm and the high heavens vanished, leaving Chen Yi standing in the void, surrounded by the astral power left behind by the fallen gods. He retrieved the star chart, and the flowing light was absorbed into it, illuminating the final 11 stars. The star chart radiated brilliantly before dissolving into the starry sky and merging with Chen Yi's body. His power surged exponentially, and his star spirit level advanced 3 tiers. Star spirit LV21, LV22, LV23. At this point, his mastery of star power extended to an astonishing range of 1 million light-years. In the vast universe, galaxies with a radius exceeding 1 million light-years can be considered extraordinarily massive. With such power at his disposal, Chen Yi could be regarded as a mid-tier powerhouse even among those at the 5th tier. Quite the haul, Chen Yi thought to himself with delight. This journey not only propelled him to the 5th tier, but also granted him formidable strength at a mid-tier level within it. His death advancement system was now fully formed. His perception unfurled like an invisible web, instantly spanning a range of 1 million light-years, effortlessly locating the Earth from the lofty skies above. In one instant teleportation, he returned to the Earth's surface. As he looked up, his pupils slightly contracted. The sky resembled shattered glass, with a massive gaping hole suspended overhead, exuding an eerie and unsettling aura. This was the result of his earlier power. The heavens had been shattered by his strike, leaving the sky in such a state. Chen Yi ignored the abnormality in the sky and instead turned his attention back to the progression task for the 3rd stage. Frowning, he found the task content baffling. Great. Now I have to solve riddles? He muttered to himself, rereading the task description. Advancement Task Stage 3. The twilight of the end lingers eternal. The altar of stars lies broken and dim. Ignite the starlight of the altar of stars and face the final trial. Task reward, 5,000 points. Chen Yi's perception swept across the earth like a tidal wave, yet he found no clues related to the altar of stars. Perhaps it's a metaphor or some sort of symbolism, he pondered. He'll need to find the star seekers and ask them about it. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he added, and while I'm at it, I might as well take them out and fulfill my earlier promise. A little earlier in time. Boom. A ring in the hand of the robed young man emitted a ghostly blue glow. This Tier 3 equipment displayed an overwhelming suppressive power without mercy. The rest of the supernova squad, including the perceiver, were all bound midair by the ghostly blue energy. They struggled, but were unable to break free. Captain, what are you doing? The team members' faces were filled with fear, their voices trembling. We're teammates. The robed young man gave a kind smile before clenching his hand. The ghostly blue energy surged violently, reducing the 4 of them to a cloud of blood mist. Not anymore, he said coldly. This former captain had already defected from the void space and joined the ranks of the transcendental space. The benefits were clear. Killing void space members yielded a large number of points. More importantly, defectors like the robed young man were difficult for the space to identify. When void space members interacted with him, no extermination tasks would be triggered, making him extremely dangerous. Honestly, earning task points is too slow, the robed young man muttered as he watched his points increase, feeling motivated. Hunting void space members for points is much faster. Of course, the same dynamic existed within the transcendental space. Even there, defectors could not be identified by their own side, leading to a chaotic cycle of mutual backstabbing between the 2 factions. In the distance, a red-haired young man secretly observed the robed young man's actions and sneered. TSK, even though this guy's joined our camp, I would never consider him one of us. Beside him, a black-haired girl nodded in agreement. Traitors are not to be trusted. Let them kill each other. There's no need to engage with him, just bait. Once the big fish takes the hook, that's when we strike. Big fish. The red-haired youth pondered briefly. You mean that guy who charged straight into the heavens? Wow, that's the first time I've seen such a bold Tier 1 void space member. Yes, the black-haired girl said gravely. I can't handle a monster like that. Don't worry, the red-haired youth said confidently. I brought the war banner from the Legion. Even if he's at Tier 4, with the banner's power, we might stand a chance. Good to hear. These 2 were transcendental space members. The red-haired youth was named Red Hair, while the girl was called Waterdrop. Both were Tier 3 transcendents. 2 realms, habitually at odds, were locked in a silent conflict within an unanchored world. Whenever one realm attempted to anchor the world, the other would seize the opportunity to infiltrate, sending its own agents within. Their motives varied, some aimed simply to disrupt their rivals' plans, while others sought to claim the world's valuable resources. At this moment, the appearance of the red-haired individual and the water droplet entity was a classic example of the Formera mission purely for gaining points. In such unanchored worlds, the intervention of transcendence was tightly regulated. This was a first-tier mission world, and by the rules, the transcendent space could dispatch, at most, a third-tier transcendent. For first-tier ruin walkers, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. The gap between the two tiers was insurmountable, capable of crushing any resistance. However, sending a transcendent more than 2 tiers above the mission world was rare. Typically, opposing spaces would only deploy forces 1 tier higher than the mission world. If a 2-tier gap occurred, it usually indicated the presence of a highly coveted target within the world, one that the opposing space was determined to eliminate at any cost. Within the transcendent space, the Legion system was strictly hierarchical, and battle standards were among its most critical assets. These tierless artifacts had a unique property. Their power grew with the number and intensity of battles they endured. A single bearer of the standard could bolster the strength of the entire Legion, making it invaluable. The water droplet entity had taken a significant risk by carrying a battle standard on this mission. Any mishap could result in immeasurable losses for the Legion. The red-haired individual gazed at the massive rift in the sky. Though their primary target was the 4th-tier entity, merely surviving the perilous heights of this world was an uncertainty in itself. Rewinding to the present, the over 10,000 Starseekers Chen Yi had previously gathered had yet to occupy all the ruins. Scattered remnants of Starseekers still lingered in various locations. Suddenly, a man covered in the marks of extensive cybernetic modifications burst into one of the ruins. The fading sunlight reflected coldly off his metallic frame. His expression was urgent, and upon spotting the Starseekers, he immediately assumed a combat stance. A young Starseeker in a mage's robe awoke just in time. The gem on his wrist emitted a faint glow, and starlight began to flow around him. As the cybernetic man leapt to attack, the entire space abruptly froze. Even his thoughts ceased in that instant. The Starseeker stared at the eerie scene, falling into contemplation. Should he engage in battle or simply return to his slumber? At that moment, Chen Yi appeared and asked, "Do you know of the Altar of the Stars?" The Starseeker glanced at the suspended cybernetic man, then turned to Chen Yi. Nodding, he revealed the truth. Ignite the starlight of the Altar of the Stars to summon the trial of the gods. Hearing this, Chen Yi's initial reaction was joy. He had finally found a lead. Previous inquiries with other Starseekers had yielded no information about the Altar of the Stars, but now, at last, there was progress. However, the words "trial of the gods" caused him to freeze. The gods were gone. For a moment, he fell into silence, unsure if the trial could proceed without the gods. After pondering for a while, Chen Yi decided to give it a try and see the outcome. "Where is the Star Altar?" he asked the Starseeker directly. The gemstone on the Starseeker's wrist immediately glowed with a faint blue light, and his eyes shimmered with a yearning for liberation. He assumed a defensive combat stance, his voice low and resolute. "If you have the power to grant me release, I will tell you." "All right," Chen Yi answered briefly, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Buzz star energy surged around him, creating a visible vortex of power. The Starseeker straightened his posture, his tone laced with arrogance. "I am not like those ordinary Starseekers. I am one favored by the gods who has passed their trials. If you dare compare me to those common Starseekers, you'll regret it." Boom! Before he could finish, a seemingly insignificant spark of light shot from Chen Yi's fingertips, unleashing a thunderous force in an instant. The immense energy obliterated the Starseeker's arm, leaving a massive trench stretching dozens of meters across the ground. The gemstone on the Starseeker's wrist dimmed immediately, and the confidence on his face shattered into pieces. He conceded without hesitation, letting out an awkward laugh. "Haha, just pretend I didn't say that earlier." The fight ended swiftly and decisively. The light gathering in Chen Yi's hand slowly dissipated as he calmly asked, "What is the Star Altar?" With his remaining arm, the Starseeker drew a circle and a hexagram on the ground, pointing to the diagram as he explained, "This is the Star Altar. You can draw it anywhere. That's simple." Chen Yi frowned slightly. "You also need 6 Starseeker relics placed at the 6 points of the hexagram," the Starseeker added. "Normally, Starseekers are required to channel star energy into the altar to awaken the ritual, but since you can control star energy, you likely won't need us." "Got it. Good," the Starseeker exclaimed eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He began chanting sacred words loudly, ready to embrace his impending liberation. "I shall return to the embrace of the stars." Chen Yi willed it to happen. Bang! The Starseeker exploded into a cloud of black ash, dispersing into the air. Chen Yi knew that the Starseeker's relic was the gemstone on his wrist. He immediately drew a larger star altar on the ground. Moments later, 5 more Starseeker relics appeared before him, signifying that the other 5 Starseekers elsewhere had also been liberated simultaneously. Ignoring the mechanical cyborg frozen mid-motion in the air, Chen Yi placed the 6 glowing relics at the 6 points of the star altar. As he infused the altar with star energy, it began to radiate a dazzling light. A system notification appeared. Progression Quest Phase 3 completed. Points earned, 5,000. Progression Quest Phase 4. The altar shines with starlight, and the final trial descends. Reward, 8,000 points. Chen Yi waited for a while. The star altar's light continued to flicker, but the so-called final trial never arrived. It was like making a call only to be met with endless busy tones on an empty line. The gods are all gone, aren't they? Chen Yi muttered, finally realizing the likely reason. The most ironic part was that he himself was the culprit. The star altar's glow gradually dimmed, and the ritual remained unanswered. Honestly, if there was a response, that would have been the real surprise, he said with a wry smile. Just as Chen Yi thought this progression quest was about to fail, a faint force descended upon him from the void. In that instant, he realized an absurd truth was using the star altar to summon himself. Thinking it through, it actually made sense. Having fully acquired the power of the stars, Chen Yi was now the supreme god of this world, the only god left. If he was summoning a god, it could only be himself. A trace of his star energy was drawn from the star altar, projecting a replica of himself before him. This projection, however, only possessed the power of a second-tier threshold. To his utter disbelief, the final trial turned out to be a fight against himself. Chen Yi's trial projection did not possess self-awareness. It was merely an energy projection that fought based on instinct. Although this projection only had the strength of a Tier 2 being, its combat capabilities were extraordinary. It wielded 3 primary abilities: Star Spirit, Overburst, and Critical Breakthrough. Under normal conditions, its power was at best at the city-destroying level of a Tier 2. However, when it unleashed its full potential, its combat strength was truly terrifying. Even though these abilities were weakened versions, they were still more than enough to overwhelm ordinary Tier 2 Voidwalkers, especially considering this was merely a Tier 1 advancement mission world. When Chen Yi responded to his own summoning through the Star Altar ritual, he immediately understood the situation. Until all Voidwalkers completed their final trials, he could not return to the space. He had to remain in this world as a deity, answering the trial summons. Boom! With a single thought, Chen Yi unleashed a vortex of raging star power that instantly obliterated the trial projection before him. In one swift and decisive move, he cleared the final trial of the advancement mission. A system notification promptly appeared. Advancement mission phase 4 completed. Points earned, 8,000. Temporary mission triggered. Temporary mission. As the sole deity of this world, respond to the Voidwalker's summons and administer their final trials. You cannot return to the space until the temporary mission is complete. Time limit, 1 year. Mission reward, 10,000 points. As expected, at least it wasn't all for nothing. Chen Yi wasn't particularly concerned. Acting as a tool to respond to summons wasn't a big deal, didn't need to intervene personally. All he had to do was let his projection administer the trials for the Voidwalkers. Still, he doubted if anyone besides him could actually pass the final trial. The Voidwalkers would have to fend for themselves. With the combination of Critical Breakthrough and Overburst unleashed, even Tier 3 Voidwalkers would likely be annihilated, let alone Tier 2 ones. To be honest, in advancement missions, Voidwalkers who lacked power beyond their current tier were almost guaranteed to fail. The final trial was not only exceptionally challenging, but even the earlier phases of the mission were already far beyond the capabilities of Tier 1 Voidwalkers. Completing them would be nearly impossible without Tier 2 level strength or specialized equipment. Only members of established legions had a slightly better chance. They could fight side by side, significantly lowering the difficulty of the missions. Temporary teams, on the other hand, often lacked trust and could even turn on each other due to conflicts of interest. In contrast, legions had strict and fair systems for resource distribution and compensation, fostering much stronger cohesion among their members. Flash. Understood. Another squad from the Supernova Legion appeared, though this one was small, with only 3 members. One of them was Flash, who had previously entered the Star Beast world. Having fused with the power of the mighty dragon, Flash had fully achieved Tier 2 combat strength. After completing yet another mission world, he had now reached mid-Tier 2 level. This advancement mission posed no significant challenge for him. He had chosen to team up purely to assist other Legion members with their advancement. As the primary damage dealer, Flash was the backbone of the team. When facing a Tier 2 Starcaller, the other 2 members focused on keeping the enemy occupied, while Flash seized the perfect moment to unleash a devastating energy attack, leaving the Starcaller gravely wounded. Clang! A sharp blade flashed. The sword-wielding teammate captured the fleeting moment and struck decisively, decapitating the Starcaller in one clean motion. The Starcaller's body collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into black ash. The blade wielder of the void sheathed his weapon, exhaling deeply with a look of relief spreading across his face. Finally dealt with. Flash quickly bent down to pick up the fallen token of the Star Seeker, its metallic surface catching faint glimmers of light. Now we've gathered all 3 tokens for the final trial. I'll go first. All right, got it. Although performing the ritual didn't strictly require all 3 tokens, information about the celestial altar had been frustratingly elusive. By the time they managed to uncover the necessary details, they were already close to collecting all 3 items. As the team's undisputed powerhouse, it was only natural for Flash to take the lead in the trial. Crouching down, Flash carefully etched the intricate pattern of the celestial altar onto the ground with his fingers. He gingerly placed the tokens within the design, then channeled the power of the star beast within him, guiding its energy into the altar. Buzz! The altar abruptly lit up with a dazzling brilliance, and the 3 of them immediately shifted into defensive stances. The light coalesced in midair, gradually forming a figure bathed in a hazy glow. Flash frowned, a sense of alarm ringing loudly in his mind. The indistinct figure struck him with an eerie sense of familiarity, as though he had seen it before. Without warning, an inexplicable wave of dread surged through him, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Flash! His teammate's shout snapped him out of his daze. The moment the projection fully materialized, a powerful burst of star energy exploded outward, sending his 2 companions flying. Suppressing the fear clawing at his chest, Flash launched himself forward like a bullet. The sonic boom created a white shockwave in his wake, which he shattered with a single punch. Boom! The shockwave rippled outward as his strike landed squarely on the projection. His battle instincts kicked in, and he immediately pressed the attack, channeling star energy to unleash a concentrated blast. But mid-flight, the projection made a chilling gesture, its palm compressing an enormous amount of star energy into a blinding orb. Roar! The dragon symbiote within Flash let out a terrified bellow, and in a flash of clarity, the memories returned. The figure before him was none other than its deepest nightmare. Flash's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly steadied himself. What's there to fear? I'm not the same as before. The energy blast collided violently with the glowing orb, the resulting explosion leveling the ruins within hundreds of meters. As the smoke began to clear, the projection stood unscathed, its presence intensifying as it unleashed a series of overwhelming energy surges. Boom! A towering pillar of energy shot skyward. Flash stared in stunned disbelief before erupting in frustration. How the hell is this a first-tier trial mission? Boom! The surging energy erupted into arcs of electricity in the air. The dark, heavy clouds in the sky roared with deafening thunder as streaks of lightning danced wildly among them. The projection clone, having achieved a critical breakthrough, leaped to the power of Tier 3, its body brimming with explosive energy ready to be unleashed. The entire scene was chilling and terrifying. Starforce surged like a torrential flood, causing the ground to quake violently under its immense power. Holy crap! The faces of the other 2 team members turned deathly pale as the overwhelming energy left them utterly terrified. Their legs trembled, barely able to keep them standing. No one would believe this. How is this even a Tier 1 advancement mission? One of them stammered, his voice shaking. You've got to be kidding me. This power could crush even a Tier 3 expert. The final trial had escalated into a situation far beyond the trio's expectations. To them, this advancement mission was nothing short of a death trap deliberately designed to be impossible to clear. It was pure, rotten luck. Flash, we can't win this run. One of the team members shouted in despair. Run? Are you kidding me? Flash gritted his teeth as the oppressive energy surged over him like a tidal wave. Sweat poured down his face as the fear etched deep in his heart grew more intense. There's no way we can escape. The power gap is far too great. We're done for this time. Taking a deep breath, Flash clenched his fists and shouted, damn it. If we're going down, I'm going all out. Star Beast form, release. Boom boom. The sound of a powerful heartbeat echoed as Flash's body began to expand rapidly, growing to a colossal size of nearly 100 meters tall. In an instant, he transformed into an enormous star beast, unleashing his full power as the mighty Waylon. Buzz under the crushing pressure of the projection clone's terrifying energy, Waylon strained to summon all its strength to release its energy. Unfortunately, the clone gave it no chance. In a split second, the energy torrent surged forward, overwhelming Waylon completely. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, spreading devastation in all directions. Flash's 2 teammates were engulfed by the energy torrent, unable to escape its reach even from a considerable distance. When the dust finally settled, all that remained was an immeasurable, bottomless abyss. Violent energy swirled chaotically within it, with occasional bursts of blinding electrical light. Not only were Flash and his teammates obliterated, but countless other Voidwalkers in the vicinity were also caught in the blast. The destructive power of the attack was utterly overwhelming. Many didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened before being reduced to basic particles by the relentless energy. Even abilities like Blood Rebirth stood no chance against such annihilation. There was nothing left, not even fragments. A glowing sphere of ethereal blue light tumbled to the edge of the abyss, carving a long trench into the ground as it landed. After a long moment, the light slowly dissipated. Cough, cough. A young man in a mage's robe staggered to his feet, his face pale with lingering fear. Luckily, he had been far enough from the explosion's epicenter to narrowly escape with his life, though he hadn't emerged unscathed from the shockwave's aftermath. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he swayed unsteadily as he stood, only to freeze in place when his eyes took in the scene before him. A massive, unimaginable abyss stretched out before him, with chaotic energy and lightning crackling violently within. Even the dark clouds that had once loomed over the sky had been completely swept away. His expression was blank as he muttered under his breath, What on earth happened here?" This sight struck him with a level of awe that far surpassed the shock he'd felt when Chen Yi ascended to the heavens. The sheer scale of destruction laid bare before his eyes was nothing short of soul-shattering. Not far away, Chen Yi stood at the edge of the abyss, gazing silently at the devastation before him, speechless. He was well aware that using his projection clone as the final trial was far beyond the standard test. For a first-stage Voidwalker, it was impossible to withstand such a terrifying attack without the strength of a fourth-stage fighter. This trial had indeed claimed the lives of many Voidwalkers, but it also saved Chen Yi from a great deal of trouble. This trial had nothing to do with him, and he never intended to interfere. If anyone wanted to lay blame, it could only be directed at the arrangement of the void space. In the distance, a young man in a robe was strolling toward him. His eyes lit up as he approached, feigning friendliness with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. However, as he drew closer, the figure before him caused a jolt of realization this was the same domineering presence that had driven back a god at the gates of the heavens. The young man's smile froze instantly, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. Chen Yi observed the robed youth with keen interest. He was well aware that this young man had already gone on a killing spree, with many Voidwalkers falling at his hands. The only mystery was his motive. "What's the matter?" Chen Yi asked. Haha. The robed youth broke into a cold sweat, forcing a stiff smile. "Sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else." With that, he turned to leave. Buzz. An irresistible force of starlight instantly immobilized the robed youth where he stood. "If I'm not mistaken, you were planning to kill me, weren't you?" Chen Yi asked, his tone laced with curiosity. "I'm very interested to know what your motive is." Chen Yi already had a few suspicions. Either this young man had truly lost his mind, or it had something to do with the transcendent space. He recalled what the Transcender who had overtaken the God of Abyss once said, that Voidwalkers could defect to the Transcendent Space faction. If killing Transcenders earned him a significant number of points, then it stood to reason that Transcenders would receive generous rewards for killing Voidwalkers as well. However, there was one thing Chen didn't yet know: traitors couldn't be identified by the space system, meaning they wouldn't trigger the termination task or yield point rewards. This was why he couldn't confirm whether the robed youth was a traitor. "Brother, you've got it all wrong." The robed youth turned pale as a sheet, shouting in panic. "I really just mistook you for someone else. I had no ill intentions, I swear." As Chen Yi's attention remained fixed on the robed youth, a cold gleam suddenly cut through the air. A war banner fluttered high atop a long spear, its fabric emblazoned with two crossed swords and a radiant cross-shaped star at the center. This was the insignia of the Star Crusaders, an elite legion of the transcendent space. The banner flapped in the wind, its sound resembling a dragon's roar. A figure named Waterdrop wielded the spear and crossed a vast distance in an instant, aiming directly at Chen Yi's head with an unstoppable force akin to a charging army. The system immediately identified the Transcender and issued a termination task alert. The Transcendent Space is an enemy faction to the Void Space. All Transcenders are mortal foes. You must eliminate the Transcenders before you. Task reward, 20,000 points. "I see now," Chen Yi murmured in realization. No wonder Waterdrop and Red Hair had been acting so suspiciously. They were Transcenders. This was practically a delivery service. Boom. The spear struck with immense power, annihilating the robed youth in one blow. Yet when it neared Chen Yi, it came to an abrupt halt, unable to advance even an inch further. Waterdrop's expression shifted drastically as he immediately withdrew, retreating rapidly. Meanwhile, in the distance, Red Hair had already prepared his next move. He drew his bow and released an arrow that shimmered with dazzling colors. The arrow tore through the air as if ripping apart space itself, striking directly at Chen Yi. Boom. The ground trembled violently as a dazzling arrow, empowered by the Star Crusader battle flag, unleashed a terrifying fourth-tier destructive force. A pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. The third-tier longbow in the red-haired man's hands couldn't withstand the sheer power, shattering into fragments instantly. Staring at his ruined weapon, he winced in pain. His ability was outrageously expensive to use. Quickly, the red-haired man strode to Shueishu's side, retrieving another piece of third-tier equipment from his spatial storage. He had come prepared, ready to sacrifice heavily for this battle. Yet the points hadn't registered, indicating the target was still alive. No way, still not dead? He muttered, incredulous. A full-powered strike with the battle flag's enhancement should have been enough to take out an ordinary fourth-tier powerhouse. Shueizhu remained on guard. Even if the enemy had survived, based on the red-haired man's history of injuring and even killing fourth-tier abyssal returners, the target should at least be gravely wounded. However, what happened next completely defied their expectations. A figure emerged slowly from the energy pillar Chen Yi, unharmed and unscathed, as if the earlier attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze. The red-haired man's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling. Not fourth tier, fifth tier. Either the opponent had genuinely reached fifth tier, or they had some special equipment nullifying the damage. At this point, he desperately hoped it was the latter, because if it were the former, their fate was sealed. The rogue youth acting as bait had indeed lured in a big fish, but one so mighty, it could annihilate their entire team. A suffocating sense of oppression swept across the battlefield. Chen Yi merely clenched his fist. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Shueizhu and the red-haired man vanished, replaced by two straw effigies that were instantly pulverized by Chen Yi's power. The two had used decoy substitutes to escape 1,000 miles away. The red-haired man's heart pounded violently, the shadow of death still looming over him. Shueizhu, the war spear, the red-haired man shouted, too shaken to feel relief. Without hesitation, Shueizhu threw the battle flag and war spear to him. If their opponent truly was a fifth-tier powerhouse, they were still far from safe. This was their last chance. The red-haired man drew a massive bow, using the war spear adorned with the Legion's battle flag as an arrow. Activating his full power, the combined force of three third-tier pieces of equipment erupted at once, their surfaces cracking with dense fissures as they emitted a heart-stopping surge of energy. Boom! The war spear shot forth, only to be caught midair by Chen Yi, who had teleported directly in its path. With a single hand, he crushed it into fragments. Damn it, it really is fifth tier, the red-haired man cursed in his final moments. Yes, fifth tier, Shueizhu confirmed with a nod. The next instant, the two were engulfed by the exploding energy, perishing on the spot. The Star Crusader Legion, capable of transcending space, had lost a battle flag in the process. No doubt, they would be mourning the loss bitterly. Elimination mission completed. Points earned, 20,000. Current balance, 1,058,600. The system notification echoed in Chen Yi's mind. He shook his head lightly, recalling the battle that had just unfolded. Although Hong Fa and Shui Di were not weak, as third-tier transcenders, they were no match for the entity occupying the body of the god of Abyss. That unique transcender could effortlessly unleash stable fifth-tier power without relying on any equipment or items. It explained why eliminating him yielded such a generous reward. From this experience, Chen Yi realized that eliminating transcenders brought far greater rewards than regular missions. He even found himself looking forward to encountering more transcenders. Unfortunately, there seemed to be only a handful, and all of them had already fallen by his hand. As for those deeply hidden traitors, their identities remained uncertain. However, it didn't matter much to him. After all, eliminating traitors provided no rewards. Unless they actively provoked him, Chen Yi had no interest in dealing with them. The temporary mission had a one-year deadline. For Chen Yi, now an immortal being, this span of time passed in the blink of an eye. Responding to every call of the star altar in his slumber, the year flew by in an instant. On the surface of the end world, massive abysses had emerged. It was clear that when the returners realized the deadly dangers of the final trial, most chose to abandon it. The Legion members reacted the fastest. After noticing their comrades disappearing one by one, they quickly realized something was wrong with the final trial. As a result, a significant number of returners survived the yearsome because they never reached the final trial, and others because they detected the anomaly in time. 321. Time limit reached. Temporary mission completed. Points earned, 10,000. Advanced mission completed. With the successful submission of the mission, Chen Yi's point balance reached 1,068,600. Before returning to the space hub, he didn't forget to retrieve his root core from the plank membrane. Amid a faint sizzling sound, the figures of all the returners gradually disappeared. Back in the returner space, Chen Yi stared at the interface displaying current tier, tier 2, alongside his point balance of over 1 million. He fell into contemplation. Raising his star spirit to level 23 required 3 million points. Although critical breakthrough had been forcibly elevated to level 10 in the mission world, it remained unenhanced back in the hub. Ultimately, he decided to save the points for now and wait for an ability with a better cost-performance ratio before making any upgrades. Chen Yi strolled through the commercial district, accompanied by Wang Kai, who was chewing on a lollipop. Eventually, he stopped in front of the Xiaowu boutique and sat down at the lottery machine. "Hey, you're back again, buddy." The shopkeeper greeted him enthusiastically. Chen Yi, as usual, decided to play it safe and spend a modest 1 million for a bit of fun. He swiped his anonymous asset card lightly on the lottery machine and skillfully began drawing. Luck wasn't particularly on his side this time. Out of 100 draws, he received 92 first-tier tickets, 7 second-tier tickets, and 1 third-tier ticket, with no fourth-tier tickets in sight. Including his existing stock, he now held 1 fourth-tier ticket and 8 third-tier tickets. Overall, the results were decent. Chen Yi strolled to the central square, where a large crowd of Void Wanderers had gathered. All eyes were fixed on the giant screen broadcasting live footage of the World War. He stopped to listen to the surrounding discussions. Which factions are fighting? The Thunder Legion is clashing with the Star Crusaders. Those schemers from beyond space are stirring up trouble again. How's the battle going? I heard the Thunder Legion suffered heavy losses, but the Star Crusaders didn't come out unscathed either. That's expected. The Thunder Legion is one of the top-tier legions in our void space. Chen Yi silently took note of the information. The Supernova Legion and the Thunder Legion were both renowned as top-tier forces in void space, known for their formidable strength and large numbers of powerful members across all tiers. Equally famous were the Iron Throne and the Diamond Legion. Chen Yi hadn't yet encountered the Iron Throne, but the Diamond Legion was known for its wealth, functioning more like a merchant organization focused on trade rather than battle. The United Bank, in which the Diamond Legion held shares, issued the anonymous asset card Chen Yi carried. Postponing his plan to return to the Blue Star universe, Chen Yi decided to gather more information on Beyond Space. The Space Guide Manual was deliberately vague on the subject, but for high-tier Void Wanderers, it was no secret. Starting at the second tier, Void Wanderers would gradually come into contact with Transcenders, with encounters becoming more frequent as their levels increased. Following advice from a seasoned Wanderer, Chen Yi purchased a tablet, connected to the Space Metropolis network, and logged into a specialized intelligence forum. The modern layout of the forum surprised him. It contained detailed guides and intelligence. Through careful reading, he learned about Beyond Space, Transcenders, and a peculiar group known as Betrayers. These Transcenders couldn't be identified by the system and wouldn't trigger termination missions. This revelation was a wake-up call for Chen Yi. He speculated that the robed young man he encountered was likely a betrayer. The already intricate conflict between Void Wanderers and Transcenders was now further complicated by this werewolf-like element, making the environment even more perilous. This complexity was one reason why more Void Wanderers chose to join Legion's solo Wanderers were too easily outmaneuvered by Transcenders and Betrayers. A burly man with a scruffy beard set down his drink and extended an invitation to Chen Yi. How about it? Want to join our Legion? We're not as big as the major ones, but we've got solid intelligence and decent benefits. This offer came in exchange for the drinks Chen Yi had bought him earlier. Thanks, Chen Yi replied straightforwardly. But I prefer working alone. Gunpowder Bro chuckled lightly, stood up, and walked away. If you change your mind, feel free to find me. The Legion is always in need of people. After resting in the spatial realm for a few days, Chen Yi finally returned to the Blue Star universe. Time resumed its flow, and he continued traversing the vast cosmos alongside Gamma, heading toward the next star system. The Star Hunter loomed like the sword of Damocles above their heads, ready to strike at any moment and erase them from existence. Even though Chen Yi's power had significantly increased and he had many trump cards, the sense of impending danger never left him. He had defeated a 5th-tier Star Hunter, but who could guarantee that the next one wouldn't be 6th tier or even 7th tier? Everything depended on the strength of the forces behind the Star Hunters. Faced with such an immense threat, their only option was to take desperate measures. Chen Yi had no other choice. To grow stronger in the shortest time possible, he and Gamma rampaged through star systems, relentlessly accumulating beacon mall points. The star systems near the Milky Way were mostly small, yielding limited points individually, but their sheer numbers made up for it. Meanwhile, in a distant, shadowy void between the universe and the void itself, waves of thought rippled through the darkness. 2 starholders have appeared in the Milky Way. A 5th-tier Star Hunter has been killed. Both starholders seem to possess beacons. They are wreaking havoc on star systems, likely to rack up points in a futile attempt to challenge us. We cannot allow them to continue growing. This is a directive from Gaia's will. This universe has no need for starholders. They are the architects of their own downfall. Understood. I'll handle it personally. If a 5th-tier Star Hunter fell, it's clear this task requires our direct intervention. It'll be a good way to pass the time. Don't send a clone. Relax, I'll go myself. With that, a tearing sound echoed as a crimson steel blade sliced through the fabric of space. A white-haired man stepped through the rift, his presence exuding calm, before vanishing into the void. Elsewhere in the cosmos, one brilliant star system after another vanished without a trace. Now at the 5th tier, Chen Yi could effortlessly obliterate entire star systems without even activating his explosive potential. From vast distances, ripples of star energy emanated, and waves of power surged, disintegrating star systems into fundamental particles within moments. Civilizations and life within the systems were instantly extinguished, returning to the universe, while beacon holders perished en masse. Notifications of points gained flashed relentlessly. Points gained, 5,000. Points gained, 20,000. Points gained, 150,000. Points gained, 200,000. Points balance, 9.5 billion. Star systems near the Milky Way varied in scale. Smaller ones contained as few as 10 billion stars, while massive ones like the Andromeda Galaxy boasted over 1 trillion stars. Small systems were often barren of civilizations and life, and beacon holders were scarce, yielding only modest points upon destruction. However, the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.54 million light-years away, provided Chen Yi with his largest haul yet an astounding 4 billion points upon its obliteration. By comparison, the entire Milky Way had only given him 1.1 billion points. The universe is inherently cruel and dark. The dazzling starlight scattered across the cosmos only showcases its brilliance, never revealing the fragility of civilizations and life. In this vast sea of stars, a single large-scale gamma ray burst could turn galaxies within tens of light-years into desolate voids, extinguishing all signs of life. Since leaving Blue Star and venturing into the Milky Way, Chen Yi had remained constantly vigilant. Yet, in this unforgiving universe, crises never bend to individual will. When the threat of the star spirit hunters loomed closer, he had no choice but to fight with all he had. In the past, Chen Yi preferred a more restrained approach, only eliminating beacon holders within a 5 light-year radius to claim their points, minimizing unnecessary harm to other civilizations. But now, faced with the imminent danger posed by the star spirit hunters from Blue Star's universe, he was forced to change his strategy. He began indiscriminately destroying galaxies along his path, gathering points at an alarming pace. This was a war for survival, leaving no room for mercy. Gamma, too, realized the severity of the situation. Casting aside his usual timidity, he became proactive. Though the points he accumulated were far fewer than the powerful Chen Yi's, his efforts were not insignificant. One day, as Chen Yi traversed the vast expanse of space, a chilling sense of danger pierced through him. He immediately recognized the impending arrival of the star spirit hunters. Without hesitation, he stopped in his tracks and opened the beacon marketplace for urgent preparations. With the battle drawing near, Gamma also began his own preparations. For the first time, he stared at the string of zeros in his points account and quickly purchased a variety of abilities, equipment, and tools. One by one, the items manifested before him in radiant light, equipping him for the imminent confrontation. For Chen Yi, however, equipment and tools were secondary. With the space-time crystal as his ultimate defense and critical breakthrough combined with overdrive as his strongest offensive options, he leaned toward further developing his star spirit abilities. Having already invested a significant amount of points, he couldn't overlook the potential of this once-dominant race that had swept through countless universes. But when he browsed the 7th-tier items, the staggering prices made him gasp. These cosmic-level items started at a base price of 10 billion points, with the top-tier ones soaring to an astronomical 1 trillion. Among them, the most captivating was a product sold in 4 parts. The chapters of unified force forms, encompassing gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force. Each chapter was priced at 250 billion points, and only by collecting all 4 could a star spirit unlock the method to evolve into the unified force form, resulting in an exponential surge in power. Unfortunately, Chen Yi's current points balance wasn't even enough to afford a single chapter. All he could do was stare helplessly at these exorbitantly priced items. And yet, he seemed to have nothing to prepare, as the core of his life-preserving mechanism had long been remotely stored in the Planck membrane of the Blue Star universe. The moment Chen Yi shut down the beacon marketplace, an unprecedented sense of danger descended upon him. Boom. Without warning, a massive slash tore through the fabric of space. Gamma, caught off guard, was instantly sucked into the spatial rift and vanished. Though this minor figure would likely survive, his whereabouts in the vast cosmos were now unknown. Fortunately, the temporal energy barrier intercepted the fatal strike in time. Otherwise, Chen Yi would have faced certain annihilation. The enemy's strength was far beyond expectation, leaving no room for hesitation. Boom. Chen Yi immediately activated his critical breakthrough, ascending directly to the 6th tier. If a 5th-tier combatant could annihilate a galaxy, then a 6th-tier being had the power to obliterate entire galaxy clusters. Even as a newcomer to this level, Chen Yi could destroy hundreds of galaxies in an instant. He had refrained from using critical breakthroughs to enhance his strength for quick point accumulation before, solely out of caution. The cooldown period of such a technique was a critical limitation, and being unable to use it at a vital moment could lead to disastrous consequences. The starry skies trembled as Chen Yi's aura surged. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. Wielding a crimson steel bladiat was none other than Xinghan, the one who had nearly slain him on Blue Star. Xinghan? What a twist of fate, Chen Yi murmured, unable to hide his astonishment. He had long suspected that Xinghan's true strength far exceeded the starburst level, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Xinghan's presence was imposing, even surpassing Chen Yi's current might. He, too, was a genuine sixth-tier powerhouse. With a smirk, Xinghan remarked, I told you after our battle on Blue Star that we would meet again. I just didn't expect it to be under these circumstances. Time was of the essence, and Chen Yi launched the first strike without hesitation. The terrifying force of a galaxy cluster-level attack erupted instantly, unleashing a torrent of cosmic energy that seemed poised to rend the universe itself apart. Xinghan grinned, his crimson slash cutting across millions of light years, tearing through space as it targeted Chen Yi's vital points. Yet Chen Yi advanced instead of retreating, shattering the devastating slash with a single punch. The unleashed stellar energy obliterated all galaxies within tens of millions of light years. The system notifications of accrued points flashed incessantly, but Chen Yi had no time to pay attention. The collapsing space and the raging stellar energy clashed violently, triggering an unprecedented gamma-ray burst that left nothing alive in its wake. This dazzling light of destruction spelled doom for any civilization it touched. The aftermath of their battle swept across the cosmos, reducing planets to cosmic dust and turning solid ground into molten magma. Even light years away, the chaotic stellar energy wreaked havoc. Some stars ignited fiercely after absorbing vast amounts of energy, while others collapsed into white dwarfs, neutron stars, or even black holes, devouring everything in their path. The more distant galaxies were not obliterated, but they could not escape the aftermath of the Great Battle. The residual force of the stellar energy pushed them further into the vast expanse of the universe. Countless stars and planets were violently ejected from their original orbits, colliding with one another in the dark void, shattering into fragments of cosmic dust that scattered across the endless starry sky. And this was merely the residual impact of a clash between two sixth-tier galaxy-level powerhouses. Cosmic dust drifted slowly through space, and the intense friction between fundamental particles sparked vibrant flashes of blue and purple electricity. Yet, these sparks were swiftly obliterated by the overwhelming stellar force sweeping through. With an impossibly sharp red steel blade in hand, Xinghan sliced through the starry expanse, cleaving an entire galaxy in two. Space itself tore apart like fabric under the edge of his blade. When Xinghan noticed that the temporal energy shield covering Chen Yi's body was impenetrable, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. In a flash, the red steel blade bypassed the temporal barrier, landing squarely on Chen Yi's body and severing one of his arms with surgical precision. At that moment, Chen Yi's extraordinary regenerative abilities came into full display. The severed arm paused midair, then immediately flew back to reattach at the wound. Flesh and blood fused seamlessly in an instant, leaving no trace of any injury. So strong. Chen Yi exclaimed in genuine admiration. This was the first time anyone had managed to bypass his temporal barrier and wound him. You're not too bad yourself, Xinghan replied, his gaze gleaming with a faint excitement, his voice tinged with undeniable battle fervor. It had been countless years since he had felt this wire, truly evenly matched opponent, a rarity in this vast universe. As one of the few standing at the pinnacle of cosmic power, Xinghan had long yearned for such an exhilarating battle. However, this was ultimately a life-and-death struggle, not a friendly duel born of mutual respect. Both fighters were unleashing their full strength, each determined to annihilate the other without holding back. Clang! The red steel blade emitted a soft hum that resonated through the stellar energy, piercing directly into Chen Yi's mind. In that instant, Xinghan's gaze sharpened to an unparalleled intensity, and the overwhelming sense of danger made Chen Yi's skin crawl. But at the same time, all the stellar energy within tens of millions of light years was drained in an instant. Following his survival instincts, Chen Yi decisively unleashed his full power, a super-explosive strike magnified 10,000-fold. Boom! A causality-defying slash descended directly upon Chen Yi, the ferocious strike disintegrating his physical body into its most fundamental informational state. Simultaneously, Chen Yi's 10,000-fold super-explosion tore through the fabric of the universe, causing the space within hundreds of millions of light years to collapse entirely. Celestial bodies and the very fabric of space shattered like glass, reduced to dust, and swallowed into oblivion. The cataclysmic attack, infused with the stellar energy of countless light years, contained an incomprehensible mass. The moment it manifested, it expanded into a colossal, unfathomable supermassive black hole. Xinghan was swallowed whole at its core, crushed by an unparalleled force that obliterated all matter into fundamental information, dissolving into quantum foam. Then, silence fell across the cosmos, an eerie stillness that lingered. Amid this causality-defying strike, Chen Yi repeatedly cycled through life and death, while Xinghan sank endlessly within the supermassive black hole. Yet with each cycle of life and death, Chen Yi's power and aura grew stronger, as if he were a universe on the verge of a big bang, accumulating energy with every iteration. His death-triggered evolution continuously activated, making him ever more formidable. Thump, thump. The pulsations of stellar energy and spiritual force grew increasingly intense, resonating through the universe like the heartbeat of a titan. A potent vitality brewed within the darkness. The commotion caused by this battle was immense, the residual stellar energy rippling outward and alarming numerous powerful beings across various galaxies, including some fifth-tier powerhouses. The distance was too vast for them to see the center of the battlefield. All they could make out was a suffocating, supermassive black hole looming in the heart of the starry sky. Its immense gravitational pull was violently tearing apart nearby galaxies, shredding them to pieces that were swallowed into the depths of the black hole, even those billions of light years away. What is going on here? A fifth-tier warrior stammered, his voice trembling as cold sweat drenched his forehead. A void calamity? No. This is the battleground of sixth-tier powerhouses. As soon as the words were spoken, the fifth-tier warriors who had initially surged forward scattered like frightened birds. In a clash of galaxy cluster-level strength, even the faintest ripple could spell certain death for them. Suddenly, a pulsation, akin to the rhythm of a heartbeat, emanated from the sea of cosmic energy. The sheer magnitude of the power made everyone present feel as insignificant as dust. The fabric of the universe began to quake, and the remaining fifth-tier warriors turned pale as their faces drained of color. Run! The battle isn't over yet. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as an infinite surge of cosmic energy burst forth. Chen Yi finally broke free from the fatal slash that transcended causality. Through a critical breakthrough, his power had risen to a mid-level sixth tier. While he could have achieved this evolution through death, he feared that Xing Hen would escape before he could act. Almost simultaneously, the massive black hole was cleaved apart by a single slash. Xing Hen emerged from its depths, standing at a distance from Chen Yi. Although he maintained his composure, his aura was noticeably weaker than Chen Yi's. Tisk! Xing Hen sighed softly, sheathing his crimson steel blade. You're much stronger than I anticipated. If we keep fighting, I might lose. However, if I choose to flee, I'm confident I can manage it. He pulled out a black crystal and tossed it to Chen Yi. This can mask a star spirit's energy signature, allowing you to evade the star spirit hunters. What do you mean? Chen Yi asked, catching the crystal with a hint of confusion. There's no point in continuing this fight, Xing Hen replied bluntly. I'm not ready to fall here, but I can't ignore the mission I've been assigned. Consider this a favor. If they can't track you, they'll assume I've already dealt with you. Chen Yi accepted the crystal. Then he'll take you up on that favor. By the way, Xing Hen added, he'll throw in the battle points as a gift. But from now on, you'd better behave and stop recklessly destroying galaxies. Until you're certain you can obliterate this entire universe, the Gaia consciousness won't just sit idly by. Our relationship doesn't seem close enough for you to go out of your way to help me like this, Chen Yi remarked, his curiosity piqued. Why are you doing this? Xing Hen grinned. I've been fed up with the Gaia consciousness for a long time. You've got potential, maybe one day you'll join me in taking it down. Is that reason enough? This is indeed the truth, Chen Yi said, his gaze fixed on Xing Hen with a slight frown. Xing Hen explained how the Gaia consciousness had always treated them as mere tools, which had long fueled his dissatisfaction and determination to overthrow the Gaia consciousness of this universe. Hearing this, Chen Yi asked skeptically, are you saying that the Gaia consciousness of this universe has developed intelligence? Xing Hen nodded in confirmation. Before parting, he repeatedly warned, keep a low profile and avoid provoking the Gaia consciousness to act directly. That is a power on the scale of the universe itself, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The implication was clear: at their current level, they were no match for the Gaia consciousness. To survive, they had to bide their time and remain under the radar. Chen Yi fell into deep thought. The idea that the Gaia consciousness had developed intelligence was an unexpected revelation. Such a rare phenomenon occurring in this universe was nothing short of a miracle. Fortunately, the black crystal Xing Hen had given him could conceal his starlight fluctuations, temporarily mitigating the threat of stellar hunters. However, Xing Hen's indifference to starlights did not mean others would feel the same. Chen Yi was well aware that there were those who harbored deep hostility toward starlights. His concerns were not unfounded. The Gaia consciousness of this universe was indeed antagonistic toward them, and the stellar hunters weren't simply following orders. Their hatred for starlights stemmed from a bloody grudge dating back 5 billion years, a vendetta that remained unresolved. Starlights had made too many enemies across countless universes, placing immense pressure on newly born starlights. Surveying his surroundings, the battlefield within hundreds of millions of light years was a desolate wasteland. Once thriving star systems had been reduced to ruins. Most of the beacons had already been collected by Chen Yi, and when he checked the beacon store, his balance showed 579.2 billion points. However, he still needed over 400 billion more to complete the full inheritance. Without the large-scale destruction of star systems, that goal seemed impossibly distant. Chen Yi decided to stick to a cautious approach, clearing out beacon holders only within a 5 light-year detection range at a time. Though progress was slow, it was far safer. He wasn't in a rush. When his strength grew sufficient, he would face any challenges but pursuit from top-tier powerhouses or the hostility of the Gaia consciousness. At this point, Chen Yi had reached the peak of the 5th tier, with his Starforce sensing and control range extending to a radius of 3 million light-years, and his starlight level reaching LV25. On the surface, he appeared only a step away from the 6th tier, the galaxy cluster level, but the actual gap was immense. He had briefly experienced the power of the 6th tier. A single strike could obliterate hundreds of star systems. Such might was far beyond the capabilities of the 5th tier. And as for the 7th tier, the universe level, it was an existence beyond imagination. Even with his ability for death evolution, Chen Yi would not recklessly challenge the Gaia consciousness. After all, even he feared the possibility of an unforeseen downfall. As for Gamma, Chen Yi had no idea which corner of the universe the spatial rift had sent him to. Perhaps he would never be found again. All Chen Yi could do was silently wish him good luck. Chen Yi harnessed the cosmic star force, and under his control, the immense energy rapidly transformed into matter. One by one, stars were born in the void, adorning the boundless universe. Then, a massive black hole emerged, its powerful gravity pulling nearby celestial bodies, gradually forming a spiral galaxy. Its appearance was almost identical to the Milky Way. A new Milky Way. This newly formed universe spanned a radius of 1 million light-years, containing over hundreds of trillions of stars, shining brilliantly. Chen Yi carefully retrieved the solar system from his personal space and gently placed it within the embrace of this new galaxy. The relocation was complete. As he retracted his time-space energy, the entire new galaxy was enveloped in a dense layer of temporal and spatial power. Space accelerated suddenly, and the flow of time became imperceptibly fast. Chen Yi's star spirit essence subtly took root within this sea of stars. The seeds of life quietly germinated and thrived in this star field, bringing vitality and prosperity. Once everything was complete, Chen Yi withdrew his time-space energy again, preparing to leave. As for how Blue Star and this new galaxy would evolve in the future, that would be their destiny. However, just moments after Chen Yi's departure, a streak of light shot out from Blue Star, racing into the interstellar void. It was a colossal, crimson-scaled, ferocious beast exuding an overwhelming aura as it tore through the void. Roar! A silent roar echoed across the universe, triggering intense energy ripples. This long-dormant beast had finally entered the galaxy, beginning its own legendary journey. The new galaxy had yet to establish beacons, and Chen Yi needed to continue searching for new, harvesting grounds. While there were quite a few 5th-tier powerhouses in the universe, thanks to tools like the beacon marketplace that accelerated growth, some crops managed to escape the clutches of fate and became farmers themselves. Yet, in the vastness of the cosmos, with trillions of galaxies, 5th-tier powerhouses remained rare. It was not easy to encounter even one under normal circumstances. But Chen Yi quickly discovered a new field. This star system was located on the outer edge of the new galaxy, a billion light-years away, called the Tianfan system. Tianfan was a spiral galaxy, structurally similar to the Milky Way, with a radius of about 100,000 light-years and over 1 trillion stars. Stellar civilizations flourished here, and naturally, beacon holders were among them. Buzz. Time-space energy swept through the Tianfan system, accelerating the entire galaxy. Chen Yi entered this accelerated time-space with incredible speed, efficiently harvesting the beacons within the galaxy. He could only sense beacon holders within a 5 light-year radius. Without accelerating time-space, it would have been nearly impossible to complete the harvest across a 200,000 light-year expanse. Beacons were harvested one after another, and points surged like a tide. 1,000 points, 3,400 points, 25,000 points, 140,000 points. Soon, nearly all beacon holders in the Tianfan system were harvested, and Chen Yi amassed a total of 3.2 billion points. As the time-space energy gradually dissipated, his point balance reached 582.4 billion. With the aid of time-space crystals, Chen Yi managed to harvest an entire galaxy within a month. Otherwise, using conventional methods, just this Tianfan system alone would have taken significantly more time. Sensing the beacons in the surrounding star systems, Chen Yi continued his journey, swiftly heading toward his next target. Meanwhile, Gamma finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a massive cosmic rift in front of him. The rift was deep and bottomless, with void energy surging into it like a tide. "You're finally awake." A burly man patted Gamma on the shoulder, a relieved smile on his face. The man looked like a giant beast of the starry skies, with muscles like mountains, an enormous physique, and an awe-inspiring presence. "Welcome to the Void Realm." Gamma remained bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing this, the burly man shoved a metallic gun into Gamma's hands and pulled out a glowing green metal rod from his own gear. Igniting it, he swung it casually before leading Gamma straight toward the cosmic rift. "Prepare for battle." Gamma still looked utterly confused. What on earth is going on? A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Chen Yi glanced at the interface displaying his final points balance 623.7 billion. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was still nearly 380 billion points short of the 1 trillion required to purchase the unified force form in one go. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Chen Yi calculated in his mind. At the current rate of point accumulation, this gap could be closed within 2 or 3 months. The unified force form of the star spirit represented the power of a 7th-level cosmic entity, bringing such strength within reach. Chen Yi knew clearly that once he evolved to the unified force form, he would possess at least the combat power of a 6th-level galaxy cluster. With the additional boost from a critical breakthrough, the threshold of the 7th level would be well within his grasp. This was no mere fantasy. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yi contemplated the relationship between power and rank. He was acutely aware of one fact. Having high-level abilities and equipment didn't necessarily guarantee the full strength of that rank. His core origin was a creation of a 6th-level star spirit legacy, but he had not truly stepped into the 6th level yet, as he did not possess 6th-level power in his normal state. Conversely, if someone owned a piece of equipment that allowed them to wield 6th-level power, then for all intents and purposes, they were a 6th-level powerhouse, regardless of their inherent strength. This was a fundamental principle of power evaluation. Chen Yi's gaze grew resolute. He had always chosen the pure path of power stemming from oneself, relying minimally on external equipment or tools. This path was challenging, but represented the truest and most authentic form of growth. As the countdown on the interface reached its final second, the information for the new mission world refreshed instantly. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. This would be his first anchor mission after advancing to the 2nd rank. Mission type, anchor mission. Mission difficulty, rank 2. A faint electrical buzz followed, and Chen Yi's figure flickered before disappearing entirely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vibrant, bustling world. The streets were crowded with people, cars streamed endlessly, and skyscrapers stretched toward the heavens, showing no signs of decay or destruction. The modern information-driven society operated as usual. People walked briskly with smartphones in hand, office workers in professional attire hurried along, and occasionally, airplanes streaked across the sky, leaving white trails in their wake. Standing at a high vantage point, Chen Yi extended his star force perception across the planet, then fixed his gaze in a particular direction, the Eastern Special Zone. A spatial interface appeared before him. Main Quest Phase 1. This world is governed by void energy. To uncover its crises and secrets, you must first master void energy. Quest reward, 1,000 points. Chen Yi nodded slightly. After advancing to the 2nd rank, the rewards for the first phase of the main quest had noticeably increased, no longer the paltry few hundred points from before. He quickly checked his current status. Name, Chen Yi. Rank, 2nd rank. Points, 1,068,600. Abilities, Star Spirit LV-25, Planck Membrane Lifeform, Critical Breakthrough LV-10, Hyper Burst LV-11, Death Evolution. Items, Personal Space Galaxy, Chapter of Gaia, Heart of the Tyrant, Core of Origin. Without hesitation, Chen Yi stored the core of origin inside the Planck membrane. He surveyed his surroundings. On the surface, this appeared to be an ordinary planet, but he could sense the extraordinary power hidden within. The foundation of this planet's supernatural energy was precisely the void energy mentioned in the main quest. Chen Yi was not entirely unfamiliar with the void. The void was the origin of all things, the birthplace of all universes and worlds. This concept extended beyond the understanding of void-based races. Many advanced civilizations across the cosmos held similar theories. The void was infinitely vast, encompassing countless universes and worlds. The void was filled with chaotic and unruly energy, the most primal and supreme existence. This energy was the origin of all matter and energy. Simply put, while some worlds might lack access to starlight energy, no world could exist without tapping into void energy. After all, it was the foundation of everything. Based on this void energy, the planet had developed a powerful system of forces. Yet, for ordinary people, all of this remained a secret. To deeply study the application of void energy, the planet established 4 special zones: east, west, south, and north, isolated from the outside world with strict prohibitions against any extraordinary powers leaking out. The closest zone to Chen Yi was the Eastern Special Zone. Although the technological level of this planet had yet to achieve a successful moon landing, the 4 special zones concealed ultimate powers capable of destroying the entire galaxy. The existence of extraordinary powers had always been shrouded in mystery. The 4 zones outwardly claimed to be scientific research areas dedicated to the most advanced global studies. In a way, this wasn't entirely false. Though they operated within the realm of the extraordinary, their research methods were modern and scientific. The study and application of void energy, while rooted in ancient times, had long since been advanced through contemporary techniques. At this moment, Chen Yi was in the process of accepting an upgrade mission. The system notification indicated that the installation was complete and random options were being loaded. The upgrade task displayed. 1. Ascend to the rank of Demon God, with task progress reaching 10 and the guaranteed hit ability upgraded by 1 level. 2. Ascend to the rank of Demon God, with task progress reaching 20 and the guaranteed hit ability upgraded by 1 level. 3. Ascend to the rank of Demon God, with task progress reaching 30 and the guaranteed hit ability upgraded by 1 level. This was a fixed series of 10 upgrade tasks. Legends spoke of the existence of higher beings called demon gods, and Chen Yi's ultimate goal was to reach this level. Though the task seemed rather tedious, he was undaunted. As for his newly acquired random ability guaranteed hit, level 1, it came with the description: a 1 chance for each attack to trigger an unavoidable hit. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of relief and excitement. He had long hoped for a causality-based or conceptual level ability like this. Whether it was the guaranteed arrow from the world of finality or the causality-defying lethal strike from Star Mark, such skills were immensely powerful. And now, his wish had finally come true. Once all the upgrade tasks were completed, the probability of triggering guaranteed hit would reach 100. Just thinking about it filled Chen Yi with anticipation. The beauty of numerical precision and the strength of mechanisms, yet even so, every system had its limits. Chen Yi had once managed to break free from the fatal strike of Star Mark. But if the numerical values were overwhelming and the mechanism even stronger, it would mean invincibility. At that moment, on a bustling street, a black business car sped forward like a race car. It screeched to a halt, its tires leaving deep black marks on the pavement. The car door was swiftly pulled open, and 4 men in black suits and sunglasses rushed out, quickly escorting Chen Yi into the vehicle. The business car then sped off, disappearing into the streets. Inside the car, one of the men in sunglasses politely apologized to Chen Yi. "Apologies, sir. Time is of the essence, and we had no choice but to bring you along in this manner. We hope for your understanding." Chen Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. The man in sunglasses handed him a business card. Chen Yi took it and glanced at it, noticing the words Eastern Special Zone and Genji Heavy Industries printed on it. Meanwhile, at 0 Elite Academy in the Eastern Special Zone, a blonde woman hung up the phone, her expression tinged with displeasure. Clicking her tongue softly, she muttered, "Just missed out by a hair. What a waste of talent." The Eastern District is home to 3 major research and educational institutions: Genji Heavy Industries, 0 Aerospace, and the Nihility Institute. These 3 powerhouses are not only financially formidable, but also fiercely compete in cultivating the next generation of talent, continuously channeling vast resources into their respective research facilities and educational systems. Chen Yi unexpectedly obtained legal status in this world and was admitted as a special student in the Eastern District. As the educational institutions of the 3 factions engaged in a heated rivalry to recruit him, Genji Heavy Industries acted swiftly, bringing him under their wing. Unlike 0 Aerospace, which boasts the 0 Elite Academy, Genji Heavy Industries does not operate a formal educational institution. Instead, it upholds an extremely ancient tradition family-style education. Here, the heritage of extraordinary power systems can be traced back to ancient times. Certain prestigious families have profound expertise in this area, adhering stubbornly to an incredibly traditional and elite educational model. The Corridor Courtyard serves as the venue for Genji Heavy Industries family-style education, named for its distinctive architectural feature countless interconnected corridors. At this moment, a stern-faced, impeccably disciplined middle-aged man was leading Chen Yi across the wooden floors, their footsteps echoing through the hallways. "According to tradition, you need to choose a new name to distinguish yourself from your external identity," the man said. "If you're unable to decide immediately, we can select one for you." After a brief moment of thought, Chen Yi replied, "Let's go with Swaling." It was a name devoid of any special meaning. In truth, Chen Yi had already learned the method to ascend to the position of a demon god upon arriving on this planet. Despite the 4 districts' stringent sealing of these ancient records, nothing could escape his stellar energy perception. Ascending to the position of a demon god was not a feat achieved through brute force, but required strict adherence to a series of ritualistic steps. The Eastern District happened to possess the necessary conditions for these steps, which was the real reason he chose to join Genji Heavy Industries. The Corridor Courtyard housed only a small number of students, who studied the fundamentals of mastering extraordinary powers here. Occasionally, they also collaborated with institutions in the Eastern District on joint research projects. This year's freshmen accounted for only a quarter of the total student body. The elite, family-style education model inherently limited the number of students, making the population here far smaller than in the other 2 educational institutions. Among these students, one stood out: Yuan Jishu, a particularly remarkable young man. This 17-year-old prodigy had grown up in the Eastern District, gaining exposure to extraordinary powers earlier than outsiders. A year ago, he was selected by Genji Heavy Industries and admitted to the corridor courtyard. In less than a week, he mastered the control of void energy, and within a year, he became one of the top students in the courtyard. Yuan Jishu's abilities had already reached the standard of the first echelon within the corridor courtyard. While he was neither boastful nor prone to arrogance, deep down, he firmly believed that he was not inferior to anyone in the courtyard. However, that confidence was about to be challenged today. The teacher introduced a young man. From today onwards, Sui Lang would become a new member of the corridor courtyard. Sui Lang, when his gaze met Chen Yi's, Yuan Jishu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if a tiny speck of dust had come face to face with the vast expanse of the cosmos. In the face of this boundless universe, his existence seemed insignificant. This intense intuition stemmed from an extraordinary force within himself, a feeling that was beyond words. He froze in place, unable to understand why he felt this way, but he was absolutely certain of one thing. If he were to face Chen Yi in a duel, he would undoubtedly lose. This sensation was akin to humanity gazing at the stars, never believing they could be greater than the starlit sky. Why? Why did he have this instinct? After all, Chen Yi was just a newcomer who had yet to master void energy, far from being at the peak of his power. Snapping back to reality, Yuan Jishu remained silent for a long time. When he looked again, Chen Yi's figure was already fading into the distance of the courtyard. He turned to the young man beside him and asked quietly, "Senior, what do you think of this newcomer?" The young man thought for a moment before replying. "The name is rather unusual." Yuan Jishu had no response to that. In the days that followed, life in the tranquil courtyard began. The system of extraordinary powers in this world was known as the sequence. Simply put, this power was akin to magic, spells, or rituals, driven by void energy. In the 4 special zones, while there existed galaxy-level ultimate forces, most of the students in the courtyard were ordinary novices, with only a few reaching the second tier of power. Chen Yi, however, seemed entirely unbothered by anything here. To him, this place was a perfect opportunity. As a star spirit, Chen Yi possessed the ability to harness starlight and other forms of energy, but he knew that there would come a time when he might encounter situations where starlight was unusable. The end world was a prime example there. Starlight was as frozen and immovable as ice. In missions where starlight and zero-point vacuum energy couldn't be utilized, a mage's template would be significantly weakened. Thus, Chen Yi decided to seize this chance to master void energy. Void energy was infinite, omnipresent, and highly versatile, capable of enhancing his power on all fronts. Finally, Chen Yi made the decisive choice to abandon starlight and fully embrace the void. In the empty courtyard, he sensed the ripples of void energy and effortlessly began to harness it. The void energy surged toward him, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Purple circuitry-like void patterns emerged across his skin, rapidly expanding and burrowing deeper into his body until they vanished into the air, as though merging with the intangible void itself, firmly taking root. At that moment, he resembled a member of a void race. Despite being within the universe, the true void remained elusive. It existed beyond the universe and worlds, and yet, everything originated from it. In a broader sense, the void encompassed both the universe and the worlds within it. Therefore, even while residing in the universe, Chen Yi could still draw upon an endless stream of void energy. Chen Yi felt the surging void energy within him, as easy to control as starlight. He knew he had stepped into a new realm of power. Main mission, Phase 1 completed. Points earned, 1,000. Main mission, Phase 2. The sequence is the foundation of all power in this world. With the support of void energy, construct your own universal sequence. Mission reward, 2,000 points. Meanwhile, other returnees who had descended into this mission world were entering the 4 special zones. Some, like Chen Yi, chose to integrate into academy life as students. Others took a more forceful approach, barging into the zones as marauders and showcasing their own unique methods. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each demonstrated their own abilities. The sequence, a programming language of reality. The sequence can be understood as a type of programming language. Much like writing code to achieve specific computations and results, different programs must be written to fulfill different needs. By harnessing and utilizing void energy to construct and drive the sequence, people are able to interfere with reality to a certain extent. Whether you call it spells or magic, the essence remains the same. As society entered the modern information age, people began referring to this ability as the sequence. As the name suggests, this power is categorized by numbered sequences. With the help of modern scientific classification and organization, all spells and magic have been redefined and consolidated into hundreds of sequences based on their nature and effects. Sequences 101 to 500 are known as general sequences. These 400 foundational sequences cover a wide range of applications, from daily life to industrial production, from scientific research to combat scenarios. On the other hand, sequences 1 to 100 are unique and exclusive. They do not fall under the category of general sequences that anyone can master. The defining feature of general sequences is their modularity, can be combined like building blocks, with virtually no limit to their complexity. The strength they can unleash depends entirely on the user's skill level. It is not uncommon for highly skilled general sequence users to defeat holders of unique sequences. While rarity is a factor, it does not directly equate to combat power. Everything depends on the individual's ability. The second phase of the main mission required Chen Yi to construct his own set of general sequences, which meant creating a personalized and intricate combination of sequences. For Chen Yi, this was no challenge at all. His level and essence were so advanced that he could effortlessly construct extraordinarily complex and powerful general sequence sets. At that moment, a flash of void circuitry flickered at Chen Yi's fingertips, and violet energy bloomed in midair. The void energy rapidly formed into a sequence, and the instant it was completed, its effect manifested. A ball of flame appeared in Chen Yi's hand, constantly shifting in nature and form, both dazzling and dangerous. The tree of origins silently appeared nearby, its gaze fixed on the flame in Chen Yi's hand. Is this your sequence? Ever since that day, it had been paying close attention to Chen Yi's every move. Chen Yi looked up at him. What about it? Can I test the power of this sequence? The tree of origins' eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of challenge. Chen Yi had only been in the courtyard for a few days, yet he had already mastered the ability to construct sequences. His speed was astonishing. The tree of origin could no longer suppress its curiosity. It was eager to gauge Chen Yi's true strength and to confirm whether its instincts from that day were correct. Could it really lose against Chen Yi? For someone with an intense competitive spirit, this question had been gnawing at it. Hearing the request, Chen Yi's expression turned a little odd. You want to try it? Yes. The tree of origins' expression became unusually serious as it immediately assumed a combat stance and activated its sequence. I'll defend with all my strength, so don't worry about hurting me. Don't let the fact that I've only been in the courtyard for a year fool you. I'm quite confident in my abilities. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll let you try. Bring it on. The tree of origin braced itself, every muscle tensed. The next moment, boom. Deafening roars shook the entire courtyard continuously. Suddenly, a figure shot through a dozen walls of the courtyard like a meteor, finally crashing heavily onto the ground in a disheveled state. Yuan Jishu lay there in confusion, his eyes vacant, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. The vastness of void energy is undeniable, but that doesn't mean the power of a sequence can be infinitely amplified. The stronger the being, the more void energy they can mobilize in an instant to construct a sequence, and this is the true key to determining its power. In theory, if Chen Yi reached his peak state, he could mobilize all the void energy within a radius of 3 million light-years at once, unleashing an invincible strike akin to a myth. To Yuan Jishu, that strike was nothing more than a joke from Chen Yi and hardly worth mentioning. Yet, Yuan Jishu still lay on the ground, staring blankly at the azure sky, as if lost in thought. By the time he stood up, Chen Yi's figure had long vanished without a trace. What happened? Students in the courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. When they saw the shattered wall, astonishment was written all over their faces. And when their eyes fell upon Yuan Jishu lying on the ground, their shock only deepened. Yuan Jishu had actually been struck down? Are you all right? One student couldn't help but ask. I'm fine, Yuan Jishu replied, still gazing at the profound sky, his thoughts seemingly far away. As he rose, his eyes were devoid of focus. A nearby system notification sounded. Main quest phase 2 completed. Reward points, 2,000. Immediately afterward, another notification followed. Main quest phase 3. According to legend, 10 demon gods of immense power exist in this world. As their strength continues to grow, the entire world faces an impending crisis. Investigate the source of this threat. Quest reward, for 1,000 points. As the quest progressed, Chen Yi didn't immediately set out on a journey to find the demon gods. Instead, he used the omnipresent void energy to scan the entire planet, and even the galaxy, but his search yielded no results. Despite the existence of numerous secret societies and cults worshipping demon gods within and beyond the 4 major regions, Chen Yi found no evidence of any organization preparing to orchestrate catastrophic control over the world. Perhaps the crucial information had yet to surface. Faced with this predicament, Chen Yi had no choice but to wait patiently, using the interim to complete some upgrade tasks. He needed to go through 10 steps to ascend to the position of a demon god. The first step was obtaining the demon god imprint, followed by the ritual of bonding with the shrine maiden. Every subsequent step was critical. Any mistake could lead to the failure of the entire process. For most transcendents, demon gods remained a myth or a closely guarded secret. However, major powers like Genji Heavy Industries and the upper echelons of prominent educational institutions were well aware that demon gods were not mere fabrications, but truly existed in this world. Moreover, the four major regions had never ceased their research on demon gods. The ultimate goal of the sequence power system was to enable its practitioners to become demon gods. These rituals were already being quietly conducted by conglomerates like Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't need to forcibly control the planet to initiate the process. It was already in motion, awaiting his natural integration into it. The Chen Yi family had devoted a millennium of effort to this pursuit. Even if the one to ascend to godhood wasn't a member of their own family, as long as it was someone they had trained, the goal would be achieved. This was the true purpose of the courtyard, fulfilling the Chen Yi family's thousand-year dream. Their pursuit was not the power of the demon gods itself, but the ultimate truth that lay beyond it. Though the power of a demon god was immense, the most important aspect remained the ability to grasp that ultimate truth. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. In the courtyard, the gentle sound of flowing water filled the tranquil air. Chen Yi sat in the center of the courtyard, an ancient tome spread open before him. Moonlight bathed its pages, illuminating a peculiar symbol, the demon god imprint, the first step toward ascending to the position of a demon god. Chen Yi reached out for the sealed text of the Chen Yi clan, not because he absolutely needed to possess the tome, but simply because he preferred the tactile feeling of physical books. As he immersed himself in its pages, the tranquil courtyard was interrupted by the steady sound of footsteps, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a cane against the ground. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles and snow-white hair slowly came into view. It was Jin Suchi, the head of the courtyard and the current patriarch of the Chen Yi family. He also held a prominent position in Chen Yi heavy industries. Suchi observed Chen Yi's act of flipping through the forbidden text, yet his expression showed no sign of disapproval. Ahem. Suchi cleared his throat twice, his voice raspy yet commanding. Young men with your kind of talent are rarino. To be precise, this is the first time I've seen someone like you. While the mediocrity of others in the courtyard blinded them to it, Suchi could distinctly sense the terrifying power hidden within Chen Yi. It was a power that might even rival that of a demon god. As a second-tier combatant with a perception ability nearing fourth-tier levels, Suchi couldn't detect the exact energy fluctuations but could faintly grasp the essence of its existence. Chen Yi remained focused on the markings of the demon god, not even glancing up as he replied. I thought you were here to give me trouble. Not at all, Suchi said, his gaze also falling on the demon god markings. A genius of your caliber deserves certain privileges. You've earned the right to access this level of knowledge. Tell me, Sui Lang, do you want to ascend to the position of a demon god? Chen Yi's peripheral vision briefly flicked to Suchi as he asked curtly, what's the condition? You must do so under the name of the Chen Yi clan. Suchi stated plainly. The Chen Yi will support your ascension ritual, and you will ascend as a demon god in the name of the Chen Yi. All right. Chen Yi agreed without hesitation. For him, the name under which he ascended didn't matter. What mattered was gaining power and completing his upgrade mission. The moment the deal was struck, a sinister smile crept across Suchi's withered face. This might be the closest the Chen Yi clan had come to achieving their ultimate goal in a millennium. At midnight, everything unfolded as Chen Yi had planned. The elders of the Chen Yi clan gradually appeared, commencing the ritual in accordance with ancient traditions. They chanted incantations around Chen Yi, and as the energy of the void began to ripple, they collectively activated their sequences. Buzz. A violet symbol appeared on the back of Chen Yi's right hand, signifying that he had obtained the demon god marking and gained the qualification to proceed with the subsequent stages of the ritual. First upgrade mission completed. Upgrade mission 1 complete. Guaranteed strike option. Upgrade guaranteed strike LV2. Ability guaranteed strike level LV2. Description: each attack now has a 10 chance to trigger a guaranteed hit. Looking at the increased probability, Chen Yi calculated silently. At level 11 of guaranteed strike, it might just reach a 100 trigger rate. After the ritual, Yuan Suyi's exhaustion was evident as he sighed. Time spares no one. These old bones can't handle much anymore. Determined to ensure the upcoming rituals were properly arranged, he promised to consult Chen Yi in advance regarding matters involving the other 3 special districts. From today onward, the courtyard and the power of the Chen Yi clan were at Chen Yi's disposal. The next step was to select the shrine maiden for the upcoming rituals. Leaning on his cane, Yuan Suyi slowly departed. You'll have to make the choice yourself. As the future Archon's shrine maiden, only you have the authority to decide, he said, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. Chen Yi thought to himself that, if possible, he'd prefer to pick someone at random and get it over with quickly. However, he knew it wasn't that simple. He couldn't be sure if the elaborate rituals were truly necessary, but for now, he'd simply follow the prescribed steps. To the students of the courtyard of corridors, Chen Yi exuded an air of mystery, as if he were an enigma wrapped in legend. In just a few days, he had risen from an ordinary student to someone highly regarded by the courtyard's leadership. He was always accompanied by aides, his movements were elusive, and his presence sparked endless curiosity. He had barely interacted with the other students, and it wasn't until the veil of mystery around him began to lift that people started paying attention to his existence. One day, a car pulled up outside the gates of the courtyard of corridors. The door opened, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy stepped out. Dressed in a sharp blue uniform with the emblem of 0 Elite Academy embroidered on his chest, he looked full of energy. The boy eagerly rushed into the courtyard, calling out excitedly, "Yuan Go, I'm here to see you." Derek, a young man in the courtyard, greeted him warmly, clearly familiar with him. "Here to see Yuan again, huh?" "Yeah, where's Yuan Go?" Derek asked, glancing around curiously. The three educational institutions in the Eastern District frequently organized student exchange activities and encouraged cross-school interactions, so Derek often visited Yuan Jishu. 0 Elite Academy shared a similar philosophy of elite education with the courtyard of corridors, but its teaching methods were more modern and progressive. Derek's abilities were second only to Yuan Zishu's. Without giving his all, Yuan Jishu couldn't guarantee a win against him. For this reason, Derek had always regarded Yuan Jishu as both a rival and an idol to look up to. Yuan's been pretty busy lately," the young man said with a shrug. Just as he spoke, a group of people passed by, led by none other than Chen Yi. Behind him were two Jinji aides, with Yuan Jishu following closely in a composed and efficient manner. "Yuan Go," Derek called out, about to approach, but the young man beside him held him back by the shoulder. Yuan Jishu turned his head and gave Derek a slight nod before continuing on with Chen Yi. "Why is Yuan Go acting like someone's lackey?" Derek exclaimed, stunned and confused. The young man explained, "That's why I said he's been busy. And this isn't being a lackey, it's Yuan's own decision. Maybe he sees something admirable in Solang's character. Only Yuan himself knows for sure." Hearing this, Derek frowned deeply. The rival and role model he had always looked up to had now become someone else's subordinate. This filled him with a mix of frustration and disappointment, couldn't understand Yuan Zishu's choice, and felt let down by it. Moreover, he was angry at seeing his idol at the beck and call of someone else, and this anger brought with it a faint sense of humiliation for himself as well. Derek spoke in a low voice. "That guy leading the way earlier, his name is Swaling, right? I don't recall seeing someone like him the last time I visited this courtyard." "Yes, he's new," the young man replied. "He just enrolled a few days ago." "Just enrolled?" Derek frowned, his tone laced with doubt. A new student? How could someone like that possess such strength? A sense of confusion filled his mind. Why would the Tree of Origin make such a choice, willingly following that person? The more Derek thought about it, the more discontent he became. His expression darkened as he turned and walked out of the courtyard. A decision already forming in his mind would find an opportunity to test Swaling and uncover what it was about him that had earned the Tree of Origin's allegiance. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was deeply engrossed in the second phase of the Ascension ritual, choosing his Shrine Maiden. This step was no trivial matter and required the utmost care. In the Eastern District, numerous factions were devoted to pursuing the path of demonic gods. Beyond the three major powers, such as Jinji Heavy Industries, there were also countless research institutions and sequence families. Due to the ritual's grand scale and complexity, all participating factions had to collaborate on the subsequent steps. This wasn't solely Chen Yi's task. Other factions' ascension candidates were also selecting their shrine maidens during this stage. Chen Yi, arriving at the opportune moment, had become a pivotal part of this ceremony. The Jinji family had already chosen their ascension candidate. However, Chen Yi's sudden appearance led Jin Suchi and the entire Jinji family to unhesitatingly abandon their original candidate. After several days of preparation, everything was finally ready. Chen Yi decided to personally embark on the mission to select his shrine maiden. This endeavor was not only for his own benefit, but also marked his first official encounter with the other ascension candidates from the Eastern District. In the Eastern District, at the Present World Pavilion, this modern, futuristic venue was filled with virtual security lines resembling beams of light floating in the air, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. At the center of the pavilion, a group of young women in elegant shrine maiden attire was solemnly conducting the ritual. Some of them came from the three major educational institutions of the Eastern District, while others were staff members from the district government. The one thing they all had in common was their mastery of sequence powers and a clear understanding of the significance of their role. The juxtaposition of the ancient ritual with the futuristic setting created a striking sense of contrast. Outside the ritual area, many had already gathered in anticipation. Among them were Aosta from 0 Elite Academy, Levi from the Void Institute, and other ascension candidates from various factions. Though still a student, Aosta was tall and muscular, with black hair and blue eyes. His strength was already nearing mid-level Tier 2, making him a standout among the younger generation. The Void Institute, despite its evolution into a massive research organization, remained fundamentally an educational institution and did not operate traditional academies. Levi, the Void Institute's ascension candidate, was a mysterious figure whose strength was unknown. A mixed-blood individual, he was slender and frail-looking, forming a stark contrast to Aosta. As the sound of footsteps echoed, Everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the pavilion. The Genji contingent had arrived. Leading the group was a young man, Chen Yi. The moment he stepped into the pavilion, the expressions of everyone present subtly shifted. A faint sense of pressure swept across the room, as if the gravitational pull of some massive celestial body had suddenly enveloped the space. Void energy silently converged toward Chen Yi, spreading like invisible ripples. Simply by standing there, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. Aosta's eyes lit up, and a surge of excitement coursed through his veins. Could this young man before him really be the one chosen by the Genji to ascend to godhood? His power was truly astonishing. Nearby, a woman wearing glasses and dressed in a researcher's uniform observed Chen Yi with great interest. It was clear that entrusting such an important candidate for ascension to this young man was quite unexpected. "Shall we begin?" Chen Yi asked calmly as he glanced around. A shrine maiden stepped forward, her melodious voice echoing through the hall of the present world. "Candidates seeking to ascend to the position of demon god, please reveal the proof of your marks." Chen Yi, Aosta, Lewis, and others raised their right hands. Energy rippled through the air as distinct demon god markings appeared on the backs of their hands. Suddenly, the sound of fighting erupted outside the hall of the present world. Security guards discovered suspicious individuals gathering and immediately engaged them. A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly incapacitating one of the guards. "Defiling the demon gods is a grave sin. We shall deliver divine retribution upon the blasphemers," a middle-aged man roared, and the crowd following him shouted in unison, "Divine retribution upon the blasphemers." These people were followers of the 10 Gods cult, a fanatical group devoted to the worship of the 10 demon gods. They believed that any attempt to ascend to godhood was an act of desecration. This attack was their effort to eliminate the candidates for ascension in the Eastern District. Amid the chaos, Luo Chongkong slipped into the Eastern District, blending in with the members of the 10 Gods cult. He had no interest in the conflict, and quickly found an opportunity to slip away. He wasn't the only one. Other Voidwalkers and Transcenders had also infiltrated the group. A figure wearing a black hood, with strands of white hair faintly visible, quietly entered the hall of the present world. With a thunderous crash, a large truck smashed through the wall, interrupting the ascension ceremony. Aosta's face darkened as he heard the shouts outside. Despite the hall of the present world's tight security, it was clear that the 10 Gods cult had come prepared. The cultists swarmed into the hall, killing indiscriminately and instantly turning the place into a battlefield. Chen Yi's eyes scanned the chaos, pausing on a few figures in the crowd. His gaze sharpened with focus. A system notification appeared. Transcenders detected. Extermination mission triggered. The transcendent space is the mortal enemy of the void space. Eliminate all transcenders present. Mission reward, 15,000 points. The raid by the 10 deities cult brought chaos, but in a critical zone like the Eastern District, their threat appeared insignificant. Inside the present world pavilion, personnel from the 3 major factions stood on high alert, safeguarding the safety of the priestesses. The female leader of the Void Institution adjusted her glasses slightly, her expression calm. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy swept through, and the surrounding cultists of the 10 deities collapsed lifelessly. This was the unique aspect of the sequence power system. It did not aim for sheer destruction, but targeted the essence of conceptual attacks. The same strike could precisely take a single life without harming the surroundings, or, if directed at the sun, it might shatter the entire star. This type of attack delivered death and annihilation to its target, with its destructive force scaling according to the target's magnitude. "Kill the blasphemers first," roared a middle-aged member of the 10 deities cult, his body erupting with bolts of lightning. He had clearly obtained intelligence on the chosen candidates, and his ferocious lightning strikes were aimed directly at Asta and Li Weici. However, he overlooked Chen Yi, a new candidate who had just replaced the original chosen one of the Genji lineage and had yet to appear on their intelligence network. Chen Yi stood motionless, calmly watching the dazzling display of lightning without a trace of panic. Beside him, the Tree of Origins wore a grave expression, asking if they should retreat. Chen Yi merely shook his head lightly. On the other side of the battlefield, a white-haired girl wearing a black hood silently hunted down the Void Returners. She was a traitor to the Void Realm and could effortlessly deliver lethal blows to her kind from the shadows. When her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Yi, her lifeless eyes suddenly lit up with a spark. That figurite was someone she could never forget. The memory of that godlike presence standing amidst the ruins had changed her life forever. To pursue that figure, she became a Void Returner, dedicating all her resources to enhancing her perception, just so she could recognize the person who had altered her destiny in the vast sea of humanity. Even to the extent. Upon learning that she and Chen Yi were not assigned to the same batch, the girl resolutely turned to transcendent space. She began relentlessly hunting down Voidwalkers, all in a desperate bid to rapidly amass strength, hoping to ascend through transcendent space into higher-tier Voidwalker mission worlds. This wasn't a simple tale of love, it was a pure and fervent devotion she held for Chen Yi. akin to an unshakable faith. When Chen Yi detected the presence of a transcender within the 10 deities sect, he immediately recognized the girl. As he marveled at the sheer improbability of it all, an unexpected event unfolded the moment their gazes met. The demonic sigil on the back of his hand suddenly lit up, emanating a gentle glow. The wheels of fate turned at that very moment, revealing the bond they shared across countless dimensions. The destined priestess had finally appeared. The demonic sigil's glow grew ever brighter, and before Chen Yi could react, the sigil split in two, with one half transferring directly onto the girl's forehead. This sudden phenomenon brought the battlefield to a standstill. Personnel from the Eastern Special Zone stood in stunned silence, while members of the three major factions Genji, 0 Point, and Nihility were equally frozen in shock. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, leaving even those who had witnessed numerous deification ceremonies utterly baffled. The 10 deities sect followers quickly snapped out of their stupor. Someone among them had been chosen as a priestess? To them, this was nothing short of blasphemy against their demonic god. Kill her. Kill the priestess, the fanatical worshippers cried as they charged toward the girl. But in the next instant, a series of deafening explosions rang out, one after another. Every single follower of the 10 deities sect, whether Voidwalker or Transcender, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, which spread throughout the hall. The girl, however, remained completely unscathed. This scene left everyone present paralyzed with fear. The bespectacled woman's pupils contracted as the system prompt chimed. Eradication mission complete. Points earned, 15,000. Chen Yi approached the girl and pulled back her hood, revealing shoulder-length snow-white hair and striking, jewel-like crimson eyes. The demonic sigil quietly faded into her forehead. What's your name? He asked. Chloe, she replied. Let's go. With that brief exchange, Chen Yi turned and walked away, and the girl followed without hesitation. The system notification sounded again, announcing that Chen Yi had completed the second stage of his upgrade mission, unlocking the LV3 guaranteed strike ability, which granted a 20 chance for every attack to be an unavoidable hit. Those who remained on the scene were still reeling from the shock. Levis stared at the lingering blood mist, recalling the chilling moment when Chen Yi acted. A deranged smile spread across his face as he muttered, "We're all going to die a horrible death, aren't we?" The ascended from Genji was overwhelmingly powerful. In less than a day, news of the attack on the Museum of the Mortal World had spread rapidly throughout the Eastern Special District. People quickly learned that Genji had produced an extraordinarily powerful ascended. However, as usual, the rumors became increasingly exaggerated as they circulated. Soon, there was talk that Chen Yi had single-handedly obliterated hundreds of senior members of the Shirshin cult inside the museum. Of course, this claim was implausible. Even if the Shirshin cult truly had hundreds of senior members, it would be impossible for so many to gather in the Eastern Special District in such a short time unless the district's guards were utterly blind. In reality, the Shirshin cult had only sent one top-tier second-stage leader, a middle-aged man capable of wielding thunder and lightning along with about 20 ordinary followers. Including a few Voidwalkers and other assorted individuals, their total number was just over 50. In the 4 special districts, a top-tier second-stage individual was already considered a formidable powerhouse, and only a handful of stronger individuals could surpass that level. Typically, those who exceeded the second stage rarely showed themselves casually. As an ascended, Chen Yi undoubtedly possessed the ability to instantly annihilate a top-tier second-stage powerhouse. Even ignoring the numerical disparity, his overwhelming strength alone was enough to create immense pressure on other ascension candidates. Although the ascension ceremony had not yet entered its third stage, some candidates from the Eastern Special District were already considering withdrawing from this opportunity. It wasn't that they lacked strength, but their opponent was simply too overwhelmingly powerful, leaving them virtually no chance to resist. Across the 4 special districts, various religious factions and organizations maintained secret bases in the shadows. However, none of them dared to relocate their headquarters openly to these districts, as these areas remained the strongholds of the Order faction. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the west, at a Shirshin cult outpost, an elder with snow-white hair, known as Sui Lang, sat with a heavy heart. His furrowed brow reflected his grim mood as he read the intelligence report that had just arrived. He was fully aware that a highly promising candidate was emerging in this ascension ceremony. Archbishop, those who blaspheme the divine must face judgment. Beside him, a stern-faced heretic inquisitor spoke, his tone devoid of any emotion. As a heretic inquisitor, my duty is to eliminate all blasphemers without hesitation. His voice was cold and unwavering, as though his words were absolute. The Shirshin cult understood that they could not entirely prevent the ascension ceremonies in the 4 special districts, but they would do everything in their power to eliminate the most promising ascension candidates. They had executed such plans countless times before. The Archbishop nodded. Assign personnel to. Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The rolling sound caused the atmosphere within the outpost to tense immediately. Both the archbishop and the inquisitor turned pale as lightning surged like a storm, engulfing them in an instant. With a resounding crash, the sky seemed to split apart, and a bolt of thunder struck down, obliterating the entire Shirshin cult outpost in a flash of destructive lightning. In the blink of an eye, everyone inquisitors, the archbishop, and all others were utterly powerless to resist. The entire base was reduced to a massive, bottomless crater, with all cultists and senior clergy turned to ash under the wrath of the lightning. Chen Yi remained attuned to every subtle change on this planet. When clues to the third stage of the main mission surfaced, he would be the first to notice. Anyone daring to challenge him would be dealt with mercilessly the moment they caught his attention. For Chen Yi, it required little effort. When faced with trouble, he preferred to nip it in the bud, sparing himself from future inconvenience. To him, it was merely a matter of a single thought. If it had nothing to do with him, he couldn't be bothered with the trivial disputes among the major sects or the 4 special regions. However, if he were accidentally drawn into other events, that would be a different story. Returning to the courtyard, the golden hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow on the ancient stone path, stretching long shadows behind him. Kelawai knelt before Chen Yi, her hands resting calmly on her knees, as she recounted her story without reservation. Her voice was calm, yet resolute, narrating her journey into the Gui Su space, her subsequent allegiance to the transcendent space, and her unwavering determination to follow Chen Yi. Though her words were few, a newfound radiance shone in her once dim eyes, as if she had finally found her purpose in life. No one was more suited to be Chen Yi's priestess than Kelawai. Her very presence here was a miracle, a twist of destiny. If her loyalty to Chen Yi could be quantified, it would forever remain at an unshakable 100, unwavering no matter the circumstances. Chen Yi's instructions were simple and direct. Rising to his feet, he looked down at Kelawai with an air of authority. From today onward, you are my priestess. You will oversee all the subsequent rituals for my ascension to godhood. Kelawai lowered her head slightly, her voice firm. I will not disappoint you. Standing nearby, Yuan Su furrowed his brows. He knew nothing about the Gui Su space or the transcendent space. All he knew was that Kelawai was once a follower of the 10 deities sect, which left him with lingering doubts. Chen Yi noticed Yuan Su Yi's concern but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he turned to him and said, the Eastern Special Region might have some objections to Kelawai's background. Leave it to the Yuan clan to handle. Yuan Su Yi nodded, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. Not a problem. With that, the conversation ended. Chen Yi turned and walked away, his long robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Yuan Su Yi watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. Young people these days are certainly bold. Even so, Yuan Su Yi understood. Chen Yi had the strength and the qualifications to act this way. In fact, Yuan Su Yi admired Ithis was exactly the kind of presence a future demon god should possess. The ascension to the position of a demon god required 10 ritual steps, each intricately connected. Step 1, the demon god's mark. Step 2, the priestess bond. Step 3, the trial of blood. Step 4, the solemn sequence. Step 5, the root sequence. Step 6, the concept sequence. Step 7, the ascension ceremony. Step 8, the final rite. Step 9, the descent of the demon god. Step 10, the overthrow of the demon god. Failure in any step would bring the process to a halt, and the difficulty increased exponentially with each stage. The chances of success approached zero as the rituals progressed. Throughout history, only a handful had reached the final step, which was the most critical of all. When a demon god descended, the slayer of the god would take their place. The number of demon gods was fixed at 10. To ascend to the position required this process, which was why the 10 deities sect vehemently opposed the ascension ritual. According to their doctrine, anyone who dared to challenge the demon gods committed an unforgivable sin. Of course, very few had ever managed to complete the final step. Slaying a demon god as a mere mortal was an almost impossible feat. Demon gods were called such because they transcended humanity. It wasn't just the 10 deities sect. Many other demon god-worshipping factions and organizations considered the ascension ritual an act of blasphemy, ensuring that trouble would follow. The third stage, the trial of blood, was a brutal battle among the candidates for ascension. Participants had to bathe in blood to prove their strength, with the defeated left only one fate: death. According to the schedule, the trial of blood was set to take place in 7 days, involving all ascension candidates from the Eastern Special Region. In reality, the slaughter had already begun before the official start of the trial of blood. Certain families and factions were resorting to underhanded tactics, attempting to eliminate potential candidates before the trial even began. Chen Yi, having made a name for himself at the Xianxia Pavilion earlier, had unsurprisingly become a target for some. However, to him, these minor schemes weren't even worth considering. His sights were set far beyond toward the throne of the demon god, awaiting its rightful conqueror. Within the consciousness space constructed by void energy, 12 high-ranking bishops of the Decemvirate Church, dressed in luxurious ceremonial robes, and a solemn, authoritative pope were seated around a massive circular table. The air was thick with a grave atmosphere, and worry was etched on every face. The pope sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the 12 bishops present. There were originally supposed to be 15 bishops attending this meeting, but now only 12 remained. In just a few days, 3 bishops, along with their entire strongholds, had been obliterated by an unknown force, leaving nothing but ashes. What was even more alarming was that these 3 incidents occurred precisely at the moment they decided to pass heretical judgment on Chen Yi. "We are being watched," murmured a pale-faced bishop. "Every time we involve ourselves with that individual, disaster strikes. This must be connected to the ascended one of the Chen Yi lineage." Another bishop clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Despite their near-third-year strength, every bishop present felt powerless against this mysterious force. Could it be the hidden forces of the Eastern District at work? Someone questioned. Or, a young bishop gritted his teeth and said, could this be a display of that person's true power? Don't forget, our adjudicator fell at his hands. Impossible. Multiple bishops refuted in unison. The Pope raised his hand, signaling for silence. The heretical judgment against Chen Yi is temporarily suspended, he declared with an undeniable authority in his tone. At present, we are not equipped to contend with this power. Are we just going to let it go? A bishop, unwilling to accept this, slammed the table in frustration. The group's animosity toward this highly capable heretic had reached its peak. The Pope's lips curved into a faint smile. Do not worry. The Eastern District will deal with him from within. The Genji have been drawing too much attention lately. They are bound to attract adversaries. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, Chen Yi's immense power had already drawn the vigilance of various factions. Following the battle at the Xianxia Pavilion, 0 Point Elite Academy was the first to establish a collaboration with the Void Institution, exchanging advanced sequence research results. Capitalizing on this partnership, Asta and Levius gained access to new sequence structures, and through the latest sequence enhancement experiments, their strength surged dramatically ahead of the impending Blooded Testament. However, unbeknownst to them, Chen Yi had been monitoring everything. The Tree of Origins, attuned to the rising tension, sought Chen Yi's guidance repeatedly to improve its own abilities. Each time it witnessed Chen Yi's awe-inspiring sequence displays, it was left utterly astonished. For most people, their sequence structures could at best be described as simple building blocks, but Chen Yi's sequence combinations were akin to the most intricate machinery. Hundreds of thousands of universal sequences were woven together in the most ingenious ways to create an unparalleled and awe-inspiring structure. This was the main reason he decided to follow Chen Yi, believed the ascension ritual would have no other outcome. Chen Yi was destined to ascend to the position of a demon god. Those people had no idea what kind of monster they were up against. By a vending machine on the street, Luo Changkong pushed his thumb against the soda bottle cap, releasing a crisp, pissed sound. Beside him stood another young ruins walker from the Thunder Legion, both of them scanning the street with vigilant eyes. It's pretty much certain now the only thing that can threaten this world is the power of a demon god. But the reasons and origins are still unclear. This is the main storyline of the third phase, the young ruins walker said in a low voice. I see. Luo Changkong nodded knowingly, his brows furrowing slightly. Some in the Legion had already progressed to the third phase of the main mission, while he was still working on constructing his universal sequence set. The difficulty of this task was indeed no joke. The 10 Deities cult might have some clues about this. Luo Changkong rubbed his temples. I'll try to get in touch with them again. He had just managed to slip out of the 10 Deities cult, and now he had to sneak back in. What a mess. However, during his time infiltrating the 10 Deities cult to gain access to the Eastern Special Zone, he did uncover one critical piece of information: the Ascension Ritual. If there was anything that could be most closely tied to the demon god, it was undoubtedly the Ascension Ritual. This was the only lead they had so far. He couldn't be sure if it was related to the third phase of the main mission, but any lead was better than none. The fear of missing crucial intelligence loomed large. So far, all Luo Changkong had learned from the 10 Deities cult was the existence of the Ascension Ritual. He was completely in the dark about the ritual's steps. Moreover, the Eastern Special Zone was teeming with Tier 2 powerhouses, making it extremely challenging for rookies like them to gather any meaningful intelligence, let alone obtain detailed information about the ritual. This was where information gathering and perception-focused ruins walkers became particularly vital. With someone like that, intelligence collection would be a lot easier. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared in the distance. Luo Changkong immediately straightened his posture, his gaze sharp. They're here. According to reliable intel from the Legion, the Ascension Ritual was about to enter its next phase, and all Ascension candidates in the Eastern Special Zone were set to gather today. Luo Changkong and his companion were intentionally waiting here, hoping for a chance to infiltrate the ritual and gather information about it. The ruins walker beside him squinted as he identified the convoy. Genji. The scene shifted to the entrance of the Inner World Pavilion, where Chen Yi and his group were about to enter. They were suddenly met by another group, the Ascension candidates from the Superposition Research Institute, led by Francis, a blond young man with mid-tier Tier 2 strength. Upon seeing Chen Yi, Francis approached him enthusiastically, a deliberate smile plastered across his face. However, Chen Yi completely ignored him, walking straight into the pavilion without so much as a glance. The smile on Francis's face froze instantly. What the Superposition Research Institute team never expected was that Francis, still brimming with apparent enthusiasm, continued to follow Chen Yi. No one noticed the increasingly unnatural look in his eyes. The next moment, as his foot landed on the ground, a violent surge of void energy erupted. Boom! Francis's figure shot toward Chen Yi like a cannonball, the raw, unrestrained killing intent spreading wildly. This scene left the Superposition Research Institute members utterly stunned. Francis, even if there's going to be a fight, it can wait a bit longer. The Leisure Pavilion is right in front of them, and the blood-soaked proof of the Ascension ceremony is about to unfold. The people from the Superposition Research Institute certainly didn't expect that Francie would lack even this bit of patience. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded like a sudden thunderclap, the deafening blast throwing everyone nearby several meters away. Francie's face twisted into a savage grin, but that expression quickly froze. The source tree effortlessly caught Francie's full-force strike with one hand. The invisible shockwave, which had spread out, was immediately reversed and completely absorbed into his palm without the slightest leakage. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Yi remained completely indifferent, not even sparing a glance in their direction, as if he had anticipated this conflict all along. His demeanor was calm, and his steps steady as he walked into the Leisure Pavilion. In his eyes, opponents who couldn't reach the level of the 10 Gods cult weren't even worth his time or attention. Such small fry could simply be left to the source tree to handle. Too weak. The source tree's cold, detached gaze betrayed no emotion. He firmly gripped Francie's fist, causing Francie's pupils to shrink in shock. The next moment, an intense pain shot through Francie's nervous system. Bang! The source tree moved with lightning speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow. He returned the absorbed shockwave with tenfold force, shattering Francie's defensive sequence completely with a single punch. This was the source tree's hypersensory feedback sequence group, a complex structure built from thousands of universal sequences that greatly enhanced his sensory perception and intuition. Any attack he perceived could be fully absorbed and returned with tenfold power. This sequence group, combining perception, defense, and overwhelming offensive capability, had brought the source tree just one step away from reaching the third tier result of his teachings from Chen Yi. Cough, cough. Francie collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his face contorted in agony. He couldn't muster a single word. The source tree looked down at him, a trace of pity in his eyes. How pathetic. Stop. Someone from the Superposition Research Institute shouted in panic, trying to prevent the situation from escalating further. Bang. But before they could intervene, the source tree ignored their pleas and decisively ended Francie with a single, clean strike. Blood instantly stained the floor of the Leisure Pavilion. Afterward, the source tree turned to the group from the Superposition Research Institute, his tone commanding as he rebuked them. You failed to notice that your own candidate was under mental control. Your negligence is unacceptable. The members of the Superposition Research Institute exchanged uneasy glances, a flicker of fear in their eyes. The source tree's overwhelming dominance left them too intimidated to respond, but his words struck a nerve, prompting them to share a silent look of understanding. What now? We need to report this to our superiors immediately, one of them whispered. Regardless of the outcome, the Superposition Research Institute was effectively out of the running. If the ceremony had not yet begun, they might have had a chance to replace their candidate. But now, with the event already in its third stage, there was no way to salvage the situation. Outside the Leisure Pavilion, 2 members of the Thunder Legion had been watching the entire scene unfold. He's incredibly strong. Luo Changkong couldn't help but remark. Yeah. The young man beside him nodded briefly. Taking out the Superposition Research Institute's candidate in a single blow shows just how vast the gap in power is. If even an assistant is this formidable, how terrifying must the Source Clan's actual candidate be? Luo Changkong glanced down at the Legion's insignia on his uniform, then turned to leave. Let's go. Someone's already made it inside. The defenses here were far too tight, and the strength of the guards exceeded their expectations. The 2 of them were no match for this level of security. Since someone from their legion had already infiltrated successfully, that was enough. The blood trial was about to commence, but an unexpected incident occurred outside the Rishi Pavilion, where various factions had gathered. In an attempt to attack the Genji candidate for Ascension, Francis in his superimposed state was decisively killed by one of Genji's assistants. The entire event happened so swiftly that even Francis' allies in the superimposed state couldn't react in time. News of this spread quickly among the upper echelons of all factions, further elevating Chen Yi's reputation. Everyone arrived at the same conclusion. If an ordinary assistant could so easily eliminate a candidate, then how powerful must Chen Yi, the Genji Ascension candidate himself, truly be? Gradually, people began to believe that while other candidates might contend with the Tree of Origin, they were no match for Chen Yi. Inside the Rishi Pavilion, Chen Yi's arrival instantly heightened the tension. He stood quietly, yet his mere presence made the other candidates feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles, the pressure almost suffocating. Asta and Lewis, initially brimming with confidence due to the collaboration between Zero Point Elite Academy and the Void organization, soon found their confidence shattered. A Zero Point assistant rushed over and whispered into Asta's ear. Genji just took out Francis in his superimposed state outside. Was it the Shadow Wolf? Asta asked with a frown. No, it was the Shadow Wolf's assistant, the Tree of Origin. Francis was rendered powerless in a single strike, the assistant warned. Remember, if you encounter the Shadow Wolf, retreat immediately. Do not engage. This news hit like a sledgehammer, leaving all informed candidates pale. They understood all too well if the Tree of Origin was already this formidable, then Chen Yi must be even more terrifying. Otherwise, Genji wouldn't have chosen him as their ascension candidate. Let's just hope we don't meet too grim an end, one candidate muttered with a helpless sigh. As the clear chime of bells echoed, Chloe, dressed in a simple shrine maiden's attire, appeared in the arena with the other maidens, forming a circle around the space. The bells on their wrists jingled softly with each movement. At the center of the arena stood the lead shrine maiden, who raised her voice. Present your demon god marks, she announced. Chen Yi and the others raised their arms, revealing the demon god marks as waves of void energy rippled through the air. The shrine maidens emitted a glow of sequential energy, while the central maiden swiftly performed a series of intricate hand gestures. A massive and complex ritual formation unfolded instantly. The art of world transformation. With a deafening roar, the distorted space engulfed all the candidates. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in the middle of a desolate modern city. The maidens' voices echoed in their minds. This is the third stage of the ritual, the blood trial. Only by proving yourselves with blood can you ascend the path of the demon god. This declaration made it clear that to advance, each candidate would have to personally eliminate at least one opponent. The blood trial had a time limit of 3 days, which was relatively generous. Chen Yi stood alone on the desolate street, surrounded by an eerie silence. It felt as though he had just stepped into the void space again, a fleeting illusion creeping into his mind. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, half expecting a zombie to leap out from the shadows at any moment. However, the participants in this blood trial were undeniably a complicated mix. Some appeared to be candidates for ascension but were secretly followers of the demon god cult, harboring deadly intentions. Others seemed normal on the surface but were already under mental manipulation or control, with a singular objective: to hunt down as many candidates as possible. Ordinary people and non-candidates couldn't even enter the ritual, and the demon god's sigil was nearly impossible to forge. Although the Lesiguan once caught a cultist attempting to counterfeit the sigil, the forgery was instantly exposed during the ritual, and the guards subdued the individual on the spot. Whoosh! A sudden cold wind swept through, stirring up dust from the ground. At the end of the deathly silent street, a figure stumbled out from around the corner. It wasn't a zombie, it was Asta. And in this accursed place, he just so happened to cross paths with Chen Yi. There was no chance to avoid him. The atmosphere froze instantly. After a brief moment of silence, Asta reacted instinctively and launched a full-force attack. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, though his actions were swift and precise. Sequences unfolded at his fingertips, and a knight's lance forged from void energy materialized, radiating a violent aura. He frantically mobilized his internal power, layering hundreds of universal sequences. Sequence 154. Sequence 276. Sequence 411. Impact, shock, penetration. Each sequence was seamlessly integrated into his attack system. In the blink of an eye, he had constructed his most powerful strike. The void energy erupted with a deafening roar, like an unbridled beast tearing through the air, seemingly capable of piercing through the entire city. At the very least, I have to make this kid bleed, Asta thought bitterly. Otherwise, it would be a joke if a top-tier second rank like himself couldn't even land a hit with his full strength. But the next thing he saw completely shattered his understanding of reality. Buzz. Chen Yi only had to think, and countless sequences unfolded in the void. Not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands of universal sequences surged forth like a tidal wave, constructing, combining, and interlocking in perfect harmony. Each sequence fit together like precisely engineered gears, forming an immense and intricate system. In that moment, the scene was apocalyptic, like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart, blotting out the sun and overwhelming the senses. Asta's expression froze, his mind going blank. What the hell is this? He had known Chen Yi was strong and had even prepared himself for a desperate fight. But this level of power was beyond anything he could comprehend. He instinctively cursed, But before he could finish, his entire body was engulfed by the overwhelming force. The attack he had meticulously constructed with hundreds of sequences didn't even cause a ripple in this ocean of energite was obliterated in an instant. Boom. The terrifying power surged forward like a flood, leveling the entire city in a blinding flash of white light, as if the very fabric of the world had been torn apart. Levi and the other Ascension candidates only had time to register a dazzling burst of light before losing consciousness. Chen Yi was never one to waste time. Since the blood trial was a killer-be-killed battle, he decisively eliminated all his enemies in one fell swoop, showing no interest in playing along with any pretense. Snap. Meanwhile, far away in the Lesiguan, the Shrine Maidens had just completed the construction of the ritual for reality alteration. Various factions were closely watching the ritual's conclusion, brimming with anticipation. The bespectacled female researcher from the Void Institution maintained a calm demeanor, clearly confident in Levi's abilities. In her view, even if Levi couldn't defeat Chen Yi, he wouldn't be reduced to the point of being killed. After all, Levi was already a bona fide third-rank powerhouse. With the sequence research achievements of the Zero-Point Elite Academy and the sequence enhancement experiments conducted by the Void Institution, Levi had essentially become a monster. Unless Chen Yi's power was so overwhelming that it transcended the third rank entirely, Levi was bound to have a fighting chance. The bespectacled woman's gaze fell on the Genji faction. Yuan Jishu stood there, his entire being emanating an unsettling aura of bloodlust. His eyes were as resolute as steel, unwavering. Everyone present knew that this trial by bloodshed was destined to be a senseless slaughter. During the long 3-day wait, hushed murmurs rose and fell among the various factions. However, what no one anticipated was that just as the trial of bloodshed began, the world reconstruction technique underwent a sudden and catastrophic anomaly within a mere minute of its completion. Crack! A jagged rift tore through the space, and the sequence structure of the world reconstruction technique abruptly manifested in midair. The Shrine Maiden presiding over the ritual turned pale as a sheet. Before she could react, the entire sequence structure collapsed with a deafening roar. Boom! The terrifying residual energy obliterated the world reconstruction technique in an instant. A violent surge of air, carrying an oppressive force that seemed capable of crushing the sky itself, swept through the entire Leisure Hall. The sheer intensity of the aura made everyone present involuntarily tremble. What on earth is happening? The bespectacled woman exclaimed in shock. Her question was answered by the sound of steady footsteps. As the residual energy gradually subsided, Chen Yi emerged from the shattered remains of the world reconstruction technique, stepping calmly out of the space fractured like broken glass. The sight left everyone breathless. The crowd was desperate to know what had transpired inside, what the outcome of the trial of bloodshed was, and the fate of the other candidates. The bespectacled woman anxiously searched for Levi's figure, but found no trace of him. Chen Yi ignored the reactions of those around him, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed as he walked straight out of Leisure Hall. Yuan Jishu and Chloe followed closely behind him. Aside from the Genji faction, the Shrine Maiden's voice trembled, her face etched with terror and disbelief. All other candidates, none survived. Though she had overseen countless world reconstruction techniques, she had never encountered such a horrifying force, one capable of directly shattering the sequence from within. This revelation plunged the hall into a deathly silence. If there had been any doubts about Chen Yi's power before, they were now completely dispelled. His strength was no longer just impressive, it was terrifying, in existence capable of annihilating all the candidates of the Eastern District in a single strike. The bespectacled woman quickly put Levi's death behind her, instead becoming deeply intrigued by the extraordinary power Chen Yi had displayed. This ascension ceremony was destined to be anything but ordinary. Even before the ceremony had reached its final stages, Chen Yi had already become a legendary figure in the Eastern District. Although the details of the ascension ceremony remained shrouded in secrecy, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern District about a mysterious student in the Genji Corridor courtyard, someone so powerful that they surpassed all the prodigies of the 3 major educational institutions. TCH, just a student from Zero-Point Elite Academy? Someone scoffed. Only fools would believe such baseless rumors. But when these rumors reached Derek's ears, the image of the enigmatic young man he had encountered in the Genji Corridor courtyard that day immediately came to mind. After completing the blood-proof ritual, Chen Yi's upgrade tasks gained a new addition. The system notification displayed, Upgrade Task 3, Unlock, Guaranteed Hit, Option Upgrade, Guaranteed Hit, LV4. The newly acquired ability provided a 30 chance for every attack to trigger a guaranteed hit. This ability was of limited use against weaker opponents. After all, given Chen Yi's strength, whether ordinary enemies dodged or not, their fate was sealed. However, when facing evenly matched or stronger opponents, the guaranteed hit became a deadly trump card. Even if the enemy could evade into the plank membrane like Chen Yi, the guaranteed hit would strike directly, forcing them to endure the damage. In the pitch-black consciousness space late at night, Chloe gradually regained awareness. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a formless black mist hovering before her. The mist exuded a seductive power, constantly tempting her. Do you desire power? Do you wish to become a god? However, Chloe's gaze remained clear, her inner faith unwavering. No matter how much the mist tried to entice her, she remained unmoved. In the end, the mist had no choice but to dissipate in frustration. When Chloe awoke from her dream in the corridor courtyard, she immediately drew her dagger and melted into the shadows. Under the moonlight, a young man in a white shirt let out a resigned sigh. I've never seen someone so stubborn. Chen Yi's danger sense was triggered, a faint stinging sensation warning him of the extraordinary nature of the newcomer. To make him feel threatened, the individual must have been at least at the 5th tier or possibly connected to a demon god. A demon god? I'm just a human, the young man explained calmly. To be precise, I'm an emissary of a certain demon god in the mortal world. Without the ascension ritual, a demon god cannot descend into this realm. Before his words had fully settled, an enormous, world transformation technique unfolded instantly, turning the corridor courtyard into a vast starry sky. For Chen Yi, who possessed an extraordinarily powerful computational brain, this seemingly complex sequence was nothing more than a trick he could master at a glance. Before you die, I'll allow you to leave a final message, Chen Yi declared without hesitation. He unleashed his full power in a state of hyper-explosion, delivering a strike at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, amplified 10,000 times. The sheer force seemed as if it could pierce through the entire universe. The sudden assault left the young man utterly terrified. He had intended to follow the usual script and engage in dialogue, but Chen Yi skipped straight to attempting to end his life. As a 5th tier errand runner, faced with this earth-shattering blow, the young man panicked and shouted, Wait, let's talk this through." A young man with a panicked expression approached Chen Yi, claiming he was sent by a certain demon god to negotiate. He offered a suggestion. During the god-ascending ritual, in the phase where demon gods are summoned, he could reveal to Chen Yi that the 7th demon god was the weakest among them. The young man then explained the rules of the demon god world. The number of demon gods is fixed at 10. For a new ascendant to take a place, one of the existing demon gods must be randomly erased. This rule had never been an issue before, but with someone as powerful as Chen Yi in the picture, the situation became more delicate. To address this, the demon gods devised two strategies. Either eliminate the ascension candidate in advance through their proxies, or inform the candidate which demon god was the easiest to defeat. Even though the weakest demon god's power far surpassed the limits of the mortal realm, the demon gods were unwilling to take any risks. Chen Yi showed no reaction to these words. Sensing the young man's hostility, he launched an attack without hesitation. The strike carried the force of 10,000 times the full power of a peak 5th-tier blow, obliterating everything within millions of light years in an instant. The terrifying energy distorted space, creating a massive black hole. The young man was reduced to a basic informational state before he could even retaliate, and even Chen Yi's reality modification technique collapsed under the aftermath of the attack. Returning to the courtyard, Chen Yi began to contemplate the information revealed during this encounter. He had long been aware of galaxy-destroying forces within the 4 major zones, but learning that the young man was a proxy for a demon god was new intelligence. This confirmed that the demon gods had already begun intervening in the ritual. Although demon gods could not easily descend into the mortal realm, and their proxies were at most 5th-tier beings, posing no threat to Chen Yi, the true extent of a demon god's power remained unknown. However, none of this mattered to him. Chen Yi's ultimate goal was to eliminate all the demon gods in one fell swoop using the god-ascending ritual to lure them out and then eradicating them with the power of death evolution. If any of the demon gods appeared in non-human forms, they could conveniently serve as food for Wonkai. From the darkness came Chloe's response. Understood. Though her strength was only at the 3rd tier, far below that of the young man, she would not hesitate to charge into battle at Chen Yi's command. An unexpected twist occurred during the Ascension ritual in the Eastern District. The originally planned competition for the soul sequence was abruptly concluded. Chen Yi swept through the trial of blood, leaving no other contenders alive. This allowed him to bypass the competition phase entirely and proceed directly to the final selection of the soul sequence. As the heavy metal doors opened, a sprawling subterranean structure, extending 200 meters underground, was revealed. This was the Void Institution's sequence sealing mechanism, a sci-fi complex built from a perfect fusion of sequences and material science. Not only did it boast the world's most advanced sealing technology, but it also served as an impregnable fortress against intrusions. Leading the way, a woman with glasses explained the characteristics of the soul sequences to Chen Yi in detail. Unlike general sequences, soul sequences are unique and irreplaceable. They may manifest mythical legends, reflect urban tales, or even mirror the essence of the wielder's inner self. As the sole victor of the Trial of Blood, You are entitled to choose any soul sequence that suits you. After passing through a long metallic corridor, they arrived at a colossal and intricately designed ceiling door. The surface of the door shimmered with sequence patterns, almost like a virtual projection. When the door slowly opened, a vast, enclosed space came into view, where beams of sequence light intertwined like chains in midair. Choose your sequence, the woman with glasses instructed. Chen Yi stepped into the sealed chamber, carefully sensing the power emanating from each soul sequence. Alchemy sequence, grotesque sequence, witch sequence. Each of these possessed unique effects far beyond the reach of general sequences. Integrated as the core within a complex general sequence assembly, they could unleash astonishing power. There were only 10 soul sequences remaining in the sealed chamber. Considering that some sequences had already been distributed elsewhere and that the other 3 districts would also receive their share, this was still a considerable number. Suddenly, one sequence caught Chen Yi's attention, a luck sequence. On the surface, it seemed to be a sequence that could alter the wielder's fortune, but upon closer examination, it contained a formidable power capable of interfering with reality and influencing causality. Though this power had not yet fully awakened, its potential was boundless, like a seed waiting to bloom. Without hesitation, Chen Yi grasped the luck sequence. With a resonant hum, the luck sequence transformed into a mass of void energy and merged into his body. From that moment onward, he became the sole wielder of this sequence in the world. Ability acquired. Luck sequence. Level, LV1. Description, contains a terrifying power capable of interfering with reality, influencing causality, and altering probabilities. However, this power is currently weak and requires further development. The abyssal space recognized this power as a new ability. In that instant, everything changed. Inspiration flooded into Chen Yi's mind like a rushing torrent, and his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a brand new path was unfolding before him. Does choose freely mean I can take all these sequences with me? He turned to ask the woman with glasses. The woman with glasses was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to say no. But after giving it some thought, she realized the request was indeed reasonable. After all, in previous years, there were always multiple people competing for even one sequence, but this time, Chen Yi was the only candidate. You can. She finally nodded in agreement. With her permission granted, Chen Yi immediately sprang into action. He swiftly collected all 10 unique sequences within the sealed space. 6 of the less effective sequences were casually tossed into his personal storage, meant to be sold off later. The remaining sequences, alchemy, grotesque, and witchcraft, were chosen to be integrated into his body. Under Chen Yi's control, the sequences began to emerge one by one. First was the luck sequence, followed by the alchemy, grotesque, and witchcraft sequences. With the intricate structure of hundreds of thousands of general-purpose sequences, these unique sequences started to combine seamlessly. The woman with glasses stared in astonishment as the colossal structure of sequences gradually took shape before her eyes. The witchcraft sequence could manifest parts of human imagination. The grotesque sequence directly materialized human fantasies, and the alchemy sequence had evolved into something akin to a wish-granting machine. These 3 powers, centered around the luck sequence, were enhanced through the complex system formed by the myriad general-purpose sequences, ultimately merging into one. A system notification promptly sounded. Detected ability merge possible. Ability merge complete. Acquired ability, causality reversal. Level, LV1. Description, interfere with reality and reverse causality. Any cause and effect that has not yet occurred but is destined to happen to the user can be reversed. Chen Yi was stunned. He had originally only hoped to gain an ability like fantasy manifestation or absolute fortune, but he never expected to acquire such an extraordinary power of causality reversal. This was no mere lower-level conceptual ability like guaranteed success. It was a higher-level conceptual ability that could encompass almost everything. This unexpected boon far exceeded his expectations. With the power of causality reversal, Chen Yi mastered an astonishing combat technique. His attacks would land on enemies even before they were initiated. This mind-bending ability reversed the natural order of cause and effect, completely breaking the normal flow of time and rendering any defense futile. Even more astounding was the fact that this ability wasn't based on chance. It had a 100% success rate. The synergy between causality reversal and guaranteed strikes not only ensured absolute accuracy, but also granted Chen Yi a tactical advantage of striking after his opponent, yet landing the blow first. Following the rigorous procedures of the Ascension ritual, Chen Yi managed to complete 3 critical steps in one go: the unique sequence, the root sequence, and finally the ultimate concept sequence. A series of system notifications immediately appeared. Upgrade Task 4. Complete Guaranteed Strike Option. Upgrade Guaranteed Strike LV5. Upgrade Task 5. Complete Guaranteed Strike Option. Upgrade Guaranteed Strike LV6. Upgrade Task 6. Complete Guaranteed Strike Option. Upgrade Guaranteed Strike LV7. The updated attribute panel revealed that Guaranteed Strike had reached LV7. granting a 60 probability of landing a guaranteed hit with each attack. This extraordinary leap in power even caught Chen Yi by surprise. For the 10 demon gods, however, this was nothing short of a nightmare. The fall of one executor had already proven Chen Yi's strength, but now they were truly alarmed. This young man had mastered a true concept-level sequence, the essential requirement for becoming a demon god. For millennia, only a rare few practitioners had ever advanced from the unique sequence to the root sequence, let alone achieve the supreme concept sequence. Yet Chen Yi, as if defying all logic, had leaped directly from the unique sequence to the concept sequence. This remarkable potential posed an unprecedented threat to the 10 demon gods. The moment Chen Yi obtained the concept-level sequence, an overwhelming sense of impending death descended upon the 10 demon gods like a tangible force, chilling them to their cores. What terrified them most was that this sense of danger wasn't directed at just one of them, it was felt simultaneously by all of them, a collective warning of death emanating from Chen Yi. This revelation left the 10 demon gods in utter disarray. The ascension ritual was meant to test candidates, yet halfway through, they were already sensing the specter of death. If Chen Yi were allowed to complete the final stage of the ritual, the consequences would be unimaginable. At all costs, this ritual must be stopped. The demon gods acted swiftly. Just as Chen Yi had gained the power of causality reversal, a cataclysmic slash tore through the skies, cleaving the entire eastern special zone in half. The attack was so powerful that even the legendary sealing mechanism, said to be capable of withstanding all assaults, shattered instantly with a deafening roar. A young man with jet black hair emerged, a long blade in hand. The weapon appeared unassuming, yet invisible void energy coiled around its surface, with intricate sequence structures faintly discernible. This tall and imposing figure was none other than Jin Sato, the strongest current-day executor of the demon god. A scion of the renowned Genji clan, he once served as the supreme pontiff of the 10 deities church. The long blade he wielded, known as Heaven's Name, was a sacred artifact gifted by the demon god and passed down within the church. In his youth, Jin Sato participated in the ascension ritual, but chose to withdraw midway, instead dedicating himself to becoming a follower of the demon god. Now, he wields not just one root-level sequence, but commands top-tier combat power at the 5th tier. Combined with the divine artifact, Heaven's Name, his strength is unparalleled, capable of effortlessly defeating other 5th-tier elites. This is precisely why he is hailed as the strongest executor of the demon god in the current era, a title that implies he is second only to Chen Yi, making him arguably the strongest being alive. In terms of standard combat capability, Jin Sato even surpasses Chen Yi when the latter refrains from unleashing his full explosive potential. With a single slash, chaos erupted in the eastern district as the crowd scattered in panic, their faces pale with terror. The scene descended into utter mayhem as people fled in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Even the Void Wanderers were left bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Why had a fight suddenly broken out of nowhere? Luo Changkong watched the unfolding chaos with a grave expression. Jin Sato's gaze fixed on the gash before him, his brows furrowing in thought. Yet before he could react or prepare, Chen Yi's figure abruptly materialized right in front of him. Causality, reversal. Chen Yi's attack defied logic and time, unleashing a torrent of void energy that erupted with pinpoint precision through the operation of his sequence constructs. Boom. Under normal circumstances, the residual energy from Chen Yi's attacks alone could annihilate space across tens of thousands of light years. Fortunately, the concentrated destructive force of the sequence system was directed entirely at Jin Sato. His body was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, tearing through the eastern district. Buildings crumbled in his wake, leaving a massive, jagged ravine that scarred the land, the deafening roar echoing across the sky. Enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV 25.1. Clang. A flash of blade light split the dense smoke and dust in two. Jin Sato emerged from the destruction with only minor scratches. Yet as he observed Chen Yi standing unscathed, his expression grew heavier. Strange, I was certain I had killed you. You're definitely living up to your title as the strongest in the current era. Death evolution triggered. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Chen Yi's battle spirit burned like a volcanic eruption. With an eager smirk, he asked, "How many more strikes like that can you manage?" "As many as it takes." The icy gleam of Jin Sato's blade seemed to sever space and time itself. A single strike, focused to the utmost degree, carried the might to shatter stars or even cleave through galaxies. With an unstoppable momentum, he unleashed his attack at the speed of light. Hearing this, Chen Yi's face broke into a delighted smile. "That's perfect." Buzz. Tens of thousands of grand sequence constructs unfolded, blanketing the entire eastern district in an overwhelming display of power. The Void Wanderers fell silent, stunned by the sheer magnitude of the scene. Is this seriously a second-tier mission world? Even the usually composed Luo Changkong couldn't help but curse in disbelief. It was indeed a second-tier mission world. Originally, the demon gods and their executors were merely part of the background, irrelevant to the Void Wanderer's journey. But now, the background had come alive. Little did they know, the true battle had yet to begin. From the moment Chen Yi intervened, this world had spiraled into complete chaos. The demon gods, unwilling to sit idly by, had ignited the powder keg prematurely. They saw no other choice if they allowed this boy to continue growing. The risks they faced would only multiply. Boom. The aftermath of the battle swept across most of the eastern district in an instant. The slash was unstoppable, tearing the space into countless fragments. The spatial sequence, reversed by the reality reconstruction art, was severed in the blink of an eye. For Chen Yi, the sequence system was a powerful tool that allowed him to perform attacks and techniques he couldn't achieve before. However, compared to Jin Sato, the gap was undeniable. That blade seemed capable of cleaving the entire world. No matter how Chen Yi utilized the sequences, it was easily shattered. Spatial sequences included. Death descended once again. Core of origin activated. Death evolution initiated. Buzzvoid energy surged backward, and Chen Yi instantly reverted to his original form. His power skyrocketed, faintly exuding an aura that surpassed Jin Sato. Jin Sato froze. His movement stalled for a moment. Enhancement successful. Star Spirit LV 25.5. A flicker of disbelief crossed Jin Sato's eyes. His expression grew unusually complex, caught between advancing and retreating. Finally, he realized the gravity of the situation. So that's it. Each time Chen Yi resurrected, his power increased. This realization brought a trace of fear to Jin Sato. He knew all too well what this meant. If the battle continued, the outcome would become increasingly uncertain. What should I do? He thought anxiously. Jin Sato was aware that sealing the sequences was futile. Ordinary sealing techniques were meaningless against Chen Yi. In such a battle, Chen Yi's death evolution had become the most troublesome factor. However, Chen Yi himself wasn't overthinking it. In this life-and-death struggle, he didn't care why Jin Sato had attacked. There was only one reason that could drive an executor to act: the command of the demon gods. The demon gods had already waged an all-out war against him. But Chen Yi didn't care. Since Jin Sato had no intention of continuing to trigger death evolution, his existence had lost its value. Without hesitation, Chen Yi unleashed his ultimate move. Boom. With a deafening roar, an earth-shattering force swept over Jin Sato in an instant. The surge of void energy was overwhelming, pressing down so heavily that he could barely breathe. Jin Sato's body trembled, and he fell to his knees, his pupils contracting sharply. What was this power? Chen Yi gave no response. In the skies, sequences stacked wildly, skyrocketing from hundreds of thousands to millions, and then to tens of millions. In that moment, the stars themselves seemed to tremble, as if the entire universe were shaking. Supernova burst. Chen Yi's expression was as cold and merciless as the face of death itself, his gaze condescending as though he were looking down upon the world. His eyes carried a chilling sense of superiority. He intended to destroy everything, obliterate the entire realm. In that instant, an unimaginable, terrifying force erupted, consuming everything in its path. Jin Sato had no chance to react. His body was torn apart abruptly, blood gushing like a fountain, wounds bursting open, his eyes bloodshot and burning like fire. Are you still not going to act? Jin Sato's voice thundered through the air, his body barely holding up, on the edge of collapse. With every ounce of strength left, he gritted his teeth and let out a low roar, finally unleashing his last trump card. Ancient sealing art. Buzz. Just as the supernova burst was about to consume everything, dazzling lights erupted in the void. Countless sequences formed a vast and intricate seal. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. Boom. The sealing technique detonated with a thunderous force. The immense energy instantly isolated Chen Yi, and his supernova burst from this space, exiling them to an unknown realm. Even so, the residual power of the supernova burst was devastating, ripping open a massive void that left both the planet and the stars trembling. At the edge of this fractured space, Jin Sato's face was pale. He could barely stand, his body trembling violently. Just a little more, just a little more. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the 8 executors who had finally appeared. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear and disappointment. You were too slow. A woman with long purple hair exhaled deeply, her furrowed brow relaxing slightly. At least we made it in time. 8 proxies of the demon gods working together to perform the eternal sealing technique. This is an unprecedented move. Her voice carried a trace of relief. Ever since Chen Yi took down one of the proxies, we had no choice but to prepare to the fullest. If not for the immense threat he poses, these proxies serving different demon gods would never have joined forces, she continued. It took a divine decree from all 10 demon gods themselves to make this happen for the first time ever. Nearby, an elderly man stared at the shattered space before them, cold sweat dripping down his face. That kid gets stronger every time he dies. Thankfully, we went with the sealing technique. If we had tried to annihilate him, it would have only fueled his growth. We came dangerously close to being wiped out. Can someone tell me who he really is? One of the proxies suddenly asked. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but no one had an answer. Chen Yi's power was truly terrifying. With his infinite resurrection ability and the exponential increase in strength after each revival, even Jin Sato, known as the strongest in this realm, had barely survived. If not for the combined efforts of all the proxies, Jin Sato would have been doomed. What made it even more unbelievable was that Chen Yi wasn't even a proxy himself. If left unchecked, he could very well ascend to the position of a demon god, which explained why the demon gods were so wary of him. There's something strange, the purple-haired proxy said, frowning. The Genji clan and their priestess have gone missing. We've searched everywhere, but there's no trace of them. Her words caused a visible shift in the expressions of those present. Just then, a piercing sound of space tearing apart echoed through the air. A crack appeared in the void, and a figure slowly emerged from it. The familiar energy radiating from him turned the faces of all the proxies ashen, their spirits nearly crushed. Impossible. The eternal sealing technique has failed. In truth, Chen Yi had never been sealed. He had already entered a plank membrane stadia unique life form that inherently counteracts all spatial sealing techniques. Unless he willingly cooperated, no sealing or banishment methods could affect him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Yi's gaze swept over everyone present like a blade, his fighting spirit blazing. Let's continue, shall we? Either you all work together and take me down, or he'll take every one of you out. One of the proxies staggered backward in terror. You've got to be kidding. The sealing didn't work, we can't kill him, and we can't overpower him. This is a losing battle, we're doomed. But Jin Sato, despite his battered and bloodied body, forced himself to stand. Even knowing he was facing certain death, he resolved to fight with honor until his very last breath. The battle concluded with Chen Yi's latest resurrection. On the streets of the Eastern Special District, amidst the rubble and ruins, the corpses of 9 demon god executors lay sprawled, including that of Yuan Sato. As the dust gradually settled, Chen Yi's proud and upright figure emerged, his strength having soared to new heights after this earth-shattering confrontation, now just a step away from reaching the 6th tier. A system notification appeared. Enhancement successful, Star Spirit LV-27. Despite the combined efforts and ultimate techniques of the 9 demon god executors, they were unable to overcome Chen Yi's despair-inducing ability to resurrect without limit. This battle, though it left the Eastern Special District heavily damaged, managed to preserve most of it, allowing the ascension ceremony to proceed. However, the areas outside the district were left in devastation, a scene of utter destruction. Within the headquarters of the 10 Gods Church, the Pope's scepter fell heavily onto the marble floor, producing a crisp clang. His face was ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as he muttered, "Dead. All dead. All 10 demon god executors, wiped out by that man from the Yuan clan." The aftermath of this battle rippled outward rapidly, shaking the entire world. Such a ferocious clash could not be concealed. As news spread that one man had single-handedly fought and annihilated 9 demon god executors, fear gripped the demon god cults and the various factions that worshipped the demon gods. Everyone realized that the world now had a being who truly stood above the demon god, Executorsa's supreme being. To challenge him would likely require the descent of a demon god itself. Derek stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, his gaze fixed on the harrowing remnants of the battle, his heart filled with indescribable shock. At that moment, he finally understood why Yuan Gu had chosen to follow Chen Yi, an overwhelming power that could command all creation, far beyond his imagination. Atop a high-rise, the wind howled. Several transcendents gazed out over the ruins, led by a youth wearing windproof goggles. They communicated through telepathy, careful not to reveal their presence. "This is unbelievable," the youth marveled. "How could a second-tier mission world produce such a top-tier existence? Yuan's Twilight Wolf, should we make contact?" "Don't be reckless. That Twilight Wolf gives me a deeply unsettling feeling. In any case, stay away from Yuan and the Ascension ceremony," the youth warned, shaking his head. "If a demon god truly descends." Meanwhile, the hidden forces of the 4 special districts finally revealed themselves, silently cleaning up the aftermath of the battle without making any contact with Chen Yi. A group of 4th-tier powerhouses stood on the scarred surface of the planet, their brows furrowed and expressions grave. "Good grief. This time we've really gone too far," one of them couldn't help but exclaim. The aftermath of the battle had far exceeded expectations. Not only did the people within the 4 major districts witness this earth-shattering confrontation, but even ordinary people outside the districts saw it unfold with their own eyes. Fortunately, despite the extensive destruction, the planet itself narrowly avoided being completely obliterated. "Everyone, let's begin," one of the 4th-tier figures commanded. As soon as the words were spoken, the energy fluctuations in the void surged dramatically, and hidden forces subtly intervened. The planet's surface was instantly overlaid with countless intricate projection patterns. Beams of light intertwined into a vast network, covering the entire surface of the planet and forming an awe-inspiring structure. Buzz. The structure on the surface slowly activated, emitting a soft glow that spread like a tidal wave. Under the frightened and confused gazes of ordinary people, it began systematically altering traces of reality and erasing memories. A few minutes later, the structure completed its task and quietly receded back into the surface. The planet's appearance was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Every crack and crater left by the battle was perfectly repaired, and all memories of the supernatural clash were completely erased from the minds of ordinary people outside the four districts. In their consciousness, the monumental battle had vanished without a trace. Only the inhabitants within the four major districts retained their memories, vividly remembering every detail of the conflict. With their task completed, the hidden forces once again went dormant. Their sole purpose was to maintain the stability of the current reality, rarely appearing unless absolutely necessary. This time, however, the situation had clearly escalated to a level that demanded their intervention. Chen Yi observed everything with a clear understanding. This was an advanced form of sequence power capable of interfering with reality and altering memories. Ordinary sequences could never achieve such an extent. It had to be at least root-level sequence power, potentially even reaching the conceptual level. However, he leaned toward the former. This reality-altering power did not truly manipulate causality or rewind time. It only appeared similar on the surface. In essence, they were fundamentally different. It was akin to having a device on the planet that continuously recorded the positions of all fundamental particles. By resetting all particles back to a specific moment, it would create the illusion of resetting time and state. But in truth, time itself had not been reversed. While the principle was simple, the technical difficulty and scale of the operation were immense. Chen Yi's pursuit was not for such pseudo-conceptual powers, but rather for the ability to genuinely alter causality and the state of things. He pondered whether such a feat could be achieved in this world, constructing an even more advanced and intricate sequence structure centered around causality. Reversal might ultimately reach the level of truly manipulating causality. Yet for now, these were merely theoretical ideas. The immediate priority remained the ascension ceremony. A crack tore open in the fabric of space, and members of the Genji clan, along with Chloe, emerged from within the plank membrane. Chen Yi immediately turned to Yuan Su-yi, his tone calm, yet commanding. Accelerate the process of the ascension ceremony. Understood. Yuan Su-yi responded with a respectful bow. They had witnessed the entire battle from within the plank membrane, and now had a clear understanding of Chen Yi's power. Faced with such strength, they dared not show the slightest resistance to his orders. It seemed likely that the Eastern District and the other three major districts would also have no objections. While the ceremonial process for ascension would still need to be followed, the petty power struggles and political maneuvering had been utterly crushed under Chen Yi's will. As a result, the proceedings would be significantly expedited. Chloe, be prepared, Chen Yi said, turning to her. Understood, Chloe replied succinctly. The next step 7th and 8th were ascension and finalization. Since there were no other candidates left in the Eastern District, the combat phase could be entirely skipped. Chloe would simply preside over these two steps of the ceremony. Chen Yi demonstrated his immense power to the four special zones in the most direct manner, erasing any thought of resistance. The ascension ceremony proceeded in solemn silence, with the demon god cult and secret societies keeping a safe distance, not daring to interfere in the slightest. The ceremony consisted of two major stages, ascension and termination. The termination stage, which was originally meant to involve a confrontation with the other three special zone candidates, turned out to be unusually calm. All the candidates wisely withdrew, unwilling to face certain death. As the ceremony progressed, system notifications echoed in Chen Yi's mind one after another. He completed 2 upgrade tasks. Upgrade Task 7. Complete the Sure Hit option upgrade, Sure Hit LV8. Upgrade Task 8. Complete the Sure Hit option upgrade, Sure Hit LV9. A new attribute description appeared on the screen. Sure Hit, current level LV9, with an 80 chance of triggering an unavoidable hit with each attack. During this time, Chen Yi attempted to reverse engineer the causal relationships behind the Sure Hit ability and its origins, hoping to understand the essence of these conceptual powers. It was akin to a warrior wielding a sharp blade, eager to comprehend the craftsmanship behind it. However, his efforts ultimately failed, as the nature of these concepts was far beyond his current understanding. By dusk, the ascension ceremony reached its 9th step. Inside the leisure hall, Chloe, dressed in a traditional shrine maiden outfit, stood atop a ritual platform constructed through the sequence. The crisp sound of bells echoed through the silent space, and the entire Eastern Special Zone was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. Outside the leisure hall, the three major leaders harbored different thoughts. Genji struggled to contain his excitement as he watched the fulfillment of a thousand-year ambition. Luo Changkong observed everything with concern, fearing that a battle between demon gods might lead to the planet's destruction. Suddenly, a force as heavy as a mountain tore through the void. Thunder and lightning roared across the heavens, and the oppressive energy caused everyone present to tremble instinctively. This was the omen of a demon god's descent. From a distance, Yuan Suiqi gazed at the leisure hall. Though his entire body was trembling, his face betrayed an uncontrollable fervor. In the next moment, an even more terrifying power surged skyward. The entire planet quaked, and the galaxy itself seemed to ripple with unrest. As the demon god's descent approached, an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed Chen Yi, jolting his consciousness awake with an unprecedented sense of danger. The descending demon god only possessed sixth-tier strength, posing even less of a threat to Chen Yi than Xinghan. Since he could already hold his own against Xinghan, this mere sixth-tier demon god was naturally no match for him. Chen Yi's eyes sharpened, and he instantly activated his limit break and overdrive. In the blink of an eye, his aura surged explosively, elevating his strength from the peak of the fifth tier directly into the sixth-tier realm. A terrifying power, magnified 10,000 times, erupted within him, rendering the Planck membrane gap, initially meant as a retreat, completely unnecessary. Boom! An overwhelming force poured out like an avalanche or tidal wave. The demon god, who had just revealed its true form, had no chance to unleash its divine power before Chen Yi struck its face with a heavy blow. Insignificant ant! How dare you? The demon god roared in anger, though its voice betrayed a hint of terror. It had no time to resist before being utterly consumed by Chen Yi's overpowering strength. Bang! The demon god's form disintegrated into ashes in an instant, the process so swift that Chloe, who stood nearby, was left frozen in shock. The system notification promptly sounded. Upgrade tasks completed. Upgrade task 9. Complete sure hit option upgrade sure hit LV10. Upgrade task 10. Complete sure hit option upgrade sure hit LV 11-inch. The sure hit ability had reached its maximum level, with a 100 activation rate. Chen Yi no longer had to worry about his skill failing. The other demon gods in the void were utterly stunned. A single strike to annihilate a demon god of the same tier? It was simply inconceivable. At that moment, a vast power from the void descended upon Chen Yi. Star Spirit Enhancement successful LV28. Star Spirit Enhancement successful LV29. Star Spirit Enhancement successful LV30-inch. Chen Yi's aura continued to climb, and he finally stepped firmly into the sixth-tier realm, ascending to become a void demon god, surpassing even the natural-born deities. His body began to turn translucent, signaling his imminent departure from the mortal realm to enter the void. The mortal realm is in your hands now, Chen Yi said to Chloe and the Tree of Origin. Understood. Leave it to us. The two envoys responded solemnly, ready to carry out Chen Yi's will in the mortal world. Meanwhile, the 9 demon gods in the void were gripped with fear. A newly ascended demon god capable of obliterating peers in a single strike, how could they not be terrified? Finally, Chen Yi's figure vanished completely, stepping into the void beyond the world. Yuan Suiqi noticed the prolonged silence within the leisure pavilion, and the stillness filled him with unease. The energy of the sequence power system should have been concentrated and intense, yet the calmness before him felt unnaturally quiet. After waiting for a while, Yuan Suiqi still sensed no change, his doubts deepening. The planet had already been ravaged by the demonic executors, leaving it in ruins. Shouldn't the arrival of the demon god have shattered the planet entirely? Had the descent not occurred? What was going on? The 3 leaders of the Eastern Special District exchanged puzzled glances, equally baffled. Just as the confusion reached its peak, Chloe and Yuan Jishu emerged from the leisure pavilion. Yuan Suiqi and the others froze in surprise before rushing forward, urgently asking what had happened. They were met with a piece of news that left everyone utterly stunned. The battle was over. Lord Suilang has successfully ascended to the position of demon god. What? That quickly? The revelation struck them like thunder, leaving them in awe. Yuan Suiqi's face flushed with excitement, his joy evident. Finally, the Yuan bloodline has claimed the demon god's throne. Ha! The news of Suilang's ascension to demon god status spread like wildfire across the transcendent realm. Suilang was hailed as the strongest being in the mortal world, his legendary feat of single-handedly annihilating 10 demonic executors making even the mightiest warriors pale in comparison. During the ascension ceremony, he demonstrated overwhelming power, destroying the descending demon god with a single strike. This unprecedented victory etched itself into history, overshadowing all prior events in the transcendent realm. Chen Yi's leap from a blasphemer to a demon god sent shockwaves across the world. He was not only dubbed the strongest being in the mortal world but also revered as the most powerful demon god of this era. Some fervent followers even worshipped him as a deity. Demon god cults and secret societies quickly rose to prominence, with countless new faiths and sects emerging. Thousands of people began to see him as the center of their beliefs. The Yuan clan, being the closest to this newly ascended demon god, entered an era of unprecedented prosperity, with Chloe and Yuan Jishu gaining unparalleled prestige due to Solang's ascension. How do the Abyssal Returners view this? Luo Chongkong asked excitedly. Could Swaling be one of them? A second-tier Abyssal Returner? Before he could finish, one of his teammates rolled their eyes. What are you even talking about? How could a second-tier Abyssal Returner possess such immense power? Even the strongest among them wouldn't be capable of something like this. Luo Chongkong stroked his chin thoughtfully. True. What rank would a demon god even be? At least fourth tier. A second-tier Abyssal Returner challenging such an entity seems implausible. Meanwhile, far beyond the void, a streak of light cut through the endless darkness, illuminating the expanse like the arrival of a celestial deity. Ability acquired. Mythic Manifestation Level, LV1. A deep and resonant voice echoed through the void. Description: a concept-level power of immense greatness. Anything recorded in myth and legend can temporarily manifest, though its effectiveness cannot exceed the wielder's current rank. In that moment, Chen Yi unleashed the concept sequence of his demon god's descent. As one of the ultimate beings in this world, the skill's drop rate was an assured 100, almost trivial by his standards. This ability represented both boundless potential and inherent limitations. Manifested powers and equipment were impermanent. Yet Chen Yi was filled with anticipation for this ability. He secretly pondered the possibilities. If all the concept sequences of the demon gods were to merge, what kind of unparalleled power could be created? It was a mystery worth delving into, a potential he was determined to explore. Everything was quietly evolving, leaving everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Chen Yi's figure slowly emerged, an unparalleled and towering power sweeping across the void. The oppressive force was suffocating, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was crumbling, capable of obliterating the entire world in an instant. The 9 demon gods stood ready, the aura of death looming close. Between the two sides, there was no room for compromise or submission, only the inevitability of a life-or-death confrontation. The moment Chen Yi appeared in the void, the 9 demon gods were struck not only by the threat of death, but also by an overwhelming and profound sense of despair. Buzz. Time and space froze in that instant. Chen Yi, having just ascended to the realm of demon gods, directly descended upon the void. The effects of his critical breakthrough had not yet expired, and as a demon god, he now wielded the power of the 6th tier. With the critical breakthrough enhancing him, he possessed the terrifying strength of the 7th tier. What is the 7th tier? It is the level of the cosmos itself. Even a mere entry into the 7th tier threshold was enough to effortlessly destroy an entire universe. At this moment, Chen Yi truly understood the meaning of the 7th tier. A single universe, containing nearly 1 trillion galaxies, was as fragile as paper before a cosmic-level being. Even the most powerful 6th tier entities, capable of obliterating tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of galactic clusters, were utterly insignificant in the face of the 7th tier. What's more, these demon gods were not all top-tier 6th-level beings. Their combined destructive power could not even begin to compare to Chen Yi's 7th tier might. Of course, at this level, power transcended mere numerical values and destructive capabilities. While these remained a foundation, the true key lay in mastery of conceptual-level combat strength. Conceptual power did not guarantee absolute invincibility. Mythical manifestations were also conceptual powers, yet they could not ensure the survival of a demon god. What must die would still die? Numerical strength and raw destruction formed the base, while conceptual abilities acted as the lever. The stronger the concept, the greater the multiplier of the lever, amplifying one's power exponentially. Furthermore, different concepts could counteract and suppress one another. No words were needed. Boom. A grand and magnificent sequence structure unfolded in the void as Chen Yi's supreme will shattered all obstacles. His towering force, capable of destroying entire worlds, surged toward the 9 demon gods. Mythical manifestation. Unavoidable strike. Causality, reversal. Harnessing 3 conceptual-level abilities simultaneously with the 7th tier cosmic power, the 9 demon gods were like leaves adrift in a vast ocean, facing an insurmountable and ultimate force. Each demon god wielded a conceptual sequence, but most of these concepts, such as randomness, choice, or weaponry, were of a lower tier and utterly incapable of withstanding Chen Yi's terrifying attack. Cosmic-level power was far beyond the scope of what the demon gods could contend with. This was no longer a battle. Boom. In an instant, the void beyond the world trembled violently. A causality-reversing strike annihilated all of the demon gods' defensive measures. The 6th tier power manifested through their conceptual sequences was effortlessly crushed. The demon god who controlled the concept of distance was especially vulnerable to the unavoidable strike, and in infinite despair, they were reduced to the most primordial form of void energy. After the strike, the void quickly returned to calm. Out of the 9 demon gods, 8 had perished. Only the strongest among them remained standing after Chen Yi's devastating attack, their conceptual sequence tied to the pasta concept of extraordinary power. This is an exceptionally powerful subordinate concept, and in some sense, it could even be considered to touch upon the realm of higher-order concepts. In the past, the void demon god possessed the ability to eternally freeze their power and state at a specific moment in time. Since their past self existed in a state of life, their present self was also locked into that state, rendering death incapable of threatening them. Even when faced with an attack imbued with 7th-tier power, they could still survive. This is the terrifying strength of conceptual-level power when unrestrained. It can sometimes allow a 6th-tier force to withstand the annihilation of a 7th-tier force. While not dead, the void demon god fully realized the impossibility of resisting Chen Yi. Chen Yi's strength far exceeded anything they could have imagined. To annihilate 9 demon gods single-handedly, a feat so unimaginable that not a single one of the 10 demon gods could have accomplished it. New god, I submit to you, the void demon god murmured, acknowledging their surrender. As a void demon god, this was the closest they had ever come to death. Confronting Chen Yi, they felt a despair long forgotten over countless ages. Against such an existence, the odds of victory were as close to 0 as could be. Chen Yi responded coldly, I have no need for your submission. A manifestation of myth, a Purito-weathered, ancient parchment materialized out of thin air before Chen Yi. It detailed every piece of information about the void demon god, including the conceptual sequence they commanded. In the myths of this world, such a parchment existed, capable of revealing anyone's secrets at the holder's will. Drawing upon this mythical legend, Chen Yi brought forth the parchment. Being at the 7th tier, the power of his mythic manifestation naturally matched that level. Against such 7th-tier scrutiny, the void demon god had no means of resistance, especially since their conceptual sequence lacked any ability to conceal information. The concept of the past. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. With a grasp of his hand, energy surged within the void, swiftly condensing into a blood-red spear. The spear's surface was inscribed with sequences of ancient runes, emanating a chilling aura of ultimate doom. Boom! The spear pierced through the void. With the reversal of causality and the swiftness of an unavoidable strike, the void demon god didn't even have time to feel fear. By the time they sensed the arrival of death, the blood-red spear had already impaled their form. Chen Yi said coldly, to me, you're worth more dead than alive. The mythical spear capable of slaying demon gods, enforcing the ultimate endpoint of death upon any being, stood in direct conflict with the void demon god's frozen state of life. Here, the significance of higher-tier power became evident when 2 opposing concepts clash. The one wielding the superior level of power naturally prevails. The ability to manifest myth proved to be an overwhelming advantage in Chen Yi's hands, all built upon the foundation of his breakthrough to 7th-tier strength. The void demon god perished. The blood-red spear dissipated. With this, all 10 of the world's demon gods had fallen by Chen Yi's hand. Once again, he achieved the extraordinary feat of god-slaying, becoming the sole surviving demon god in existence. Woof! Wang Kai appeared quietly, seeming somewhat disappointed. Not a single one of these void demon gods had a beast form. Shortly after, streams of radiant light emerged before Chen Yi. The conceptual sequences of the 9 demon gods materialized, their powers entirely claimed by Chen Yi in one sweeping motion. Gaining abilities through random sequence, choice sequence, weapon sequence, and past sequence, along with mythic manifestation, Chen Yi had finally reached the culmination of his plan's 10 conceptual level abilities. While these lower-tier concepts could individually handle various situations, they were still limited in power when facing truly formidable higher-tier concepts. Numerical advantage alone was insignificant in such cases. Only through sequences could these abilities be integrated into conceptual sequences, which in turn could evolve into higher-tier sequences. Chen Yi didn't hesitate, he acted decisively. As the structure of the causality reversal sequence emerged, the other 9 conceptual sequences, including random sequence, choice sequence, and past sequence, materialized one after another. However, the mythic manifestation sequence was intentionally left aside by Chen Yi. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also had exceptional versatility, making its standalone use far more valuable than the others. With a hum, the causality reversal sequence became the core of a vast, universal sequence structure. The 9 other conceptual sequences were integrated one by one, forming a cohesive whole. The sequence structure expanded and constructed itself as if driven by some automatic computation, striving to connect all conceptual level powers together. As Chen Yi had anticipated, the fusion mechanism of the abyssal space was triggered once again. This time, the fusion not only constructed a new sequence but also further enhanced the abilities it combined. Both stellar spirit and causality reversal were prime examples of this enhancement. Once the system detected compatible abilities, the fusion was completed swiftly. Chen Yi gained a new power causality alteration. This was not merely an enhancement of his abilities, it was a leap from a lower-tier concept to a higher-tier one. The once straightforward concept of causality reversal had now transformed into a force of an entirely different magnitude. Before his eyes, a vast and intricate sequence structure took shape, eventually condensing into his palm and merging into his body. At that moment, Chen Yi felt as though he was almost omnipotent. With the power of causality alteration at his command, he experienced an indescribable sense of security, as if he were standing at an infinite height, gazing down upon everything. Yet, he knew this was only the beginning. While the ability to alter causality was formidable, it was far from true omnipotence. The concept had not yet reached its ultimate potential. That was a task for the future. Simply put, causality that had already occurred and was closed could not be changed. However, causality that had not yet transpired or outcomes that remained unresolved were entirely within Chen Yi's domain to intervene and alter. For example, if someone had been born 100 years ago and died 20 years ago, this sequence of events had already become immutable history. Birth was the cause, and death was the resolved effect, leaving no room for alteration. But if someone had been born 10 years ago or was yet to be born, their causality was still incomplete. Chen Yi could determine the future moment of their death or even reverse the process entirely, erasing someone who had not yet died. He could trace back to the cause of their birth and modify it, ensuring the person was never born, erasing them completely from history and the memories of all. As long as causality remained open-ended, Chen Yi could intervene and manipulate it at will. This was the terrifying nature of higher-tier concepts. If an opponent lacked the same level of conceptual power, they would find it impossible to contend with Chen Yi, no matter how much raw strength or destructive force they wielded. At this point, the time limit for his critical breakthrough finally ended, and Chen Yi's strength rapidly receded from the 7th tier to the early 6th tier. Even so, the power of causality alteration continued to provide him with an unshakable sense of security. In the third phase of the main quest, it is said that 10 immensely powerful demon gods exist in this world. Over time, their power has subtly swept across the land, placing the fate of the world in peril. The quest prompt is clear: uncover the cause. The reward, for 1,000 points. However, Chen Yi understood that the void of the world had already undergone subtle changes. The legends of the 10 demon gods were a thing of the past. To him, the true path to completing the main quest was not overly complex, merely needed to harness the power of the void demon gods to destroy this world, thereby unveiling the ultimate truth of the quest. Yet, there was no rush. This world still held vast, untapped potential. Through the ritual of ascension, he could continually create demon gods possessing conceptual-level sequences. With sufficiently powerful lower-tier sequences, there was even a possibility of merging them into higher-tier conceptual sequences. In this world, which had not yet been fully explored, the main quest could be temporarily set aside. The true significance of ascending to the position of a demon god was not merely to transcend the limitations of the world, but to transform into a void demon god, manifestation of the ultimate power of this world. Each demon god's creation was a deep extraction of the world's energy. Energy is conserved. Conceptual sequences do not arise from nothing but are a part of the world's power. Chen Yi calculated that this world could still give birth to roughly 10 more conceptual-level sequences. These would become his prey and nourishment. Standing amidst the void of this world, he patiently awaited future challengers. The power system of this world set a cap of 10 demon gods, but to Chen Yi, even this number seemed excessive. For him, a single demon god was sufficient, as he intended to claim all challengers for himself. Whoever dared to challenge him would have the chance to replace him and become the sole demon god. Chen Yi was well aware that he was not omniscient. The resonance of an unseen force surged forth as the power of causality manipulation quietly activated. Beyond the universe, a vast and intricate sequence structure began to shift, causing all laws and orders to change in that moment. Chen Yi fixed the number of demon gods in this universe at 1, and reduced the interval for the ritual of ascension from the original 30 years to 10 years. 10 years was the limit. Any shorter, and the energy of the universe would deplete too rapidly, potentially leading to the collapse of the world. The original interval between rituals had been longer, held every 30 years. Changing this was not merely a matter of compressing time, but also a distortion of the universe's causality. Moreover, the effectiveness of a conceptual sequence could not exceed the level of its wielder. Thus, Chen Yi had to rely on his 7th-tier power to enter a state of critical breakthrough in order to successfully alter the causality laws of the universe. As he rewrote the threads of causality, the mark of the demon god began to surface on the back of his hand. At the same time, the demon god's imprint also appeared on Chloe's forehead, far away in the mortal realm. In the unseen realm, Chen Yi's divine decree descended quietly. Chloe knelt before the divine revelation, her voice reverent. Lord Abyssal Wolf. Chen Yi's voice was concise and commanding. From now on, the ritual of ascension will occur every 10 years. Candidates will no longer be limited to those from the 4 major districts. Followers of the demon gods may also participate. Understood. I will convey your will clearly. Chloe responded softly, her expression respectful. As the divine decree ended, the only sound in the empty courtyard was the gentle flow of water. Dressed in her shrine maiden attire, Chloe raised her hand slightly and took down the blade resting on the weapon rack heaven's name. This blade had once been a sacred relic of the 10 Gods sect and the weapon of Sato Minamoto. Unfortunately, it had never become part of Chen Yi's arsenal. Now, it served as Chloe's weapon. At the Ascension ceremony this time, alongside familiar contestants, there were also believers from the cult of the Archons and even members of secret societies. Not every Ascension ceremony sees a contestant successfully constructing a conceptual sequence, and those who achieve this step are the elite among elites, the strongest of the strong. To nurture even more powerful conceptual sequences, Chen Yi decided to widen the selection scope, leading to an influx of cult of the Archons believers into the 4 major districts. A decade has passed, and the students in the Eastern District have been replaced several times. Those who once witnessed the last Ascension War have now either transitioned into mentors or become researchers at various institutions. However, the majority faded into obscurity, leading ordinary, unremarkable lives. In the Eastern District, those with sequence powers but lacking exceptional talent are referred to as ordinary people. Today, the new generation of the Eastern District largely consists of ordinary individuals recruited from other districts, either inexperienced youngsters or promising talents brought in from beyond the 4 major districts. Although they have no memory of that earth-shattering battle, whenever they encounter those who lived through it, they can still see the flicker of awe in their eyes. After all, Chen Yi, the first to ascend to the position of Archon in a millennium, is a legend whose story is widely celebrated by those who witnessed his rise. Generally speaking, the Ascension ceremony is almost entirely classified to the students of the Eastern District. Unless someone is a member of the cult of the Archons or a secret society, they have no idea what transpired. Those whose memories were not erased only vaguely recall a great battle a decade ago, but remain clueless about the truth of the events. Only those connected to the cult of the Archons or secret societies have any insight into the secrets within. Zhong Yuanwu, a 17-year-old second-year student at 0 Point Elite Academy, is one of the strongest of the new generation. He possesses the versatile sequence set known as Ultra Dullness, with power reaching the peak of the 2nd tier. His ability can render the senses of any object or individual extremely dull, almost as if time itself had frozen, giving him an unparalleled advantage in combat. At this moment, during dusk, he stood in a subway station, head down, scrolling through humorous videos on his phone with a look of boredom. Just then, a subway train slowly pulled into the station and came to a stop at the platform. Zhong Yuanwu, still looking at his screen, followed the crowd preparing to board. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his brows furrowing deeply. Someone standing behind him failed to notice and bumped into him. "Hey, hurry up and get on." Boom. Before the sentence was finished, the entire subway station shook violently. Moments later, the platform collapsed with a deafening crash, and shards of steel and concrete flew in all directions. Buzz. In an instant, a complex sequence structure rapidly unfolded from Zhong Yuanwu, extending across the entire subway station in the blink of an eye. The collapsing architecture froze in place, and the panicked crowd appeared as if someone had hit a pause button, immobilized where they stood. This ability, even among 3rd-tier elites, was considered top-notch. Zhong Yuan was titled as the strongest of the new generation, was well-earned. Again, Zhong Yuanwu frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. As someone who pursued strength, he was no stranger to the battle-hungry challengers within the special zone. Seeking to claim the so-called title of the strongest, he was constantly targeted by various opponents. These attacks had long become routine for him, though he still found such antics utterly meaningless. Walking through the subway station as if on solid ground, Zhong Yuanwu moved effortlessly through air slowed by his ability. It didn't take him long to locate the frozen attacker not far away, a 3rd-year student from 0 Point Elite Academy. Zhong Yuanwu never bothered to remember the faces of these challengers. Identifying their affiliations was all that mattered to him. Under the effects of Zhong Yuanwu's hyperdulling field, the attacker's reactions were extraordinarily slow, though he remained completely unaware of it. From his perspective, Zhong Yuanwu seemed to move at a speed akin to teleportation. Zhong Yuanwu didn't even feel the need to lift a hand. His gaze shifted downward, scanning the ground until he spotted an ordinary pebble. With a casual, almost playful gesture, he nudged it with his foot. Boom. The pebble shot through the air like a cannonball, producing a deafening sonic boom as it pierced the attacker's body. In an instant, it tore a gory hole through his torso. The attacker died on the spot. never even realizing he had been struck. The immense destructive power Zhong Yuanwu displayed wasn't the result of any intricate sequence combination. He employed only the most basic, universal sequence converting void energy into physical strength and resilience. The more void energy infused, the greater the short-term power boost. It was a simple trick that even beginners could perform. The only difference lay in Zhong Yuanwu's extraordinary capacity for instantaneous void energy output, far surpassing ordinary levels. This made even the simplest power-amplifying sequence devastatingly effective in his hands. Seriously, you're getting a bit out of hand, don't you think? A familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Zhong Yuanwu turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. Derek, sir? Wu Shui gentle breeze swept past as clear river waters flowed nearby. Derek casually skipped a stone across the surface, explaining his purpose to Zhong Yuanwu as he did so. Now a teacher at 0 Point Elite Academy, Derek had gained a reputation for his exceptional skills and theoretical knowledge. Back then, Derek hadn't fully understood the significance of that fateful battle. But now, he comprehended it completely. As one of the chosen candidates for this year's Ascension ceremony, Derek had been tasked with a critical responsibility to select a representative for 0 Point Elite Academy and guide them through the ceremony. And it was clear that his chosen candidate was none other than Zhong Yuanwu. This wasn't just a simple assignment. After learning the truth behind the Ascension ceremony, Derek finally grasped the gravity of the path his former mentor, Brother Yuan, had once followed. The Tree of Origin had always been an object of admiration and reverence for Derek. It was the totem in his heart, the initial guide when he embarked on the path of cultivation. He had imagined countless times the grand and magnificent chapters the Tree of Origin had witnessed, picturing the breathtaking scenes of its past. He yearned to witness it himself, even if it was just a glimpse of its grandeur. Ascension ritual? Zhong Yuanwu's eyes suddenly lit up, his previously lazy demeanor ignited with excitement. He had long grown tired of the monotonous and dull routine of his life, weary of opponents who weren't even worthy of his serious effort. This phrase seemed to awaken a long-suppressed desire within him, and a surge of intense interest welled up in his heart. So, you're saying I might get the chance to fight real powerhouses, right? He stared at Derek, his voice low but brimming with power. Derek nodded. Not just people from your academy. There will be contenders from the Corridor Courtyard, the Void Organization, and even the other 3 major special districts if you can make it that far. Zhong Yuanwu grinned, his expression unusually animated. Sounds good. I've had enough of this boring daily grind anyway. His response came almost without hesitation, his joy written all over his face. It was a kind of euphoria, like finally seeing a glimmer of hope. But then, a trace of curiosity arose in his mind. By the way, has anyone ever successfully ascended to the position of a demon god? I mean, with solid evidence, not just ancient legends. There has. Derek replied with rare certainty in his tone. It was the one question he could answer without reservation. Really? Zhong Yuanwu was stunned, a flicker of disbelief flashing across his eyes. He had thought such tales were nothing more than exaggerated myths or fabricated hero stories from ancient texts. But Derek's next words left him speechless, almost unable to believe his ears. You might not believe it, Derek said with a faint smile, his gaze drifting into the distance as if piercing through time. But the only person to successfully ascend to the position of a demon god in the past 1,000 years I saw with my own eyes. You're kidding, right? Zhong Yuanwu's eyes widened, a childlike amazement spreading across his face. Derek's thoughts were pulled back to that day 10 years ago, to a man whose presence was unforgettable. He remembered the overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the entire world dimmed in the man's presence. It was only 10 years ago, Derek said, his tone low but firm. You came from outside the special districts, so you wouldn't have those memories. All you need to know is Thesa being so powerful, it's beyond comprehension. If you have the potential, you'll experience his power yourself during the final ritual. A duel with a demon god. Zhong Yuanwu murmured, his voice tinged with instinctive disbelief, yet intertwined with a trace of yearning and awe. Exactly, Derek said, gazing at him. And what's even more astonishing is that there are those who can slay a demon god with a mortal body. Without reaching that level, you can't even begin to comprehend their strength. True, Zhong Yuanwu said, taking a deep breath. He couldn't begin to fathom that level of power after all. He was only a second-tier fighter. Among the new generation, he might claim to be the strongest, but in the eyes of true powerhouses, second tier wasn't even worth mentioning. He finally realized just how vast the world truly was. This was the stage he was meant to stand on. Meanwhile, in another time and space, Luo Changkong had already completed the second phase of his main mission. Over the past 10 years, his combat power had grown significantly as he mastered the system of sequential power. Yet, the third phase of the main mission remained an unsolvable enigma, with no leads to be found. The Thunder Legion's intelligence network had deeply infiltrated the major factions of the Eastern Special District, and the secrets of the Ascension ritual were gradually coming to light. Luo Changkong often interacted with the Ten Gods cult. This time, Following the cult's orders, he was tasked with secretly escorting a girl of about 10 years old into the Eastern Special District. "What's your name?" "Chio Rei," the girl replied coldly, her expression so calm it bordered on icy. In her arms, she held a long blade that was strikingly mismatched with her height. Despite her young age, her identity was extraordinary. She was the current saintess of the 10 Gods cult. The long blade she carried, named Name of the Wind, was a sacred artifact forged by the cult in imitation of Name of Heaven, possessing incredible power. Luo Changkong asked no further questions. His mission was merely to escort and relocate her, handling everything from smuggling to arranging her transportation and ensuring her safe passage. After delivering Chio Rei to her destination, he turned and left without hesitation, disappearing into the distance. In the previous ascension ceremony, Yuan Shi had stolen the spotlight entirely. While this year's newcomers boast some formidable contenders, they still pale in comparison. Among them, the most prominent candidate from the Eastern District is Zhong Yuanwu, who stands tall with the prowess of a top-tier second rank. From the very beginning of the ceremony, he displayed an astounding level of dominance. The potential radiating from this young man leaves many eagerly anticipating his future achievements. Beyond the universe, in the boundless void, Chen Yi's figure floated silently. An awe-inspiring aura surrounded him, as he observed the events of the mortal world with great interest. Beside him, Wang Kai drifted past in a comically exaggerated swimming posture, letting out a pitiful whimper. It was unbearably dull in this emptiness. Not a single one of the 10 demon gods had been caught, leaving it rather frustrated. For the void, time was almost non-existent. Chen Yi, with a godlike perspective, overlooked the mortal world, taking in every detail. He watched as the ascension ceremony unfolded as expected. Zhong Yuanwu and others, backed by various factions, received the demon god imprints and began the rituals to bond with the shrine maidens. History seemed to be repeating itself. Once again, the Eastern District faced an attack from the 10 God cult during the shrine maiden ritual. However, this time, the attackers had an intricate connection to Chen Yi. As his gaze fell upon a 10-year-old girl, he immediately recognized her. A faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. "Qi Dailing, are you here for revenge?" By tracing the threads of causality, Chen Yi uncovered the origins of it all. In the unseen depths, Qi Dailing's fate had already been predetermined by him. Shifting his attention back to Zhong Yuanwu, Chen Yi acknowledged the young man's extraordinary talent and potential. However, those qualities alone would not suffice. To reach the end of the ascension ceremony, Zhong Yuanwu would need far more support. Silently, Chen Yi enacted his power to alter causality, subtly reshaping Zhong Yuanwu's path in life. Under his influence, Zhong Yuanwu would advance further in the ascension ceremony, grow stronger, and ultimately forge his own unique conceptual sequence, presenting this unparalleled power to Chen Yi. Dominating the fates of others had become second nature to Chen Yi. Though he could not foresee every possible future, he held the power to determine an individual's ultimate destiny. Until the moment of death, no one's fate could escape his grasp. As the void demon god, reigning above the 10 demon gods, it was nearly impossible to break free from his control. If someone truly managed to accomplish such a feat, Chen Yi would accept it. Chen Yi's gaze, penetrating and all-encompassing, remained fixed on the unfolding events of the mortal world. "Let the show begin," he murmured. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, Qi Dailing approached the Rishi Pavilion, clutching the blade of wind. Even before her long sword was fully drawn, her small figure wielded the elongated blade with astonishing precision, unleashing a strike of unparalleled sharpness. The guards' cries of "enemy attack" barely escaped their lips before the entire Rishi Pavilion was cleaved in two, leaving a massive, shocking fissure in the ground. Blasphemers shall not be forgiven. Qi Dailing's resolute gaze was far beyond her years. The 10 Gods sect, on one hand, acknowledges the demonic godhood of those who have ascended to godhood, but on the other hand, regards the ascension ritual as an unforgivable act of blasphemy. It seems contradictory, but in reality, it is not. If you dare to desecrate a demonic god, it is an act of great disrespect, but if you yourself are a demonic god, that's an entirely different matter. Inside the Rishi Pavilion, Zhong Yuan's heart pounded violently, unable to calm down. He had already reacted, but even so, he couldn't withstand Chio Ri's strike. That slash tore through his ultra-sensitivity field like a knife, through butter, effortless and unstoppable. A wave of shock surged through him, and for the first time, he truly understood the meaning of power. In an instant, he glanced aside to see the shrine maiden, who had been presiding over the ritual, drawing a long blade from her waist. Though she did not participate in the contract herself, as the ceremony's officiant, she had long since forged a pact with a demonic god. A sharp, oppressive aura swept through the entire venue, sending a chill down Zhong Yuan's spine and filling him with an eerie dread. "Teacher Derek, what's going on?" Zhong Yuanwu murmured, his voice tinged with confusion. Derek's tone remained calm. "Followers of the demonic god sect view the ascension ritual as an act of blasphemy. That shrine maiden, she is the executor of a demonic god's will. Which one? Zhong Yuanwu asked, stunned. The one from 10 years ago, Derek replied evenly. At that moment, Zhong Yuanwu finally realized the legends he had heard were unfolding right before his eyes. He was utterly shocked, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. Just then, Chiyo Rei decisively swung her blade once more. The edge of her sword gleamed coldly as it approached, but before the strike could land, Chloe intercepted it, wielding the blade known as Heaven's Name. With a clear hum, Chloe's effortless counter shattered Chiyo Rei's attack. The violent slash veered off course, shooting skyward. Boom! The strike split the heavens, causing white clouds to churn as if the sky itself had been cleaved in two. Chiyo Rei staggered and fell to the ground. When she looked up, the blade was already at her throat. This is my father's sword. Give it back to me, Chiyo Rei demanded, her gaze unyielding and fearless. Chloe regarded her coldly. When Sato Minamoto fell in battle, you were barely born. You've never even seen him. Do you really think you can inherit everything he left behind? Hatred burned in Chiyo Rei's eyes, but she didn't flinch. She replied in a low voice, if you can, then take it back. Chloe sheathed her sword and said coolly, from now on, you'll remain with the Genji clan and train under the guidance of the Long Corridor Courtyard. I want to see just how strong your hatred is and how much potential it can unleash. She paused briefly before adding, you've missed this ascension ritual. According to Chen Yi's instructions, I've already reserved a spot for you in the next one. You'll regret it, Chiyo Rei said firmly, the hatred in her eyes burning even brighter. Zhong Yuanwu watched this scene unfold, his heart pounding with excitement. He couldn't contain his admiration. This is the power of an executor. The ritual continued. Inside the Rishi Pavilion, all the surviving candidates had now forged contracts with their respective shrine maidens. This meant the upcoming clashes would grow even bloodier, and the already tense atmosphere was about to escalate further. Zhong Yuanwu clenched his fists, anticipation surging through him. Teacher Derek, what exactly happened during the bloody trial in the Eastern Special Zone 10 years ago? I heard that the one who participated must have faced an incredibly brutal battle. Derek's response was calm and concise. It was brutal to the extreme. It said that one strike from that individual ended the bloody trial. Truly brutal, Zhong Yunwu muttered in amazement, his heart filled with reverence for the mysterious figure's strength. He couldn't help but imagine what kind of monster it must have been to command such overwhelming power with a single blow. The bloodbath trials in this year's Eastern District were fiercely competitive. Among the candidates, Zhong Yuanwu demonstrated a nearly overwhelming strength. His power was enough to end the trials with a single strike, yet he deliberately restrained himself, seemingly intent on testing his abilities against a particular individual. It appeared he aimed to eliminate every other candidate one by one, striving for an unprecedented record. However, despite Zhong Yuanwu's formidable prowess, he was unable to eliminate all his opponents by the end of the trials. A few strong candidates managed to survive the brutal clashes until the very end, leaving Zhong Yuanwu with a tinge of unshakable regret. After the trials concluded, it was time to select the unique sequences. Over the past decade, 10 unique sequences had once again been sealed within the Eastern District. Unlike Chen Yi's experience in the past, Zhong Yuanwu was required to continue fighting the remaining candidates in subsequent ceremonies to seize the unique sequences from their hands in order to forge a more powerful superior sequence. At this moment, the wheels of fate began to turn quietly, and an unparalleled force altered the trajectory of Zhong Yuanwu's life. From then on, he became like an unstoppable blade, cutting through all obstacles in his path. Unique sequences, root sequences, and finally conceptual sequences. Zhong Yuanwu advanced triumphantly. He defeated all the candidates in the Eastern District, merging the unique sequences into one and obtaining a far more powerful superior sequence. Although this constructed superior sequence was slightly inferior in purity compared to the one Chen Yi had created, it did not hinder the eventual birth of a conceptual sequence. Building upon the foundation of the root sequence, Zhong Yuanwu refined and perfected it, melding all the unique sequences into a flawless whole. At last, he created his own conceptual sequence, lethargy. This was a lower-level concept with a highly specific focus, derived from an extension of the hyperdulled sensation sequence group. It represented an ultimate power born from conceptual expansion. Within this world, it was impossible to nurture a high-level concept involving causality. The creation of even a lower-level concept was a significant achievement. In a multiversal-level world, perhaps a stronger high-level concept could be realized. However, for Chen Yi, such considerations were irrelevant. While candidates who had not developed a conceptual sequence could still proceed to the next stages by obtaining one through ceremonial rules, the difficulty was immense. Thus, once someone successfully created a conceptual sequence, the final candidate was essentially determined, as the power of a conceptual sequence was nearly unbeatable. The deification ceremony and the final ceremony step by step, Zhong Yuanwu advanced without suspense to the ultimate stage, summoning the demon god into the mortal realm and then defeating it to take its place. Boom! The summoning ritual for the demon god was underway. The clear skies darkened in an instant, thunder and lightning writhing like frenzied serpents, while the oppressive atmosphere pressed down, suffocating and uneasy. It's finally here. Zhong Yuanwu's conceptual sequence surrounded him, ready to activate at any moment. His excitement was evident. He was genuinely curious just how powerful could this so-called demon god be? Would it truly possess strength greater than his? Having never tasted defeat, Zhong Yuanwu, now wielding the power of a conceptual sequence, had gained the qualifications and strength to face the demon god. Fully matured, he radiated the presence of an absolute champion, confronting the impending demon god without a trace of fear. Was he the challenger? No. This was a battle of equals. Zhong Yuanwu stood confidently in place, unfazed by the fact that his opponent was a demon god. To him, strength was the sole measure of superiority among the powerful. His confidence stemmed from his own immense power, believed that no one could surpass him. However, he could not foresee the nature of the formidable being he was about to face. Just as he once struggled to comprehend the concept of conceptual power at the second-tier level, his understanding was far from grasping the true nature of his current adversary. Beside him, Chloe and Zhong Yuanwu's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky, reverberating through the heavens. A terrifying wave of void energy surged forth, enveloping the entire area with a pressure so intense it seemed to tear through time and space. The sheer force of it was nearly unbearable, deafening all in its wake. Compared to the last time a demon god descended, this oppressive aura was far more overwhelming. Even the powerful figures observing from a distance felt their hearts stop momentarily, gripped by sheer terror. Lord Swalang. The voice of the Tree of Origin was filled with excitement. Chloe's expression remained stoic, but the storm in her eyes betrayed her turbulent emotions. Nearby, Derek clenched his fists tightly, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. Once again, he saw Chen Yi, but this time, the Lord Swalang before him was a completely transformed being compared to a decade ago. Chen Yi's aura was no longer ordinary. Instead, it transcended all imagination. Derek was shaken to the core, as though they were now separated by an unfathomable gulf between two worlds. Zhong Yuanwu felt a jolt of shock in his heart, recalling how Derek had often mentioned the newly ascended demon god Swalang of the Genji clan. At this moment, he finally realized that the being descending before him was the very target he had long desired to challenge. His excitement surged, and an intense desire burned within him. He yearned to witness firsthand just how powerful Swalang truly was. Chen Yi scanned his surroundings, his gaze calm yet tinged with a hint of ease. He had finally returned to this familiar land, and everything seemed to unfold as he had expected. However, his eyes soon rested on the challenger before him, Zhong Yuanwu. Buzz. As Chen Yi descended, Zhong Yuanwu wasted no time in activating his conceptual sequence. His movements were swift and decisive, showing no hesitation in the face of the demon god. Zhong Yuanwu understood that his only option was to give his all and end the battle as quickly as possible. Instantly, the space around him seemed to freeze, time itself halting in that moment. In the next instant, he lunged forward, charging directly at Chen Yi. The boundless void energy coalesced into a devastating force and struck fiercely toward Chen Yi. This attack carried Zhong Yuanwu's immense resolve and fearless determination, its power ferocious. Yet, to his astonishment, despite the frozen state of time and space, Chen Yi remained composed and unperturbed, his gaze filled with apparent curiosity. He did not move an inch, and instead, Zhong Yuanwu's fist stopped midair, unable to advance further. So this is the power of a demon god. Zhong Yuanwu was stunned, but he quickly realized that this was not merely the power of a demon god, it was the power of the being standing before him. Though he could not discern the exact disparity between them, he felt an overwhelming force beyond his comprehension. Chen Yi chuckled softly and extended a finger, crossing an infinite distance in an instant. With a gentle tap, Zhong Yuanwu was sent flying backward, his body struck with such immense power that he soared like a severed kite, traveling across the northern hemisphere and into the stars, resembling a falling comet from afar. With that single strike, Zhong Yuanwu's time-slowing sequence collapsed instantly, and all of his concepts were torn apart. His body floated weightlessly in the void, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief as he gazed at the world around him. He could not fathom how he had been defeated so effortlessly. The power Chen Yi displayed was far beyond anything Zhong Yuanwu could have ever imagined. In this confrontation, the disparity in levels was unmistakable. Zhong Yuanwu's confidence crumbled in an instant. This was not a battle between equals, but a clash of vastly different realms. Zhong Yuanwu finally felt the overwhelming strength of this formidable existence. It was clear that this was no ordinary figure, but indeed the legendary individual, the first in a millennium to ascend to the rank of demon god. Such power was something Zhong Yuanwu could never hope to rival. With nothing more than a single thought, Chen Yi made Zhong Yuanwu reappear within the arena. However, by then, Zhong Yuanwu's body was riddled with ghastly cracks, a testament to his utter defeat. The outcome had been decided in an instant. In just one strike, Zhong Yuanwu was completely vanquished. His lips twitched as he forced himself to ask a question he found laughable even as the words left his mouth. What concept do you wield that made my defeat so absolute? Chen Yi remained unmoved, his gaze indifferent. Clearly, he had no intention of answering. Revealing the nature of his power was a perilous act, one that Chen Yi would never take lightly. The moment others understood the essence of his abilities, they could potentially devise countermeasures. While targeting Chen Yi's concept was nearly impossible, it was not entirely inconceivable. Thus, Chen Yi acted with caution, refusing to expose himself to unnecessary risk. In truth, Chen Yi was not entirely confident that Zhong Yuanwu's conceptual sequence would manifest upon his defeat. After all, the 10 demon gods were the ultimate bosses of this world, with a guaranteed drop rate of 100. But Zhong Yuanwu was merely a mortal of the present world. Whether his conceptual sequence would be revealed was uncertain, entirely dependent on the unpredictable fluctuations of the void space. Chen Yi's power to manipulate causality could not influence such intricate details, and even if it could, such a manipulation would undoubtedly cause catastrophic upheaval. Is it over already? Derek stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. He only belatedly realized that Zhong Yuanwu was on the brink of destruction. Derek knew that if Zhong Yuanwu had obtained a conceptual sequence, he would have been immensely powerful. Yet, with just one encounter, Zhong Yuanwu was defeated so thoroughly that he had no chance to fight back. Derek could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Chen Yi's power. This battle was far beyond his understanding. 10 years ago, he could not grasp the extent of Chen Yi's abilities, and even now, a decade later, he remained equally clueless. The tree of origin was the limit of Derek's aspirations. How could he dare to dream of catching up to Chen Yi? Zhong Yuanwu realized the absurdity of his earlier question and awkwardly withdrew it. Nonetheless, he did not dwell too much on his loss and felt little regret. At the very least, he had witnessed a greater power, and the battle was not in vain. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening sound erupted. Boom! Zhong Yuanwu's body completely collapsed, disintegrating into primordial void energy that dissipated in an instant. Immediately afterward, a streak of light shot forth, heading straight for Chen Yi. Ability acquired. Sluggish sequence ability. Sluggish sequence level, LV1. Description: a conceptual level power capable of rendering all things slow and lethargic, with effects akin to time suspension. Just as Chen Yi had hoped, the conceptual sequence was successfully revealed. Another conceptual level ability had fallen into his hands. With this, everything seemed to have reached its conclusion. Derek was left speechless, watching as Zhong Yuanwu vanished. Yet, his heart was filled with unease. Just as he thought it was all over, a surge of violent void energy suddenly swept through the area. A colossal slash descended with unparalleled force and speed, striking with an intensity that was terrifying to behold. Chloe instinctively drew her blade, ready to intercept the attack, but Chen Yi raised his hand, stopping her in her tracks. Sui Lang. A voice, trembling with hatred and rage, rang out from the distance. The voice belonged to a young child, who quickly appeared, wielding a blade named Wind's Edge. Without hesitation, the figure lunged toward Chen Yi, initiating an attack. However, Chen Yi remained completely motionless. The incoming slash dissipated in midair, vanishing without a trace. The child, Chio Rei, gripped her blade tightly, but her body was frozen in place, as if rooted to the spot. Her father's killer stood mere steps away, and her fury threatened to consume her entirely. Clenching her teeth, Chio Rei shouted in a voice filled with anguish and rage, "Give me back my father." If she had been more mature, she might have endured until she personally reached the final step of the ascension ceremony. But Qi Dailing was only a child barely past the age of 10. She stood there, her small frame trembling slightly with anger, her eyes burning with unrestrained hatred. No matter how much she tried to appear composed on ordinary days, in the face of her father's killer, she was still just a child unable to control her emotions. "Give me back my father," she shrieked, her voice quivering in the air. Chen Yi gazed at her calmly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Only a child would cry out something like that. Someone who truly understood reality would either decisively cut off their enemy's head or have their own head taken. "You're too weak," Chen Yi said, his voice cold and indifferent. "So weak that you don't even qualify to raise a blade in my presence. Screaming like this is utterly meaningless." Qi Dailing didn't respond. She only glared at him with ferocious intensity, like a wolf cub baring its teeth. Her clenched fists turned pale from the pressure, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. Chen Yi knew she needed to push something to make her hatred burn even brighter. "At the very least, you'd need to have your father's strength from back then," he continued. "Otherwise, you don't even deserve the chance to die for this hatred. Killing you now would be worthless to me." The mention of her father made Qi Dailing's eyes instantly redden, her chest heaving violently. This was exactly the reaction Chen Yi had hoped for. He didn't take pleasure in tormenting others' dignity and emotions, but he knew that this hatred would make her stronger. Perhaps it could even give rise to a surprising conceptual sequence. They'll give you a chance to take revenge on me, Chen Yi said slowly. 10 years from now, show me if you possess that strength. At the very least, they'll give you the opportunity to die on this path of vengeance. To surpass Chen Yi? The chances were almost zero. Under the interference of the power to rewrite causality, Qi Dailing's fate was already sealed. Her life, her future, would converge toward a singular conclusion. The same held true for Zhong Yuanwu. I will cut off your head. Qi Dailing spat through gritted teeth, each word forced out as if from the depths of her soul. I look forward to your growth. Chen Yi's figure began to fade, the time of his descent reaching its limit. Before leaving, he turned to Chloe. Chloe, guide her well. Understood, Chloe replied curtly. With that, Chen Yi disappeared back into the void. In the infinite void, Chen Yi fell into contemplation, pondering whether his humanity was slipping away. It didn't take long for him to realize the answer was no. His humanity remained intact. It had not diminished. It was simply that in his pursuit of power, he appeared especially detached, displaying more of his godlike nature. From the very beginning, he had been decisive and ruthless, giving no quarter. He had not changed much. The path to power was inherently brutal. It was a killer-be-killed struggle. The dazzling stars of the universe reflected no trace of humanity and left no room for mercy. His strength had not yet reached the level where he could afford to show compassion or vulnerability. Even when facing Zhong Yuanwu, Chen Yi had been extremely cautious, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. Woof! Wang Kai floated over to Chen Yi, tilting its head with a curious expression. It's nothing, Chen Yi replied with a shake of his head. Woof! Wang Kai nudged him gently, as if sensing his loneliness. In truth, Chen Yi had always been alone, but he had long grown accustomed to it, or rather, he had come to enjoy it. Chen Yi turned his gaze toward the mortal realm. Time passed swiftly, like water flowing through a fleeting moment. 10 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Qi Dailing had shed her youthful immaturity and grown into a graceful young woman. Under Chloe's guidance in the courtyard corridors, her immense potential had blossomed rapidly, propelling her strength to the third tier. With the added support of the Name of Wind, she had almost secured her spot as the final candidate for the upcoming Ascension ceremony, even before it began. Compared to the previous ceremony, her power now overshadowed Zhong Yuanwu's with overwhelming dominance. Another Ascension ceremony took place, and Qi Dailing's performance far surpassed that of Zhong Yuanwu. She effortlessly achieved feats that Zhong Yuanwu had never reached. Following in the footsteps of Chen Yi, Qi Dailing dominated the blood trial, defeating all other candidates with an unparalleled display of power, asserting her dominance over the entire Eastern District ceremony. This meant she no longer needed to undergo subsequent trials. After the blood trial, she could immediately collect all the unique sequences and begin constructing and developing higher-tier sequences. Chen Yi's gaze followed her progress closely. He had no doubt about what kind of conceptual sequence Qi Dailing could create. He was certain she would undoubtedly construct a concept-level sequence. This was Chen Yi's confidence in her ability to rewrite causality, though the strength of that concept would depend on her own talent. Unlike Chen Yi, who possessed the ability to instantly transform all unique sequences into a conceptual sequence, Qi Dailing had to expend tremendous effort to craft a more intricate sequence structure. Unique sequences, root sequences. When the final unique sequence was perfectly integrated into the sequence group, an immense power, surpassing the root sequence, erupted instantly. Qi Dailing gazed at the conceptual sequence taking shape in her hands, understanding in her heart that the power of vengeance now belonged to her. This power, she named Hope. The Hope sequence was an ambiguous and broad concept, not easily classified as either lower tier or higher tier. It lacked the absolute dominion of higher tier concepts, yet exceeded the scope of lower tier concepts. The sole effect of the Hope sequence was to bestow its wielder with boundless hope and courage. As the wielder's resolve strengthened, they could even channel the forces of the past, present, and future to overcome any obstacle. The strength of this power was closely tied to the user's ability. Stronger wielders would manifest immense power, while weaker ones might experience diminished effects. If the gathered power was sufficiently potent, it could even alter destiny and reshape the future in miraculous ways. Naturally, this power came with significant drawbacks. Since the Hope sequence granted infinite hope and courage, using it at an inappropriate moment could lead the wielder into reckless, headstrong confrontations, charging into battles against any opponent with disastrous consequences. Furthermore, while it could draw upon future power, it could not harness all future power. Infinite recursion or self-replicating abilities were impossible, as the universe's conceptual framework was not advanced enough to support such an existence. 10 years ago, Zhong Yuanwu swiftly ascended to the 5th tier with the help of a conceptual sequence. Now, with the Hope sequence, Qi Dailing was nearing the threshold of the 6th tier. However, The 5th tier was the limit of the current world. Without breaking through this barrier, one could never reach the 6th tier. Meanwhile, the void demon god already possessed an insurmountable power gap. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a bell broke the silence. Qi shrine maiden was performing a ritual, summoning the descent of the demon god. The sky quickly darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared across the heavens. For 3 consecutive ceremonies, candidates from the Eastern District had reached the final step of the Ascension ceremony, an occurrence that seemed far too coincidental. This is the pride of the Eastern District, a symbol of its immense power. Even the 3 major leaders of the district couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the eerie scene before them, as if everything was part of a preordained script written by fate. The moment Chen Yi's figure materialized in the present world, Qian Dai-Ling assumed a sword-drawing stance without hesitation. Her aura surged like a volcanic eruption, shaking the void energy of the starry sky. The sharp intent of her blade seemed tangible, slicing through space itself as if to cleave the entire world in two. At this moment, Qian Dai-Ling was the center of the universe. Her thirst for vengeance fueled the hope sequence, summoning 2 streams of power from the void that caused her strength to skyrocket once again. The energy left behind by Yuan's widow surged within her, transforming the once timid wolf cub into a fierce predator with razor-sharp fangs. Mimicking Yuan's widow's sword-drawing stance, she poured every ounce of her power into this one decisive strike. Though the power of the future was faint, Qian Dai-Ling could no longer afford to care. She firmly believed that if no future existed, she would carve one out with her blade. The energy within her roared like a volcano on the verge of eruption, carrying the potential to obliterate everything in its path. At the exact instant Chen Yi fully descended, Qian Dai-Ling struck. A blinding slash of light tore through the void, charging toward Chen Yi with unstoppable force. This strike embodied her entire being, radiating the brilliance of hope, so dazzling it seemed to outshine the world itself. Chen Yi silently acknowledged the power of this attack. Had it been anyone else, even an ordinary demon god would struggle to withstand it. Yet he merely uttered 2 words, super burst. With a deafening roar, an even more terrifying force swept across the starry sky, effortlessly shattering Qian Dai-Ling's ultimate strike. Reality itself seemed to tremble on the brink of collapse, but in the next instant, all energy dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only the crisp sound of something breaking. The broken blade of the wind's name lay embedded in the ground at an angle. Qian Dai-Ling stood silently, motionless. Just as Chen Yi had declared, she was only worthy of death. Even with the combined forces of the past and future, she was utterly powerless against Chen Yi's overwhelming strength and his manipulation of causality. As the hilt of her blade fell to the ground, Qian Dai-Ling's body disintegrated into void energy and faded away. She left no final words, no regrets, and no anger, only quiet acceptance of her inevitable fate. The cycle of causality had been completed. A streak of light flashed as Chen Yi claimed the power of the hope sequence. This marked the second conceptual force-bearer to fall at his hands, following Zhong Yuanwu. Chen Yi understood that more challengers would come in the future, just as the ritual of ascending to godhood had continued unbroken for millennia. His figure slowly dissolved into the void, waiting for the next challenger to emerge. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.